the better part of a decade, the International has invited the world's finest Dota teams to wage battle for the Aegis of Champions and the largest prize pools in all of esports. Fans from around the world have come together to celebrate this shared passion. Live at the tournament and in gatherings across the globe. Now we assemble once more to honor the moments that define us and witness the genesis of things never seen before. Ours is a fire that burns the world over. The Aegis awaits in the heart of Seattle, but the international spirit resides in us all. For the first time, the Aegis stands undefended. 16 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can forge a new legend. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Good morning and welcome back to beautiful Seattle, Washington, where 10 teams remain. After 2 days of incredible matches and shocking results, many crowd favorites have fallen, and many people are intrigued to see what's to come. 2 elimination matches are going to start the day as TNC faces OG, and LGD Gaming goes up to Spar versus Digital Chaos. Up in the winners bracket, 4 teams, all from the same group, remain, and we will get the chance to find out which teams will be advancing to the winners semi this evening. So, I'm day 9. We got Ake, we got Merlini, we got PPD. Days 1 and 2, huge results. What were the big shockers for you?
I think that Secret lost against Liquid. It's not a shocker in a way, but that Secret is like that they're gone now already after the second day is just I don't know.
Empire moving on past EG. I thought
2-0
resolution on a tear in the lower bracket. That's I don't know. Empire, I don't know. How do you feel about them, Ben?
Empire played way better. I'm still surprised at how they got their everything together so quickly. And of course, EG falling was the big story yesterday.
Yeah, and I really like, Ake, that you bring up the fact that Team Liquid defeated Secret, because so much of the focus of yesterday, right at the end, EG going out, that was the big story in a lot of the community sites. How was EG going to fare in the tournament? So many people thought they were going to get top 3 again, at least going 0-2 in winners and then 0-2 in lowers to get eliminated. But, I mean, Team Secret, again, one of those teams that you always expect to succeed every single year. And I think another huge shock is how well Invictus Gaming, Newbie, and LFY have looked. I mean, they have been a pleasure to watch.
Especially since you said that all of the 4 teams in the upper bracket are from Group B.
Yeah.
And also, if OG and DC loses today, no, it's TNC and...
yeah, LGD.
Yeah, no, if OG and DC loses today, then all of the bottom 4 teams from Group B is eliminated in the second round, and all of the 4 upper is like still there. So it's a weird way, and I'm not quite sure how to like read into it. If like they're very strong, obviously they are because they are in the upper bracket, but it might be a bit of like tough luck for the teams that went into the lower bracket as well. Yeah,
it's also significant to note that the top 4 teams that are currently in the winners bracket were slots 1 to 4 in Group B, and who was slot 5? OG, that everyone expected to do so well, and now we're starting to get the chance to see why they are in lowers. I mean, these other 4 teams and winners are dominating. If you didn't get the chance to see what happened the last 2 days, let's take a look. Good morning, bright and early, all you beautiful people. It is day 2 of the main event of the International 7. 12 teams remain, and at this point, it's still anybody's game.
The first series of day 2, LFY versus TNC. The ice path won't connect, blinks out, but the route's through. TNC hold. No, it can't! That tips down 80 seconds, they've lost 40-37 as well. No way the TNC can slow this one down. LFY
What a game.
Game 1. They've put the lasso onto the Kuka, but the damage is too much for Super. And it looks like LFY were only warming up in game one.
Lumi, we've got LGD taking on VP. VP, the last Western hope remaining in the upper bracket. From the rear comes Solo with the zoning ultimate as he breaks down 3. One of the first times we've seen a team GG out on the main stage. Oh, what way! Ramses pulling out the jukes. Why is maybe out so far? LGD are not playing as a team. It's what got them to this point. VP, they have slain LGD.
Team Secret versus Team Liquid. The captains used to be on the same team.
6-0. Puppy has been in every single kill. Liquid 1 racks away from being megaed at 27 minutes.
I mean, you got to take charge. You know, if you want something, you got to get out there and take it.
And with that, Liquid score another kill. They force mid one on his heels. Eyes on the prize. Secret cannot close them out. One of them is going home. Kuro versus Puppy. Game 3. Puppy charge.
Go for the steal. Who's going to get the Aegis?
The Roche, but Miracle snatches the Aegis away. Welcome to the meat grinder. Secret gets shredded. GG. Done it.
Elimination games always bring in the biggest pressure. FN jumps right on top of him, and Arteezy, he actually picks it. Roger! It's the two-man! Perfect hit! EG, retreat! Universe beating through the Marauder, getting through the beacon. Illusion! The crowd is unbelievable for Empire! How do they actually defend? Empire are taking the top lead of Rax. It looks over for EG, and it is over. Team Empire will 2-0 out. The former TI champions.
Of course, there's so many teams that come into this event that have fans behind them hoping that they'll be able to push through to the finals. And when that heartbreak sets in, yes, it hurts, but you know what? As the days go on, new fans are formed because the teams thus far have been showcasing just extraordinary skill. Empire, a real Cinderella story of this event. Resolution was a huge focus for a lot of their early team play, but as time's gone on, Empire just looks so cohesive and just so strong.
I wonder if he knew what he was doing when he walked out on the stage and was like, everybody clap for me as I defeated the home team.
Oh gosh.
It was a little quieter than he was expecting, I think.
He's just killing it though. Like he's really enjoying the moment here on the stage and
he
the fans and everything.
Just basking in the glory?
Yeah, I guess. It's just fun to see that someone actually shows emotions after they win, and he's super happy and just loving it.
He's on another lower bracket run, just like a TI6.
Gosh. And you know, I mean, I think that again, EG is a team that we expected to see so much of at this event, and given the fact that they are eliminated, very painful for EG fans everywhere. But we do want to take one last look at EG. We want to spend a little time seeing Universe outside the game.
So we're here in Marin Headlands and we're about to do some hiking.
I don't really go out to hike that much, but it's a nice way of getting to see things around the city.
Yeah. I guess once we start training, we don't get to get out of the house very much, so.
This is probably the most fresh air I'll get in the next coming 2 months.
Yeah. It's actually pretty peaceful.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, I've been living here for so many years, never came out here.
I used to be, you call it Boy Scouts?
You used to be in the Boy Scouts?
Yeah.
In Sweden?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really did Boy Scouts, I was more into the karate, you know?
Oh, you did karate?
Yeah. When I was younger, my parents really liked taking long road trips. So I took a couple hikes around the Grand Canyon and Yosemite. That was the first hike that I remember. But other than that, I don't think I've ever really been on a hike. This time last year, we were probably playing qualifiers, huh? I'm afraid of heights. I've always had a fear of heights.
Yeah, I don't mind heights. Gives you a new perspective on things. You get higher up. best gift you've ever gotten?
When I was in middle school, my parents gave me an N64. And I remember like my fondest memory growing up was like me playing it with my cousins, like Super Mario when it first came out. How about you?
I actually got like a subsidy for my computer, and then we built it together. And then I had my own PC. And that was like that was a game changer, you know. And my PC was in my room.
That's a game changer. That's where it all began. I think after TI, I'm gonna shave my head.
Really?
Yeah. You just wake up, you just do it. You don't have to worry about it at all. It's just there.
Does seem pretty convenient. This is steep, man.
Yeah, coming down, it didn't seem too bad. So if you had to live anywhere except for San Francisco, where would you live?
I go back home to Sweden. What about you? Where'd you go if you weren't here?
I don't know. I think I'd probably travel to a lot of places, and you know, if I fell in love somewhere, then I would move over there. But I like the Bay Area. I like the West Coast. Maybe, oh yeah, if I had to choose, then it would probably be Seattle. What's your favorite place to go for a vacation?
Just an island in Sweden. My family owns like a summer house. It's a nice place. How about you?
I've liked going to Disneyland in the past, you know? I've always wanted to go to Bora Bora.
What's that?
It's like islands. I'll go there. At some point. What do you think about the hike today?
That was a good first impression, I think. Although the wind isn't to my liking.
It's a bit windy.
Yeah. I mean, the views are crazy.
Yeah, you can't beat the views.
Though EG's out of this tournament with 11 majors and 11 minors planned already for next year, no doubt huge things in EG's future. And today, gentlemen, we start with some elimination matches. We're beginning with TNC versus OG and LGD versus DC. Which of those two are you most looking forward to?
And both, they're the same as last year, right? It was OG TNC and I think DC LGD in the lower bracket.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and DC went all the way to the grand finals last year, and OG dropped immediately. So I think I have to be more excited about the OG TNC match, though.
Yeah, I gotta say, TNC is a team that I feel like has sort of snuck by a little bit. LFY looked so good, and of course there's been so much focus on Team Liquid, EG, Secret, and Empire from yesterday's. I mean, TNC's been looking great in this tournament. They performed very solidly in their brackets.
They have, and I think that they didn't really get the chance to show what they got in the upper bracket. They were against LFY, which is obviously one of the best teams here.
Yeah.
So even though they lost quite hard against them, like 2-0, and they couldn't really put up a good showing against them, I think it's going to be one of the toughest games for OG here, and TNC as well, of course.
I think TNC had a pretty good approach in Game 1. They had the last pick Alchemist that we've seen a couple times since then, which have done pretty well. LFY managed to shut it down in the late game, but in Game 2, their drafts got really weird for me, and their strategy was just a bit off. They did some funky thing with Broodmother, picking it 9th into a Bristleback, last picked by LFY, and I don't really know how I stand. It's tough for me to expect them to come in and upset OG for the second year in a row, but we've seen some crazy things at this TI.
You know, I'm glad you brought up the Broodmother game, because I feel like that was a game where it went so poorly at the start, Broodmother bouncing back and forth between two lanes. It was almost as though you didn't get to see TNC get off the ground. And of course, there's some compositions where if your start goes poorly, you don't even know what the game plan was supposed to look like. Playing Broodmother when you are way behind does not feel like you are playing Dota at all. It feels like a 4v5.
When you're drafting and as a captain and as the drafter, it's like your job to give your team an opportunity to win. And I don't know if TNC had that opportunity in Game 2 by the way the draft was set up and by the way they set up their lanes. So they were, kind of fighting just to stay in it. I just don't think they had a chance anywhere in that game.
And we did see Team Liquid have a couple of drafts where, to echo what you were saying, PPD, it was almost as though they weren't set up for success after the draft was done. And they really pulled back hard. TNC looking forward for them to possibly pull that together in lowers. Now, before we wind up getting straight into the first game, our players are getting set up in the booths right now. And as is custom, let's go say hi to Casey and Slacks to start the day off on just the right tone.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I like how that sounds. Slacks and I are really.
Oh,
Slacks
what?
and I are very excited.
I'm nerd watching.
Dude!
It's like bird watching, but for the 21st century. I love it.
Is that what you were waving at?
Blue shirt guy! Woo!
Yeah, that's you, dude!
Yeah, he's the best. Anyway,
Good.
Casey, I'm always giving you stuff about not knowing Dota, not playing Dota. It's kind of my thing. But I thought this year, we might as well change it. You might as well learn how to play some Dotes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
man.
sir.
All
yes,
right.
sir.
Why don't we take a look at when me and Casey learned things together?
So I was practicing yesterday, and I have a hard time memorizing all the hotkeys. So I wrote down what I thought were the.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Abilities. Q, W, E. Oh, no.
Yeah, because that's where you get the.
Oh, girl.
When you buy the things, and then you have to use them to kill.
Forget everything you know.
Okay, I'm ready.
Play some Dotes.
I'm ready.
You ready?
Play some Dotes!
All right. Now, before we start, we're going to put you on a hero that I think speaks a lot about who you are. And we're going to put you on that guy right there.
Viper?
Viper. Oh, they picked Viper. They stole Viper from us.
Why would they do that?
People are cruel. We're replaying, all right?
I thought this was a bot.
It is a bot. Well,
the bots were cruel?
The bots have already ganked us, Casey. Right,
You're
in Viper. All right, now this is a
The
typical...
creeps haven't spawned yet, though.
That's perfect.
So you gotta go behind the creeps, right?
You want last hits.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you don't want last hits. You want kills. You farm by enemy heroes, all right?
Okay.
Those suckers are about to learn what happens.
So don't kill the creeps?
I want you to go up here. We're gonna perform a gank. All right,
Gank.
go up.
Isn't that when we gang up on someone?
That's right. There we go.
Where is he?
Press the
Where is
R
he?
button on
Where-
that
right
one.
now?
Yes.
Right
get
now?
R button and then click. Kill him! Boom! Keep hitting him. Casey, we've got this.
Do I keep hitting R? Wait, why is he going away?
He's running for his life.
Back,
One
you
more
little
click.
Shit!
One more
I got
You gotta click him.
I'm clicking!
One more.
I'm clicking!
Get out of there!
I'm clicking! Why did I die?
You did great! Boom!
Ganked.
Suck it! That's the Viper.
Suck it!
Two guys.
Oh, that
coming.
guy? Okay.
Right.
Oh, Dragon Knight!
R button.
I hate
R
Dragon.
button.
Right now?
Yeah.
Come on! Do
He's
I
a-
keep hitting the R button or
Yes!
just...
Yeah, Casey, get him! Get Wraith King. They're all out of position. Hey, Casey, don't look away! Wraith King's coming right back. Get him right there. Click him. Yes,
It's leaving,
Casey. Yes,
it's leaving.
Casey.
Yes!
Yes!
Get out! Where did I go? Where am I in this map?
You're killing everybody.
I
You're fine.
don't know where
You're
I
killing
am.
everybody.
On a killing spree! I'm on a killing spree!
Times have changed.
Yes!
He's melting to your powers. Now Wraith King, he's the last survivor. That's it, Casey. Click him down. This is how we play Mega Kill! Cry it out.
My fingers hurt! So then why are people going like this so much?
Panicking, they're clicking on
No, but I don't
Right
understand because I don't understand because with the if I click one of these instead of right clicking I'm supposed to left click?
What? You're 14 and 9. What's this 2 and 6 piece of garbage?
Yeah, Buster Bot.
Casey, I don't know what to tell you. Your teammates suck.
But I still did okay, right?
Okay. You should report these idiots. You were a great carry.
I was a great carry.
You were
I
fine.
thought I was mid.
You know, I have to say,
Yeah.
even though we figured out halfway through that you were telling me the wrong thing on one of those things,
Yeah.
that was very helpful.
Thank you. Yes, I know some people get poor coaches like Purge, and then what do they do? But
Right.
with a real coach, you can be very successful. Let me say.
What's it like for somebody like you who's been playing this forever and then having to... This is why I don't ask people for help, because
Yeah.
I feel like it's annoying for somebody like you to have to teach an idiot.
It's not annoying. The best thing in the world is for people to teach Dota players how to play. It's amazing. It's fun. It's dragging their friends into their own personal hell. It's amazing. So, yes, of course it was fun teaching you. And Easy Bots, they got us this time. But we'll get them next time, Casey. It's not over.
You said I
right?
get to play against humans next time, right?
Yeah, that's
like
gonna...
real people?
It's totally gonna work. It'll be great.
You think?
Yeah.
Before this week is out, I want to play humans.
Okay. We got it.
Not bad.
No, that's perfect.
Can't we got it?
We got it.
Can I play mid again? Was I mid?
You were something.
Back to you guys.
Casey, I'm so glad you're getting to actually play the game. And remember, you might feel a little self-conscious asking people for help.
Yes.
It's never annoying for a Dota player. In fact, Dota players never shut up once you start talking about Dota.
It's
It
true.
is their favorite thing.
That's what I love about you all. It's amazing. I have
guys.
some more follow-up questions for later.
Yeah, okay. We'll get
Good.
to it.
Strong. Stay strong. Never stop picking Viper. Everyone on your team will thank you. Now, guys, did you ever start off Dota playing Viper? I mean, you guys have been playing way longer than I have, but that was like my first pub stomp hero, man.
Slara was my first hero. I bought 3 Gauntlets of Strength, and I went mid, and I died. Not a great start, but
dude, early Dota stories, always the best. Of course, with the horns sounding, that means that teams are ready to head down to the main stage. Our first competitors did beautifully in their group, fell to lowers, and are fighting for survival. Let's bring them out. They are the TNC Pro Team. We talked about it up here on the panel. TNC had drafts in the upper bracket that didn't really set them up to shine versus LFY. Going up against them is a legendary team with 4 majors under their belt who have historically struggled at every TI. Will they be able to succeed today? It's Team OG. Ake, you've had the chance to follow these players for a long time. What is OG doing differently in this tournament that will allow them to step forward?
I think they need to see from the games from the group stage and just see which games that worked well for them and why the games that they lost, why those games didn't work for them, and just try to find their own play style and just get the right feeling on how they're gonna win the games.
The games that I've seen OG succeed is where you have No-Tail on some sort of soft carry, like a 2 position, playing out of the safe lane, having Ana mid on the 1 position, whether it's an Invoker, a TA, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, one of those heroes where he can really scale well into the late game. I think
Alchemist as well.
Alchemist, definitely. I think that's where OG excels, and I, in interest of seeing them win, I would hope that they would stick to something similar.
Ana, of course, an all-star player for OG. Went off with Alchemist earlier on in the tournament. We got the chance to catch up with Ana outside the game.
You could be any animal, what would you be? Maybe a dog, because you just eat food. That's all. You're happy with that, right? What's your favorite food then? Fish. Oh, how much do you eat? Where would you want to live if you could live anywhere?
I'd live right here in Gainesville.
What's the first time you got grounded? What for?
I don't know, maybe playing too much Dota.
Sounds about right. Same, dude. I can't say much. Playing Dota, game is life. What's this?
It's just a piece of art.
Yeah. It's a piece of art, apparently.
What's the song you play most now?
Michael Jackson. Which one? Man in the Mirror, dude.
Yeah, it's a good song.
It's a good song, man. So, James, what's your favorite sound? I like the Dota 2 match popping sound. I know, what's your favorite part of the game? Going to bed.
Hey, if you guys could throw a party with really big budget, who would you invite?
I think I would invite all my teammates. And what are you guys?
Oh, that's nice.
What would it be like?
While drinking and passing out for 2 beers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know what I mean? 2 beers?
2 beers at a time?
Yeah.
This whole LAN party, to be honest.
LAN party? Yeah. Oh, you play Dota vodka? When you kill someone, you make someone drink.
What would you change by your past?
About myself?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
guess it's just me, dude. Are you serious?
Hey, if you guys would like fall off a building, what would you guys regret? Not the best time to ask, is it?
Yeah, dude, we're gonna die, man. Anyways, I probably like regret wanted to go to Japan.
James, save me, I'm falling.
Alright, if you could have a superpower, what would it be? Flying.
Hey, Anna, what was your favorite toy as a child?
Maybe like bike? Does that count? What? Was it funny? Bike? A bike? Yeah, sure. Why not? I used to do that a lot.
How did you ask your first girlfriend out?
I think I went to her place, actually. Yeah. And then I also. I actually don't have a good.
You had to get a word tattooed on your forehead. What would it be?
Forehead.
As
Yeah.
forehead.
What if you get something like this tattooed? Like smaller.
No. If anything, I get a dog, man.
Hey guys, what's the meaning of life?
Chase dreams.
I think it's the connections you make with other people. It's the most important. What about you?
Well, it's winning lottery. No, I'm kidding. Being happy?
Yeah.
That's about it.
Happy.
Get some good sleep. Meaning of life.
The meaning of life is actually those cats. Me and Ake were so hyped when we saw the cats, man.
Cat buddies.
I know. When Ake and I first met earlier this week, we pulled our phones out, shared cat photos. It was very hype. And now on to the elimination match, Merlini.
I'm allergic to cat people.
Oof. Wow, that's allergy by proxy.
Quickly.
So it's an interesting second order allergy you have. Now, we've talked a little bit about, how OG, PPD, you want to see them focus a little more around Ana in terms of, the position in TNC. We've talked generally about them not having as focused drafts in the winners brackets. What's the kind of draft that you'd like to see TNC pull out to succeed against OG?
I think they have a lot of flashy heroes that they need to really just commit to, especially in this lower bracket. You need to come out with your best stuff.
Flashy heroes like Viper.
No, like Tinker.
Queen of Pain is one of Cook's favorites. So
yeah,
on
something
the
really let your, they have these, Southeast Asia has amazing Dota players, like all across the board. And we talked about them the other day, really just kind of lacking the leadership and the practice mentality of, what is it actually going to take for us to rally together and win? And 1437 has brought this to that team, but you still need to let them flex on their strengths. And that's letting them play these heroes that they are capable of showing how good they actually are.
I think TNC was one of the few teams to choose Tinker several times leading up to this, correct?
Yes, they're one of the only teams that's actually picking it at any somewhat regular.
I mean, we haven't seen him at all on the main stage, either in pick or ban. Merlini, what's your assessment of Tinker as a hero in the current meta?
I think there's a lot of better mids. Nyx Assassin also super popular. Clockwork, Night Stalker, a lot of his soft counters are in the pool.
That is a great point. Yeah, I mean, Ake, you brought that up yesterday, that if you have a Nyx just going to mid, mana burning the intelligence-based heroes, there's not really that much that heroes like Queen of Pain or Puck can do to clean up against it.
Can't do anything. And if you pop a Clarity, then he's going to just mana burn you again. So it's not really anything that you can do. And Nyx is also a very tanky hero, so they can't really easily kill him.
Yeah.
Just going around and getting bounty runes and mana burning mid. Life of Nyx.
Love it. Nyx.
I think one of the cool things that Tinker does for a lineup is he enables you to be very strong in team fights with your other 4 heroes. And Tinker can handle the enemy team split pushing. He can defend your towers. He works really well against a lot of the illusion heroes, especially with Aghanims and the laser, bouncing off of all the targets. He can work really well. It's just, when you have these vision heroes and the heroes you've been talking about, Nyx as well, it's just it's tough to pick him every game.
Sure.
But he's an amazing 4 or 5 pick.
I want to shift to talk a little bit about OG's struggles in the past, because we've talked about the fact that they haven't had successful runs in lower brackets at TI. But in terms of gameplay, what were some of the pitfalls they were falling into, like that we might look for today and get anxious about if we start to see them pop up?
I think it comes down to what Peter said before, that they usually does best when Anna is on a position 1 hero and he has a really good game and they can play around him. And I think Notil is one of the best carriers that are able to do that, and that is why the team has been playing so well before. He's been able to play this PL to make he's aggressive. It's like coming mid to gang and getting towers early, and he's very good at enabling Anna in that way.
They're very invested in Anna having a good game, more than Notel having a good game. And sometimes we'll see Notel go mid on Death Prophet or Panda. Like, that's where I really don't want to see them go. I think Notel is just not a mid player. I think Anna is one of the best mid players at this tournament, and they should play to that strength.
Well, I'm very excited to see if OG can overcome their curse, or if TNC, with the new captainship of 1437, can take one more step towards the grand finals. Let's get into game 1 of our first match of the day, TNC versus OG.
TNC Pro Team versus OG. Game 1.
The draft is just the best. I love the draft stage, man.
We saw some pretty hype games yesterday.
Oh, TNC first ban Alchemist.
It's not a bad strategy.
Love it.
We see very team-specific bans coming out, especially the later we get into this tournament. Teams start realizing what other teams are good at, and they start realizing what they're actually not so good against.
I loved when you pointed that out with Team Secret just going as anti-GH as possible, banning Wisp.
It almost worked.
Selecting Coddle first.
I think that they were in a great position to win that series yesterday. I think a couple key mistakes in that game 3, and we could have seen Team Liquid eliminated very, very easily.
Lich,
he's back.
First pick Lich.
Okay, you love Lich.
I love him.
Let's see what got overlooked.
You want to marry him.
Wisp and Earthshaker, both overlooked. A lot of teams up against the Lich will go towards heavy summon lineups, which can be directly countered by a second pick Earthshaker. So I'd be quite surprised to see TNC either to let Earthshaker go back to OG. I imagine they'll probably pick it for themselves with one of their 2 picks here, and then maybe look for a Furion or some sort of hero that has summons or can play really fast in between lanes.
I think that Lich is a good hero, but I think first picking him is quite scary as well, because as we said, he's not a good hero to deal with summons, and Ench and those heroes are very good against him as well. So it really gives the opportunity to the enemy team to. And here we see the CM as well. It's like that hero that VP picks, right? You see the Lich, who can't really move around a lot, and then you get the Maiden to be a little bit greedy.
Yeah, we saw VP pick that Maiden yesterday. I was not a huge fan of it, but it worked out really, really well. What we did see, they did do Crystal Maiden actually against the Lich, right? It was exactly supports, and CM was able to start in the jungle a little bit, but he was also able to move in between the mid and the safe lane and grab a couple kills. That game was a little weird for me just because I think the Beastmaster was feeding a lot, or I think he could have played better, and the Crystal Maiden and Night Stalker wouldn't have gotten all those kills.
And at least now here for OG, they're getting the Earth Spirit, who's actually a hero that can kill Maiden in the jungle if you can find her. So it's not the Kanka and Lich opening that VP was up against, but...
And if you're playing Crystal Maiden and Earth Spirit rolls on you with an Orb of Venom,
you're dead.
Yeah, most times Crystal Maiden has a Clarity going, so first off, that's canceled. And you 140 mana for your freeze, and maybe you have 1, you definitely don't have 2.
I mean, I'm nearly certain Crystal Maiden is the slowest hero in the game, but also by a significant margin, right?
Treant Protector's pretty slow too. My 2 favorite heroes. Ice Frog, please.
One time.
I think Sand King got picked over Shaker because it's more flexible. I think they want to put Tims on a more aggressive hero a lot of times. Although we did see them pick Naga a lot, I still think they do better when he's on the Slardar ES Sand King, or Slardar Earth Spirit and Sand King rather.
5 seconds remaining.
The Brew ban. Do you think they're going to pick a core that gets countered by Brew?
I think it's more about S4 that he's one of the best Brew players.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I think OG enabling S4 is a really good strategy for them. We saw the game where he's playing Panda. He got the 11-minute Blink Dagger or something.
Oh, he dominated start to finish in that game.
S4 is the kind of player who he knows how to cause initiations and he knows how to take smart fights. So having him kind of lead the direction of your team once he has that Blink Dagger is a really good spot to be in.
And that is also why it's quite hard to play against OG, because we have S4 and Ana, who you like don't really want to give a good game in the beginning of the game. But then you also have Notail, who's very active, so it's very hard to like shut all of them down.
Morphling ban.
Yeah, I mean, Ake, you mentioned earlier, Lich plus Morphling in the mid lane is an excellent way to circumvent the weaknesses of Morphling in the early game.
And it's also a way then for Ana to play a position 1 hero in the mid lane, and for them to make sure that he has a good game. So it's a very good ban from TNC.
Ben, you play a lot of carry, right?
Mm-hmm.
When somebody bans Morphling, what is something that you would want to play without a Morphling in the game? They just banned out the Naga, and
right.
Morphling's often great against heroes that build Radiance because you can replicate them and then have a Radiance on your side.
I think it's more so for the mid lane matchup. Like they know they can't shut down the mid lane because it's a Lich.
Oh, okay.
So
they're eliminating one of the hard carries that could present them problems.
Right. That could pretty much has a very easy early game because of the Lich.
Morphling's really good versus CM and Sand King. Any stuns are just no problem at all from Morphling because he can just morph strength and survive. Also, he builds Lincoln Sphere, which is great versus Sand King.
So there's still a ton of good heroes out there that we haven't seen banned at all. Like I think Puck is still in the pool. Could be really good for S4 here. Hasn't been addressed because we see a lot of unusual bans here. Could be like Chaos Knight, which OG has been going for a lot with like no Shaker in the pool. Shaker still hasn't been picked or banned.
Yeah, that's surprising to me.
PL.
I'm not the biggest fan of CK because they have the Sanking Stun and Crimson Maiden AoE if he can get the ultimate off to kill off the CK illusions. So
it's tough versus CK, but certainly CM is not the tankiest hero.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, we've seen several Chaos Knight games on the main stage, and if he gets kills and gets farmed, feels unstoppable. And if he doesn't even feel like he's in the game.
Notail's got one of the better senses for playing that hero, I think. We saw the CK yesterday really just roam around early and not get a lot done, but I think Notail's got a nice balance of being ready to fight, also moving to create fights.
There's also the Void DP combo, too, that's still open up for OG. There's
10 seconds.
Do they play Void on the Sacred then, or?
Yeah.
I think maybe Darkseer is a way for them to make sure that OG needs to help Notail as well. Because if they leave Notail against the Darkseer, then usually Darkseer farms a lot, and it's very hard to take the mid game when he gets his mech on Darkseer. But now they probably want to get a support there to help him out, and the Earth Spirit, he doesn't really want to be there.
He definitely doesn't want to be there. They probably want to pick somebody that can solo up against this Darkseer in lane. First thoughts, I think possibly Anti-Mage for OG could be an option.
Looking at the TNC lineup, what do you feel like of their current strengths?
Team fights.
Lots and lots of team fight. Good disables. Darkseer, no disables, but massive amount of team fight.
Set him up for the Sanking Stun, the vacuum to Sanking Stun, and Darkseer, he usually builds mech, and he can go pipe as well, so that really gives him a lot of magic resistance and health from the mechanism. So
Darkseer does a great job of enabling melee cores to be more effective in the early game with Ion Shell and Surge. So in these next two picks from TNC, we'll most likely see either one or two melee heroes to, bolster his strengths, which melee heroes don't actually match up that well versus Lich and Earth Spirit because of the proximity of how their spells work. And lots of AoE, and the closer people are together, the more damage they're capable of doing. Necrophos as well, with his aura especially, constantly on melee heroes throughout team fights.
And like there we have the hero that we were talking about that they can put on Notail that actually can solo against Darkseer. It does quite well.
It can solo versus Darkseer?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
He can sustain, and
I haven't played a lot of the new Necrophos, so that's interesting.
The only problem is if Sanking drives by and gets an Ion Shell, but they're probably going to be ready with TP on Earth Spirit to be able to help him.
Ooh, Luna. Second appearance here on the main stage.
Look at that melee core I predicted, just popping right up, right away. I'm on top of it, huh?
In your defense, Luna is the meleeest ranged hero in the game.
Yeah, people like to go melee range on Luna, right? So ideally, the Ion Shell should just work for itself.
She's
Either way, when you're right, Peter.
So
yeah.
I think there's two ways to deal with the Necrophos.
I'm right.
As a carry. You can either pick a Diffusal hero, or you can pick a carry that does a ton of magic damage, and Luna fits in the latter position. I think we saw it picked versus Liquid, I think, was it?
Yeah, Team Secret snatched up Luna in the final game.
And it destroyed the Necrophos. They, like, as soon as he pops Ghost Rider, just bomb him with Eclipse.
I'd love to see OG head towards some Black King Bar heroes that built that item pretty naturally here. All 4 of these heroes definitely struggle against that item. Luna, a very magic-based damage carry for the early game until she gets a Manta and a Butterfly.
TNC is also getting a lot of more team fight here with the Luna, of course, with her ultimate, but also the aura, the lunar blessing that makes them being able to take down towers faster.
Yeah, Luna can be that frontliner for the team and go hit the tower. What they don't have is any kind of save to back her up.
So Centaur Warrunner for OG.
Alternatively to BKB heroes, they can build pipe wielders. Centaur, I think, he builds hood / pipe every single game. Very, very good versus their lineup. And also, we saw it paired up a lot, Centaur Warrunner versus the Luna matchup. And it's actually very problematic for the Luna. You just like spam double edge on her. CM maybe not going to be in lane that much. And you're not really in danger of dying Eclipse because of the hood.
I want to ask the same question that I asked earlier, but for OG. How would you describe this lineup, its strengths right now?
Team fight and laning prowess. I think that they're set up to have a better early game with the Lich, and they'll probably take a decent early game advantage. I imagine Centaur will probably go hood first, or maybe even rush a blink, and he'll start looking for activity on the map. Darkseer, being the 3 position, is most likely going to be farming quite a bit more than the Sand King, who is most likely slotted as the 4. So we can expect an earlier blink dagger from OG and have them begin initiating fights, and TNC might be on the back foot until the 4 position Sand King catches up.
I mean, especially with the Earth Spirit, that wherever there's any weakness, he can bomb in so easily, transitioning into Centaur on a Blink Dagger.
It feels like OG wants to kind of take the fight a bit back and forth. Like, they have the Centaur to be able to run out when Luna is coming in with her ultimate, and maybe they use the vacuum and wall on Darkseer.
Do you think we can expect a aggro tri-lane from TNC?
Could be. How is Darkseer against Centaur? It's quite even.
Fine. It seems fine.
Probably better for Darkseer.
Yeah, I think a watch.
Yeah, they should just block the hard camp.
Oh, I see.
Otherwise, the Darkseer is just going to push out the wave and pull the hard camp and
talk about that. Can you explain that?
Hmm?
Can you explain that for everyone who doesn't know what you're talking about?
That the Darkseer puts iron shells on the wave and he pushes it out. So
I was talking about the ward.
Oh, the ward. He puts the the Centaur is going to bring a ward down to the bottom lane in case he's against the Darkseer, and he blocks the hard camp with the ward so it doesn't spawn. So
the Darkseer pushes out the wave with Iron Shell, and then to take it to win the lane and to beat Centaur, he denies all of his creeps to the neutral hard camp there. So if Centaur wards that, then those creeps won't spawn, and that opportunity for him to, or for Darkseer to get ahead won't be there.
And here comes the Cuckoo, Queen of Pain.
Ana on Invoker, going to be versus Cuckoo on Queen of Pain. The draft is complete. Will TNC be able to let Luna get the farm needed to conquer in the end game, or will OG's building towards supporting Ana give them a victory here in game 1? Let's head down to the casters to get this match underway.
It's been a year, Lumi, yet it feels like this could be deja vu. In 2016, OG was shocked when TNC took them down 2-0 in a similar circumstance in the lower bracket, I believe in this exact same round, to eliminate them from the International. Only 5 players from that match remain heading into this tournament. The lineups have changed, perhaps the styles have changed. Do you think history will repeat itself?
I don't know, but we're about to find out. I think it's always very dangerous.
Oh, come on, you've got to give me better than that.
Okay, well, I was trying to get into it as you brutally cut me off. But I think it's very dangerous to assume that, hey, it's the same matchup. It's going to be TNC taking it again. But I think last year TNC in this position came in as a team that didn't expect to go too far. They were playing as if there's nothing to lose, whereas on the other side, OG, they're destined to win the last TI, right?
They started upper bracket, they got shocked by
exactly.
then they got bounced out.
Right, so I think mentality-wise, it's very different this year around. And coming in here, you could make the argument that TNC is supposed to be in the upper bracket still. They're supposed to be doing a lot better. They represent...
I mean, I don't know. I'm a little worried about OG. They're already asking for suggestions from the viewers. What items do they have?
Well, for Fly, he buys nothing. He buys wards. Maybe has one GG branch. He's going to buy Tango and keep sharing with his allies.
It's 2 very different ways of asking that same question, right? Yeah. Jarex is like, well, which of these amazing 4-position items that can change the game should I get? Fly's like, can I get boots? Please?
Well, the good thing for Lich is that you do have the high natural movement speed, so you don't maybe need the boots till a little bit later.
Ah. So I think coming into this tournament, to expand on your point, you were talking about TNC, a very different mindset where that core that got them, the big upset last year has stuck together. 3 of their players remain with the new captain, but similar formula, another North American player being imported in to hopefully lead the team to greatness like Demon did last year. So you look at this matchup, they start in the upper bracket. It looked like versus LFY were just outmatched. What is kind of their trajectory heading into this game?
So I think they were outmatched by LFY because it wasn't the same TNC that did their bread and butter, right? They came into this tournament leading C with their own particular playstyle, which is, hey, we're going to Bat Rider silencer you. This lineup that involves with a lot of precise team fight coordination. And I'm glad to see them that they're doing this again. Like yesterday, they picked Broodmother, which is not a Cuckoo hero. They pick Alchemist, which Cuckoo does play, but only once in the last 6 months. These are not comfort picks for TNC that we saw yesterday. Today, however, this is all TNC special. We're going to see the beauty that is the Vacuum Burrow Strike. Tims and Sam H, I mean, I know they show Universe and Zai, like you called it the love story. This is the C love story. Like Sam H and Tims, they're mind linked when it comes to initiation. We're going to see some crazy combination for them.
All right, well, save the kissing until after the victory, TNC. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Cuckoo also playing one of his best hero. We'll see if he's going to be effective. He's only 50% in this tournament so far with the Queen of Pain, but this is probably his namesake hero. So this is a very good look for TNC. They're playing their strategy. They're playing with the comfort picks, and I think they're going to bring it to OG.
All right, the teams entering the fields of Dota. Game 1 of an elimination showdown begins now. So we'll see how the lane's set up here, Lumi. Looks like Sam H is going to be heading to the off lane as the Darkseer, so TNC looking very standard in their setup. S4 going off lane on the Centaur. Although as I say that, it seems like NoTel might be heading that way. It doesn't even have a TP scroll. So it looks like for OG that they really want a particular laning configuration. Are they afraid of aggression here?
I think, as the panel suggested, they want to line up the Necro versus the Darkseer. It's a decent lineup. As the smoke comes, and Jerax, the perfect position, breaks the smoke in the high ground. And honestly, not too good of an initiation as he just throws some stones around.
Great minds thinking alike here. Cuckoo now going to try to trade out with Jerax a little bit. They do assume position to snag that bounty rune.
This is really big.
At the very least, they probably can get the bounty rune edge if they commit, but no, TNC are going to back away. So the smoke expended, a lot of damage done early. This Queen of Pain.
And more importantly, you force Queen of Pain to take Blink, so that's a lot of a harass that Ana doesn't have to deal with in the Shadow Strike. So
yeah, he does start with a lot of plus stats here, so already ate one of the 2 pulled tangos. He's going to be a bit late on regen in this middle lane.
I mean, that might seem like a small thing, but Jerax's move to break the smoke, force Blink on Queen of Pain, just gave Ana the lane that, like for the first minute and a half, and he has got the better block, so.
And to make matters even better for OG, I believe they may have just seen this ward dropped up towards the top side, as Jerax had previously warded that exact same cliff, so they might even get a D-ward as well to start this laning stage. These are all little things. They don't directly translate into gold on the board, at least not in a major way, but indirectly can make a huge difference in the next 5-6 minutes. But top lane, this could make a direct impact. Burrow Strike coming through, looking for the first blood. S4 will go down. TNC grabbing that kill early.
LD, this is giving me the same deja vu. LGD ran a offlane Beastmaster and Lich yesterday combination. And remember what happened? It was Beastmaster moving too forward before the Lich got Frost Armor. Same story here. If you're playing a offensive Lich lane, you definitely want to make sure that you hold back for a while and make sure you get level 2 on both of your heroes before you venture forward. Although with that said, OG does have the beneficial bottom lane, getting the matchup that they want, the Necrophos versus the Darkseer.
We are going to see Fly go for that D-ward now and eats the Dire Ward. So OG, I mean, they already had the ward there, so they should really have the ability to dodge these ganks with full vision supremacy in the top lane for now, but a bit of a sloppy start gets them TNC rolling, and we'll see. Meanwhile, this Necro versus Darkseer lane, is it, so you consider it quite advantaged for the Necrophos?
It's not too advantage. I mean, normally when you pick Darkseer, you pick him for the mid-game team fight, but also for the lane dominance, and he's not getting that part. Like, he is not going to be able to dominate NoTel, so in that sense, it's a small draft win for NoTel, and he's also going to be able to farm for a big item should he choose to do so. Because I don't think Sam H is going to be able to deny any of his farm.
Despite the D-Ward, Tim's still playing aggressive here on the north side of the map. He is going to try and snag a bounty room, does so. So roaming constantly. But his movement's largely being tracked. Not sure if they'll identify that he's moving towards mid now.
Bottom lane, no tail.
In danger. Necrophos staying alive for now. Doesn't have that point in the Ghost Shroud just yet.
Yeah. I mean, that might look like it was like a pretty good turn of event for Sam H, but honestly, with the fact that No Tail could just regen off of last hits, I don't think he's going to be too worried about how the lane's going.
Already back to full HP. Just giving Sam H some poke damage where he can, but top lane again, they make their move, and they might actually get the jump here in S4. Lucid Beam sets it up, Burrow Strike to follow. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Tries.
They do.
Tries to get some out before he falls. A second death for the offlane Centaur.
Very curious skill point for Lich to actually go for the Nova here instead of the Frost armor, or rather Ice armor.
So the downside of this ward, I guess, is also I think Tim's took this northern approach, which is just out of vision of that OG ward. They may not have expected that rotation. Nice adjustment there.
They should have seen him walking past the ward, but I guess they were just looking elsewhere. But I think these lanes should be going a little bit better for OG, but this is no surprise for any TNC fans. Sometimes they just win from the laning stage due to the raw mechanical skill that the player has. Cuckoo, I think, one of the best players in the mid lane for NC. Like, bar none. He's so good.
And they gave him the Quappa here that can excel, and the Lich so far has just been trying to support that Centaur in the top lane. It was mentioned, and I think it really has been true for OG, that so often Ana gets the priority with support, with the hero picks, with the amount of farm he's given. They haven't really offered him much in the mid lane, just that early support from the Earth Spirit, but he's largely been off the lane, rotating around early here. And as a result, Cuckoo has been able to get the edge on Ana CS-wise, though Ana starts to equalize it now. They are making their moves with Tims. Again, pursuing Fly, trying to force him back, hits that burrow.
They got the blink.
Cuckoo can come in for this, blinking forward, scream, one hit! Just gets him. The DD rune from Tims working its magic. TNC 3 in a row. This Sand King, the gift that just keeps on giving.
What we're going to see throughout this series is Cuckoo's understanding of the tiniest lines.
He's going for number 4. No Radiant Vision of this movement. Tims has managed to find just that one sliver of fog, and he wraps around on a No Tail. No Tail's in trouble, does have the Ghost Shroud to try and keep him alive a bit longer. The auto attacks too much, he gets the heal up. They're gonna have another Burrow in 5. Surge is available, driving Tims deeper. In comes the Earth Spirit, they need that Burrow, they get it too, but the trade might be. Jurek's taking 1. Can he get 2? Rolling forward, a bit off the mark on Sam H, who now turns, wants to fight. Gonna let him go. So another core kill and another successful rotation. Feels like that puppy game from yesterday on the Spirit Breaker, where every single gank paid off.
Yeah. I'm very surprised that Necrophos doesn't have a magic stick. He now respawns and buys one, but had he had a magic wand and he Ghost Shroud and just popped the wand, he would have been at full HP. You know that Darkseer is gonna be spamming a lot of spells in lane, so he could have been accruing a lot of wand charges. So maybe just a small oversight, but definitely had to pay for it.
I mean, it also could be Sam H just staying far away from him when he's using the Ion Shell. So
yeah,
I mean, he's had the wand for a while, but yeah.
Unless I just didn't see the wand. That's my apology.
No, he did have it, but he just never got that many charges. So I think a lot of it is credit to Sam H being smart about when he uses his spell.
Standing in fog before using the Ion Shells.
Top lane, the pursuit on S4. But again, just keep your eyes on Tims because he is constantly trying to pressure. This time though, Jurex standing at the shrine is going to be able to bully him away. So rolling forward, even wants to commit, try to contest that bounty room, but Tims grabs it again.
That Orb of Venom though, doing a number on Tims to force him away.
He may have to burrow away here. Now Cuckoo coming in for support. So overall laning stage now with 4 kills to their name, TNC. They've accrued a decent gold advantage. Experience though, still dead even. All things considered, Lumi, how do you feel each team has done at accomplishing their respective objectives in this early laning stage?
I think TNC is doing a lot better than OG. OG has the Lich advantage, so you should be ahead in lane. They have the Necrophos versus Darkseer matchup, but what hands out happening is that TNC is winning at least 2 out of 3 lanes. You can make the argument that they're winning all of the lanes.
Smoking up, TNC to move over towards mid, while meanwhile in the top lane, Raven's in trouble, has the teleport scroll, but a stun from S4 could do him in. He's got decent move speed with the slow coming through from the Lich. Sunshine to follow. He will go down, even pop the Fairy Fire, but lane, look at mid, eyes on Ana, who's been corralled by Cuckoo. They'll take him down. No Tail even rotating, does have that Reaper's Sight. Isn't enough damage though, not quite. 1437 skates away, now that's punishment for No Tail, and TNC get away with all three. A 2-for-1 around the map, and they might get more. Cuckoo, he's got the level 4 screen here. He can go on Jarek. He will do so. It's a triple for Cuckoo.
Wants to roll while doing so. He might be in a little bit of trouble under the tower. Fly trying to body block him. He has Nova looking to, well, Cuckoo.
He's a little bit short on the mana here. The Blink's cooling
Blink,
down.
1 second. Blink, he's out.
And with the Sunstrike already expended, they won't have one in time. Cuckoo outplaying OG.
This is where Cuckoo is at his best, walking that fine line, knowing when to go in, knowing what spells to use when you only have like 150 mana and making it work. This is Cuckoo. Like, this is the one game you know he's playing well, for sure.
Meanwhile, Sam H taking advantage of that movement from No Tail does drag the creeps off and do a little bit of jungling here, get that extra bonus experience. Definitely one of the benefits of a Darkseer who's left unchecked against the solo here. He could be more greedy in the jungle and get away with it. But look at this, TNC now making their move towards top, smoked up. Will this next gank also be successful? OG are anticipating it perhaps. They're not going on Raven. No, they're gonna try now. Rolling boulder forward commitment with the Stampede. Follow-up, he doesn't have Eclipse yet, but now TNC want the turnaround play. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be happening. The Sand King of Tims has to back away.
TNC wanted
bottom lane onto No Tail. The dive from Cuckoo has the Ghost Shroud to try and keep him in fighting shape. The Clumple not available. Reaper Sight with the silence. He dodges the boulder though, bottling up. See ya. Cuckoo finally dealt with. OG certainly needed that.
Yeah, very good movement for OG, setting up the kill up top and then defending their core from a kill on the bottom. Very nicely done. What TNC wanted to do is rotate their support to the Luna as soon as she picks up that level 6 and set up an Eclipse kill. But I think OG is just one step faster, one step ahead.
And with that Quap rotation, it does free up Ana in the middle lane. He's been doing a lot of chip damage. And now it's becoming quite substantial structural damage. This tower's down to 400 HP. Likely goes down the next time that someone leaves the lane unchecked. Still, eyes on Tims for TNC. Had a great start in the lanes. Lumi already 600 gold banked. With the Tranquils, the brain drops up as well. So the Blink Dagger is next on his agenda. 1 or 2 kills could just set that ball rolling.
Yeah, a lot of teams at this moment in time, they would just give a lane to Sand King to basically let him get that Blink, but it looks like they want to have Tims on the map still to make sure that he's applying pressure. Looks like he will be able to get the tier 1 tower up top.
Will he though? OG want to contest this. They smoke in with Jerax and look to take a fight, but Tim's burrowing out. There is a Stampede available. Jukes away, dodges that boulder smash. Still the roll forward, still the commitment with the silence coming through. Sunstrike as well. OG make the Scorpion explode. Crucial kill for them as they continue to slow down Tim.
Mid lane, Queen of Pain blinks in, applying a ton of pressure onto Ana, but with the 14 wand, it's going to be okay.
So TNC, fantastic start to the lane. They got tons of kills, lots of pressure, killed off Ana, slowed him down a lot. But what's next for them now? Do they need to calm down, take a step back and farm? Should they ramp up the pressure? What's the game plan for TNC moving forward?
Well, kill Ana, that's game plan number 1 here as Ghost Walk is forced out. Sonic Wave is available, but Cuckoo will let him go for now.
Good discipline there by Cuckoo. That ult is a long cooldown, especially if you're not going to get the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, which we don't see too much nowadays.
So to answer your question, I think there's going to be a couple of peak timings coming out from TNC. When you combine the mech finishing on the Darkseer as well as the Blink pickup on the Sand King, TNC could definitely gonna go for a big fight. Mid lane, hold that thought here as we're going to see it go. Queen of Pain, perfect chain tank from OG, and they blow up Cuckoo.
That early aggression from Cuckoo now being answered back. But TNC make their move. First time the Luna's going to get active on the board. Heads towards the bottom side. They'd love to dive out No Tail. They've got tons of nuke damage here. Ghost Shroud will not save you if TNC can keep the vision. They try for the wraparound here. Still no vision this rotation, but No Tail realizes something's not right. He TPs to join his team. That might mean the tower's forfeit, but it should also mean that they don't give up any kills.
Yep.
So instead, congregate, start chipping down this tier 1.
This is a very
OG
standard,
do not want to fight.
Standard gank timing from a Luna team. We saw that out of MP and Team Secret yesterday. As soon as she hits level 6, level 7, you should expect a smoke gank. And like you said, they do get the tower, but it should be a kill and then a tower. So TNC losing out a little bit there with that smoke rotation.
Big dive in from Cuckoo again. trying to force out the TPs, and he gets one, make it two. Looks like the Lich will complete. And in the jungle, 1437, just barely running by Jerax, who quickly rolls away. So OG, as you mentioned, mirroring the movements. It's a slow push top. You almost wonder, do TNC come back and try and defend, but
they're happy pushing a tier 2 bottom right now.
They would rather split push instead. Yeah. They're also trying to pincer. Tims and Cuckoo moving in.
Look at how aggressive.
Flank, but Jerax is there on the high ground. Tims is going to see him almost at the same time, but not quite. The silence comes out. Now the nuke from the Lich. He's got a burrow directly on top of himself, only hitting one as well, and now smashed again. The roll forward nets them another kill. TNC disengage. OG just keep on getting the jump.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They have crawled completely back into this game. Now that tower dropping in the top lane. No tail, the hood complete. Very heavy magic damage for TNC. It was something the panel mentioned 3-4 picks in, and even this last pick.
Oh, no tail.
Only continued that agenda.
Eclipse coming out from the side. They blow up him very easily, and now they're on the chase. Vacuum is available. Vacuum back. No Burrow Strike to connect that. Sankey nowhere near in this fight. Queen of Pain eats the combo. Nice silence from Jerax. Complete chain stun.
You talked about how good TNC are at hitting those intricate combos, but OG, they've been the ones really delivering in that department over the last couple minutes.
Yeah, what's really lacking from TNC is just the raw power of stuns, right? They have one Burrow Strike as an AoE disable, and that's going to be the best combo spell with the Vacuum.
They need that Blink. He's going to take some time and farm it up now. Vacuum is level 4 on Sam H, so once he gets it, it feels like the team fight should ramp up a lot. You also got a mech nearly completed, so that appears to be the timing for TNC. Get those items. You know, the Luna will try to farm towards late game as she completes her Mask of Madness relatively soon, but you're really looking for that big AoE team fight combo.
Yep. Who could might die here?
Links out just in the nick of time.
Jerax not here for once. So I do want to mention that yes, you know, the Blink Dagger timing on Sanking is important, the mech timing is important, but the counterplay from OG is going to be that Centaur ultimate, right? Like, if the Sanking Burrow Strike is expended, there is really no way that you stop Stampede from engaging or disengaging. So it's very important. Well, I mean, Frostbite stops one, but when the whole team runs at you.
No, you're definitely right. Stampede is great against TNC. They have to chain everything in a very small window.
Basically, TNC has to win the team fight during Vacuum Burrow Strike. If they don't win it, then OG has the option to win or turn.
Cuckoo, for once, is getting the vision here. A dire scan reveals nobody is top, and they're going to see Jerax. Also, Ana out in the trees. They might even go for this Invoker. If he's still sticking around, that would be the much juicier kill. Ana just walking right by, and actually dodges away. It is nighttime.
I mean, they have a ward though, right? Shouldn't they have?
They're afraid of what lurks behind, it seems.
You know, this is
no quap ult for 5 seconds.
This is the third Invis rune that Cuckoo has picked up, but hasn't really converted them into too many kills.
Yeah, where he was absolutely dominating that middle lane early, he's now 30 CS down. Net worth is slipping as well. And that is the question. Do you want to try and just engage in this farm war with Ana having a pretty timely Midas? The Ags is over halfway complete. Actually, 3/4 complete.
OG is going to show on the mid. Quick kill here. And they're going to transition to pushing that tower. I mean, if
Ana, top lane, big dive, but immediate rotation comes in, hits the 2-hero tornado, and now look for the turn. Rolling forward, Jerax is going to miss on his opening, but they don't want to commit too much just for an Earth Spirit. Now comes the vacuum, now comes the combo, the quad ult, he gets silenced! Jerax denies him. Cuckoo can't get his ult up. He blinks up, he scatters back. They're going to lose 3 in the end with that Crystal Maiden mid, and they don't even get a kill. The teamwork from OG, keeping the dream alive.
Raven gonna try to get the besting out of a bad situation. Gets the tier 2.
God,
had he had a tier 1 to port 2, maybe he could have joined with a teleport scroll and an Eclipse, but that team fight looked over pretty fast. Just shows you the power of Stampede against TNC's draft.
And the power of the Earth Spear with the silence as they now set up on the bottom lane. Luna not gonna quite get clipped by the Sunstrike, but the threat is there. We'll take another look at this engagement.
It is so important for TNC to get things done during the short stun duration of that Burrow Strike. And if you don't, man, look at that Jerax silence and stun.
Quap was mid-cast animation on a level 2 Sonic Wave there when she got first Boulder smashed and then silenced. narrowly dodging what could have been a catastrophe for OG.
It's going to be a long while until TNC will be able to fight with their Luna. Luna, despite how farm she is, still needs the BKB, still needs to finish the Manta before she could really stand in the front line against this kind of dangerous nuking combination of OG. But let's talk about the Luna later. I think the more important timing is the Darkseer mech plus the Blink Burrow Strike. And TNC is almost there. Just needs 150 gold on Tims. And we're going to definitely see a smoke from TNC.
And they'll need this 4-hero group up to get something done. Perhaps Raven will join them, but one of the issues that we've seen with Luna is that she just needs so much farm after that laning stage to be a high impact carry. She's very squishy, she's got low attack range. Sure, the Glades can bounce fairly far, but she often finds herself in the middle of fights out of position and dying until she gets, say, the BKB, the Manta, you know, maybe a Butterfly worked in there somewhere, like a lot of big expensive items. So,
and because her ally doesn't have anything like 4 staffs and you're playing against Stampede,
they don't have a Dazzle, they don't have an Oracle, they have no save.
It makes positioning that much harder. TNC just essentially has to outplay OG,
and you're up against the Centaur. So it does feel like the Luna is very much just a supporting cast member until that 30 to 40 minute mark when the farm finally kicks in, but that also kind of plays into Ana's wheelhouse as the Invoker. Not to mention the late game Necrophos, the Centaur Ags. These are not things to sneeze at if you're TNC. So it kind of goes full circle, and I do feel like it is all about this mid-game timing that we keep on harping on. With the Darkseer level 4 vacuum, the mech online, the Blink Dagger on Sand King, can TNC find those incredible team fights?
I mean, just look at how afraid TNC is. If you want to go to Dire Vision, they have 2 wards in the enemy jungle, but you just don't see any members of OG. Even with the Blink Dagger, it looks like they just got a glimpse of the Earth Spirit placing a ward. Even with the Blink Dagger, they don't feel kind of aggressive enough. And I think they might be missing one of their peak timing right now.
Well, they're going to try to make something happen here. Perhaps on Jerax. They see him roaming around on their side of the river. They hesitate for a long time, assuming almost that he has his whole team there.
Yeah.
But in fact,
it's just Jerax.
It's just Jerax. OG are farming.
Yeah, comparing to what OG is doing, you know, TNC's grouped up as 4, holding hands, being afraid. And OG's spreading out. They're letting that Midas on Invoker kicking in. Their Necro's doing well. Same thing with that Centaur. So
it does feel like OG are a bit in their heads after the last few ganks that backfired. And meanwhile, Ana just calmly continuing his own farm progression. The Boots of Travel complete, the Ag's already out. And now the BKB, the next crucial item for him. Once he gets this BKB looming, they already have a pipe on the Necrophos. They're building another hood and potentially a double pipe here on OG as S4 completes that hood.
Yeah, pipe.
It's all magic damage until this Luna gets big. Yeah, the pure damage Queen of Pain ult, that's not enough on its own.
For sure. And, you know, I keep saying it's so important for TNC to win the team fight fast. You know, you have Vacuum, you have Burrow Strike, you got to win it then. The double pipe is going to be effectively preventing that from happening. And once they survive that initial engagement, Stampede is going to just take over the fight. So I think OG is itemizing perfectly. They are outplaying TNC in terms of the map game. TNC is just so scared. And, you know, if this game just goes at the exact same pace like it's going now, OG is going to win the late game for sure.
And you know TNC feel a little pressure to make a move. That's why they went for these mid-game items. That's, you know, part of why they drafted the way they did is they wanted to be on the offense right now. But it's actually OG making those plays, rolling forward. Jerax tries to start. Won't see an opening. TNC back away in time. The ward perhaps assisted them at a critical moment.
Oh, I think they might be waiting for yet another timing. Samage is about to pick up his Blink Dagger, so maybe that's what they're going for. Blink Vacuum, Blink Burrow Strike, and win right there and there. So yeah, they get the Blink and they go immediately. This has to work.
It's got to be perfect, but OG, they might have the superior position here, lurking in the trees. They do back away, but no more ward for the Dire, so they won't actually see them backing out.
This Radiant War saw that there is a Darkseer Blink, so OG's got the full information.
Freshly planted down from the safe confines of the tree line. Now TNC moving in, trying to bring this tower down. There is a glyph available. Feels like OG want to contest, judging by their positioning. S4 marching forward, no Dire Vision up that hill. It's very dangerous to just group up as 5. Could well get caught by S4. But if you don't go, you just let OG farm. Ana will continue to pull ahead.
Yeah, I think TNC is going to lose out on the economy game. I mean, Luna is one of the best late game hyper carries, so let's not count them out completely. And they do have some amazing team fight.
They haven't really been trying to play that game, right? Like Luna has not. I haven't seen too many ancient stacks. They're not really prioritizing the Luna's farm. The early roaming was all about kills for Tims. So I agree with you. She is one of those heroes. It just doesn't seem to be a big part of the TNC approach to this game.
Sunstrike is gonna check the Roche.
And a Dire Scan will hit pay dirt. This could be the moment for TNC.
But Queen is mid. Queen revealed herself mid, so that's that big burst
pushing
damage.
out the wave, but the rest of the team is streaming towards bottom. They've got the tier 1 tower here. Quap should be able to catch up. And on the high ground, it's Jarex again. He rolls away. He just keeps on giving. TNC pursue, but it's a fool's errand. He's out of there, it seems. Maybe Cuckoo. Oh, he finds him. The Ult Scepter's there. Double damage available. Dodge away from the Boulder Smash.
Silence.
And they corral him, this pesky Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, reinforcements are arriving. They do have a Stampede ready, but they're not going to see an open to use. It's still S4 marching in. He finds Cuckoo. There's the stun. The back to interrupt, but the Necro ult already came out. There was no Sand King stun. Tim's had it on cooldown. TNC are flabbergasted as OG again get the jump, get the kill. And again, Lumi, it's Jarex. It started at the level 1 smoke. It continues now. The silence in the previous team fight, every big engagement is being won one way or another by this Earth Spirit.
The sense of pressure is really kind of poking into TNC. I mean, when you do a nighttime smoke gank and it breaks, when you're on the low ground like that, you have no vision in the enemy jungle. They were just chasing for kill. They just feel like they had to get something done, and they chase a little bit too deep.
Setting up on Raven.
Doesn't have the BKB finish yet, so really can't sit in the front.
All the while, Ana just split pushing to his heart's content. He's basically got the BKB now. That little skirmish, he was up about 2K in the Luna. Now he's up almost 4K as he continues to pound into this tier 2. Jarex setting up for the next potential pickoff here. He's on the high ground. He's got the vision of that Sand King. Tims needs to back away, and the tower will fall. BKB is ready if Ana wants it, but he changes plans, now going for the Lincoln Sphere instead. Either way, the idea of killing this Invoker, jumping someone and cleanly picking off a core. The Stampede is already an issue, the pipe is a factor, now mech's been completed on No Tail, and this Lincoln's might just interrupt that one crucial disable that you need to actually kill off the Invoker.
I mean, on paper, they have both, you know, Frostbite as well as Burrow Strike, but Crystal Maiden is such a slow-moving hero, she's going to be on the back line most of the time. So this Lincoln is going to be true. Like, it's going to be blocking pretty much a Burrow Strike all the time. Jarex takes up an Invis Rune and again scouts out the rotation from TNC.
I wonder if OG look to fight this. They do have some pretty good vision with that ward that was planted down mid. Still, TNC have not realized that it's in the mid lane. But OG, again, strategically, they have a clear game plan, it seems. We're going to let Ana keep on split pushing. We'll keep on farming. We'll get the double pipe or maybe the Ags and Centaur, as he is going to switch gears, S4, changing his mind as well. And once that Centaur gets an Ags, they already have so much sustain from the Necro. The Invoker can't really be jumped. Now he's back to BKB as well. OG a bit indecisive with their item choices here. But either way, once they get that next round of items... Oh no, okay, he actually already has the Lincoln Sphere complete. Never mind.
I mean,
that.
You say they keep changing the items, but all those items do the same thing, right? They just want to tank up whether for themselves or for the whole team. And
they survive the initial combo, and
exactly.
Then they take the fight.
They understand that once they survive the initial burst from TNC, that's it. Like, there's no TNC. Like, they're so reliant on that Sonic Wave and perhaps even the freezing field to win a team fight for TNC.
They want to jump S4 here bottom. Tim's is thinking about it, but that is a bridge too far. Not going to commit. Meanwhile, OG ambitions towards the Roche pit. They are congregating. Ana's going to move into position. Reeves now up on No Tail. More and more team fights. More and more 5-man starting to ramp up for the OG machine.
And No Tail's so tanky. Reeves pipe. Not something that we see too often out of the Necrophals. They're more worried about, you know, killing people normally. Getting items like Veil, sometimes you see Dagon, sometimes you see Blink. This game, he understands that he's going to be in the front line. S4 is going to be playing the counter initiate. No Tail's doing a fine job so far.
When do TNC make their move? Do they make their move? Or do they just continue to farm and kind of wait for OG to come to them? The BKB is done on Raven. Again, still all combat items from TNC. Even Cuckoo going for the Yule Scepter here. It's something for these early skirmishes to deal with the Earth Spirit. As OG smoke up, but it was scouted. This could be an opportunity for TNC. No vision up that crucial hill. They're in position. Does Jerax get caught for once? He's always gotten the jump.
The scan hits though.
But they know.
Yeah.
And they will back away.
In fact, this is very smart. They smoke and they just wait. Wait for the Queen of Pain to farm that wave and then jump her.
Someone's going to come and farm it. Blinks in, gets off the scream, and now they try to pounce. They stream in. S4 looking for the stun, but the BKB dodge. Now the Eclipse. Now the back as well. Chain Frost bouncing through. They're on the chase. Tim hits Painter with the 2-hero burrow. They pound forward. They haven't killed anyone
They're
yet.
so tanky.
Alive. The Quaffle only hits Snowtail, who ghost shrouds it up. Still, they keep on working on him. They may yet bring him down. Commitment from TNC. They do get the Necro. Now they want the second kill. Ana looking for the turn. Tims is their lone stun. He needs to stay alive here. He's almost dead. Fly chases, but perhaps too deep. Cuckoo can almost bring him down. Shadow Strike, auto attack, gets the second kill of the fight. Now the turn. Cuckoo has the Yules. He has the blink. He makes it away. And the Yules comes through it. He will end up going down here.
They're going to chase for more.
Back the other way. They've blown everything, Lumi. The Eclipse, the BKB, but they fight at the shrine. They may die at the shrine. Back as well. Now the Deafening Blast. Cuckoo diving back in, looking for S4. The Magnetize wasn't enough. S4's overextended. They fought uphill into an enemy shrine. That is a classic strategic error, and they will get punished for it falling. Ana looking for the salvage. Not going to happen.
Huge team fight, back and forth, but I think that was just a 4-for-4, right? Including a buyback as well. You could argue pretty even, but the fact that TNC had to buy back on the Queen of Pain is going to stop her next round of items. I think ultimately an OG victory. TNC cannot get any objective off that engagement. No Roche, no tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Good BKB usage from the Luna, but despite of that, you know, did end up going down.
If nothing else for TNC, I think it probably is a little reassurance that they're not out of the game yet. They can still win these fights with good execution. OG are not so far ahead that they can't take them down.
Yes or no, right? Like, if OG did not chase up a shrine, I think OG would just flat out win that.
Yeah, but also the Quaffle hit one. You know, there's a lot of things on both sides that could have gone better.
Yeah, and of course the Centaur initiation was blocked by the quick BKB usage. So yeah, you know, a lot of things could have gone better for OG. OG taking advantage of the fact that they have very low cooldown ultimates, goes right into the shrine. Roshan.
I don't see TNC contesting this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same combo that Team Secret ran yesterday on the game that they lost. Queen of Pain ult as well as Luna ult. Very long cooldown. You lose that one fight. Other team says, all right, we're going to Roche.
Even if you win that one fight, they might just go into Roche anyway.
Exactly. That's exactly what Liquid did yesterday. So
TNC now, they'll be up against an Aegis. No-Tail already very tanky as the Necrophos. We saw it took a days, it felt like, to kill him. And now they cannot easily bring down Ana. They may try. Cuckoo blinking in. Ana there, lobs out the Tornado, but 4 of his teammates are top. So tries to force Cuckoo back on his heels with the meteor raining down. Tims could do not, but watch the fireworks.
I think the danger for TNC moving forward is that with the items that they're now buying, it doesn't increase their damage output. Like Cuckoo's working for a BKB, Luna's trying to finish their Manta style. Blink forward here, Jerax finds the stun, Crystal Maiden gonna get silenced. Nice Glimmer Cave, dodges away, but Stampede's gonna allow them chase her even further. I think the CM is gonna go down.
Eventually perhaps, but not before getting a little bit of a retaliation blow as though the Chain Frost was committed. A little damage from 1437, but nonetheless he will fall.
Yep.
And OG certainly in control now as they push through mid. Ana out in front is gonna tank this tower from the rear, and with the tower dropping, you do wonder, do OG even consider a high ground assault? All ults are up.
They have the Aegis still, so they can poke at
have
it.
the Aegis?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's perhaps the safest play is to wait for S4's Aghanim Scepter. He's only 600 gold away, but with the Aegis, they feel confident enough. And look at how much damage they're doing to the tier 3.
Look for the miracle back. They need that big combo. TNC biding their time, waiting for the opening here, but the Sand King's been caught out. He is the +1 to that initiation, and he is down. OG.
Now, I think you could just hit the building.
Easily picking him up. They got a ward onto the high ground to set that all up. No buyback on the Sand King. Out for a minute. They might get more than that. Lumi, here comes the back, but where's the follow-up? They need a burrow. They need an epi. They don't have it. Instead, they might lose 14-37 again. Glimmer Cape to try and keep them alive. They're going to tap the shrine. Fight for all they can. Eclipse is there from Raven. Will beat the Earth Spirit. Force him on his heels, but the melee has fallen. OG can get out and be content with that. Sunstrike having an additional fish will roast Raven and force him on his heel. So OG, they get what they came for. They take the melee. They are one step closer to a Game 1 victory.
TNC's itemization are critical. These BKBs are very important. Unfortunately, these BKBs are also not winning them the fights. Now they're going to chase for a little bit more. Ana goes right into Viz after taking down the shrine. He gets out. And, you know, as I keep speaking about TNC lacking damage, there's still more from OG to go in terms of tanking items. That Aghanim Scepter is finished on Centaur, so 40% damage reduction during the Stampede. I just don't think they could kill OG anymore.
OG have to screw up. That's basically how it feels now, that they need to waste the Stampede, maybe blow the pipe, someone gets caught out of position, but in a true 5v5, I almost feel even if TNC hit the 5-hero Vacuum, Epi, Burrow, Quapple, Eclipse, CM ult, it might not even be enough as long as Centaur presses his ult
and there's a pipe
they pop
going off.
the pipe and the Greaves.
Yep.
Not to mention, at least right now, you have to worry about the Sages. And that's a big assumption, right? Because OG don't have to have all 5 out in front like that. They can easily sit back and siege safely behind the Necro, behind the Invoker Forge Spirit.
They have been doing exactly that, you know. Even though that there's a Aegis on the Invoker, they feel that No-Tail is tanky enough to send in the front. Now he has a Yules to be used defensively for himself. Now we're going to see perhaps the last hurrah from TNC. They need a perfect combo.
This is what dreams are made of for TNC. Here comes the back. Here comes the burrow. Look for the follow-up from Cuckoo. The ult's cooling down, though. He doesn't have the Sonic Wave. They need to get these kills quickly. And out goes the Reaper Sight. Not quite enough damage yet. Only the Lich has fallen to CM the trade. TNC commits so much, but they didn't have the extra spells required. The Eclipse also 15 seconds off cooldown. It could have been amazing, Lumi. But they just didn't have the icing for that cake.
I think TNC is, maybe on tilt is probably not the right word, but just feeling immense pressure right now. Remember that smoking into the enemy jungle where they chase deep for Jerax? Just like small things where timings are just a little bit off. And that might have been the game. Now, I mean, you have your ult again, but no wall. They still have the Vacuum Burrow Strike combo, and this needs to strike true.
But now OG will know it's coming. They can be prepared for it with their positioning. See the Centaur's off in mid, so almost assuredly he should be able to get off that Stampede. The fight starts while it's still on cooldown, but it starts with OG out in front. The back is there to counter.
Sand King's dead,
but no Burrow Strike. Follow-up, 45 seconds on the sideline. The fight rages on. TNC desperately trying to hold the line, but it's too late. Ana has taken the melee mid, chewing through Sam H, forcing him on his heels. One melee to go, and then OG will be in pole position to finish off this first game. And it feels almost a guarantee that they will get it. The range now being plinked down, No-Tail landing the assist, OG streaming in, rotating towards bottom. They want their vengeance for last year, and they're gonna get one step closer if they can close this out. Cuckoo, Sunstrike coming through, forces him back, the Eclipse committed, but casual Stampede, they'll back him back in. S4, he doesn't care about your clips, he doesn't care about your vacuums, he still gets out.
That was an Eclipse use and a Stampede, and they're full HP. Now the second half of the fight now breaks out. Reaper side will get BKB. Nice activation by Cuckoo. Raven, the front line, he doesn't have the BKB. Will get absolutely blown up. And now it's a route going the other direction. Buyback to the Luna. Crystal Maiden will quickly fall as well. OG stays as 5 strong, and TNC shattered as they run away.
5 heroes now converging on this Tier 3 in the bottom lane, looking for the third lane of Rax. The stop comes through, the burrow to interrupt, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? They need it, and they just simply don't have it. They back in again. There's so much combo potential. The Quapple, it tickles. It does nothing more from Cuckoo, and now, as a roll and a smash forward occur, it spells his demise, it spells TNC's demise. Game 1 is OG's. Clinical. And I have to say, Lumi, Jerax, an incredible showing. Broke the smoke gank at level 1. He interrupted multiple other smoke ganks that game. The silence that prevented the Quap from getting the follow-up Sonic Wave in that early fight behind the Tier 1 top. So many fights just never got off the ground. As OG, they walk out, they feel good, but they know it is a best of 3, and this one ain't over yet.
Yeah, I know the crowd was cheering for the Earth Spirit as Jurex picked it up, but I think the big thing for me is he showed what he could do as a 4-position player. Just being able to break smokes, being able to put vision very deep. There were so many smoke ganks that TNC did right under OG wards. I think TNC got somewhat outplayed and missed their timing a little bit. They had to wait for a Blink Dagger and a Darkseer before they made the first move, but at that point they were so far behind.
It was always like one more item, right? It's like, let's get the Mech and the Blink on the Sand King, and then let's go, oh wait, let's actually get the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer, then let's get the Luna BKB before the next fight. And by the time they were able to take a fight, it was almost maybe too late at that point.
Yeah.
Because OG just thwarted so many of the other ganks.
And also the critical thing is I kept saying that they needed that one combo. Have we seen it once? It was
we
like,
saw the makings of it, but I don't know that they ever
we haven't seen a 4-man vacuum into 4-man burrow into a win. Like, that has not happened.
Well, the combos were lacking in this game, but OG, they certainly weren't. They take the game 1, and now they'll look to close out the series.
Thank you, gentlemen. Indeed, Ana looked great in that game. I mean, Invoker was so farmed and pulled so many clutch Sunstrikes, so many nice executions throughout the game, and it was a relatively clean win despite the game being relatively close at the start.
Centaur Invoker has always been a timeless classic with the Blink stun into a Sunstrike. Lots of damage. I think that they were definitely on the right track with the draft that they had, putting Animid on the Invoker, allowing him to play their highest net worth hero and having a huge impact on the game. Necrophos for no-tail, something he could solo up against Darkseer like Ake was talking about. That worked incredibly well.
And also getting the mech and pipe, like many of them being able to sustain the damage that they made from the Luna ultimate and the vacuum combo. And I think OG just felt that if they were able to sustain during their combos, they're gonna win the fights, and that's what they did.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that they were able to end the game early enough, but they had enough sustainability with the mic or the mech and the pipe to survive the spell damage from TNC, and Luna never really got to the point where physical damage was a serious concern.
And I got to say, TNC did a great job early game executing a number of really successful ganks that put them ahead on the kill count at the start of the game, but it was really impressive to see how OG didn't start really making mistakes, playing into that, and just played very stably at the start of the game. And I want to get your thoughts, Purge, on what you thought were some of the key moments that were happening throughout the opening of the match.
Yeah, like you said, TNC did have a really good early game. They Cuckoo got that triple kill on the mid lane. But what I really liked about OG's draft is it felt a lot more like old OG, which is grabbing a lot of heroes that can kind of work together to make ganks happen in multiple different combinations. I thought Centaur was also an interesting pick. I believe this is the only the 7th of the tournament. He's really fallen off recently. One of the reasons maybe because he does have a little bit of trouble in the offlane. He died once there, actually died a second time as well in a similar situation, using 3 disables, lots of bonus right-click damage from the Luna. So he did have a bit of a tough laning stage, but the cool thing about Centaur that Peter pointed out is that he does a lot of damage for a typical offlane compared to somebody like Nyx or Clockwork. He does way more than that, and it allows you to actually kill the enemy carry a few times. And if you do that, it lets you limit what that carry has in a normal way. A lot of the other teams, the way they've been playing an anti-carry strat is they make sure they have better lanes against them, not so much that they have better ganks. And I really felt this in the mid-game period where TNC was just scared to do things. If you look at the map right now, all of TNC is sitting around, not really feeling very comfortable leaving their towers, partially because OG got more towers early. But if you see how they're pushing these lanes, they're doing it in utmost carefulness because they do not want to get caught. Because if Earth Spirit stuns the setup, if Centaur stuns the setup, there's always going to be a Sunstrike there. And all it really takes is 2 of OG and a Sunstrike to get a kill. So it's really a bit more of an OG draft, really reminding me of some of the days they won majors, and hopefully they can stay on the right track.
With no defensive supports, there really wasn't anyone to back up that Luna. So they were really just dependent on OG kind of walking into them, and that's a really tough way to play the game.
They really needed the BKBs on both Luna and Queen of Pain to be able to take the fights, but even at the point when they got them, they weren't able to kill someone, and they just died after.
Queen of Pain actually went Yules right after Veil, which I was a bit surprised with. It didn't really make a lot of sense to me. I think that Yules is great for obviously removing the Earth Spirit silence, but when you're playing up against an Invoker, it's Invoker's biggest struggle is when the enemy cores get the Black King bar.
And you guys touched on shutting down S4 and shutting down Ana, they could really only do one, and they had to commit so many resources to top lane. They had 3 heroes there most of the time, and there was still a Lich there, and Ana just had really high net worth way too early in the game.
Yeah, and those impeccable Sunstrikes, gank after gank after gank. We want to take a closer look at the mid laner from OG. Let's investigate Ana.
So I was born in Melbourne. I lived here my whole life until I was 16 and played professional Dota. When I first started playing Dota, I was like really into it. I was just playing non-stop for like 10 hours a day. My mom, she would tell me to go to school, but I would like try to get out of it.
But sometimes play late, the next day cannot get up earlier, on time go to school.
I'll eventually get sneaky with like how I get on the computers. Use the camera to like film what password Marlon's writing so I could like see it and stuff.
I reckon Nathan's always been shy. I think that's how he gets away with being sneaky.
He never shows you his entire hand. He always has something hidden or up his sleeve. It allows him to have an advantage that you don't know.
Whenever I play and I lose, I just feel like I know that I could do better next time. Like I just keep learning like every time I lose.
From a young age, he was always playing games, but I never thought you could win money from playing games.
Eventually, IG came forward and was like, hey, do you want to give it a shot with us? You know, it's any boy's dream. So when the opportunity comes out for your brother, you can't help but say, do it.
So my mom was a bit hesitant, but my brother like kind of convinced her.
When he go to Shanghai, that's my hometown. So that's why I decide to send them go to China to see if he have this talent.
I didn't think that was a thing you could do, leaving Australia to pursue a career in Dota. That sounded like a made-up story to me.
So when I first joined IG, I was like super happy and like it was the best day of my life. It was like one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The best moment was definitely winning my first tournament in Beijing.
I remember like one of the first comments I saw was just like, Ana, I thought it was a girl. Like everyone thought he was a girl at the start. So it was just funny knowing just like, nah, he's my brother, he's a guy.
It was the NEA tournament where Ana kind of reached the spotlight with IG, and that's where the interest and the action kind of picked up.
And then after TI, OG wanted me. OG was like one of the best in the world. I thought it would be like too much of a leap for me, but that's the reason why I learned the most here, because everything was like a massive leap.
When I realized that it could be a huge career was when he won the Boston Major. I didn't even think a tournament could be so big in terms of coverage and prize money and just the amount of people watching and playing. It was quite shocking that at his age, he won a major. Not a lot of players get to do that.
The biggest turning point of my career was when we lost DAC. And it was against my old team, IG. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, it was a hard game. It's a hard game.
But we had another big tournament in 2 weeks, which was Kiev, and I just pushed on. Now it's like a good memory.
When Ana was younger, he was shy boy, and since he played Dota games, joined OG team, I can see he grew up a lot. And he have more confidence.
Thinking about TI, like I'm really excited and nervous at the same time. It's the first TI I've played in.
No words could describe how happy you would be for your little brother if he makes the dream that he's always wanted.
Going to this TI, I know we're going to try our best, and I believe we can take up the Aegis this year.
In my heart, inside, I feel I'm very proud of him.
To this day, I'm still amazed. It's not just a dream anymore. He made it happen.
I'm a different person from where I was a few years ago. Traveling and living and going to all these places makes me more adventurous and courageous. Now, as a player, I push myself to the limit.
Earlier, you talked, Ake, about the hunger that players need, and it's amazing to see OG, a team with so much success under their belts, still have that fire in them to win TI?
Yeah, for sure. I think, as we were talking about the other days, that it doesn't matter if you won tournaments or TI or majors, you really still want to win TI. And you can see the OG, they were so happy after winning that game, so they really wanted this.
Yeah, it's been a real curse when teams don't go into that booth with that fire. They go in there with that fear, that angst, just wanting not to lose. But I do want to come back to TNC a little, Merlini. I mean, what is it that you think TNC could have done in the last game, or what you want to see them bring to this game to overcome OG and tie things up?
Shut down Ana. I think Ana has just been way too important. Like, if No-Tail gets farmed, OG usually doesn't set up for it, but I don't think it's as important as if Ana gets farmed for their team. They kind of just let him get the hero that they want, a pretty decent matchup. JRX is always sitting there mid for him, and he just gets his farm and carries the game. It's been a pretty simple story. It's hard to believe that Ana's been on the team for, what, only a year now?
Yeah.
I think they need to stay away from Darkseer. I genuinely don't think that hero is very good. We've seen VP do it a little bit in combination with Sven, but that's like almost exclusively the only combination we've seen.
Yeah, and it's one of the few teams that actually make it work as well. I don't know why, but VP is one of the teams that really likes to play the
Yeah, I don't like the hero. I think he takes way too much farm, and I don't think he does enough with it. That entire game, Darkseer had more net worth than Centaur, but S4 was making plays, and Darkseer was just kind of background noise.
I'm curious what you think is the type of offlaner that would be more appropriate for TNC's lineup.
Anything that just allows, setup initiation, Sand King, Earthshaker, Axe, Centaur.
Maybe pick something that actually pressures the supports to be there, because as we can see now, they could actually pick the Necrophos that can solo against the Darkseer, and that actually makes them being able to help Ana mid. But if they have to help, like
they can follow a lot of the other teams and maybe do like a Furion.
Yeah.
I think Furion is one of the best heroes of this tournament. I think teams are going to start realizing that.
Yeah, Tomato is just saying, no, he's way too strong. It's unfair.
Yeah, exactly.
He wins his lane, and if he loses his lane, he goes somewhere else and he wins that lane. And I mean, the split pushing potential from Nature's Prophet is so huge. And I was really surprised, not just to see Nature's Prophet not picked, but also Earthshaker not even picked or banned in that last series.
That was really surprising for me. I think Earthshaker's probably one of the best 3 and 4 heroes in the game right now. So I guess that just says these teams are aware of what they both play and decided to overlook it. JRX Earth Spirit, probably the best in the world, so it's hard to pass that up.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about that, because he always seems to be in the right place at the right time. And you brought up how important it is to shut down Ana, but I would assume that OG has a lot of experience against teams that are trying to do exactly that. And JRX seems like he would be an important...
Well, you need to limit his mobility. I think one of the things that teams have been doing a lot more is aggro try. And we mentioned the possibility at the start with Luna in the game. You could pressure Necrophos, then Darkseer actually has a decent matchup that you don't really need to look out for him at all. And then you actually need to keep the supports on bottom, or Necrophos is going to feed constantly. So there are other ways to deal with the supports other than kind of making sure where he is.
I'm curious about the sort of aggro tri lanes. What are some of the types of aggro tri lanes you've seen be very successful?
It's usually with a lot of stun, so if you actually catch someone, you can kill them. But the Luna is more that you outlasted the opponent, you pressure them with having more damage, and if you actually fight them, then with her aura, then they actually deal more damage than the opponent. So it's a different kind of tri lane.
To follow up on that a bit, at the early game, the majority of your damage is going to come from your right clicks rather than your spells, because they're not leveled up and they're not doing that much damage. So the more disables you have, the more right clicks you're going to be able to get in, which will actually allow you to kill a 500 or 600 HP hero.
And also you brought up the fact that Darkseer was one of the picks you didn't feel as good about when looking at the TNC lineup, and we've talked a little bit about some of the issues they've had. What are the strengths that TNC is going to have going into this series?
Strengths? I don't know. They seem underprepared. I really don't think Darkseer with a Queen of Pain and Lunacore is a direction anybody wants to be taking this tournament. So I'm a little bit worried for them. Their Game 2 draft against LFY was not very good in my opinion either.
I think they actually might try to go back to one of the drafts that they had before with Jack Hero and try to do something like that, because now they actually try to do something with a lot of team fight and it didn't work out. So they might try a different approach this game.
Well, OG really seems in their element. They're picking drafts centering around Ana and letting him go off every single game. And TNC, though, really needs to pull their drafting with more focus, because they still haven't had the best opportunity for their players yet. With that, it's game number 2 between OG and TNC.
TNC Pro Team versus OG. Game 2.
TNC with the first pick this game, snagging away the Jerax Earth Spirit, giving that to, was it Tim's? Tim's Earth Spirit? He's like one of the best Earth Spirits as well, right?
Exactly.
I know you're excited about that. I've heard you talk about that multiple times.
Yeah, I think he rivals Jerax, I would say. Yeah, that's the first hero that...
That's a compliment, rivals Jerax. That's, yeah, that's good enough, right?
Yep.
Instant first 2 picks for OG. Naga, Disruptor. And Disruptor has been probably the biggest playmaker we saw on day 1 of the main event.
Naga is very good against Earth Spirit in that sense that if actually Earth Spirit commits his ultimate and Naga sleeps, he won't have time to refresh the ultimate with his stones on Earth Spirit. So it's a good counter. It's kind of like Void, as we've been talking about the other days, that Naga is good against him.
It's also, Naga is a pretty easy hero to go Guardian Greaves with. And you can just remove silences and Earth Spirit Alt, whatever you need to get rid of.
So we saw Naga picked, I think, a decent amount yesterday, but it didn't have that great of success. I think the Naga Disruptor and Naga Enigma is really where you want to go to with this hero, so you can overwhelmingly win a team fight. We saw Naga Siren into Arrow, which is only 1 target. You can play around it, but Naga Siren Disruptor, especially when he gets Ags, if it gets 40 minutes plus, it's almost a guaranteed win in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest turnarounds we saw in EG's very first game yesterday. Naga Siren for EG, instantly countered by a follow-up Disruptor. And Shadow Demon, is this the first appearance he's made in
he was picked
ages?
Yeah.
He played him, I think.
Seems like ages.
He's one of the heroes that hasn't been picked a lot this tournament, and I don't really like him that much.
I don't think so either. I don't think he's very strong. I think they nerfed his disruption illusions quite a bit.
And the poison in the early game that you can't really zone out to your opponent with it.
Yeah, he's really weak. I'm curious to see. Obviously, they definitely. Well, I hope they have a plan for this hero. He's worked well in the past with Shadow Demon Luna, Shadow Demon Morphling.
Might even see a Spectre come out too. I think has that hero even been picked yet? I don't think there's that many heroes Shadow Demon works well with. It's like PL, AM, Spectre, Luna.
Yeah, I've seen like some roaming supports, like Shadow Demon, Lina, like that kind of a thing. So maybe they want to try like do some dueling with like a Lina mid or a Leshrac mid, or Shadow Demon can set up.
I think TNC plays him more defensively. I think 1437 plays him not so aggressive, so I think he's just gonna try to sneak around and you could rather try to turn ganks.
You can disrupt somebody who's stuck in Disruptor Alt, but I think there's probably better heroes for that.
Answering one of your earlier questions, Spectre is indeed one of the 4 heroes that has not yet been picked in this entire tournament. Bane, Spectre, Tiny, and Wraith King. Shadow Demon only chosen 7 times, but has won almost all those games.
Well, that'd be an impressive prediction, Ben, if they do go for the Spectre.
I just remember from like one of the other majors, he had like 20 kills or something.
I think Raven?
Yeah, I think he had like 26 or 27. It was something absurd.
Spectre is the hero to do things like that, if he ever gets picked.
Yeah.
Actually, why is Spectre being passed over so often?
His ultimate is his cooldown is like 180 seconds on level 1, I think.
Is it that much?
Yeah, I think it's 3 minutes. So that's like too long for him to.
Way too slow.
Yeah.
Essentially puts him in the position where he can only influence one team fight every once in a while and then doesn't get to participate.
A little too slow, and also not very strong in lane. We've seen a lot, like we saw last game, Necrophos up solo against that Darkseer. Incredibly strong laner.
Earthshaker is a sensible pick, not just due to his strength, but of course Shadow Demon summons 2 clones with one of his abilities.
Yeah, you usually pick them with illusion heroes, so it's natural for you to want to pick Shaker in case they do like a PL, which has been super popular recently.
PL's great versus Disruptor, right? You can bounce out a glimpse with
you can dodge
Doppelganger.
Doppelganger, yeah.
Pretty decent.
And it's a pretty long time also too that you're
the clock
out of the game when you do the Doppelgang.
I think I've seen TNC play this hero earlier in the group stages, and I wasn't super impressed with it. I've been quite underwhelmed with Clockwork throughout this entire tournament. I don't think he rised in favor as like this new like melee 4 position, but here they're going to be playing it as a 3 most likely.
They're going to need to pick a lot of damage on their last 2 heroes because Like, they don't have any burst on neither Shadow Demon or Earth Spirit, and Clockwork, like, he really wants to kill someone when he hooks in and cogs.
And now he can just get glimpsed out. Or they can sleep and just reset.
Yeah.
But he's good with Earthshaker.
The Earthshaker is a good pick for OG here as well, because Shadow Demon is quite good at catching people if you go too far out on the lane. And since Earthshaker can block the lane with his fissure to be able to get the lane back and farm safely under the tower, it's a good counter to that.
So it seems like both of you guys favor TNC's, or sorry, OG's draft a little bit more. What are the good things about TNC's lineup, if any?
I don't really see.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm looking forward to these next 2 picks to really show me the direction that they're going in. However, I'm just not a big believer in the Shadow Demon hero. I didn't mind the Earth Spirit first pick, but having Clockwork as a 3rd pick, I think they're really just depending on Earth Spirit for teamfight, and I don't know how much you can rely on Clockwork to be your catch throughout a game.
And I mean, looking at OG is obviously the huge team fight in the form of Disruptor and Earthshaker, and you talked about how it's kind of unclear what TNC is strong at this point. Is this an unusual position to be in for TNC, or does this sort of opening happen sometimes and it's completely clarified with the last 2 picks?
They probably have a plan, yeah, to like fill out the 2 spots. They won't come into this game without a plan, so it's just more that we don't really know what they're gonna do.
I think they think quite differently than we do. And so it's hard for us to really kind of put a finger on what they're going for.
But here when OG picked Legion, then it seems it's Legion offlane and Shaker support. Is that a Naga core then? Or is it LC?
Hotel could play LC.
Okay, it's quite good against Clock, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
It's still quite open for them, then they can do like anything.
This is that 4th pick that's tough to do.
Kind of 4th pick for TNC.
4th pick for OG. They just don't have a lot of information on any. They don't have information on any of the cores for TNC, and they have to pick one of their own.
Luna once again.
At least now they have the combo with SD Luna, which has been very successful in the past. But after Shadow Demon was nerfed a bit, it hasn't been so popular. But it can still win games for sure.
He like needs a BKB again though.
He definitely does need a BKB. The nice thing about Shadow Demon Luna is that Shadow Demon can disrupt the Luna and send illusions down certain lanes and can farm those without actually being there. And in games like this, you know, I love playing Shadow Demon in the Shadow Demon Luna comps because you get so much farm on Shadow Demon. These Luna illusions just clear waves and jungle incredibly quickly.
Sometimes you get kills from the lanes when people try to defend against the illusions.
Yeah, the illusions are no joke.
TNC's turn to ban.
Last ban on Pugna.
I mean, OG set up for the illusions here with the Legion Commander as well. She's very good at killing the illusions with her nuke.
Overwhelming odds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Anti-Mage and Terrorblade banned out by OG.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Invoker still seems pretty decent here. I guess they could be worried about the push coming out from TNC, however, with the Pugna last pick. But, I mean, OG...
Saving Anna's last hero for last. Definitely putting him mid, putting Notel on some softer carry. I think OG is really identifying what works for them. I like their chances in this tournament moving forward, especially in this game.
They could still Shaker mid as well, right?
They could. They could. I think in all likelihood they're going to want a little bit of a harder carry. And I guess, you know, you could say that and you could put their harder carry in a safe lane. But I just want to see Anna mid on a hard carry.
Out.
And that is not a good matchup for Shaker as well. So
yeah, that's sniper time if I've ever seen it.
Oh, interesting. Talk to me about the sniper pick.
Oh, sniper. Yeah, sniper works really well against Luna because you're very, very, very far range. Luna,
right.
short attack range, wants to get in nice and close. Sniper's one of the few heroes that can actually contest OD in lane. He, you know, is a natural Hurricane Pike builder to hop out of the Clockwork cogs, and he's got some teammates to back him up. I doubt it's going to get picked. I guess I'm just a sniper fan.
More common options are what, like Storm,
Lina,
Invoker ban.
That's not carry enough with Lina, I guess.
Lina, Shadow Fiend,
Lina could work.
Razor.
And the pick for Anna,
TA.
Templar Assassin.
Way less exciting than Sniper, but a very good pick.
Oh, he has the log cosmetic. Ugh.
Anna's on a hard carry in the mid lane. I like it.
Well, game 2 is about to be underway. TNC lags behind 0-1 OG. Been unable to have success here at TI, and maybe this is their time to shine. Let's go down to the casters for game 2.
Lumi, our panel, they do not believe in TNC. They think the road ends here. OG will get their revenge. They've got the more comfortable draft. They seem to have a clear play style that they want to employ, and hell, they come in with the 1-0 advantage, perhaps a little morale boost.
Yeah,
you believe in TNC.
I mean, TNC hasn't been doing well. They lost their last group stage match against LGD, I believe, 0-2. They got 0-2 yesterday by LFY. Today hasn't started well. But, you know, the panel also doubted VP's picks yesterday, and they've been work. So who knows? True. Let's see if TNC could make this work, and they have to. This is their last shot.
What does our panel know anyway? At least that is the hope for the pride of the Philippines, TNC, representing their homeland here on the big stage. OG, how about their draft this time around? Do you any weaknesses that you see, anything that TNC could potentially exploit as they come in looking like the underdogs?
I think OG's lineup starts very slowly. You know, Ana on the Templar Assassin, good laning hero, but does need to stack Ancients, does need to farm the Ancients. And then your off lane, you have the LC, does need to find the Blink. Naga, we know what she does, takes a while to get online. So I think there's a good kind of 10-15 minutes for TNC kind of poke and prod them. And you got one of the most aggressive off-lane hero, Clockwork, to do so. Yeah, he's kind of hit and miss, but you got to hit now. This is the time to go, and Sam H has got the hero to do it.
Many of you who are just tuning in for TI may have missed it, but Shadow Demon Luna was a scourge for months and months, to the point that pretty much every pro player was crying out, not just in their matches, but also in pubs, please, nerf this combo. I can't take it any longer. How much weaker is it now, Lumi? Obviously, TNC still think it's viable. So, do you view it that same way? Are there any new weaknesses to the duo that could be exploited by OG?
We'll discuss that later, as now the initiation comes in against S4.
They do might be starting off 0-1 here at the way things are going.
Where's the stun though?
Too tanky. No disables. They do have the Astral Imprisonment, but now OG are actually coming back in. They want to catch out Cuckoo. TNC just didn't have the follow-up. Sam H now dropping the cogs. He wants to get away. Tims is a bit late out of there, and Cuckoo's almost dead. Jerax coming in, can't quite finish him. Instead, he's mauling Raven here, forcing him back with the boots advantage. Cuckoo goes for the Roach deny. He gets bashed, and S4 jams it in for a first blood. A catastrophe for TNC in the pit.
Critical mistake there by TNC. They went in, they got the initiation, but Sam H wasn't in position to use his cogs.
They're still chasing. They're going to steal a bounty run now.
They gave up first blood. They're going to lose a bounty rune. Sam H is going in for this. He's going to get off a cog. They're going to jump in, cog a couple people out. Who got the runes? It's going to be going towards OG.
And they get the kills though. Fly is pretty low, but No-Tail's in position with the help of Jerax. Don't know that they can even bring the Disruptor down. Tims is still chasing for this. They recognize Jerax is out of mana, so there are no more fissures here. TNC are not ready to let OG go home easy. Tims with the man mode roll forward. 14:37 gets the job done. Tims tries to get away. He will end up falling. Fly one last auto attack brings him down. 2-1 to start. First blood to OG. The rune advantage not there. It was a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade, but unconventional heroes perhaps snagging a few of them here for TNC.
Sam H still in a little bit of trouble up top. Eats a Thunder Strike as well. Simultaneously on the mid lane, Disruption coming in. Can they actually get this kill? Ana looks like will be going down. In fact, he does. Last hit going to Cuckoo.
Started with that early point in the side blades. Normally what you see, you just want to be the last hit, but of course, did not have the refraction that could have saved him there as TNC.
Top lane.
Top fissure, top lane on Sam H. The chase is on.
No
he
mana.
Gets away to safety. A very chaotic start here, Lumi. So let's look at the lanes a little bit as things calm down. We're going to see a 2-1-2 set up potentially for TNC, depending on where 14:37 ends up going with his Shadow Demon. Still an open question there, but as far as the laning stage goes, last game it felt like Jerax just was the solution. Aside from some Sand King roam, do you see TNC committing to that level of ganking again? Do you see OG able to deal with it?
Well, the whole lineup is to have Tims kind of come online early, get a lot of ganks off, and then follow it up with the Clockwork hitting level 6, right? So when you picture that, Sand King is probably the perfect hero to be in the lanes, drop up that long-range fissure as a defensive tool to kind of stop the initiation power of TNC. And if you just look at the lanes a little bit closely, the fact that S4 got first blood with his overwhelming odds, he gets to start the bottom lane with Poor Man's Shield and Boots and Crawling Blade. And he gets levels out of this. So I think the fact that S4 had that kind of start is a big reason why I think OG is going to be fine in the early game, despite having a very greedy laning draft.
OG, for now at least, getting the nice start here on Ana mid. Already 12 CS. 1437 does lurk in the trees. Generally, with the TA, you see a lot of ancient stacking as well. Already a single double stack has been created, so OG getting off to a good start there.
We're going to see initiation mid, disruption into a row in.
No Earthshaker in position. Ana, though, has the refraction. Ooh. Now the disruption comes through right as the boulder smash was timed up. Still, he's taking heavy damage here. They're going to need more, but the fissure arrives in time. Jerax was sweeping towards bottom.
And that's exactly what
came back mid.
You know the offense is coming. Jerax, all he needs to do is defend the mid and perhaps bottom a little bit. Make sure you stack for your team. His job is just exactly what he did in game 1, being in the right place at the right time.
Now with Earthshaker, it's easier because you have such a crazy long initiation or counter initiation range, as it were in this case.
I wouldn't say easier because Earth Spirit, you could get to places a little bit faster as well for your role. So I think both heroes are quite good, but Shaker's just better for defensive purposes.
Yeah, which is really what they're relying on here. TNC, the aggressors for now. You see Sam H also making an aggressive move of his own up in this top lane, trying to force fly away. So far, so good for OG elsewhere. No-Tail at 21 CS. The Legion commanders at 20. They got to slow S4 down, but he just easily presses the attack and backs away to safety.
Fissure blocks off Tim's a little bit, but he's going to be fine. I mean, they would like to stop S4, but they really can't, given the start that he had with the First Blood and the items that he got after that. So
I mean, compare him to Sam H. Sam H is 3-8 as far as CS goes. S4 is 20-1.
You could make the argument that the CS is not as important for the Clockwork. He's more interested in levels, because once he gets level 6, with his skills alone, he'll be able to find support kills. Shaker's a free pick. You can make the argument that Disruptor is a free pick as well before he gets off his glimpse. Let's say he's like, low HP, gets chain stun, that kind of stuff. And the other really nice thing about TNC's lineup is that they have a lot of save. Last game we keep saying that that's one of their weaknesses. They don't have any. You got Disruption. You got Astro Prison.
Tim's, nice little snag there. Denied Ana his precious regen rune. Now wants to get away. Tank a club. Follow-up fissure comes through. Tim's still sticking around though. Does have that rolling boulder ready for a rainy day. We'll back out to safety. So doing his part to try and shore up this mid lane. I think an OG fan would say, we'll take the gold.
No-Tail waving his arms about. Finally we'll get off the mirror image.
Yeah, not really the easiest kill for a Clockwork at this stage. Perhaps if we see the Earth Sphere rotate that way.
One thing I do want to mention is that in the last month or so, your Clockwork player, Sam H, has really been the sacrificial lamb. Hold that thought here as we jump in the mid lane to hit.
Huge commitment
on Ana, but yeah, no kill.
Bit short of the refraction mana.
Yeah, they always kind of leave Sam H on a cliff by himself. There's no help ever sent to him. And he's on a very important role this game. He is expected to find level 6 and convert it into kills without any help.
Your two other cores are mainly just farmers, OD and Luna. So you're relying on that Clockwork combined with the Earth Spirit to make all the plays early.
Fly juking about among the creep waves, so the battery assault damage will get spread out.
They're going to bring in a third, though. They get off the net, and now they try to converge on Sam H here, trapped between a rock, a hard place, and a totem. Fly will bring down, and meanwhile, they're looking for S4 as well. But he's a bit tankier, not the easiest kill. Still, they pursue him out. The Shadow Poison stack up. They're going to need more damage, a little bit more. A third poison and a Lucent Beam. TNC's persistence is rewarded.
And what we saw just there is what Ake brought up during the panel. You got a lot of chain stuns. The aura gives the rest of the team a ton of right-click damage. And even through the poor man's shield, they were able to chase them down.
Let's talk about the Shadow Demon, Lumi. We haven't seen him much, really at all.
Yeah. I believe you were asking about the SD Luna, and then the level 1 mayhem broke out.
But I also want to just talk about the build, because I have seen a few SD picks where you're leveling up your Soul Catcher early, you're just going for kills. Are you expecting that type of build out 1437?
I think because their aggression has to come so early, the Soul Catcher max is very, very good for that kind of gameplay. But they also have the SD Luna, so I think it's one of those scenarios where 1437 could take it in multiple different directions depending on what he values. Like, does he want to get kills early, or does he want to have a little bit more making farming power? We're going to get answered really quick as he levels up to 4 and 5.
Oh, Tim's a juicy stack being created here. Something that OG would love to contest. as they do scout Raven moving in. He's not level 6 yet, so potentially they could jump him here. JRX comes in from behind. It is nighttime. They haven't seen this gank that's forming, and Tims will be the one they look to take down, but he gets up the boulder smash. He rolls away, tries to anyway. Duel. Why there with the interrupt? They have the duel. The disruption prevents it, but not long enough. S4, he's the winner, and he'll get that +10.
I think he definitely wanted to duel his ally there just to prevent the duel win, but I guess spells are queued up a little bit too early, and unfortunately they give the 10 damage to the LC. And that's a crazy thing here, right? S4 hits level 6 before the Luna. Had Luna had Eclipser, I think that fight goes completely a different direction.
But give OG the credit for identifying their timings as well.
Yep.
Knowing when they can go in, TNC trying to do the same thing. You can see, as mentioned, stacks are important, and look at the positioning to fly. If TNC want to gank these, they're going to have to take the long way around. 1437 gets that ward up on the high ground. They know this is happening, but Fly also knows they're coming. He reveals Theban. And unlikely that TNC can actually make it up this cliff. They might try, though. They're going to roll in. Now look for the boulder smash, potentially. Tims, though, he gets the 2-hero connection, but where's the follow-up damage to this? They need more. S4 comes in, head full of steam, and already they brought down Tims. They might get Cuckoo, too. Commits forward, but the duel says no. S4, 2 for 2. Very early.
I can't help but feel like TNC is just forcing too much. They're charging up a hill into a shrine.
Almost desperate even.
Yeah.
And OG are just sitting back and raking in the gold. A 2K gold lead, a 2K experience lead. That's before these Ancients are cleaned up. They're only going to get farther ahead, Lumi.
Yeah, I think they definitely needed the Clockwork level 6 and the hook shot if they want to take a fight in a position like that.
He came in, he actually whiffed the hook. So they even committed his early rotation unsuccessfully, but they're still going to keep on contesting. TNC committing forward, want to try and steal these Ancients, at least deny them to Ana for now. They're leaving Raven bottom in the meanwhile, on his own, not bringing the Luna to the early fight. The Eclipse was already committed previously.
Ana, will he get called? Do they have detection for him?
Doesn't seem like they can do much to kill him off. 1437 finally forced to TP up top because No-Tail is just casually pushing there. There's not just the TA in this game. There's other carries to worry about. They do set up on mid. Boulder Smash comes through. They need to kill off Jerks, but he gets up the fissure. Rolling Boulder forward. Tim's commitment. They'll get Jerks as the kill, but they might lose Cuckoo again. He's in danger. He's finished off. Flies on a killing spree, and TNC are pressing this way too hard. OG might get more. The trap comes out. Tim's going for the deny, and he'll be denied in that effort as OG crack open another kill and extend that lead nearly 3,000 gold. Still the Ancients there for the taking. What a train wreck for TNC.
I do believe that Raven let loose the Eclipse during that time and was able to pick up a kill, so a little bit of something for the Luna, but still though, the overall game plan for TNC is get ahead early. They're falling behind in CS, they're falling behind in kills. They have not stopped or slowed down the Naga Siren. S4 is going off. He's about to finish this Blink Dagger. Every check mark that TNC wanted to get from the laning stage
is a big red X.
Yeah.
Can TNC change the game plan? They're queuing up a Midas here on the OD. We do see Sam H trying to find Jerks in the trees. The battery saw coming through.
Okay.
Fissure whiffs.
Takes the root. All right.
Might back away. A little space created as OG send in 3 towards that mid lane. But can they change it, Lumi? Can they slow down? They have Shadow Demon Luna. They're trying to build a Midas on the OD. Is the game plan adjustable, or do you feel like they're really just committed to this type of play?
Hold that thought. Mid lane fight breaks out again here. Ana shouldn't die from this. They do have both OD and Luna, so they definitely could scale. Even though the Radiance is coming online, gotta keep in mind that Shadow Demon can't just take a Naga Illusion for himself as well and make more. So I definitely think TNC has a hero to scale. I'm more worried about the way that they're playing right now. They seem very desperate. Their ganks are not connecting.
They're
a lot of spells are missing.
They're going to dive on it now. Blink Dagger comes out for the Legion. Fly's coming in as well. There's the Cog connection. They need the fall damage. The Static Storm committed. Fissure on top. On the wrong side, TNC should be able to retreat, but Sam H is going to go down. And they even bring in the Luna for this. The duel comes through, an instant win. Number 3 for S4, and the chase is on.
Trap.
1437's low. He does not have the disruption available any longer. OG on point with these rotations. They keep the TA alive. They force the Luna rotation. For TNC, at least she holds Eclipse, but again, it's TNC pressing, it's OG reacting just right, and also farming elsewhere. No-Tails just sitting top. As you mentioned, a fast Radiance is on the menu, unless they can kill him here. They'll try for it with the Magnetize. Boulder smash forward. No-Tail will go down. Still though, 3,500 gold banked even after that death. This is a fast relic.
Bottom side here, Cuckoo gonna get surrounded from all sides. Are we gonna see a duel? Still cooldown for a couple seconds here. But now
mana, the ODO gets deployed, but they still stay alive. Now 1437 coming in with the Shadow Poison, but OG just look to retreat. They need this Boulder Smash to connect. The glimpse is there, dragging the Earth Spirit away from the fight, and in fact all the way back to his own shrine. So OG looks like get out scot-free again. TNC can't catch a break.
yeah, I mean, having spells like Astral Imprisonment and Disruption, very good on save, but when you use them to set up kills, it gives the other team a lot of time to respond, whether it's TP more heroes in or just set up an escape.
It's not like a Centaur Stomp double edge.
Exactly, it's just not very fast. Normally, Shadow Demon is paired up with a strong nuker, let's say Kunkka or Lina, and then use that Shadow Demon amp to get the quick kill, but he's not going for that game plan. In fact, you were asking what spell he's going to level up. He's going to go for the Shadow Poison max. When you're playing alongside an OD and you're just spamming away the Shadow Poison, you will get a lot of mana back. So I can see the beauty in that, but right now for this phase of the game, I don't know if it's really helping him as he gets ensnared. He will disrupt himself and buy a little bit of time. Here comes the Clockwork.
They're gonna fight this.
Glimpse
Good
away.
Sam Age is able to keep Fly back. The Glimpse is already committed. The Static Storm available. They're bringing in more reinforcements. Do OG commit to this? They have the song. Raven has the Eclipse. He lets it go. No Tail's been called out. Jarek's in danger as well. From the side comes Cuckoo, but go to sleep, TNC. Take a nap. And OG want to get out of there, and it looks like they will. There is no further flank coming.
Yeah, without the Clockwork Cook, that is all of their long-range catch. I mean, Earth Spirit could maybe row in and get off a kick, but he's also not in the fight. I'm very worried for TNC. This, you know, the first 13, 14 minutes was their timing window to get ahead. They have not gotten ahead, and I think this is going to be where OG starts to slowly take over and win with the Naga.
Well, you've got a Relic already coming up on the Naga Siren, working towards a fast Radiance. The TA, Blink picked up, Deso next on the list. Can TNC even keep up here in the farm department? Their OD still doesn't have a Midas. They continue to die, and OG now stealing some stacks too. It's not just been OG fighting well, Lumi, like their balance of fight and farm has been superb in both games so far. As the economy continues to ramp up, they might even look for a dive here with that Blink on Ana. Creeps TNC's best friend right now, but with no Eclipse, do they want to take this fight? Not sure the TNC are in the best combat position at the moment. They're going to bring Sam H in though. Cuckoo's in the neighborhood, so they do have 5 bottom, but this is something OG mostly are aware of, courtesy of that deep ward they've planted in the Radiant jungle. So they can back away and go back to farming, and that's exactly what they'll do.
Well, one ray of hope is that Cuckoo does have the Midas queued up, so he's gearing up for a long game. I think we got to start talking about what is their game plan versus the Naga illusion, because I think we're kind of shifting into that phase of the game. So first of all, Cuckoo on the OD, he could kind of blow up these Naga illusions very easily. Shadow Demon could make some of his own by disrupting the Naga illusions, and Raven should be able to clear them out as well. So in terms of that, I think TNC, now their secondary game plan is to just bunker down, farm for 40 minutes, and hope that they could go late. Because I think the early game dominance option is completely out of the window already.
Of course, they'd be a lot further along if they'd geared up to do it from the start, right? Like, they could have just kind of let OG have their stacks, let OG find their farm and focus on theirs, but now they are climbing up a cliff to try and get back into it. Still good news for TNC also is that these tier 1s are up. Tier 1's up mid, tier 1's up bottom. They're relatively healthy for now, so they can still at least farm their jungle. They can play a little greedier with the Midas, with the Luna factor, as long as they don't lose any crucial fights.
Well, TNC smoked under an observer again.
Radiance is online now. No tell. Planting an illusion towards mid. The team always clustering around Ana as Raven is about to have his smoke revealed. OG come in from the high ground. Eclipse, no, just at least for now, Elusive Beam. Now the hook forward, insta-glimpse back, flies there with the save. Now Raven committing the Eclipse, rains down the ODO2. They get both cores. Huge opportunity for TNC now.
I think what Notown wanted to do is he walked in here and kept trying to use his song to set up a team fight, but the chain stun from TNC was so on point and the burst damage to back it up. Finally, something good going for TNC. Can they get an objective out of this?
They know they have to make something happen now, use this timing window, and they're gonna try. Tims rolls in, finds the shaker. Hey, Jerax, now the Lucent Beam too. Fissure comes out, Jerax tries to get away, meanwhile the Static Storm, dual victory denied. Last second, Banish is there, the turn onto S4. Another Banish, still stalling, still fighting, he lives!
Thunderstrike,
Who survived?
bring him down low, and now there's the random center coming in, not gonna get the kill either. The fact that they have double save is going to make S4's life very, very difficult. Ana blinks in for the chase.
They're chasing Raven out. That's a long way to dive, though. They have the song ready. Traps getting planted down. Sam H has the cogs. And just the threat of those will force them away. This is something you were talking about a lot when we were just waiting for the Game 1 draft. Is like the way TNC got here was just this incredibly crisp fighting. And while the early stage was bad, it looked like they were pressing it. Finally, we see what TNC is capable of here.
Look at NoTail trying to cast a song repeatedly, or any spell rather.
The boulder smash comes in right again when he's about to mirror image and then doesn't get a chance to even go for the song.
Yeah. The critical thing for me during that fight is that Raven, or rather Cuckoo, excuse me, is going for a farming item. He escapes that big engagement alive, finishes the farming item, and now has a hood behind that. He's going to be a big force in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and he will ramp up very quickly. Hood first on OD is not something that you commonly see. So I'm very interested to hear your thought on that one.
Looking at OG right now, I guess there's just a lot of magic damage. So you've got the Shaker, the Disruptor, the Naga Radiance Burn.
Is this really a good hood game, though?
Does he complete a pipe? I mean, there's still a TA, so yeah, it's not an amazing...
I think he just like watched an MD replay and was like, okay, let's just try this, I guess. Top lane song flying off, and NoTail's out.
Oh, there's already the level 2 song, so cooldown not as much of an issue here. And in good news for OG, they will have these windows this game, right? It's another game for TNC where they have long ultimate cooldowns. The OD ult, 160 seconds, the Luna ult, 140 seconds. Every time a team fight is taken, even if TNC win, you've got 2 minutes to pressure. So they take that bottom tier 1, they get another deep ward up on this Radiant Cliff in their own jungle, and perhaps OG can still take those fights even after losing that crucial skirmish near the Roche pit.
Yeah, I could definitely see OG, especially with the Desolator finish on Ana, they could begin to, let's say, force these ultimate on cooldown like you suggest, and then take objective, whether it's Roshan, tier 1s, tier 2s. So that's something that TNC has to be very careful about. When to use their ultimates, and they pretty much have to win their engagements when they do use it.
Cuckoo is going to rotate to join his team. They are smoked up right now. Dire Ward across the cliff to scout a bit of his movement. And OG are just playing safe, hugging near the shrine right now. Doesn't seem like TNC will find anything. But it does feel a bit different from game 1, right? Aside from the fact that it's, you know, pretty even at this stage where OG was starting to pull ahead, it's more the fact that like TNC's lineup feels like it can scale. You've got the Shadow Demon Link Factor, they have the OD with the Midas. Sure, maybe the Hood isn't the strongest late game pickup for him. As Ana jumps in, he gets caught out. He wanted this rune, he's gonna try to find an early kill, but the hook shot comes through. Big commitment coming from OG, but they won't have the song. Ana to the high ground, up and away. Will he survive? The press, the attack is there, and now the trap sprung with a Thunderdome deployed. 2 have fallen. Hood won't save the OD. Ana might still go down, though the Magnetize keeps on going. Tims nets them the 1 kill. Does anybody buy back? They have that OD ult. The song's up soon. He's gonna commit first the Clockwork. Maybe more to come. Raven joining the fray as well. Has the Eclipse. Jerax slow. Jerax not dead though. Scurries to the low ground. Raven tries to find the angle. It's the poison that gets him. Now Fly's in danger too. OG must retreat. They do so instantly.
Even though Cuckoo died there, no dual damage was
They're not done yet.
Oh,
he shoots. It won't connect.
He's got the row. No vision there though, so unfortunately. Had he hit the row, he would have earned charge to probably complete the kill.
Yeah, even with the glimpse back, I think probably Fly still dies then, but... Oh, very tense moments here for both teams. We'll have another look at this fight.
Yeah, so Ana goes right in, and good saves again. Disruption as well, Shadow Demon, Disruption, but that gives a lot of time for OG to come back in, and this combo play of Fissure, the Static Storm, as well as the Kinetic Field, looks like the dual victory had there, and now the fight drags on the other side of the hill, and that's where the Shadow Demon Poison actually did a surprising amount of work.
Speaking of that Shadow Demon, while on paper it is a game where 1437 can be very farmed, at least for now, He is not. Does that start to change now? Do you see him really ramping up in terms of the item progression?
I think so. He has so much. It's so easy for him to get farm. You know, PBD talked about how easy it is for him to get farm when he played it next to a Luna. This game he has the option of Luna, also has the option of just getting it from the Naga as well.
Right as you say that, he just kills a full creep wave.
There you go. I'm sure, you know, Raven would have liked that creep wave, but...
That was a pretty difficult fight for TNC, but they're going to look for another. As they group up in the mid lane, hookshot just whipping in now, S4. He finds the duel. In comes the boulder smash. Still, I think he might get the kill. He will. Even the winner again. Every duel completing his way. Now Sam H trapped out, glimpse back as Fly looks to wrangle him. They're gonna go for more. Up the cliff and into Cuckoo. Has the hood at least for now to keep him alive. Raven trying to lend support with the Eclipse. Out comes the Sanities as well, but it's not enough. They've lost 3. They likely lose Raven here too. No teleport scroll. Wants to at least try and buy this Manta style. Don't think he gets that either. He's down. It's a triple for Gustav. OG surging back, finding the pickoffs and completely dismantling this TNC 5-man.
And now they go right into the Roshan. They get the Desolator, so this should be very fast. Before these heroes could even respawn in time. Clockwork bought back to the last fight, so his respawn time is very slow. A very unfortunate positioning for TNC, especially right from the get-go. Shadow Demon getting caught. He's supposed to be the save. He's supposed to stay on the back line. And when you start to lose Disruption and then you lose Astro and Charisma, both your saves being initiated on in the beginning, the rest of your team just get ran down. Look at how good OG is at chasing. They got the glimpse, they got the long-range fissure, they got the traps. We're gonna see this one more time. As soon as the hook misses, they go in for the Shadow Demon. I think this is where TNC just needed to get out. But they decide to stay and fight, and as a result, Glimpse chases for one more kill. The Blink Daggers gets another, so not a good look for TNC.
And every time they've been fighting into OG vision, there was a ward on the hill mid, it's actually still there. Previously, when they took that fight at the bottom rune, they were fighting up a hill into a shrine, so their fight selection is often at a disadvantage.
And this is a weird one too. They're smoking into the enemy team without their ultimates.
But they do have a scan that hits pay dirt, but like you said, they're lacking the big ults, and OG's ready for this. Hook will start though. Jerax gets jumped, might just go down to this Soul Catcher. One more auto tech scores the kill. Now Sam H in too far. OD also died in the midst of that. Another win for S4, plus 72 damage with these duels, and Raven's next on the list, has no Eclipse. It's Tim to the rescue. Magnetize, huge combo. Is there enough damage though? They need the follow-up. 1437 lane in the Shadow Poison. Can he play the carry? 4 have fallen. It's Steven against the world, and Ana charges in. They're gonna fight now at the shrine, and now they'll get the team wipe. OG. Salt in the wound here for the TNC fans. Again, fight selection, Lumi, coming back to haunt them.
Was that desperation? I'm not sure. They fought into OG, who has finished an Aegis, or got an Aegis, excuse me. They don't have both their big nukes coming online. Imagine if they just had Eclipse or Sanity's Eclipse. Look at how much damage that the Earth Spear was able to do on his own. They just needed a little bit more.
Pressing too much. It's been a problem for TNC all game long, and now they get punished again. Sam H trying to defend a tower that's already dead. He falls as well. Look here on the chase, and they're even going to glimpse back Cuckoo. Goes for the banish.
He's going to be there. He's going to be right next to OG.
And they're still going to be able to jump up, drops the ult, won't even get us more.
2 crits in a row.
Everything just barely in favor of OG as he survives through all of that. Another death. This game is spiraling out of control, and TNC, they have to get their heads straightened out real quick.
You know, we keep talking about the ability to scale, the ability for TNC to go in the late game, but that's assuming that you don't die and give up these objectives for free. There won't be a late game if you just keep losing buildings like this.
TNC trying to hold the line here as Jerax creeps in. He's got that Blink Dagger. Echo Slam ready, but really, OG can farm. They also scale well in the late game. And with this kind of advantage, you can look to starve your opponents and prevent them from even keeping up in farm. So he won't go for the jump. OG continue to progress here. We'll take a look at those items. No Tail now, picking up the Yasha, the BOTs, the Manta's coming next for him. The TA already grabbed the Crystal as BKB about to be complete. In a game where TNC don't have great answers for that BKB, they can maybe cog him and just try and ignore him in fights. They can try and stall with these banishes, but...
Demonic Purge is probably the best they got, but...
But they're not killing him, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, not through song, not through like press the attack, all that stuff. For TNC, I think the most important item is going to be Ravens, because not only is he scaling for himself, he's also scaling for the Shadow Demon, right? The Shadow Demon Luna combo really takes off once you have a butterfly for the Luna. That's when the illusions are really, really hard to kill. And you know they mow down creep waves very quickly.
But they have to balance that with staying alive.
Exactly.
And the
So
butterfly will not help you in these big team fights nearly as much.
He has to go for BKB first just to survive in these team fights, like you suggest, and then after that it's butterfly. But that's like 10k gold for Raven. So I think OG still has a lot of time to play the game that they want to play, whether it's wait for the next Roshan or just start constricting the map.
I don't know that we've seen a more successful offlane Legion this tournament. S4 9-2-6, and did it largely without any help from the team.
Again, that level 1 first blood that he got was so fortunate, and how chaotic that fight was. He got the first blood, had the boots right from the get-go, and he just laned against Luna 1v1 for like 2 minutes, because everyone was still fighting.
Now OG look to break the base. They look for the 2-0. TNC, it's desperation mode now. OG, that sweet,
just gave him a tier 3 for free.
Could be theirs. Boulder smash, a wayward shot. Tims won't connect, and now OG look to move in deeper. They want this melee, look for the duel. The blade mail gets popped, the press the attack sounded. But OG are gonna back away. The Luna army is starting to ramp up, forces them on their heels. Now Tims looks to move, but the song comes out, and suddenly he's in deep. No-Tail with the positioning, keeping the rest of the team away, but still 14-37, ready to save the day. He gets off the blink, the disruption as well. OG are actually being forced back here with the Magnetize coming through. Can they pursue? The duel is still ready. Roll in, commitment, one hero shot, almost got 2. Now the echo from Jerax, a dagger through the heart of Filipino Dodo. OG takedown 4 to Sam H, the lone survivor. And back to the base, and back to objectives. And on in the lower bracket, OG sounds the call. They are close, Lumi, but a little overeager. They will need these creeps to march in, and finally the creeps will arrive. The melee falls, the range next on the list.
They could just go mid. They have so much damage with the Desolator. They have to press the attack to rejuvenate the heroes. Yeah, they're going to keep going. 25 seconds till the Luna. A Luna that comes back with no ultimate. An OD that comes back that needs to get up in before he could do a ton of damage. I think this is going to be 2 lanes of Rax at least.
2 lanes, probably all for now, and given what's at stake, you have to imagine TNC are going to fight this to the bitter end. Twice this TI, and I believe 3 times in TI history, we have seen Mega Creep comebacks.
Well, we're going to see an Echo Slam, and this one hits right on the OD, gets him before he uses any of his spells. Great Static Storm as a follow-up, Eclipse doing absolutely nothing.
Also interrupted the Eclipse mid-cast animation, so it came out late. It came out when OG could select how they wanted to approach the fight. Huge opportunity there, and Jerax completely nails it.
Yeah, and again, TNC was using spells like Disruption as well as Astral Imprisonment as an initiation, and thus they didn't have it to be used defensively. Now granted, TNC does have a very good lineup for repelling big creeps. You got the Luna, you got the Shadow Demon Illusion that could make more Luna, so technically they could hold against these 2 upgraded creeps on both mid and bottom for a long time.
But I do think it's like you said, this Luna, she's just not that big yet.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a single tier 4 item. I guess the Manta's the closest thing. But you need that 1 damage item to really start taking off that allows the illusion to scale, and that usually is the butterfly. As Ana lies in wait, he's got a BKB. Banish was already used. They could jump on Cuckoo here. 14-37 waiting in reserve, but as he TPs away, it's an alarming moment for TNC fans. He needs to get out. Trap getting dropped. Still he's in the trees. He blinks to the north.
They know.
There. The Fissure finds him.
How do they know?
Oh boy. Well, that's a painful moment if you're this OD.
He's got a lot of time to think about life choices.
What to buy to this point.
What to buy before he dies, The answer is not much. He's only got 500 gold.
Get some wards. They'll help you see this OG freight train coming for your base. Oh, it's looking very bleak. We have seen Mega Creep comebacks, but this early, with this level of farm on the team that's getting Mega'd, which they're not there yet, but you have to imagine OG are going for it next.
I mean, one of the prerequisites of Mega Creep comebacks is your ability to actually win fights, right? If you could kill OG, you could repel the creeps.
OG is winning those fights.
Exactly. I don't know if this is one of those Mega Tree comebacks, man.
A man can dream, and that's what TNC resort to now, praying for something miraculous to come their way. OG will churn through this tier 2. Ana, though, fighting through the back door. Still trying to work on it. Now the creeps arrive, and the last outer tower falls. TNC are slowly being choked out. Game 2, all OG, all the way down the stretch here. They just need one more lane, and then it's naught but the throne that stands between them and victory.
A ton of pressure from all the other side lanes as well. The Nagas, illusions are everywhere. Shadow Demon is doing a fine job defending against it, but economy-wise, TNC is not doing too well. I mean, OG could play it safe. They could wait for Roshan if they want, or just a smoke wrap around.
OG, they want to finish this one off. Swarming in onto TNC. Bringing that Shadow Demon low. He's got to use the first banish defensively. Now the duel comes through onto Samade. Churning through him. S4 finds one. Magnetized. Nope. Gonna be not available for now. And OG close it off with a static storm. More damage coming out. The Luna tries to hang on. Desperation mode. They are about to drop. The OD ult does decent work. Jarek stops. Actually the turn. Kuka with the magnetize. 3 have fallen. OG have overplayed their hand. They might lose on as well. BKB already committed. Now the banish. Look for round 2. The boulder slash on point. TNC hold the line.
Wow. Shadow Demon at the beginning of the fight was out of position, got initiated on. They had to spend the Astral on him. That means the disruption's gone, the Astral's gone. So S4 found a good jump. They were going back in, but the buyback from the Shadow Demon then turned the fight.
5,000 gold swing, and it might be more. They've even found another. Cuckoo going deep for this one. S4 pops the blade mail. Cuckoo doesn't have the damage. He needs that +1. It's not there. He will have to back away. That was a 5,000 gold swing, Lumi.
Well, we're going to watch this one more time. SD will just die, but he does buy back. This Storm, pretty good here.
And perfect Eclipse. Glimmer Cape keeps the Earth Spirit alive, allows Tim to get off the Boulder Smash. Then the Disruption comes through. The Magnetize is going off all the while. Tim stays alive so long, and it's like you said, that Shadow Demon buyback definitely turns it. Another question, like, should they first of all, they don't need to dive that far. They can just go for the Megas there. Secondly, the Son and BKB were overlapped, so that Ana didn't have his BKB for the follow-up fight.
Yeah. To answer you, no, they didn't need to do that, but they did. So TNC getting a fight victory here. 1437 looks like he's being chased around by illusions a little bit, but he should be okay. The other big critical thing in that last team fight was that Earthshaker did absolutely nothing. He was just controlled by a stun. I believe it was by the Earth Spirits, and then just got completely blown up by the OD. So as we saw, Jirax was a big contributing factor in these previous fights. The Echo Slam on the bottom lane was huge. The Fissures has been on point. If you could somehow eliminate Jirax from the fights, then I think TNC stands a much better chance. But still, though, they could not convert it into any big objective. They could not get that Roshan away. Imagine if TNC has Aegis and Cheese now. You know, you could be like, hey, they actually have a chance, but still. This is a very steep uphill climb.
Items are coming in. No Tail completing his butterfly. We'll see Ana snagging the Aegis. Cheese going to be passed off to S4, who also has a BKB now and 2K gold banked up. So OG still 25,000 gold ahead. By all rights, this game is theirs. You play this game from this point forward probably 100 times. I think OG wins 99 of those at least, Lumi, if not 100.
There's that one
time. And they've only
man.
got the one game.
There's that one time.
They hang on, but it's slow and steady from OG right now. They're not committing. They spread the illusions. One Naga bottom, 1437. He can't be everywhere.
He has a blink, so
he can try his best.
The problem is he has to play in such a forward position to constantly make these illusions, steal Naga illusions, all that stuff.
And that's for like a glimpse, potentially setting up a duel and really punish you.
Fissure, like there's just so much long-range initiation power from the side of OG.
I mean, the good news at the same time is they have that follow-up save with the OD banish, so they have another way.
Well, here's the thing, that's exactly what happened. You know, SD got initiated, OD saved him, but that's both your save gone, and then that's where S4 just jumps in and initiates, so.
It can work, but it also can just leave you helpless to protect, say, the Luna, who does have a BKB now. Important to mention that. Our OD of Cuckoo, building towards a Linked Sphere, it appears. You can see OG know how tenuous or quickly this game can turn. I shouldn't say it's tenuous. They're up 28,000 gold and 2 lanes of racks, but they know one more bad fight, and suddenly TNC might just be able to take them head on, and from there, you know, the game can fall apart. So they don't want to take any risks. They don't want to even give TNC a whiff of an opportunity to get back in this game. They are farming together on their side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think OG still has a couple of fight to give. It's just that it depends on who gets the gold on the other side. Imagine if Raven gets like a Rampage, or 4 kills, and he just finishes a Butterfly. Suddenly this game changes complexion by quite a bit. I think the Luna illusions then could start to take over the game. And of course the Shadow Demon illusions as well. TNC Raven's still very far away from the Butterfly. He needs to consider whether he wants to save for buyback as well, because we are at this point.
I would be pretty surprised if OG just don't actually try to take the Megas with this Aegis. They've picked up another Shadow Blade. No-Tail building towards a Silver Edge, it appears.
I think they're waiting for the critical items to come online. Ana is very close to finishing a second Butterfly for the team, so that would help his survivability. And this time around, Jerax has a Shadow Blaze, so the game plan of kill Jerax first before the fight happens.
They have triple Shadow Blade. No-Tail's picked one up as well.
Shadow Blade Naga.
That is something fresh. Doesn't have the Silver Edge yet. OG are lurking, but they are scouted out right now. S4 under a Radiant ward. Do they want to venture outside the base? Their last fight was won near their fountain.
Waiting for Cuckoo.
Oh god. S4 still lurks. Remember, he's also got the cheese and a BKB. It really does feel like TNC need to let OG come to them if they want to take this fight. OG marching in. They'll start with a Naga illusion, quick silence, and a quicker blink out by Cuckoo. Gets him back to safety, but the tower, that can't blink away. It's dropping rapidly here. Illusions, meanwhile, are spreading the map out, dragging TNC around. They take some hefty structural damage. This next time, once that glyph gets committed, this tower is going to drop. Do TNC make their stand? When will they fight? How will they hold? Many questions for fans of this team as they are on the ropes. TI7 elimination is nigh. OG are coming for your base. They're coming for your homes. TNC must defend. The glyph forced out. A smart, staggered siege. Ana out in front, the rest of OG very far back. Sam H, he's got the vision though. He can jump on the shaker if he wants to. That ward could be huge.
In the trees, Blink Duel finds the real one. Do they have the disruption? They don't. It's Cuckoo. He's caught. He doesn't have buyback. No, he does. He's going to buy back immediately. But now the high ground.
Now looking for more. S4 cheeses up, and now the song resets the fight. Static Storm is ready. No. Here comes the combo. He gets 2. Working his way out of it is Tibbs, though. The Eclipse comes through, but it's a futile effort from Raven. Overwhelmed. OG take the game. Revenge is theirs. Gave their fans a small palpitation, Lumi, but no heart attacks. They hang on here.
Very beautifully played by OG. I don't think they made too many mistakes. You could say that dive, after they took 2 Raxes up, perhaps a mistake, but they were so far ahead.
And that was like the dream fight for TNC. As OG exit their booth, they will go deeper than they did last year. How far can this team go? I look back at OG historically, perhaps their most memorable tournament performance ever, the Frankfurt Major, where they went all the way in the lower bracket, ended up taking the whole tournament. This could be the start of something amazing.
I feel like OG this series, as well as their game against Infamous, has really shown that they are definitely evolving in the lower bracket, and they have to. I think this team can definitely go very, very far. I think something Ake has said during the panel is that this team has perhaps one of the highest ceiling out of all the teams at TI. And I think they're getting closer and closer to that ceiling as we're moving through the lower brackets.
Well, smiles and happiness for OG, devastation for TNC. You could see they were just emotionally very frustrated with the way that series turned out. Perhaps coming in even feeling like they had OG's number after last year, but a year is a long time, Lumi.
Yeah.
OG came prepared today.
I think the tough thing for them is that it almost felt like they couldn't play the Dota that they wanted to play. Remember that smoke gank into the enemy jungle where they didn't have their ultimates. Fight selections weren't really on point, it felt like, for TNC. Sometimes they seemed too desperate, sometimes not enough. And
they just couldn't find that magical formula. No,
yeah, that got them here. That's they got here, but where's that magic?
If anything, like it almost felt like they peaked a little early. In TI6, like you said, they came in as a dark horse. But this time around, not a dark horse. OG were ready. They take the series, and they do move on.
Just extraordinary play coming out of OG. I mean, in that game, S4 on Legion Commander was Outworld Devourer's worst nightmare. And of course, as was said before, this is OG's revenge. Last year, they were knocked out by TNC. And as TNC falls yet again for the second time, a team that comes from the winner's bracket gets eliminated by someone in lowers. And of course, it's an extraordinarily well-played game by OG.
This was OG's game to win the whole game. They made a couple of mistakes in the mid-game when they took fights that they didn't really have to do, I think. But yeah, there was some that they weren't really close to lose.
It's pretty unfortunate if you lose your first match in the winners bracket and hey, you have to play OG next. Good luck.
Yeah, right.
OG's one of the strongest teams in the lower bracket. They unfortunately finished at the bottom part of their group and are having to battle their way through it, but like Lumi was saying, they're looking better and better each time they play on the main stage, and I think they're really finding their own with the strategies of really putting Anna on that carry and putting him in the mid lane.
In this and the last series, I think the drafts have been pretty weak from the losing teams. There's not that much that they could have done to win other than draft different heroes, which is kind of sad to say, but.
I mean, was there even an out for TNC? I mean, obviously they were very far behind in net worth. There was the miracle hold during the first major push into their main base. But, I mean, to feel like with Song of Siren plus Disruptor's Ultimate, with such a consistent setup.
I think there was a small chance just because I don't think core Naga is that strong right now. And that matchup is pretty good for their other cores. But overall, in the game plan and the team fight and the laning phase, it was all OG.
The Shadow Demon pick was just way too early, in my opinion. It told OG everything that TNC wanted to do, and they, as a response, they picked Earthshaker, they picked Legion Commander, these two heroes that can deal with any kind of illusions that TNC had to throw at them. And we saw the SD Luna combo, worked pretty well, but didn't really come online the way they wanted it to.
I was speculating that it might have been like a block pick, similar to how they first picked the Razor fairly early.
I saw later in the game, I actually started to realize maybe they picked it to make Naga illusions. Like with the Radiance, but
maybe.
Yeah, that was just kind of convenient.
If it's a carry Naga, so it's a long shot, I guess. But I mean, you're in a very bad position if you're losing the game and the opponent have a Naga as well. You're supposed to win the early game and try to delay this Radiance, but
I think it's pretty dangerous to have Notel finding success on these Illusion Radiance heroes once again. This is how they won all the majors.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that that's one of the hallmarks of OG, is that they really seem to specialize in illusion heroes.
Yeah, and it actually started falling out of favor of the meta, and then we saw OG kind of struggle outside of the majors the last couple months. And coming into TI, people looked at them as this amazing team, but maybe the patch wasn't really in their favors. And once again, this wasn't maybe their event. And then people say, oh, maybe you shouldn't win the majors all year because then Ice Frog's not going to nerf your heroes.
Illusions have been nerfed, I think, 3 times in a row, where they make less and less damage, they take more damage, so...
Give gold now?
Yeah, so... But they make it work, still.
Yeah, I mean, just very solid performance by OG, and they will move on as the first team today to hit the top 8. Our next match is going to be an elimination match, as well as we're going to see DC go up against LGD, which is a match that, again...
NA's final hope.
Right? I mean...
Fans here at Key Arena that are from America, or maybe just... we got this giant USA flag we got behind us. Let's go Mason! Let's go M-God! Sorry, Ben.
Okay.
Mason's taking over.
I'd like to remind any of you who are in the Seattle area to just come out. You can literally just come right outside and watch the projector. It's beautiful. In fact, when we're watching the games, we're not even watching on the monitor in front of us. This thing is so bright. It is great to watch games on. It's really nice.
It is.
Oh, hey, there's us.
Yeah, look at this. Hey, that's what the right side of my head looks like. That's a nice right side of a head.
We got your favorite player, Bulba, coming up. This is the next series. We're going to see some more Spirit Breaker.
Oh. Spirit Breaker games have been unbelievably exciting at this tournament, especially when, we saw Secret pull amazing things with Puppey. And then, of course, Bulba getting the negative 11-second kill.
Yeah, game 3 Spirit Breaker against Liquid. Puppey was doing so well, and then he just got a little too antsy, He was a little too ambitious. He got overconfident.
I think LUD is one of the strongest teams in the lower bracket, though, because they played VP, and I think that they didn't really get to show what they are capable of. VP's strategy and draft was very good against LGD. They want to farm and play as a team, but VP is a team that's playing super fast, and so I think LUD is going to show up
So you think it's like VP, LGD, DC down here, or where do you putting DC on this?
Under LGD at least.
So DC are the underdogs.
Yes.
Well, before we get into too much analysis of this match, we got to do one more extra special congratulations to OG, because Casey is with Fly right now to talk about that win.
Fly, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm going to ask the most cliched question that I could ask of anybody because of what you guys have been through the last year, which is how do you feel after spending the entire year waiting for your chance to come back and prove yourselves on the TI stage, and then to find that it's going to be against TNC in the lower bracket?
Oh, I was so excited to see that we're actually going to match up against them because, like you said, it's something I've been waiting for, and honestly, I have a lot of respect for them. But I was, we were out for blood. Honestly, that's what it was.
How did you hype up the team over the last few days?
Well, we kind of changed our mentality a lot since we went into the loser bracket. We're actually a completely different team for what we were in the group stage, and we're kind of like hungry sharks waiting for people in the lower bracket. That's how I see us right now.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a little different. So as soon as we saw them, like at least myself and Notil and Sebastian, our coach, like we were already like thinking about this, and then we got everybody kind of amped up because we were like talking about what we're gonna do, our ideas, and like how we're gonna slay them. Basically, that was kind of what we went for.
And watching you guys walk out of the pods just from that first game, you could tell there was a big sense of relief. Did you feel that?
Honestly, we went in there to win. There was not a single moment where like, oh, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. At every like given moment, we were looking at how to, basically slay them. So that's how I felt after coming out of the game. I was like, yeah, give me another one. I'm ready to go again. Yeah,
how are you going to fight through the night? Are you still taking it a game at a time, or is it hard not to think ahead to the end to really come back and prove yourselves?
A game at a time. Like, you don't want to look ahead. Like, we're gonna play next, we're gonna find out, and we're gonna focus on that guy. We're gonna go in there and like bring our best game because I've watched this interview last night, which was very sad with Zai, and we were in the same position last year. It was exactly the same. We lost because we played not to lose. And this is the worst feeling because you're going to have so many regrets. So, you know what? We're going to play and we're going to like do our best, and at least we're going to go there and fight. And if we lose, so be it. But we're there to fight.
Well, next up is LGD or DC. How do you think you match up against each of those teams?
I would say DC is a team we're a bit more familiar with because we got to practice against them and whatnot. Honestly, I really don't care who we play. I'm ready for both. So be it. I think they both have a pretty good chance, and it's funny that actually this is the same matchup as last year. But we kind of rewrote history. So we'll see if LGD comes out on top this time. I don't know. Bring on whoever,
So many fans are so excited to see you guys here. What do you want to say to all the OG fans watching?
Thank you so much to anybody who's supporting us. Like, it really means a lot that everybody's here and you're cheering for us. Like, we really feel it, and it makes us play much better, and it makes us want to play, give you the best Dota we can. So thank you so much, guys.
Fly, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it. We're going to head on over to Machine now.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, indeed. I'm joined by the other side, the other face of that game. I'm joined by 1437. Now, the real reason for these interviews is just so you can kind of tell your side of the story. Also, perhaps, just think out loud with this microphone in front of your face. And so I'm just going to do that now.
I don't really have much to say. I think this wasn't really our tournament. I think we've had much better performances, and I don't know what else to really say about it.
7 TIs here at TI7. And I don't think I don't have to be the only person to tell you that there's no shame in losing to OG. You guys came in, played good Dota, and surely there is some positives to be taken of this as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's all a learning experience. It's about the future. It's about your journey along the way. So as long as we take it positively and we take away what we can from the games, I think it's going to help us for the future.
And you're using the word future. I imagine that's something that you guys are going to be discussing now, but really, I think everyone agrees that this has been a good showing from TNC. Can you agree that, there's some pride to be taken away from this performance?
It was okay. I think a lot of people had higher expectations of us, especially our fans, but this tournament was really difficult, especially everyone in Group B seemed very strong coming into the playoffs, and Group A seems like its meta was behind, so it was hard for us especially to develop something good in the short period of time. So I think maybe we just drew the short stick here.
And you say short period of time. Last question, I don't want to keep you too much longer, but new captain, new region, how has that been for you?
Well, we've only been together for like 3 months now at most. So I think there's a lot for us to develop. With the upcoming 11 majors and minors, I think it's going to be better for our future. And for me, with these guys, I really love this team. They're very fun to play with, and they trust me. So I'm looking forward to having another year with them.
Perfect. 1-4-3-7. Trust and love for TNC. The Key Arena thanks you. Thank you for playing, and we'll see you another time.
Thank you, Machine. Of course, thank you, 1-4-3-7. At this point, all the teams are so strong, it's always a shock whenever a team of their caliber goes home, but it has to happen. Has to get the great matches continuing.
That was a nice exit interview to hear.
Yeah.
Like 1-4-3-7, you know, he kind of got kicked from NP and didn't really know, you know, where to find his place. SVG as well. He went to coach for EG, and 1-4-3-7 is like, I'm not done playing. Like, I'm good. Like, I got this. Moved all the way to Southeast Asia, found this great team, and he came out here to TI and gave it a hell of an effort.
They've been playing like very well as well. So it's very fun to see that he's actually he wants to keep on playing with him, and just looking forward to the 11 majors and minors.
I thought it was really interesting what he said about Group B and Group A. Like, he didn't have that much time to react to Group B, which initially we thought the groups were pretty even, and afterwards it's like, okay, all 4 Group B teams are in the upper bracket, and they didn't have time to adjust and pick up their play style as maybe they would have if they were in the lower bracket, let's say starting in Group B.
Interesting to see how powerful all the teams from Group B have been. And Purge, I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about what you were seeing in the match between OG and TNC.
Well, the point I wanted to look at actually was the initial smoke anchor at the start of the game. It had a lot of interesting little movements and things like that. So the cool stuff that TNC did here, and the purpose of smoke anchors, is mostly to move to the enemy side of the map and try to get some easy kills to start the game off. Now, the interesting thing is that Shadow Demon here can disable people with his disruption skill for 2.5 seconds, which gives his team time to set up a follow-up disable, which would be coming from the Earth Spirit here with his rolling boulder. But the problem was that due to the path that they went and S4 showing up, was that 1437 ended up going kind of like this, and S4 was approaching from this direction. And as soon as he gets to the high ground here, he's going to break the smoke and reveal that they're actually approaching. So as soon as Tim's here on the Earth Spirit realizes that S4 can see him, he needs to land a skill shot to land disable on S4 to ensure that 1437 catches up to grab disruption. And he does end up casting it a little bit too early, and this caused a little bit of problems because, again, TNC was very weak on disable here, just had a lot of setup. So after disruption ends, it's going to spawn 2 little illusions right next to him, and then the S4 disrupted is going to appear right here in the middle. You probably wanted me to draw something bad, didn't you? That's terrible. So what TNC needs to do immediately afterwards is move into position to try to enclose him into a little ball here. That way he can't actually escape. But unfortunately, they didn't quite get there in time. S4 is able to make some space by getting out. And then at this point, it becomes a big chase by OG to actually catch up to the rest of TNC to try to secure a kill. They're also lacking disable by a bit, but because of Jarex's really nice position from the south here, he's able to block off 2 cores. They get a little bit more damage on Cuckoo. He does cut his way through the trees with some tangos, and S4 is able to chase for the final overwhelming odds, ensuring that he gets the last hit and that it doesn't go to Roche. So I just thought it was a really cool moment here with lots of little tiny strategy implications. If TNC executes that slightly better, maybe gets the block off, they get first blood, could change the early game.
It definitely turned into an uphill battle right from that point, especially losing your mid laner that early, and we saw Legion Commander on S4 just have more last hits than Luna for a lot of the early game. I mean, that was just a really nice start for OG.
Nothing really went TNC's way that game.
Yeah.
It was, from the draft, I was just not a fan of what was happening for them.
Do you think if that smoke gank went successfully, they would have been able to have
Absolutely
a much better
not.
opening?
Absolutely not.
Really?
It doesn't really change that much. It's like a nice first thing that you can, maybe you can get boots on a support or like get your ball earlier mid, but it's not really a game-changing thing most of the cases.
Hardly ever something like that impacts the game too much. Yeah. It's convenient. I really liked what Fly said during his interview, which is something that we saw EG struggle with yesterday, coming from the winners bracket, losing 0-2, dropping down, and then having to play after experiencing that defeat on the main stage. OG, coming from the losers bracket, they're just winning. They're 3-0 right now.
Yeah, the hungry Sharks.
They want to slay them, quote Fly.
They're absolutely playing to win rather than playing to lose.
Now, the people who will be going up against OG in lowers will be decided by this next match. It will be DC versus LGD. Let's bring the teams out, starting with LGD. Should LGD fall here, they will be yet another team that came directly from winners, were knocked down to lowers and eliminated their very first round there. But LGD almost overshadowed a little bit by LFY. LGD, though, is a legendary name in the Dota 2 community and, of course, a strong contender. Going up against them will be the Miracle Workers from last year's lower bracket. It will be Digital Chaos. What a lineup from DC. Every single one of those names, of course, culminating in one of the most important names in my entire life.
Bulba.
Oh yeah, there's a DC fan literally right there to my left who just screamed, love it. You know, DC I feel like I haven't even got the chance to see as much of DC as you'd expect given their skill level in this tournament. I mean, they were amazing to watch in the NA qualifiers. I mean, Mason is just a monster carry.
Mason's been doing very, very well this tournament, mostly on Sven and Lifestealer, are some of his standout heroes. Previously, Mason's been notorious for Weaver and Storm Spirit and even like some Timbersaw. But he's playing a different type of carry. I'm Mason's biggest fan, I think.
Why do you like Mason so much? You play with him.
Mason was a blast to play with. He's one of the most fun people just to be around. He's always a good time. He can be, you know, he has his negatives. He can be a little bit pessimistic when you lose, but when you're just hanging out in like a social setting, he's one of the most fun guys. Same with Bulba.
Of course. You know, I do want to take a moment to step to LGD and get some of your thoughts on the notable players to look for on
all
LGD.
of them.
Every single one.
So Yao, he's infamous with coming back with Xiao 8 every single year for TI. I think this is one of the few years that he hasn't been with them. Maybe he was the standout mid a couple of years ago, and he was one of the new age mid laners. 11, he used to be on eHome, and his Tusk play really stood out from every other Tusk that we've seen. Victoria, he's a support player. He played a lot of Wisp. He is one of the best Wisp and best Tusk. Me and Fog talk about this guy all the time. They're safe lane, Ame.
Yeah.
He gets Mask of Madness a lot. That's kind of the thing that I know about him the most.
Well, if you're a carry player and you're buying Mask of Madness right now, you are doing the right thing.
Yeah, I've just been buying Mask of Madness every single game. I'm a terrible carry player, but oh my God, is that item great. And we even got the opportunity to talk to Yao with Casey. Casey, take it away.
LGD's been around for so many years. It's a successful team. Why do you think TI has been so elusive?
就其实我在老根队，然后有几次都距离布肖顿比较近。然后 TI2那年的话，其实我们的实力包括士气都挺好的，但是可能因为当时太年轻了吧，然后一些经验，包括队伍内部的调整不足，然后就是在最后一步没有跨过去。然后之后打到 TI5的话。就是可能跟运气，然后包括各方面都有因素吧。然后到了今年的话，我觉得我的队友，包括队伍的整体氛围都很好，实力也很强。然后我觉得今年是更有机会的一年，然后我们也会更加努力。
Earlier you mentioned it being exciting that there are so many younger players coming up through the Dota 2 scene and coming up through the organization. Is that one of the reasons you and Xiao 8 decided to start LFY together?
LFY 为样不是说我们要去培养很多新人，或者是说去挖掘很多新人，其实是我们希望自己也以新人的心态来对待我们的职业，对待这个游戏，然后更加专注，然后回到最开始我们打 Dota 的起点，然后保持一个拥有年轻的心态来对待这个游戏，因为我们真的很热爱它。
That's really cool. And he captained you for years. You're now a captain. What kinds of things did you learn from him as a leader, and how would you describe yourself as a captain?
现在的话，我作为这一支 LGD 的队长，我的队友们也非常的信任我，然后也会给我很大的鼓励和支持。我也会就是从生活中还有比赛中，包括各个方面，然后让大家更加的有凝聚力。一些关于 Dota 或者是关于生活的 很多方面，然后我也会组织大家一起来交流。目前为止，我的几个队友都是非常有活力和激情，然后也就是有很多新的想法，但是大家也会非常服从和尊重和支持我。
And you seem to be really focused very well on TI7. Again, you've been doing really well the last few months in particular. How are you looking ahead at TI7 compared to previous TIs that you've been a part of? What do you think makes it different this time and gives you a really good shot at winning the whole thing?
其实我准备这次 TI7，然后可以说自己是花费了1年多甚至2年的努力，然后想要回到这个赛场，然后就是争取更好的成绩。然后我的队伍也是调整了很多人员，包括队伍的构造，然后位置的划分，然后到了今天有一个很完善也大家很适应就是大家适应的一个人员配置来到这里，然后我跟我的队伍也努力很久，我感觉，然后我也相信这一次我们是准备的足够好的，为了这次 TI。
And as always, to give us yet more beautiful insight, or possibly just great nicknames, we got Machine over in Jack's corner.
Thank you so much, Sean. Yes, this is one of my favorite times of the day where I get to go ahead and pick Jack's brain. Anyone unfamiliar with what's going on in Jack's corner is, of course, we have the perfect insight. I mean, we have the host of the Chinese group stage panel, and we get to talk to him about what's going on with some of these Chinese teams. I think this time LGD, you heard from Yao saying that they have worked incredibly hard, and I'm sure you can kind of testify that. One of the more storied teams coming out of China.
Yeah, certainly. They've been around for a long time, a lot of memes and stories that go with them, but there's a bit of a rivalry in this series, maybe more than usual. So they'll be going up against Boba. I believe LGD knocked out Boba's Secret last year. And then obviously all those years ago back at TI3, Boba with Liquid and beating LGD in that series as well. So there's a bit of a rivalry, and Boba's a guy, he really puts himself out there. He loves to talk to teams and players from everywhere.
Probably the most friendly person I've met currently in Dota.
Yeah, and he likes to, so he'll have fun and, maybe troll the Chinese players a little bit here and there. Whoever's stuck in the middle translating that is a little unfortunate. But the Chinese players have a bit of a nickname for him as well. Because and fans, because they're not as familiar with him as, say, Western players are. Yeah. But they always see that he's on these prime teams, either as a coach or a player all the time. So the nickname for him is, in Chinese, it's Guan Shige. So what that translates to basically is he's he must be very well connected, or he must have really good solid relationships, because the Chinese players this guy, seems to only play a few heroes. He doesn't seem to be the best player out there, but he's always on these great teams. So what's going on here? So Boba will have a chance to get them back and show them once again this year.
Does Boba know that, or have we just revealed that?
I think Boba's been made aware.
Okay, so Boba's aware of that. He's on one booth, they're on the other, and they're going to be doing battle. Jack, it's always a pleasure. We'll be talking more and more as the Chinese teams do continue to fight throughout this tournament. Boba there on your screens, and we will throw it back to that panel. Sean, Boba's got even more to play for now.
I know, and you know what? Jack's wrong. Boba's the best. Confirmation panelists, help me out.
Boba's not the best.
Damn it.
He's good.
He's up there?
He's very smart, but he's yet to prove it on the big stage. So I think Sam, a lot of people look at him and they think, maybe he chokes from time to time.
Well, you saw it yesterday when we were zooming in on his face in the middle of the match. He was biting his fingernails, shaking his leg. Can he calm down enough to perform well on the main stage, or will LGD continue its tear? Let's find out.
LGD versus Digital Chaos. Game 1.
We are outside hundreds of feet from the Key Arena, and you still hear the roar from inside the auditorium when the teams get announced. It's just amazing.
It's an exciting time to be a Dota fan.
I think it's amazing that all of these interviews with the players, everyone is saying how much they learned from the past years, from past TIs, and that is also why the competition is just getting harder and harder. Fly is talking about how they really want to win the games, and was it Yao who was before?
Yeah, listen to Yao. He talks about all the perspective that he's been gaining over these years. He's been to 5, 6, 7 TIs at this point.
Yeah.
You learn, and you almost force yourself to become the player in person that it takes to win. And you learn how to do that by playing with different teams, playing with different players. losing, winning.
And in that sense, Bulba should be very well prepared, right?
He's losing is learning, right? And Bulba's done plenty.
I mean that he's been playing on a lot of teams, not even losing a lot. And we actually see the Spirit Breaker here, which is Bulba's best hero, right? Sean?
You know what? Spirit Breaker is most people's best hero, let's be honest.
My best hero.
Space Cow, you go, that guy. Light a cigarette, he crosses the map, and when you're done, bam, crashes right in. You know, at this point, you were bringing this up before with the Nyx Assassin ban Queen of Pain right out the gate. And of course, Night Stalker, no stranger to first picks over on LGD, but Shadow Shaman is a hero that I don't think has been picked as much, but I absolutely love this character.
LGD has actually been picking it a lot, and they are one of the few teams that really likes to open with Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, Yao and DDC love the hero a lot, just dropping wards on towers.
Yeah, coming into TI, I was pretty optimistic about Shadow Shaman. I still am. I think he's a pretty solid hero in the 5 position. He brings a lot to the team. I think he scales incredibly well, having 2 instantaneous disables. Also, the wards, they do so much damage, especially when you get an Aghanim Scepter.
Can you talk to me about this Digital Chaos ban on Beastmaster?
Well, you know, we saw Yao, or I think it was Yao, just feed relentlessly against VP with it the other day. It was 11, excuse me. I think they're just, I don't know.
He also got a new item in the recent TI7 treasure. So every time I see this like new cool item for a hero, I see the hero pick more. Like Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight was like all the craze as soon as that golden shield came out.
Yeah.
So that's why the Shadow Demon was picked the last game?
Maybe.
Do you think everybody at home should be buying chests to support the tournament and show off their Beastmaster?
Yes.
How much shilling are we going to do on this pack?
You know, I would like you all...
I'm just saying, there's a correlation.
By the way, we all have signatures as well, and you can feel free to get our Karafs.
Yeah, let's just finish this thing up. You got a URL you want to plug?
We good.
We're good.
I'm good.
We're good. I like Spirit Breaker against Night
yeah.
Stalker. I think it gives the team a lot of direction. It says, you know, it forces you guys to group up, and it forces fights constantly, and Night Stalker really wants to play around vision and take advantage of being able to find his opponents and keep them contained.
You also mentioned that synergy with Night Stalker making everything nighttime and Lycan functioning better at night.
Yeah, Lycan's got that night vision, so it can work well.
Lycan is also a way to actually scout a bit with the wolves, so when you don't see anything, you at least see something from the wolves, so you can get some information.
Mirana chosen from LGD, and we've seen Night Stalker Mirana as a little death squad throughout this TI, waltzing around, picking
They
off
play
heroes.
it mid, though, mostly. Maybe actually goes more the older build with the Scepter.
One thing to note about DC, which I think is one of their weaknesses, I think their core players are very limited on their hero pools. We've seen Abed playing the same 3 to 4 heroes ever since the group stage. Mason's been mostly playing that, you know, that Sven, Lifestealer, Lycan. And they picked both of them incredibly early here. I think worrisome about either them being picked by LGD or banned.
Yeah, they're probably afraid that they're going to ban them, and it just seems that they really want to have their comfort picks in this game.
Dazzle.
Dazzle.
Dazzle's great. He's, you know, he for what he lacks in catch, Spirit Breaker kind of makes up for. So in that sense, they're a good 4 or 5 support combo. Spirit Breaker will force the fights. Dazzle will help your team win those. Works really well with Lycan and his summons, and if Quap ever gets into a sticky situation, you can shallow grave him and bail him out there.
Speaking of course with limited hero pools, I think Ame has been playing like Terrorblade and Troll a disproportionate amount compared to other position 1s.
Yeah, and
the Troll has most been with Magnus. 11 has been playing Magnus a lot on the offlane, but
I'm starting to get a better feel on Troll. I'm finally I'm coming around to it. I'm understanding it. He's very good against other carries. He just wants to get on top of them and bash them.
Yeah, he's very good against carries like Sven, Luna.
We saw Miracle's Troll the other day against the Luna, and he was just on top of the Luna, and Luna was trying to be a carry, but he was just running away. He couldn't do anything.
And there's the Chaos Knight.
DC definitely lacking in AoE. Lucian heroes could present a big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, bring up what we brought up earlier in the day, that Chaos Knight has had some unbelievable games, getting a heart and feeling unstoppable. He's also had some very pathetic games where, without any good kills in the mid game, he's kind of absent, but at the very least is another stun for LGD.
More lockdown for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
The Chaos Knight should be quite good against Lycan, right? Because both Chaos Knight and Lycan really want to fight during their ultimate, so whenever Lycan is going to ultimate, Chaos Knight can ultimate to be able to fight them during like
yeah, that's
the
a good
Lycan
point.
ultimate.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Lycan's not going to just run into a bunch of CK illusions. So it could be a reactionary ult. I would worry about Timbersaw for LG, like Timbersaw picked by DC here. I think that DC's definitely going to pick up some sort of AoE to help deal with the CK.
LGD's
Must be the offlane, right?
Yeah, only liking for F-Zero.
Yeah, for F-Zero. They could do Timbersaw. I think Spirit Breaker is enough to catch alone.
There it is. Magnus for LGD. Many teams were first banning Magnus up against LGD, but this is also really nice with Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight historically has a very difficult time farming. Magnus can use Empower to give Chaos Knight a much faster opportunity to gather up gold in case he can't get those kills.
It's pretty unusual, though, because Chaos Knight, most of his damage is from his illusions, which you don't really empower. Usually you just want like a BKB carry that doesn't have any illusions.
Yeah, I kind of like where DC's at right now. Final ban Enigma from LGD. I think it was a pretty solid ban. That would have been some nice AoE to help deal with all the CK illusions. But what do you guys think about Timbersaw? Any opinions?
I think he works well with the Spirit Breaker because Spirit Breaker locks down a hero, and Timbersaw's problem is if people are like running away, so you need stuns.
Yeah.
The only problem is that they actually only have Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
You usually want something with a lower cooldown than maybe his ultimate to set up kills for the Timbersaw.
So maybe some more disable. Let's see, we have Sand King is still in the pool. That could be an option.
Enigma ban was very good, I think, from LED. It could be worked very well with DC's lineup.
Having a lot of interrupts for DC is going to be really important. You know, not only is it AoE and control for the CK and his illusions, or lockdown for the Mana, but also the Rasa is going to be shackling people. And if you can't interrupt shackles, that's a long duration control.
I think Queen of Pain has to go for Yules to do that because either Lycan or Dazzle has an interrupt.
Oh, you're thinking Queen of Pain needs to be an interrupter at this point.
Maybe.
Or
I mean,
Orchid.
I mean, Lycan can just go book and just run at the Shadow Shaman, then he can't do anything. So
true. And
Meepo on Abed. The crowd loves it. I know the crowd loves Meepo anyways, but of course, Abed, one of the most famous Meepo players out there, grinding his way to over 10K MMR with it. And of course, I'm thrilled that we get the chance to see it here on main stage. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Day 9. And indeed, what a way to finish the draft. Digital Chaos getting that elusive Abed Meepo in as the final pick. I mean, the question is, folks, is how good of a Meepo game is this?
It's pretty damn good. He can snowball really hard. The lane is pretty good for him as well. He doesn't really have to deal too much with those right clicks from the Mirana. He can actually just tank it up a bit. And then, as we know, Meepo goes to jungle and he does what he does. And he has Howl benefit on top too. So this could be really cool. And they have this this pressuring lane, it looks like. They're going to have Queen of Pain. Maybe they even do some type of aggro tri-lane here for DC. Maybe they do like Spirit Breaker, Queen of Pain, Dazzle. We'll see Boba moving, of course, but to try to pressure that CK at least in the start. We're blessed, dude. We get a Meepo game, the first Meepo game of the tournament here.
Something that, yeah, exactly, that was being waiting for throughout the group stages.
Oh,
We
yeah.
obviously saw it time and time again being banned out against teams like Digital Chaos, having Abed on this Meepo.
Howl with Meepo is also something absurd
Oh,
that
that's
we don't
true.
get to see too often.
I mean,
it's
Howl with Meepo,
extremely good.
The heal bomb from Dazzle, of course, there's a lot of synergy going on from Digital Chaos' lineup. And as you said, do LGD have the tools to deal with an Abed Meepo heading to the jungle, getting this free farm and becoming this very, very big force? 20 minutes in with the stat build, almost certainly getting those Dragon Lances out. It's going to be scary. We're going to see what happens here. At the same time, LGD's lineup, an interesting thing that you mentioned upon, we've got Somnus on the Mirana.
Yeah,
they
Baby's
don't
playing
seem to have
Mirana.
played this for a few months by the looks of it.
They haven't played it in quite a while. I know he used to play it, and then I was talking to Jack a little bit, and he was saying how they kind of substitute the Lesh as a substitute for that Mirana instead of like having that one. They kind of suit the same needs of that damage in the mid lane. But this could be really cool. The one concern I have for DC is their catch. Their catch right now is Bulba.
Yeah.
Sure, Abed can get out of control, and that's when the nets start becoming much better for that, but it still is going to be a little bit concerning for them to deal with that massive team fight that LGD can bring to the table too. So they need to have a good early game. I'm going to be looking at Bulba making big plays. The skewer, 11 actually puts himself on the high ground with Dubu.
Yeah, they're going for a man versus man. They have got Mason in the neighborhood as well. He's going to come in from behind, and in fact, with the heal bomb, 11's being brought down.
There's an arrow.
Arrow flies through. Vulcanator, who's going to get the first blood? That's the question. It's close. LGD do get the first blood. That arrow is certainly making sure that LGD are able to take it. DC, of course, will get the trade. But that little bit of bonus gold going the way of LGD.
It's always huge. Like, this is the offlaner who can struggle to get some experience from time to time as a Magnus. Sure, this time around he's versus a Dazzle Lycan. He should be able to get a good amount up there, but getting first blood, that's the dream right there. Now he's got so much more region to deal with. He can trade hits better. He should have a pretty damn good matchup up there now.
Yeah, and it's sort of the panel said, they were talking about whether this aggressive trial lane is such is going to come out. It's going to be, by the looks of it, just the safe lanes, and indeed, did you mention this Magnus lane up on top? Okay. Who's kind of going to come out on top of these laning stages? Do you feel that there's someone that has got the better matchups because of this?
I'm a little bit worried for the Queen of Pain. I think Bulba has to make a lot of space for that one. He does have the Stout Shield already to pressure that lane. I think we're going to have like mostly trade farms, to be honest with you. All lanes seem fairly even. I'm not super comfortable with most Meepo matchups. I know he has like reduced base damage, but this guy's a master of Meepo. He should be able to do just fine with it. And he can at least push the wave out faster than Mirana. Mirana lacks in mana to be able to spam Starstorm in comparison to Meepo using Poof.
Yeah. And I think it's certainly going to be interesting to see how LGD do deal with the Arbed Meepo, because there's no way that you kind of come into this game and you don't expect that Meepo to come through. It's hard to believe that this has kind of sneaked past LGD in the drafting phase. They must have known that there was the chance that this was happening, and you'd expect that they've got some sort of a plan to deal with it.
Yeah, the thing is that they did pick the Queen of Pain in the first two. That can be that big deterrent, because we know Abed loves that Queen of Pain, but it's a really smart move. DC putting in the off lane, and now they're going to put the pressure quite hard for this Queen of Pain and Spirit Breaker versus this dual lane. Night Stalker should probably, Victoria on the Night Stalker should probably stay down here just at the beginning to make sure that they don't able to pressure the CK at the start. Because a couple levels and then the safe lane is fine. Once Ame has 1 or 2 points in the Reality Rift, they can start to threaten Bulba whenever he steps up. Because like the panel mentioned, PPD was saying, there's like very little ways for them to actually stop the shackles from the Shadow Shaman, which can be super punishing in that lane.
True, and on this top lane, as well as sort of as you mentioned earlier, the fact that Levin gets that first blood, he's going to do all right here, isn't he? When it's just him and Mason, as you say, trading farm in the lane, maybe the Dazzle heads over, tries and gets a bit of a look in, but unlikely they're going to be able to kill this Magnus with the availability of the Skewer to escape.
It's up to 11 to be the big team fight for LGD. He is pretty much all of it for them until the Mirana starts getting more online. So him having a good start is crucial for them here into the mid game. If he gets an early blink timing, it could completely mess up everything that DC has. But it's the same thing. It's the Meepo. The Meepo puts a wrench into everything, because a couple charges comes out from Bulba. They get some nice nets once the Meepo gets the double Meepos out. And that's where you can see the Mirana just dying over and over again to tower dives. So we're going to be watching the 2-4s as we do tend to right now in the meta, how they mirror each other's movements.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for the time being, this bottom lane, DC have to be careful. Once there's a couple of levels on both of LGD's supports, a lot of catch and control to try and deal with this off-lane, not off-lane Queen of Pain as it is at the moment, teaming up with the Spirit Breaker. Ame, CS at the moment, looking pretty good, not being slowed down too much by the presence of both Forev and Bulba in this bottom lane.
Yeah, killing Ame is a bit difficult. Killing the supports is where they're going to be looking for their options. Bulba's now level 2, so they have that threat now to be able to at least make moves around the map with him. But as we do see a lot of teams do versus Spirit Breaker, is they put River Wards. Very important to do that versus that hero, so you can always see the charges coming in. They do have one set up bottom.
We'll see how the mid lane starts to turn towards now, as Somnus did have the lead in CS, but now Arbed has that second Meepo out.
Yep. And now Dubu does make the move. So I thought they were going to do this from the beginning, putting that 1v1 kind of matchup for the Lycan versus the Magnus, and then doing a pressure lane versus the CK. So that's what they're starting to do now. And Mason's going to get full experience, and Nighttime's going to hit early, and they're going to benefit from Hal at the same time as the Night Stalker has his Hunter in the Night active. So we'll see who's able to make the first move off of that. Charge coming out onto Ame, but cancelled up by Bulba.
Yeah, just teasing him away from the creep wave, trying to slow down Ame's farm.
So it seems like DC's fine with just giving 11 a very good lane and good start in this game. Already has Soul Ring picked up, so able to kind of be able to spam Mason a little bit, but Mason with Feral Impulse doesn't really care too much about Shockwave spam.
Of course, DC are going to have this opportunity as well. Once Arbed's a certain point, he can look towards the jungle. They can give up this mid lane, try and get level 6 quick on their supports.
Abed's not doing so hot right now. 23 and 4 to the 14 and 1.
Yeah, Somnus has been keeping really good control of this lane. Just slightly ahead of bottom lane. Bit of a go here. They will go forward onto Doobie. Does get the heal off. Self-grade. The shackle there to hold him in position.
No way to stop it.
Trying to find Victoria. Will get him. Doobie will go down in response. Just the 1-for-1. See if Forever and Boba can do anything more. But there's a lot of mana in the tank for Forever. Indeed, he jumps forward. Looking for Yao. They've got the charge forward as well. And DC, they'll clean out the 2 on this bottom lane. Arme now back with the presence of Victoria. Tries to bring Forever in. But not quite enough control there from the CK.
Having that level 2 Howl there, giving all that extra damage for them to get the kill first, very important. Something you always have to worry about when you're playing versus that Lycan. It's now going to be nighttime too, so you have to make sure that you remember about the double aspect of the Howl. Even though you do have darkness, you have the Hunter in the Night from the Night Stalker. Fighting into Howls at this time is pretty difficult if you want to go for like a try-v-try action, and DC has a very strong tri-lane if they keep it down there. But now we do see the movements coming out. Bobo wants to pressure the other lanes. Dubu staying behind Forev, just being a little bit careful. But Forev's not really too in risk of dying unless the Night Stalker rotates in.
Yeah, levels on Victoria, 2.5 at the moment. And under this cover of first night, we'll see if they can achieve something. They once again are set up down on the bottom lane, looking for Arme to lead in. Won't quite get the rift there as Forev heads into the tree line. Even if they do, it's relatively hard with Dubu's presence there behind him, as you mentioned.
And maybe 35 and 8 CS now on the Mirana to the 23-1 of Meepo. Abed had to already resort to start hitting some jungle creeps to make sure he can keep up, but already falling behind in levels as well.
Boba down here. We'll see if he can do anything. I think LGD, yeah, they should be aware. They did have the ward out.
Abed could be in some trouble here. They do see the rotation coming up, but you know, still gonna watch himself. Still a walking courier on DC.
And this top lane, this 1v1, as it has been for the most part. Mason certainly taking the edge, to be fair. 35 against the 20 of 11. So, yeah, definitely the Howl coming to work here, and as you mentioned, having that passive regen, allowing Mason to be that little bit more aggressive in this lane and have the potential of bullying the Magnus out. He's playing it very, very well at the moment on this line.
Yep. The Mag is, I think 11's still very happy. It's like sure he's not getting the last hits, but the levels are the big importance, at least for the Mag early on. Blink daggers, of course, are super important, but the fact that you're an off-lane Mag going to be hitting level 6 at the 6-minute mark is pretty damn good.
Look at this down bottom, trying to go aggressive. Instant hex there onto Boba to hold him back. Arme trying to go back in return. They do get the shackles off. Rotation. Yao focus. Yao's gone. They've lost the 1-for-1. Can LGD find anything more with this? Indeed, they brought Somnus in from the mid lane. Looking to chase down Boba. He'll go for the charge. They're trying for the arrow. Oh, nice cancel of the charge there to dodge the arrow. But Boba still could be in trouble here. We'll see how heavy Somnus wants to come searching for him. And it looks like they're just going to leave it be. So Boba will be fine for now.
This is where Meepo catches up. This is what we were talking about. So the mid lane, you can trade some farming, but Murano was getting a couple extra harassment hits, and so he pulled ahead, but then Abed just goes to jungle. That's what Meepo does. And now he's perfectly caught up, just about the same net worth and levels. And he should accelerate much faster than the Murano now at this point.
Bottom lane, Arme gets the catch. The three of them do manage to find Forev out alone. Didn't quite have Dubu around with him as Dubu's headed up towards the top lane on the Dazzle.
Victoria was able to close the gap and get the crippling fear on there, so that nighttime if Forev doesn't have backup, that's where he's really susceptible to dying, when they have the tri-lane down there. Because only in dual lane, he should be fine if he's full health, but with Victoria, it makes it harder.
I mean, Victoria's here, but Boba's got eyes on him. Charges forward, there's the first net. Forev jumping into position. They managed to trap the Night Stalker. They'll take him down immediately. Nothing that Somnus can do in response with DC's 4-man there in the neighborhood.
Yeah, Tread's double Wraith Bend now finished up for the Meepo. He's super tanky. On top of Howl, over 1200 HP on Agi Treads.
Oh, and rather interesting as well. So the build from Abed this game looked to be the 2 Wraith Bands into the Diffusal. So obviously great amounts of damage and a great amount of chase.
Massive amount of agility, great chase, and it can also purge off the Empower from people. So they don't have to deal with the cleave. That'll be really useful.
Bottom, another go here onto Dubu, and with the silence there. No chance for Dubu to respond. LGD, they're finding quite a bit from this bottom lane now. DC letting this safe lane Chaos Knight Arme get involved in the kills. 2-0-2 at the moment on the bottom. And the CS looking good for him as well. Still then Mason definitely having the best time on the map at the moment. He's getting the solo lane, solo XP. Very, very few CS being missed by this Lycan.
And that's on his, it's Mason on his most.
Oh, and here we go now. DC looking to try and switch things around on this bottom lane. They come in with the Meepo, get Arme. They've got the route onto Yao as well. They should be able to clean up both of these. Abed already making these early rotations. making sure that the lanes go the way of DC.
Yeah, beautiful rotation by Abed. Doesn't need to always be jungling. That's the nice thing about a Meepo is you're off the map a lot of times, so when you make those rotations, it's unexpected. And it was actually rare this time around. LGD had no real wards on the map for quite a long time. They go for the RP play on Mason top, but they actually ends up canceling it. Mason's able to just shapeshift away. But yeah, there was about 4-minute downtime where LGD had little to no vision whatsoever on the map. Now we see the Night Stalker went around, placed the aggressive ward to watch the enemy jungle and a lane ward bottom so they can know the movements.
Somnus.
Something.
The arrow.
So that rotation though from Abed, it did cost him their mid lane tower. So maybe definitely recognizing what he wants to do. Every time the Meepo goes to the jungle, goes to a rotation, pressure it, and that gives you always the windows to be able to go and invade the jungle.
What on lane, Boba? Looking for some bashes here. Get one of them. Get anything more out of it? Doesn't look like he can. We'll let Victoria go. But this is true. You know, you say about getting the space in the mid lane. They're also now getting the space on the top lane. LGD taking towers. Same time DC are down on the bottom. They're looking for the tier 1 trade. And at the moment, it looks like they should get it. Indeed, they'll take that tower down.
Mason misses the last hit though. See if Ame is able to get the top last hit in comparison. No! Oh, 11 snatches. That's going to get him closer to Blink Dagger. And like we mentioned, that is the big team fight for LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. If LGD have this Magnus ready to strike at this stage, it's going to be hard for DC to react.
Victoria charged up, only level 3. Should be able to get punished here very easily with the rotation. Howl used as well.
Bash will do it. I don't even need the bash, but it looks like forever. Aims the kill. Towards top, Tubu. Quick to make sure that Somnus doesn't grab himself the regen rune.
Off the mark.
Able to walk it out as well. Still, Abed, this is what we sort of talked about in the draft. The fact that this Meepo, whatever goes on in the game, he's going to find his farm. 10 minutes in, well on the way to the Diffusal Blade. Only a few hundred gold away from having it. I mean, a 10, 11-minute Diffusal Blade on a Meepo, it's going to be so disruptive. If he gets involved in the fight and he can rely on Dubu, the Howl from Mason to keep him alive,
it's crazy.
It's going to be so hard for LGD to just deal with this incredibly stacked early game Meepo.
Yeah. Still, the team fight is favorable to LGD when the Magnus, because he's going to have a super fast blink, 200 gold away from that one. And as we're looking at maybe, as we see what item he queues up, he has actually a Yule Scepter queued up on the Mirana. So more setup for himself, also some type of save, so he doesn't have to deal with getting chain netted and chain bashed up. Can actually have some type of save potential from that.
Yeah, but certainly not in terms of offering the highest damage and fighting potential. You know, we see obviously the Mirana mainly go for that sort of physical build, getting their diffusals or the Maelstrom and such. So it's certainly going to be putting the damage output on a bit of a hold from him. I guess they can definitely look towards Ame from packing the real punch in this fight. He's nearly got the armlet done, and obviously with the Empower as well. Still a lot that can come out from LGD if they get the catch.
No, that's like the cool thing is like they had trades going off, so DC made the trade going off where they wanted 4F to be able to pressure the CK and get some farm, while they allow 11 to of course get that farm top. But the issue with that is now he's going to have high levels of Empower and an early Blink Dagger for their team fight. So not only do they have great team fight, but when the lull is happening, when there's not really fights happening, that CK can just accelerate his growth with that power much quicker. Because like Sean, like Day9 mentioned on the panel, you know, CK can suffer in ways of farming.
I'm interested to see who makes the first move, whether it be a DC looking to utilize Abed's Diffusal Blade, or Eleven's going to make a go with this Blink Dagger ASAP.
DC could try to force pressure, like not the next nighttime, but the one afterwards, and maybe go for a sneak Roche. The Lycan and the Meepo with the Vlads on Lycan can actually get it brought down incredibly fast. We actually just see, I think Abed just pinged out that Roche area, and we see LGD's actually already shooting arrows in there, kind of expecting something to happen. So very deep aggressive wards from LGD, able to watch when 4F was farming and anything that's going on in DC's jungle. But for the time being, very quiet. Dubu very far stepped up now though. Looks like he's going to be able to get brought down here from the rotations.
Getting the wraparound, and indeed no chance for the Dazzle here with 3 of LGD closing in. Somnus to pick up the kill will give him enough gold to finish off that Yule Scepter. And they certainly may look for more. Having that Blink Dagger ready in the waiting on 11.
So rule of thumb for us with the Meepo, usually about 1 level per minute, and Abed's keeping up actually ahead of that, so almost level 14 now at the 12-minute mark. once he gets that Blink Dagger, they can start to put a lot of aggressive moves. Because he's kind of like their team fighter in a way, as the Meepo, since he's so accelerated.
Yeah, this is definitely the scary thing for LGD. You know that if you ask Abed now how happy he is with his early 12 minutes of this game, he's going to say this is perfect.
Yeah.
Sure, he suffered a little bit in the CS very early on, but that's not showing at all now. A clear 1,000, almost ahead of Somnus on the overall net worth, top of the board at the moment in this game. This Meepo is going to be terrifying if LGD cannot take him out of the fight to begin with.
They keep checking that Roche. They're very afraid of it. Keep throwing arrows constantly every time DC's off the map.
They should maybe find Yao, and indeed straight away there's the jump. We'll turn with a Hex onto Forev, but Yao not to survive this. Bulba gets the bash. DC keeping control in terms of kills. Still, overall net worth very even across the map because of the fact that 11 has been doing so well on this off-lane Magnus.
Yeah, similar kind of pickups there, right? Yao dies, but Yao at least placed his Mass Serpent wards and took out the tower. And then while he was backing up, he got picked off, and Dubu, of course, died bottom earlier. So those 5 supports getting picked off a little bit, as expected, when the map just becomes, this kind of farm war.
And definitely, when it does become this farm war, the biggest discrepancy is always going to be the difference, isn't it, between 11 and Forev?
Yes.
Because without fights, this Queen of Pain, Forev's going to suffer in this sort of passive moment. There's not a lot that he can really do. Whilst the rest of his team farms up, he needs to try and get involved in some sort of action. They do not have the blink on Abed as well as the defusal, so DC, I'm sure if they see an opportunity, DC will take the fight. At the moment, it's just avoiding each other, going for the tier 2 trades. Looks like both teams on track to get this. Neither having the chance to respond. Maybe LGD can come back to hold this, but no, it looks like they're just going to accept that this one's gone in return. And just the trading of towers and farm continues in this game. They've started to certainly hit a bit of a slow point.
It's very even. 1,000 gold lead for LGD, 5,000 experience lead for DC, so it's pretty much exactly even at this point. Just, of course, the level discrepancy from the Meepo, that's going to happen. But then you look at the next big 3. LGD is very high level on their 3 cores, 13, 12, and 10 on the Mirana, Mag, and CK respectively. And they actually make their own way into the pit with the CK Reality of Rift minus armor plus the Mass Serpent wards. They have more than enough to bring this down quickly. And
DC are heading over slightly, but indeed with the speed that this is going, can they actually contest it? Bulba has the control onto the Night Stalker on the side of it, but LGD, they're going to easily be able to finish this off, grab the Aegis, now they jump forward, bring in Bulba, take down the Breaker as well as securing that Aegis into the hands of Arme.
That's a big problem. They've got the Blink Mag already too. They can start to pressure. I don't even know if they want to though. Don't think they actually feel like they need to go for a straight tower push. They can just force their lanes out and wait for DC to kind of come to them when they have this. They can probably wait a couple minutes till everybody's more healthy, and then they can reset, and when the lanes are better, they can actually make a full frontal siege with that Aegis.
And we see on Abed as well, really valuing just the value of the stats on the defusal. I don't think he even used a single charge, but straight away upgraded to that level 2 to get that very efficient boosted amount of Agi for the price that you're paying.
Yeah, pretty surprising to see him upgrade it that early though. Because now if he does use all the charges, he has to buy a whole new one in order to refresh that. So, but yeah, definitely just wanting that straight up sheer agility.
There we go again. Bulba, he was ready to go. The rest of his team not quite in position, ready to follow through behind him. Tension's high there in the booth, as we can see. He's got to keep his cool here. 9-7, though. DC definitely not in a bad position at all. Abed, as we continue to say, we're still yet to really see the potential of him in a fight, other than that one gank very early on down bottom.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the RPs or anything. Yeah. A lot of the thing is that Mason's gonna have to put in a lot of work with his wolves. Once he gets that level 4 wolves, since he's actually, I think he's level 12 and he doesn't have them yet. He went for the second point shapeshifting, a couple other points and everything else. He has to be sure to scout them. That's just the important thing in the fights. Because if they don't know where that mag is, the RP can be devastating if they hit the Meepo.
And worth noting as well, of course, Mason going for the build that we started to see fall a little bit out of favor. Recently a lot of Lycans going back for the Necro Rush. But obviously having the Vlad, it's absolutely perfect when you have this Meepo, something that Abed's going to benefit off.
And he's playing versus CK with an Empower. So CK will build BKB, and with the Empower, he can just cleave down the Necro units and not care whatsoever. So wanting to have armor, that's what Mason's focus on this time around. Sure. Armor, armor, armor.
Here we go, actually, LGD now with the smoke. But as it is, they've sort of passed DC entirely. DC are actually in LGD's own jungle. See if LGD realize this anytime soon. They don't actually, by the looks of it, have any of their own wards in their own jungle. It's DC having full vision of LGD's half of the map there. LGD will simply reveal themselves, start to push down mid. The question is if Digital Chaos themselves can now get in a bit of a wraparound and catch LGD from behind. They're starting to move over, but it will be scanned out by LGD. LGD aware of this movement from Digital Chaos. Now they turn back towards them. Arrow straight away onto the Dazzle. Dubu does get the Grave off. We'll see what the rest of DC want to do. It looks like they will just accept the loss of the Dazzle and back away, not wanting to take this fight. Arbe gets a bit of pressure down on the bottom lane, does force LGD back. Instantly poofs back to join the rest of his team. It's just a Dazzle down. In fact, still in the neighborhood, we may see more action happen. 11, he's going to get charged towards Yao as well by Bulba, who goes for a quick charge by. Looks to walk it up, but yeah, 11, he's going to be ready to punish this one. Jumps forward, skewers back the Space Cow. And Bulba there, maybe just creating space, trying to make sure that LGD didn't therefore jump in on any of the bigger members of Digital Chaos.
They've got view of Mason too with the Yule Scepter, more catch.
That's going to pay off massively if they get the kill, and indeed with the stun connection, there's no escape there for Mason. That Yule's pick up indeed from Somnus, maybe being the perfect item there for the catch.
Starting to get pretty concerned for DC. They have this super far Meepo, so we can still give them that, of course, but the other two cores are starting to fall heavily far behind. Forev hasn't been given the chance to actually use Sonic Wave, so Queen of Pain can flash farm, of course, with her abilities, but ideally you want to be fighting as an offlane Queen of Pain. That's where you get your gold, that's where you get your momentum swing. So it's Meebo and then 3 big cores of LGD, and like we said, LGD has the team fight.
Yeah, and they're ready to go high ground. We'll see what DC can do to stop this. The Serpent wards are out, 5 seconds and Mason's back in. How do you enter into this fight as Digital Chaos? They have to be so careful with 11 keeping himself in the back lines, ready to blink in with an RP for the counter initiate.
Man, DC does not really have good D-push. The only thing they really have
How do they
is
stop this? Minama's just going to bring them in, ready to fight. Dubu has to grave himself 11. Shadow Blade up on the side. They do have vision upon him. Bulba charges in, gets the done down for him. With the
They've got 11.
Oh, the RP! Comes out! The Starstorm as well! LGD absolutely destroying Digital Chaos.
There's no buyback either. I bet actually bought the Eagle Song.
I mean, if they realize this, they could maybe even go for a finish. Not a whole minute without that Meepo.
They're going to heal up.
They're unlikely to know. They're unlikely to know, and they will back off.
Oh my god, they like almost brought him down too. They kind of isolated him. The Spirit Breaker charge comes through, but living with about 100 HP, everyone's
he got it off. We'll see it here again. I mean, how many he quite catches in it. I mean,
looks like 3 to me.
Right, and they know he's there. They're pinging him out. Bulba makes a beeline straight for him. But there's not quite the control. He goes for the ultimate, but immediately that silence there. The silence from Victoria stopping the Nether Strike from Bulba meant that the RP was successful. Brilliant play from the Night Stalker. And off the back of that, of course, as we saw there, cleaning up that mid lane, Rax.
You see the relief instantly. As
Absolutely.
soon as he's dying and he's feeling the pressure, then gets the RP off. That's
incredibly
super
close.
opportune moment. And that's the first time now we see the Sonic Wave used. That was the first time we see the RP used, and now look at that gold lead. Look at that experience lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Digital Chaos. I mean, it was exactly, as you mentioned, coming into that. Dealing with this sort of pressure this early on, it's not great. You know, Digital Chaos, they want to be the ones making the jump. They want to have the fight starting with Arbed immediately bursting down a couple of LGD's members. But when LGD come down your mid lane like that, drop your wards, make themselves at home in your base, it's very hard to get them out.
I love this by Ame as well, picking up a Blink Dagger now too. So if he isn't in the position to follow up for the RPs, now he always will be. So nighttime, now we have smoke for smoke action.
They've got to do something with this.
LGD gets the high ground first.
They're on the high ground first indeed, straight away. Bulba does get the charge off on the side. Ame, bring it Duber in, has the ult back online with Arbed. Getting bursted down, Somnus looking towards Bulba now, turns attention back towards the Meepo. They have already lost 2. Arbed gets critted down there. Ame doing the work on this Chaos Knight. They've taken down 3. RP just comes off call down 11. Comes in for the cleanup. LGD team wiping Digital Chaos. And we asked ourselves if they had it, whatever they're doing, it's certainly working this game, LGD.
Look at the damage done in this fight. 6,600 by CK and 6,000 by Mirana. That's insane at this point. With the Mjolnir picked up so early. 11 was forced to buy back for that cleanup RP, but they're going to get another Rax out of this. Absolutely worth it.
Straight in on the top lane. With 3 members down, they're going to have Karev back up in a second, but no Mason. No Arbed for a while. They will get the skewer back, and indeed straight away with the stun. They'll burst down for Karev with the Sonic Wave. Now looking for the turnaround. Does take down That's the Chaos Knight gone for 50. If they can find these two as well, this will be a massive hold. Brett will get a second, but still, 11 and Victoria, they're too big and strong. Bulma tries to charge in, but 11, he can turn. He'll look to try and fight back. Yao comes in with a quick zap.
And the Raxes are dead already.
They're gone. And GG is caught. DC want to reset this, move on to game 2 because game 1, LGD just playing on another level. Absolutely insane start for the series for LGD.
They didn't really let DC do what they wanted to do with their lineup, is get that Roche, have the Aegis, and take fights around the RP with Amiibo with Aegis. And they just didn't allow that to happen. They were just kind of farming around, always checking to make sure that Roche, and then they all kind of grouped up together. Even though they don't have this like crazy sustain lineup, they have the RP. They know they have that big team fight. And during those like low periods, we saw the CK just gradually building up net worth while Forev slowly but surely started to decline. And it just becomes really difficult for them to fight. Because in order for them to get damage out and to burst down that Magnus, they all have to kind of clump up.
Yeah. And maybe
just
3
or 4 man RP.
Here on the main stage, tension's getting a little too high for DC. We saw camera shots, Boba wiping his brow. Maybe needing to try and reset themselves, coming to game 2 with a bit of a new outlook, because game 1, LGD, they just kept it so cool. We saw the clutch little plays, the silences from Victoria, little things that came together to secure LGD these team fights again after again, and coming into and beating Artbet Meepo. This is going to be a great feeling for LGD. You've seen this team pulling out this pick that DC they were going for that Meepo. It's like, well, we got you now. But LGD, 22-minute victory. I mean, how do you recover from this position as Digital Chaos?
This Magnus, it seems super devastating, I'll be honest. Just in the group stages, they loved picking it as well. This time, 11 had such a good start. Gets a Blink Dagger super early, and then DC just feels pressured. They don't want to take any fights. So we'll see how they can bounce back from it.
Absolutely. What a start to this series here for LGD. But we'll pass it back to the analysts to hear what they've got to say about this very quick result.
Thank you, OD and Fogg. And I got to echo what Fogg said. Magnus was sick in that game. Those were insane reverse polarities. Meepo got shut down. I mean, do you feel like Meepo was not performing up to par throughout the course of the game? I normally expect Meepos to have much higher net worth.
I think he was playing good. It was more that it wasn't a good lineup to play it against. They already had the Magnus, who is one of the best heroes against Meepo. And they also didn't get the first Roche. And getting in the first Roche when you're playing Meepo is like everything. You want to get that Aegis, you want to get your level like 17 or something, and then take a fight with that. But
also the cores around him really weren't great to build with Meepo. We had Queen of Pain and Lycan, who don't really offer any control for Meepo to connect with damage. Just, you know, they just do damage themselves. And Merlini and I were talking about how maybe Queen of Pain isn't the best hero to throw in the offlane, unless there's like some Drow Ranger aura to help him out and help him farm. But he was very, very much under farm, maybe like 5th or 6th on network throughout the entire game, and that's not where you want to play a Queen of Pain.
It just feels like that the Queen of Pain was like they tried to trick them that it was mid, and that's why it just ended up on the offlane. And
do you think maybe that was like their strategy all along?
I think so.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, because we were all like thinking that the Queen of Pain was going to be mid, and then they picked the bottom and everything. But
I think they were like already committed though. At that point, when you see everything looks pretty good up until the Magnus, and then Magnus last pick. You don't have that much reserve time. You went into the whole entire draft thinking you're going to sneak into last pick Meepo, and then you're committed at that point.
Are we still going to do it? Or but they just went for it, but it didn't really pay off.
I mean, they may have been under the gun during the drafting phase, but now that we've actually had some time to look at the game, see what was going on. I mean, Merlin, do you think there was a different mid that Abed could have gone for instead of Meepo? I mean,
he could have just played Quap and then gone for the Timbersaw. Like you said, I think Timbersaw would have eaten up a lot of space, but anything with more disable, more control, more AoE, more team fight, like the Magnus that they had on the opposite side.
Really nice coordination by LGD throughout the game. I mean, Chaos Knight never even got to the point where he was equipped with a heart, just nice mid-game items, going for the armlet, going for the Echo Saber, and just output a huge amount of damage in every fight.
They had a really nice balance all the way across the board. They had Ross that helped them push the towers. They had lots of AoE damage with Magnus and Mirana. They had a vision advantage using the Night Stalker. And the illusions from CK, there just really wasn't any AoE from DC to speak of to deal with it, other than the Meepo poofs. And as soon as Meepo went in, Magnus had CK's back.
It's also a problem when they actually leave so much space for the Magnus. When they go aggro try, the Magnus was top 3 on the net worth chart, I think. And that's not really how you want to be playing. Like it's not a hero that you want to be playing against when you're Meepo, like farm Magnus. That's not how you play the game.
Purge, I'm wondering if you can give us some of your thoughts on the match between LGD and DC. It was a very quick match, and DC even got off to a seemingly good start with Bulba getting some key kills.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to watch. There's actually at least 5 or 6 things I wanted to look at, so I'm a little pressed for everything I want to talk about. But I really loved how LGD ran the Mirana in the mid lane. It's very effective against Meepo. He didn't have to worry about taking any regen because he's a ranged hero, and so he just bought really fast phase boots as well as Aquila, giving him a lot of damage. And he could very easily TP to the safe lane to help offset the Quap off lane and things like that. Even though he only got 1 kill here, very effective. I love the Yule's pickup he got as well. Not only was he able to use this to set up easy kills with Yule's into Arrow, but if he ever got caught by Meepo net that could be chained one after another, he could Yule's himself first and then leap afterwards. So it was like a cool way to rely on himself to actually get kills if needed. But this fight was probably one of my more favorite ones. I think DC actually played this amazing. Bulba had a great charge despite being the first in. He went in this way and he ended up catching Old 11 on the Magnus. That's the guy they had to worry about, because if they get too grouped, then it's going to result in all their heroes getting clumped, and then the Chaos Knight's going to be able to cleave them down. But the way that Chaos Knight actually played this fight was pretty incredible. He went for all these early game items, and as soon as he saw Bulba here about to charge in, what he did was blink all the way to the north area. That way he pretty much for sure avoids all the stuns. That allows him to hit the back line. Mason actually got distracted, focusing on him rather than running in with Abed at the same time to focus those squishy cores. And as a result, Mason wasted almost all of his time in this fight while Abed killed 2 heroes. And then at the end, we see the Chaos Knight come in and easily get a crit and ultimately kill the Meepo. But very tough game for DC with the Meepo versus Magnus. But man, they really played well considering.
Magnus also matches up pretty well versus Lycan throughout the entire game, just having some incredibly strong lockdown, whether or not Mason had a BKB, and then also being able to cleave down any summons that Lycan throws up.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I have not gotten the chance to see a lot of Magnus in this entire tournament, and gosh, it's a game like that that makes you a fan of a player immediately.
I think they just need to make sure that the Magnus doesn't get farmed, because it's not a hero that you really want to go jungle with. So if you build him out of the lane, then you can probably deal with him.
Now, as these players are getting back into their booths, one of the big things this TI was the short film contest. And of course, some of those finalists were going to get the chance to be shown here today at TI. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Attack! Not enough mana!
Nightmares, 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 nightmares.
Carl, here's your final test. And now for a very simple chain of invocations. Nothing too complex.
Leave me alone.
Have you ever wondered what kind of nightmares he can give you?
No. I hate magic so much.
beautiful. I'm the juggernaut.
And that's why you don't play ability draft. Do you guys play ability draft?
Yes, I love it.
I
Oh
tried it
my
twice,
gosh.
I think. It's just so weird to see all of these heroes with like Crystal Maiden running with Alchemist Ultimate, and I don't know.
Just some broken combos.
You know, I remember when I was just first getting into Dota, one of my friends was like, oh yeah, no, feel free to watch me play. And it was an ability draft, and I didn't know. Nothing made sense in the slightest.
That's probably not a good way to start off playing Dota.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough one. But I made it through. And our next match is getting set up as well. I just want to once again give a shout out to all the TI7 short film finalists because that's pretty amazing.
Those were both really, really good.
Those are amazingly well done. And we'll be showing more of these throughout the day because there were so many insane submissions. There's even a ton. You can look up on YouTube TI7 short film contests and feel free to browse through them yourself. Just amazing, amazing work. So nice job, community. Now, in terms of these two teams, we've seen DC start off strong, but that was one of the shortest games that we've had at the main event. It was just over 20 minutes long.
I think their pocket Meepo last pick strat really didn't work out. I'd like to see them kind of go back to a little bit more standard DC style and stop trying to get free wins from teams that are potentially better than them.
I mean, really, I don't know if this is a dumb question to ask, but do you think that GG was a little too early?
Absolutely not.
Maybe late.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, they had no way to like win team fights. They took that last desperation fight on the enemy shrine, and they thought, we'll do something crazy here. Maybe it'll work out, but
the YOLO smoke, last ditch.
Well, the players have let me know that the match is ready to begin. DC with the cheeky last pick Meepo failed miserably in the last game with one of the shortest matches. Will they adjust their draft, or will LGD be yet another Chinese team advancing forward at this international? Let's find out.
LGD versus Digital Chaos. Game 2.
Traditional bands for this tournament coming out from DC, Nyx Assassin and Bat Rider, and similarly on LGD, Puck and Naga. These are I believe these are the four most banned, or four of the five most banned at this entire tournament.
Is it time for Bull Basanking instead?
I don't know. I'm disappointed he may have given up on the Spirit Breaker after last game. I thought he was crushing it. One thing I would like to see DC do a little bit differently this time is maybe wait on their cores a little bit. I know that we talked about them not really playing too many different cores, but I think second picking Queen of Pain and third picking Lycan might be a little too direct of an approach.
Feels like that LGD was just very confident with Magnus, that they just feels that they can pick it in the first two here.
Yep, so here we go, Magnus Kunkka, a massive amount of team fight being shown by LGD very early.
Don't have to worry about the Meepo again.
Definitely not.
So LGD had a very well-balanced draft. That's what I think Digital Chaos were lacking. They were trying to do this gimmicky thing. Okay, let's pick Queen of Pain in the first phase and try and swap it up.
And there's Sven for Mason. Once again, picking cores really, really early. I think that this is one of the three heroes that he's had a lot of success on. I think this hero matches up just fine against Magnus and Kunkka throughout the game.
They're gonna have to ban Troll on DC right now. They even have Magnus already on LED, so.
That's true. When you could see that Troll Warlord rush into the fights with the BKB on and just chop at Sven, constantly bashing him.
We've seen Sven have an extraordinarily successful series of games at this event. Not just in group stages, but of course Resolution had an amazing, amazing series of games for Team Empire. But of course Sven was fourth picked in those games. Second pick always creates more opportunities for the team to counter.
What are you guys thinking DC's approach will be to this early Magnus pick? Do you feel like they'll try and combat it with?
I really hope that they try to shut him out of the lane in the beginning and make sure that his stagger is delayed and that he's only going to be this Blink RP hero and not more of a damage dealer that he can become later on into the game.
Yeah, that's what we saw last game. I was potentially worried about that Magnus just carrying by himself.
Yeah. What are the types of things that happen for Magnus if he is able to get farm and if he's not?
Well, if he levels up in power pretty early and he gets a couple of items that'll help him farm faster. Sometimes we even see Magnus like skip Blink and go Echo Saber, and they become this like hard carry with treads. We didn't see that last game, but once he levels up in power, he can start farming the jungle incredibly fast, and he can be 5 or 6 slotted pretty early into a game and have a huge physical damage capabilities.
You can kind of view him similarly to Enigma, I would say, although a little bit different because Enigma you can synergize with many heroes, whereas Magnus is mostly melee heroes. But they both farm a lot, and then once it gets to the super late game, like the thing about Magnus is there's no item that you can build that's great versus him. BKB doesn't really matter, RP still pierces it, and anything else you just get cleaved down. Even armor is not particularly useful like Warcry, because if you get RP with one of your teammates, you can still get cleaved if he's not the main target. So it's just very difficult to itemize versus him if he gets a lot of farm, and he gets Shadow Blade, which make countering the initiation much more difficult.
Very similar to Enigma, actually. I like that comparison. A little bit different. He has got the instant disable, and it also groups everybody up instead of just kind of wishing them around in the black hole.
We have seen some Oracle pairings with Sven, and we have seen some Oracle versus the Kunkka. It might be an option that they want to turn to try and deal with the RP. A lot of times, I think teams try to pick Puck too and try and disrupt the Magnus, just find him in the back of the fight, coil him, Shadow Strike him with Queen of Pain just so he can't get that good initiation off, but that's rather unreliable.
I really like the Oracle pick for DC if they choose to go for it.
Something to bail Sven out of trouble if he ever does get locked down before he gets his BKB off. Do you think that LGD will pick up any more control through Magic Community with this early Sven pick? Sven inevitably is going to build a BKB, and we've seen Sven's...
I mean, they did ban the 2 best heroes against Sven, both Void and Troll.
And
nice.
Normally Victoria plays the Tusk and the Kunkka, or else I would suggest that they could pick Tusk to try and deal with the BKB Sven. But
Death Prophet. These teams are not afraid to pick up their cores.
This is a combo that we've seen a lot of the games. Actually, we saw Empire pick it twice in their games yesterday against EG, this Sven and Ancient Apparition combo.
Oracle
LGD
Sven combination now.
Yeah. No, Sven and AA. Oh.
A is a soft counter to Death Prophet.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, because Ancient Apparition's ultimate prevents healing, and we've been seeing Death Prophet do really amazing things, having just enough life to stay alive in those key team fights.
That's the hardest thing about Death Prophet, is managing your soul siphons and making sure you land a couple in fights, and then being aware of how much damage or how far you can go into a fight without actually being bursted down.
both of the LGDs love this combo though, the Kunkka Death Prophet. Like, yeah, AA won't let you heal, but you're actually not going to die too, because Kunkka Boat with Death Prophet is like, you're going to get a ton of damage from your X.
Especially if you get Oracle ulted, you start soul siphoning people, you're getting double the healing.
And actually, Oracle is quite good against AA as well, because if you actually get the heal after your ultimate, like if A ultis you and Oracle ultis you afterwards, and the A ultimate wears off before Oracle's ulti wears off, then you actually get the HP that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it kind of goes both ways.
Another great thing about Ancient Apparition, we've seen him throughout this tournament be a nice finisher for ganks that have been happening in the early game. He's been a really, really fun hero to watch.
He also provides the team a little bit of vision. Being able to launch ultimates all over the map, you can sometimes find little snippets of information about your team, your enemy team's location. Also, the Ice Vortex is a pretty long range, and you can scout inside the Roche pit or maybe up a hill without actually putting any of your heroes at risk.
Lina, first hero ever played in Dota, so of course, special place in my heart for Abed.
And an affinity for it. Great burst hero. Dealing with Death Prophet is, one of the ways to kill her is to burst her. She likes to play aggressively. She likes to play on the, on the edge. But a Laguna Blade coming in at the right time could kill her while she's, being a little too overconfident.
And Lina really works well with the Sven as well to follow up his stun to make sure that they can't get out.
Lots of instant disables with Sven and Sand King for Lina to follow up on.
At least from just seeing like these 4 picks from each team, I like the way that DC is going to handle the Magnus, because Sven and AA is one of the strongest heroes in the safe lane early on. The Sven stun is actually 2 seconds long, so if AA uses his cold feet and Sven stuns afterwards, the Magnus is going to have to skewer away, and the CD is quite long on that, so they're going to be able to keep him away from experience and gold.
What's the last pick you want to look for here as DC?
Well, we're about to find out.
Prophet.
Oh, interesting.
Furion, I think Furion is pretty good here. I think having some treants running throughout the map, scouting for vision is going to be pretty important. I think LGD definitely has a team fight advantage with the 4 heroes they have here. So being able to see what's actually happening and potentially finding this Magnus before the fights take off is going to allow DC to position themselves to win team fights.
Kunkka's quite good against Prophet, though. That is the main problem I see with him.
Yeah.
He's like one of the best ones to be able to stop him.
I look at Magnus and Kunkka as being the two initiators for LGD, and I think it's really difficult for them to start fights in that way, especially once DC picks up some BK, like a BKB on Sven or a BKB on Prophet. I think that when LGD goes to initiate, DC is going to jump them, and unless Oracle and Magnus are ready to counter-initiate, don't know how well that fight goes for them.
In that way, the trees helps out really well to be able to scout them out.
Exactly.
The game is a lot about vision, so.
Yeah, and when two teams have a ton of team fight, it's more so about how you take the fight rather than who's actually stronger. And the last pick, Anti-Mage.
That is a different turn of strategy from what I expected with the DP and Magnus, but
everybody likes Sven up against Anti-Mage. A ton of physical damage coming out from Sven with his ultimate is, you can actually burst down Anti-Mage pretty easily. So Yao's going to be really on top of his game and very selective with the Oracle ultimates he throws out.
I think Mag AM is a different story though. That's Mag AM versus Sven. I think AM has the advantage.
It's going to be a very interesting game with the last pick, Anti-Mage, as Anti-Mage can sometimes turn to the final boss of the game with his ability to accumulate so much farm. It's time to head into game number 2, where DC is 1 game away from elimination and LGD is 1 game away from top 8.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, here we go, game 2. We're seeing something a little different from both sides, mainly from DC, coming in with something a bit different as the panel say, getting Mason back on sort of his Sven, having this AA follow-up. But this lineup, I'll tell you what, from LGD, they've got Anti-Mage Magnus. I mean, this is just, it's insane, you know what I mean?
We've got two very...
It's never going to stop. They've got Death Prophet, Oracle, they have Kunkka. Again, Magnus performance, game 1, 11 blew us away. It's not going to be a walk in the park at all for DC. This is going to be tough.
This is definitely going to be a hard one. Both teams, though, having pretty comfortable lineups that they're used to playing with. LGD has some of their absolute signature heroes, like we were talking about, the Kunkka, the Mag, the Death Prophet. These are the big 3 that they've been playing a lot. And then we throw back to DC. Same kind of similar scenario with Boba on the Sanking. 4F playing that Nature's Prophet. This Anti-Mage pick, though, the last pick Anti-Mage is massive in this game, because now it's really the Sven versus the world. Can Sven be able to match up versus this? It's a lot up to the early game, because they're very magic damage oriented besides that Sven. And Anti-Mage, incredibly good versus Nature's Prophet and Lina. These two high mana pool heroes that can be very susceptible to that mana void. And like Merlini talked about, when it's Anti-Mage versus a Sven, Sven wins out. But when it's Anti-Mage plus a Magnus, that's a completely different story because of how fast you enable him. And then you can actually kind of take fights away from the Anti-Mage for a bit because of the other 4 heroes that they have, the Kunkka, the Mag, the Death Prophet. These guys can force aggression. They can force objectives.
Yeah, a lot of eyes towards Mason to see how hard he can carry this game.
A lot of execution things coming into play, though. Like Ake mentioned, with the Oracle ultimate being able to be used with versus AA, you have to time it pretty well to get that heal burst while the AA blast is wearing off. And then Death Prophet, Sven can be sometimes a little bit complicated too, because the Warcry is very good versus the Exorcism. So it's all about like how these fights actually start and who gets blown up and how well they're able to actually use the Oracle for the Fortune's End or for the False Promise.
Interesting to see how this mid lane goes to begin with. Both Dubu and Victoria looking to back up their respective partners in this mid lane. See if they hang around.
Let's see how either of these the safe lanes pair off. Is 11 going to be able to get away with it again and get a ton of experience? Is he going to be able to get all those last hits like he has been? We'll find out. 4F should be able to get a good amount more here with the help of Boba at the start. They're going to have those pesky treants plus a Sanking in the vicinity, while Victoria just tries to annoy Abed, as we kind of expect him to do. He's been playing around the mid lane a lot in the first minute or so in the majority of their games.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to keep him on toes whenever he wants to come in with the torrent spam and such. And then that Abed. And maybe in this mid lane it should be a bit of an even trade in terms of farm. Of course, both having...
Just got to watch the torrent.
Indeed, there is the connection. Siphon coming in. Not enough to get the kill, but a lot of harassment. And yes, exactly as you said. If Victoria hits these random torrents, there's definitely potential to bully Abed out of this lane when he is alone.
Especially when Victoria hits level 2. If they hit the far torrent and then he walks up and is able to close the gap and get an X mark off, X mark plus a Spirit Siphon, Abed will drop pretty easily if he's a little bit lower than full health. If he's full health, I think he can still survive for the first few levels.
Up top 11, being forced to certainly be a little bit more careful than he was game 1.
Doing damn well, though.
He is still finding quite a bit of it, and he's got this nice wave coming down towards him. We'll see if Dubu can maintain control of this top lane with the side pulls and such as he begins to make them.
Pretty impressive because he actually got the block in the initial part of the game. He actually skewers back Mason to the tower to put some damage on him just to be annoying. In the initial part of the lane, he got the range creep in front. Although Mason did also get denied a little bit afterwards, he was able to get that lane pressure coming out toward him. So level 3 already on that offlane mag, where you could expect him to pretty much be fully shut down from the AA Sven combo, as Ake was mentioning. It's a very hard lane to actually go up against with that hard stun plus the cooled V.
Lane still both Barbhead and maybe standing toe-to-toe. It's turned into a true 1v1 now with Victoria turning his attention back towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ame is suffering a bit in the last hits. 6-1. They have to make sure that they can keep him online. It's Death Prophet now. Got a head start. Should be able to keep that head start going. Now it's time to help the anti-mage, because he is the real full win condition versus the lineup of DC.
Yeah, Forever certainly having a good time down here. Nearly has the phase boots complete. LGD really trying their best. They've got a lot of catch, of course, between these two supports. Once there's a few levels, they've got a bit of nuke damage potential as well.
DC already has a massive stack up at their hard camp. It's already 1, 2, 3, 4. 4x stacked up for the Sven once he gets level 6. So that can be something nice to get the AA a faster level 6 online with the Sven cleaving that down, or Sven doing the neutrals while AA just saps the lane, something along those lines. And now Boba trying to maximize. This is a good move. They forced a lot of aggression onto the anti-mage. They probably expected the Kunkka to be making those rotations. They actually do see him as well with that ward they placed on the river. So as soon as he makes the move away, Boba's like, okay, I can at least get a bit more farm since Foref should be just fine down bottom now.
Yeah, and they need to shut this anti-mage down as hard as they can.
Phase Boot's already on Foref. So
yeah, this lane's going to get scarier for this anti-mage.
I'm struggling.
But we know that there's definitely going to be the potential for him to have that real spike in farming potential once he has the Empower buff and at least that Battle Fury Treads, or whichever he wishes to finish first, so he can withstand the neutral creeps in the jungle and get that catch-up farm.
Victoria has Dubu a big caught out, and he catches the torrent, but doesn't even need it. Maybe just walks up. This is going to be first blood for Maybe.
Very nicely set up there for Maybe.
Victoria was actually hiding in the Roche pit to wait for the rune spawn, and Dubu just didn't really expect that. Didn't even need to connect the torrent.
Look at this down bottom. Ame totally being bullied back here. He's only down to the last shared tango. Does of course have the Oracle that he can rely on a little bit to help heal him up, but level's still not quite there. Yeah, Boba
making a nighttime smoke right now.
They might be able to get the catch onto mid. Depends how far we see Somnus maybe come out.
Got a lot of damage here.
He's playing very safe with his position. Now he's on the edge. It's just a question of DC where to go. They've got a lot of stuns, a lot of control. There will be the TP in as well from Forever, making sure that this is a guaranteed kill, and indeed it is. Successful rotation there from Bulber and Dubu. Nicely done.
They got to make all those work. 4 FTP's out though from bottom lane now. Ame gets the lane to catch back up. And during all that, it's 11. You know, we talked about the mag from the last game getting a pretty free lane. It's happening again. They are shutting down the anti-mage, but the mag was one of the big issues in the last one. He is coming off to a great start in this already.
And even these little items, now that Ame has the Poor Man's Shield and the Ring of Hell, that's enough to sort of help withstand any sort of harassment that comes his way. And
yeah.
In fact, as it is, Forever, he's just making the long walk back to the bottom lane, so it's still a lot of time that Ame is getting that lane opened up, top lane. Trying to make the connection there on Told 11, but he did get the skew out in time.
Now, I think he actually knows there's a ward there, too, because the stun from the distance, he felt like he was out of distance. He even pings it out, so we might see that being de-warded, which will hurt DC's early vision for sure. LGD now with the smoke. They're set up around Abed mid, but Abed seems very aware of this. Look at how far positioned he is on the right side.
They've got a decent amount of catch there with the 2 points in the X mark. They may just go for Bulber instead, as they have him coming up to the high ground. We'll go for the Sandstorm, but of course they've got the Torrent to cancel the channeling. Somnus maybe coming in as well. Siphon's there. Bulber does have the Burrow Strike. Will go to the high ground. Tries for the Quick Storm's connection, but it's not going to quite be there as Bulber will get himself out to safety. This mid lane now opened up a little bit for Somnus. with this aggression and rotation from his two supports, Yao and Victoria. As we see the Death Prophet take the lead at the moment for the net worth. Still definitely the biggest discrepancy being that between the two safe laners, Mason. Obviously having the better time in this opening laning stage in comparison to Arme.
Yeah. As long as, let's see how the supports are doing in maximizing. We actually have every single support in the game is level 3. So everyone's kind of suffering with their rotations. Victoria gets the connection onto Mason with the X2.
They brought the Death Prophet around. They do have exorcism ready to go. Somnus says, we're going to fight it, boys. Forever will tilt me across. Bolver with the burrow strike to hold back, maybe. Mason pops the Godric, trying to man up with the damage. This Death Prophet's too strong. Takes down one, takes down two. They're not even done yet. Maybe they can look towards Bolver as well. 11 kind of skewers Bolver away, though.
Body blocking.
Now allowing the Siphon to reconnect.
The blocks.
They're coming in for more. This Death Prophet having the absolute rotation of a life. 7.5 minutes, Somnus coming in and picking up a triple kill.
And they're going to clean up the 4 stack that we were talking about earlier.
Oh.
The whole thing, all the big creeps goes for LGD.
What a rotation there. Could not have happened at a better time.
Now they've got the Shrine up as well, so full heal back up 11. Level 7 mag with Arcane Boots and the Soul Ring are ready. That's pretty scary. The two big team fighters are absolutely online. That offlane Magnus, top 2 in net worth.
And whilst this is going on up top, of course, all the more space for Arme to slowly climb his way back in. He's getting the solo XP. And now not doing too bad at all in terms of the smaller early items. We are going to see DC try and make a move immediately out of the base. Smoke from Bolber and Dubu. Arbed now with the level 6 ready and waiting. A kill onto Somnus will be pretty big at this stage. The back of him being fattened up by that triple kill.
This, though. They have the Oracle.
And in fact, the Torrent's connecting onto Arbed. It's going to be LGD going in first, Arbed. He's going to try and get his way out of it with the light strike, trying to play it out. Victoria looking to see how he can react, but already there's the wraparound coming through. DC. They will catch and shut down the Death Prophet. Maybe they can get more. Still with this haste room, finds the connection with the light strike, and DC, they'll get a couple out of this one.
Don't know if they actually saw the haste rune in the bottle. It seemed like with the way that they made that aggressive move. They actually had Yao behind them too. It looked like he hesitated a bit on the Fate's Edict. Would have almost been able to block like the Laguna and maybe the Sanking stun damage. Could have potentially turned that fight, but just a bit out of range and just a little bit unexpecting the DC rotation. And now they're able to get a lot of tower pressure here. Should be able to bring it down as well. So LGD does have to make sure now when they're playing versus DC is to play around their ultimate timings. Unless they can get an AA right here.
Victoria looking for the catch here. Dubu does still have Bolver in the neighborhood. They may not even be able to get him. He's going to continue to back up. Okay, with that Torrent and the Siphon, they'll certainly finish it off. The rest of DC out of there. Somnus comes back into the lane, picks up a free kill. Top lane 11 now with this maxed out Shockwave doing a good job at trying to harass Mason back.
I'm curious if he's going to go for the Battle Fury since they have the Mag and Power. I was wondering if he's going to go for Vanguard. He actually now queues up the Lincolns first. So I wanted to deal with those heavy stuns that DC does have, just that stat bonus as well. It's a nice thing about having a mag. Don't need to go for that Battle Fury rush. You're going to have that stat advantage.
Yeah, having the Lincoln's certainly going to give him enough regen to hop around the jungle.
They've got a ward behind the tower. They're looking for 4F here. You seem to
nice
know
catch.
something's up, though.
Arbed as well, co-spy in the jungle. And indeed, LGD not to catch anyone there with that movement.
But an Arcane Rune bottom, and they have DP ulti up. This could be where they just try to force the tower with it.
Yeah, straight away. And unlikely to see any sort of reaction from DC as this bottom lane's pushed in. Dubu at the moment up top, trying to find his level 6. He's only touching on level 5 at the moment.
They're trying to make the trade before it just goes top. They have a catapult wave coming in. It's 10-minute mark, so this should be able to put a good amount of pressure. That being said, though, it is a mag who's level 10, so Max Shockwave is online, plus the talent with that spell amplification to clear out the waves.
And they look like they're going to be able to do a decent job of holding this. I mean, Bulba is there on the side. We'll see if any further TPs come in from LGD. They've got the fortification. The actual, their side, they're staying down bottom. They're looking to put some pressure now onto the tier 2 as well. Now the TPs come through from Digital Chaos. They're coming in from the side as well for the Shrine. Bulba, seeing if he can get some sort of a setup. Comes in with the Burrow Strike. And then in return, I mean, Bulba could get turned upon. He gets silenced. There's Mason looking for stun. Finds it onto Somnus. With the Siphon already out on Bulba, they know that there's too much survivability on this Death Prophet for those two alone to commit.
LGD wants their 2 supports to hit level 6 before they try to make anything too crazy happen. Having that boat online plus the Fortune's End will make their fight, well, make the Death Prophet super hard to bring down and gives them a lot more damage which right now it's most of their damage is coming just from that Death Prophet. So quietly, slowly but surely, look at the net worths. They're pretty even on the 3 cores, but 11 is the big one where it's just like, this is the off-lane mag. He's already level 11, almost level 12 at the 12-minute mark, and he's gonna have Blink Dagger at the, it seems like an even earlier time than the last game.
This is truly terrifying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we know, we saw how well LGD can play around having that RP available, you know, shutting down games within 22 minutes. We'll see if they can get the ball rolling as hard this time round. They definitely have the tools to do so. Having this Death Prophet in their lineup, having the Exorcism back online, Rule Scepter done as well, LGD wanting to make use of this. But it was underneath and around that ward, so we'll see how DC prepare for this one.
There's still no boat online, so it's 12 minutes, Kunkka's only level 4, but Oracle is 6 now for the saves. And with the Yule Scepter picked up, they actually might just find Mason
They
here.
might do indeed. Mason caught in the jungle, will turn with the stun, but the X-Mark into the torrent is going to be on point. Pops the war cry, it's not enough to keep him alive. Mason caught out in the jungle, LGD.
The dream pick-off right there. Abed now gonna just try to pressure that bottom tower, at least to do something with the space that was given while Mason's dead. And LGD won't be able to capitalize on pressuring the top tower off of that since the Wrath of Nature was deployed to push the lanes out from Forev. To try to slow it, hold that push a bit, but now they're wrapping behind mid. Dubu might be the culprit here.
He's almost certainly going to get spotted out here, Somnus, if he continues to move.
Oh, you just saw them. They just showed themselves. Oh, Dubu, get out of there.
Victorious, seeing if he can get the X-Mark, but indeed Dubu gets himself back up to the high ground. Does have that Ice Blast ready to go. Bulba. Level 6 at the moment on the Sand King. Yet to put the point into the ult. For the 3-3 at the moment.
DC doesn't have great ways of starting the fight, while now LGD has multiple ways. With that Magnus Blink Dagger and with the X that we previously stated, it makes it easier for them to get those catches. While DC, there's no Blink Dagger on Sand King, and Mason is also still about 1,000 gold too from that Blink. So no way for them to just get on top of LGD and force initiation. And during all this, they post up 4 heroes mid from LGD, while Ame just slowly but surely accelerates with that power. So the downtime definitely benefits LGD during this.
And they very nearly have the ultimate orb on Ame towards that Lincoln Sphere. As we were saying earlier, once that's there, he's going to feel very confident jumping into these fights. Mason, from the God Strength, trying to speed up his farm. He needs to do something indeed, as we can still see the 3 individuals of LGD, the highest in net worth at the moment. Mason just scraping behind that Death Prophet.
Look at how the supports are playing on LGD though. They are literally not moving from maybe side. It's pretty hard for them to bring down the anti-mage at this point because of how tanky it is. They have to pretty much get all the stuns on it.
Oh, they will get the wrap around here straight away with the Ice Blast going on. So maybe he does have the self-heals, but he falls down low and he gets taken out. The Dragon Slave's enough. You see,
perfect.
That is a big pick indeed. Catching out that Death Prophet.
Leads into an objective as well. Most important heavy kills for DC here.
Yeah, alleviates the threat of potential pressure from LG as well, making sure that the Exorcism is off the map for 15 seconds. Blink back from Old 11, and indeed DC will get away with taking this tier 2 for now.
So instead of going to Lincoln's, picks up his own Battle Fury. Change his mind.
Change of plan.
Wants his own. He wants to be, since the way that the pace is, like he's just playing completely away from the Magnus. He doesn't want Mag to cross the map and keep having to empower him. So having your own Battle Fury can have its own benefits.
I mean, maybe, you know, as you say, LGD themselves realize, well, we can absolutely just play the farm game. And of course, having the Battle Fury and Empower is insanely ridiculous. Having almost what's added up to be this, what, 100% cleave or very close to. It's incredibly quick. How fast you can get around the map, clean up these camps. And very little chance that Mason can catch up purely by farming neutrals. They've got to find action, they've got to find fights. In fact, bottom lane, they're looking for it. Bulba leads in. Ice Blast will be flying through. False Promise out just in time, but this is going to be a lot of damage out to Somnus.
He is
definitely gone. Too much damage being built up, and he will pop. LGD lose 2. DC doing exactly what they need, getting involved. They'll get the courier as well, as also picking up Victoria.
Getting 3 there.
Absolutely perfect. They know that they can't play the farm game against this empowered Battle Fury anti-mage. They have to look for these fights, get Mason involved, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, Mason picking up that Blink Dagger first instead of going for those other type of farm items is really important for them to keep that pressure going. He knows that Boba wasn't getting it too early, so he made the judgment call going for it. Boba getting that nice stun as we see, and with them just completely outnumbering, and you can see LGD is nowhere in the vicinity to help this.
Absolutely not. They get the false promise out, as we say. No amount of siphoning is going to offset the damage coming through from these cores on DC. Big fight there for Digital Chaos, getting some of this momentum that they struggled to find in game 1.
They need to get those pickoffs. Like that one was perfect too, because RP is up, so it's a risky kind of play, but they were aware of where LGD's heroes were and capitalized on it very quickly. These moves need to happen super fast. That's the nice thing about having the Lina, having the Laguna, and having those burst heroes.
Still though, as we can see, Arme, the anti-mage at the top, was not involved in that last effect, keeping himself well ahead of the pack. Manta Style next up.
And his, we touched on it slightly during the beginning of the game, but him matching up during this versus the Sven doesn't match up incredibly well, of course, unless you're very far ahead. But versus Lina and Nature's Prophet, it's the dream.
Shadowblade on 11 as well, so more catch potential for LGD if they want to try and look for these fights.
He's so farmed. He's more farmed than his Death Prophet. 150 CS on that off-lane mag. Pretty ridiculous.
See what they can get done here. DC grouping up as 4 towards the top. They're actually going to bring in Arbed as well, so the full lineup up on this top lane. I mean, are DC at a point where they can simply 5-man and start to take these tier 2s down?
No, it's still scary. Like you have the threat of the Blink Dagger versus the mag, and there's still the Kunkabo. That's the thing that we haven't really gotten to see because Victoria was very underleveled. He didn't get level 6 until a couple minutes ago, about 3-4 minutes ago. And now it looks like they're trying to make some action happen, perhaps. Kind of all gathered, but now they're very afraid. They don't see anybody from the side of DC, and they have very aggressive D4s, so they know something's going on right now. All sticking together, sticking very close around. 11, gonna step up with that Shadowblade, go for some scout. DC now has 2 ways to start the fight with Boba with the Blink Dagger. DC wants to farm that BKB on Sven.
He's relatively
next step.
Close, isn't he, Mason? Yeah.
It's getting close, yeah. Abed also finished up the Bloodstone, so that'll help. If they can give him a fast amount of Bloodstone charges, that's one of the okay ways to make sure that your mana doesn't get burned too fast from Anti-Mage. If you have crazy amount of charges, just regen it too quickly.
And you can see overall, the actual overall network hopping between the two sides as they're pretty much bang on at this midpoint.
Now LGD's looking to make the fight happen. Picked up the Soul Booster on the Death Prophet, a bit more HP, feeling a little bit squishy before they wanted to take that fight.
1 RP, and we know the incredible amount of destruction and power that can follow through from LGD's lineup if 11 gets that initiation.
Dubu draws a circle around all of LGD's heroes, expecting this kind of move happening. Maybe shows himself, starts threatening the tower with Exorcism. DC are in the vicinity. They continue the split push with Forev and Abed. But still, not wanting to really take a head-on fight just yet when they don't have that BKB on Sven.
This will be a free tier 2.
Once the Exorcism's down, they could consider it, because that's a lot of the damage that does go down. But it's still a bit scary fighting into LGD's RP with the Kunkka boat on top.
And LGD themselves, they have got the potential to go for the tier 2 on the top lane and take more if they wish. DC backing off in this bottom lane as soon as Arme shows his face.
This Anti-Mage is getting too big. Almost 13,000 net worth compared to the 9,000 of the Sven.
Yeah, even if they lock him down and get Mason's hands on him at this stage, still almost certainly going to be the chance for him to escape. Especially considering the backup, the lineup that Arme has around him.
Arme's going for the Aghanims. Next up item, it looks like. Picks up the point booster. Great spells to reflect this game. All those different stuns and disables that are coming out, even the Orchid from Forev. Does have the Manta Style to remove that one, but in case it does come out, he does have the benefit of the Ags when he gets it. So this ward by DC is very good that they place in their defensive jungle. It's a very natural ward that you see placed versus anti-mages and versus these heavy farming heroes. You always want to, you know he's going to eventually go into your jungle just with how mobile and how fast he does farm. He will get into your jungle, so at least watching that, very important. Pace slows down quite a lot though, 6 to 8 in 21 minutes.
Yeah, and as you said, you've really got to feel that this is definitely LGD being happier with this sort of passiveness.
Yeah.
With that, just the speed that this anti-mage is climbing.
Yeah, the Death Prophet's not farming a crazy amount, but he's not the one that, you know, he matters, but he's not. Oh, the RP actually off the mark. The Blink Dagger pickup from Abed, able to juke it out. The unexpected Blink.
Now DC, they're going to try and do something off the back of that whiffed RP. Smoking up Bulba to the high ground. They could look for Roche. This is also definitely an opportunity with no RP available.
They know this is going on though. They were pinging it out. They look like they want to try to make an engagement. With no RP, it can be very tough. And 4F has been scouting non-stop with those Treants.
Yeah, smart move here from DC. They see there's no RP. They know that they necessarily can't take a fight because of 1-0 being down, but they can certainly look for an objective like that. Grabbing the Aegis, getting it into the hands of Mason.
They see Abed, who does not have the Aegis. Looks like they want to try to make a go on him. 11.
Oh, yeah, he could be in a lot of trouble there. 11 looking for the setup. Abed will be gone on, jumping and kills himself immediately. Knows that there's no escape. Other than taking himself out, he will be down for just the 10 seconds.
But that's that is the 12 charge Bloodstone that does get dropped down. And they have the Aegis. They don't expect that kind of aggressive coming out from LGD. And during all this now too, Yame just still continues to farm. Almost the Aghanim's finished up, 200 gold away.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to catch him. Yeah, once that Axe is on.
It's already super hard to bring down. Still, the two supports from LGD are playing very safe though. They're not trying to make these risky plays. If you watch a lot of teams, they might go for more typical pickoffs. They're understanding what the nature of their lineup is. They're sitting either 2 heroes behind the Death Prophet or 2 heroes behind the anti-mage, and majority of the times.
Not only do they have this Axe now done on Ame, they're looking to get the Lotus Orb out on 11. So another way that they can make sure that this anti-mage has full control during these team fights.
Sentry Ward gets placed down. 11 actually walks up, gonna get brought down.
Yeah, they find that even though the silence comes out onto them, the Godstrike's already there. DC, can they get more out of this though? They'll move down this top lane. They should be able to find a tier 2. No Magnus for 45 seconds. It's, you know, that's quite an opening for DC to use. So they go for anything else. They do still have the Aegis on Mason. A couple of seconds left on Godstrike. And they're going to try and push in even further.
Ame's going to trade though. He's going to go right up onto the high ground, and he hits pretty darn hard on those towers right now. They have to back up.
Meg actually going straight in. He's just bursted down the cook, and Saunders trying to lead in with the Ice Blasters there. Volkstormers comes out just in time. Maybe taking a lot of damage.
The split push. Ame's getting the tier 3 right now.
Yeah, that's one tower down in the mid lane. DC on the TP back. Dubu will make it. Can the rest of them though, Lightstrike trying to hold back the side of LGD. They've found Bulba in the sidelines. The Ghost still out. They'll get the Sand King at least. And the rest of DC do escape. But as you say, DC, they do not get the tier 3, whereas LGD having Ame clearing out that mid. This anti-mage, we've talked about it getting out of hand, and it really feels like, Fog, what is their answer to this anti-mage? How do they deal with him, whether it be him turning up to a fight, whether it be him going for the split push plays? He just seems a fair few steps ahead of what DC can offer in this game at the moment.
Yeah, they have to pretty much chain lock him down and hope that there's no Oracle there to save him, but Ame's not playing in the fights. He doesn't need to still. He's just like, okay, I'm going to farm until I have my Abyssal Blade, and that's when I can actually just blink on top of Sven, deal with him, or just blink on top of Lina and burst her instantly. Once that Basher slash Abyssal Blade up, oh man, this could be a big RP.
He's got up here as well. He's eyeing it up. Won't go for it on Abed.
A little bit of hesitation there. Wrath of Nature comes out. They're trying to get onto 11 here, but unable to close the distance. So the next, the solutions are going to have to just be chain locking down that anti-mage somehow, maybe going for a sheep stick on somebody later on to deal with that, but there is an Aghanims, so it can be super annoying. You can hex yourself, and
I mean, Ame's
a lot of ways to save him.
Basher complete as well now.
Yep, 6,000 ahead of Sven.
Absolutely incredible. Mason really needs that next big item or two to be able to stand toe-to-toe in the fights. He's working towards the Assault Cuirass.
I'll take your tribute.
But it really is going to be so difficult for DC to just find that chance to do something around the anti-mage.
Empower, empower, empower. Still racking up the gold. So LGD probably waiting for that Aegis to tick out. It's got about 1 more minute left on it, and then they can take a big straight-up 5v5 fight. Not really be too concerned. Maybe wanting to pick up a gem of their own could be the next investment opportunity for Victoria.
Do see him under this ward. They want to try and make the jump. Boba coming in and has the dust straight away with the Stormhammer. Ice Blast, everything coming through. 11's guys. Quick reactions there from DC as soon as the Magnus came under their vision.
Yeah, LGD destroyed one of the wards, but the secondary ward gets placed down. And
But look at this again. Look who's on the split push. Arme's ready to start bringing them back. We'll see how much damage they...
Mason goes in.
Mason, he's gone straight in with the stun.
The dodge Laguna with the Yules.
Can they actually bring him down? He's got the full Forest 11 now, coming in with the RP onto Ahmed. Barret does kill off the Oracle on the back of it all, but they've lost the Aegis on Mason. Boba being forced back. There's the ult from Arme to burst down.
Oh, and they get Mason.
And they bring him back as well. The BKB not going to save Mason as he's down as well. Arme with a triple kill.
Absolutely devastating there.
It really feels like the draft, that final pick, Anti-Mage. Absolutely genius here from LGD.
He's crushing it. Maybe also there gets the Yules off as the Laguna Blade is coming off, ends up surviving, gets Oracle ulted, and then with a beautiful RP follow-up from 11. Absolutely perfectly synchronized.
We'll see it again here.
Boba even stuns the Oracle as the fight goes on, so he tries to make sure that there's no save there, but yeah, maybe gets that Yules off, and then 11 gets the RP onto him, and then Ame with the follow-up. There's just no way that DC can take the fight after that.
Yeah, and we saw, with this Sven being where he is, Mason, he can offer a little bit with the God Strength, but as soon as that ult's gone, there is nothing that he can do against these beefy cores of LGD, and LGD straight down the mid lane. Looking to take the racks, they do have the fortification, 15 seconds to the Sven's back. It's Arden's immediate, in fact, Boba jumping in, they've got the Ice Blast as well. But Armin turns, trying to finish up Boba. Boba does get him out himself, out to the side, still alive for the time being, finally goes down. Crypt Swarm there from maybe to bring him down. LGD will find the mid-melee racks.
Oh man, and he's got Abyssal Blade now. This is...
28 minutes in, Arme's Anti-Mage farming out of this world.
Dire's top shrine is
Yeah, I mean, he's got 410 CS, Owen, at 28 minutes. Almost 14 CS per minute right now at this point.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, LGD, as we said at the start, the lineup, this draft that they have, it looked terrifying on paper, and in this first 30 minutes of this game, it's looking to be exactly as we expected. LGD with very little few flaws in their execution. They've kept all tier 3s alive. They've managed to close in on this mid lane, and they have this anti-mage, nearly 10,000 net worth ahead of Mason Sven.
Yeah, it's really nice that they have, the Death Prophet, Crypt Swarm, plus the Magnus Shockwave to go to stall it. They do try to make the go here.
They've got the Ice Blast, they do have the stun, but again, the false promise is there. He has the self-fuel, trying to get himself out. This should be enough damage, but 11 comes in with a 3-man RP!
And the board!
Here comes the shot! Triple kill for Arme! Mason wants the BKB, trying to tap with the heels, bringing
Baby's alive.
back up to full life. Boba looking to get off the epicenter, he does, but he's down. Arme gets the ultra, he's looking for the rampage, but Farem sprouts him back. Looking to TP out.
They get the silence. He's gone for the rampage.
Can he get the rampage? He can! Arme playing out of his mind. The team around him going absolutely insane. LGD. 14,000 net worth lead. They're ready to close in on this top lane.
That team fight execution, literally perfect. Maybe gets false promised, gets the Yules off, gets full healed in the fight while the RP comes out with the boat follow-up.
Such beautiful synergy just between all of the heroes on LGD's lineup. Look at this attempt. They go in, but straight away, the Yules is there, the stun's purged off, and bam. They look at
with the Fate's Edict as it comes up. The Fate's Edict eats the Laguna, so no damage.
An 11 with that positioning, perfect RP into the shark there from Victoria.
And then typical AM contribution. Walks in, mana voids, get 3 kills.
Easy rampage for Arme, level 25. Pushing on this top lane, they'll have Mason back up in 5 seconds, Fareb as well. And a few more. But this top rack is almost certainly going to be gone. Boba leading in. They do have the Laguna and the Ice Blast. That's 11 down. But the melee racks are already gone on this top lane. DC will not be able to hold on to those. DC, can they turn this around? What is the ideal situation for DC?
I'm not seeing too many options.
I mean, this
to be honest. He is way too massive. He's gonna have AC finished up too to deal with the physical damage that would be there to maybe bring him down, but it's level 25 already. Almost 3,000 life on this anti-mage. You look at DC's damage output, They can't kill that. They have to have everything land on him perfectly to bring it down. But there's an Oracle, there's a Kunkka, and then if you do, there's still the Death Prophet that's there, who's not a force to be reckoned with either. Shiva's about to be picked up, 23 charge Bloodstone, an absolute menace.
I mean, we saw there Arme's GPM at the moment, nearly reaching the 900 at this stage of the game. DC
trying to do the desperate move here, but it gets scouted out by an illusion. They've got to bail.
This is so scary. They know that there's no Magnus for 20 seconds, but LGD will almost certainly be prepared to fight without that. They're going to self-X the Death Prophet, leading her forward. She will be jumped upon. Ice Blast thrown back. Won't quite find the connection, but DC are making the space to finish this off. Now they're coming back in. Ice Blast passes across. Maybe can he get in the pit in time? No, he can't. They will get it. They get the light strike there onto the anti-mage. You see Mason have a couple of tickles onto Arme, but DC, they're losing 3. Mason's trying to get himself out there.
Oh, with the X.
It's already been used. He's going to get X back. He has the war cry.
They've got the catch.
But they're chasing in from the side. Maybe wraps in. They've got the control. They'll burst through the Aegis immediately. And they're ready for round 2. GG is born. LGD knocking Digital Chaos out of the tournament 2-0, 11 with an RP of celebration. What a performance. This team, I mean, out of all of the sides that we've seen in the upper bracket and such, people, they may have kind of been sleeping on this LGD team, but bam, they've shown us that these guys are incredible.
It's just that Magnus, how much farm he actually does get, the threat of the RP, that Empower, the high level Empower, just allowing Ame to farm all over the map while maybe another 4 pressure, giving all the space in the world to be that carry. But that last pick anti-mage was absolutely devastating versus the cores of DC.
I mean, we saw DC, they sort of realized that at the start. They tried to shut down Ame, but immediately, as soon as he got that first sort of, those first core items, the Battle Fury, there was just no stopping him.
He still got it so early. He still got that Battle Fury sub 15-minute mark, which is basically what a free farm anti-mage does.
And every fight as well. The support backup from LGD constantly coming in with the saves.
Perfect timing from like the false promises plus the Yules on maybe and the rotations. That first maybe rotation from the Death Prophet on that top lane, that triple kill, just sets the pace for LGD to have a great game for the Magnus and for him.
Wow, what a game indeed. Digital Chaos knocked out 2-0. LGD looking incredibly strong. 2 very convincing matches here from them today. That's it from myself and Fox as we hand you back to the panel to hear what they have to say about LGD's domination here on the main stage.
Chinese Dota increasingly a treat to watch. LGD, oh, that combo was just beautiful. The boat from Kunkka, the ultimate from Anti-Mage, all set up by the RP from Magnus. I mean, what? The game was so close up until that point.
They had an amazing team in the fight, and they also had the Anti-Mage who's super, like it's, I think one of the best late game heroes, so they weren't really in a pinch any time of the game, I would say.
Anti-Mage was gaining a lot of notoriety in the months coming to TI. Carry players started playing a lot more, and they were thinking, oh, maybe this hero's good. You know, let's play it out a little more. But in combination with the Magnus, he farmed so fast and was just so much ahead of Sven. And Sven's a hero that actually wants to be ahead of everyone else in order to like operate at his best capabilities, and that didn't happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story in so many Sven games that we've seen before, that Sven is such an excellent farming character. Ancient stacks fall very quickly to Sven. I don't even think we saw Sven in the top net worth. I mean, there were often 3 LGD players just barely above him, and then 3 characters, both Lina and Nature's Prophet, sitting right even with Sven.
I think an Anti-Mage versus a Sven, they farm kind of evenly, usually. Somewhat even at least, but when you have this mag, Anti-Mage just farms so much faster.
He has that Battle Fury even before he buys it.
Exactly.
So.
Lina and Furion also take a lot of farm off the map away from Sven. So Anti-Mage is kind of eating up his entire side, and there was like 2 or 3 heroes that were farming on DC's side.
It's so cool to see, though, how Magnus was able to have such an extraordinary impact on that game. I mean, we've talked before about the idea of certain certain players being good with certain heroes. And we saw GH with Coddle in his match for Team Liquid. And in this one, man, Magnus looked so good in both matches. Just insane. 11's amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the heroes that they've played a lot throughout this tournament, and even before this tournament, it's something that they've been known for. So no surprise to see them have success with it here. Total comfort pick, and moving on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, unfortunately, NA Dota is dead at TI. I don't think that there are any notable North American players on any of the rosters.
That's it, man.
Chinese teams are dominating. We still, though, for the West, representing, we have Team Liquid, Team Empire, and OG. And, of course, up in winners, Virtus Pro.
I mean, PyCat we have a...
Rizzo's a bit of a honorary American after his year in
sure, why not?
DC, right?
I mean,
yes, there it is.
Let's just wait to see who's in the finals, and America will make its final decision on who we're taking.
But about the players, at least me and PyCat has S4.
Yeah, we've got S4. Sweet.
Got our Swede there.
I mean, at this point, with Faith and S4, they are the only 2 players remaining that have the possibility of winning 2 TIs. Other than that, there are no chances for repeat victors. I mean, you might see Newbie in the finals. You might see Invictus Gaming in the finals. You know, there's a lot of these names for teams that might make it to the finals, but in terms of players, those are the last 2.
It's just crazy that actually no one has won TI twice yet. And like every year, I think it's at the TI5 and the TI6, there were a lot of players there that actually had the chance to win twice, but it just never happens.
And I mean, there's some games where there's just such high variance that it's rare to even see the same people up at the top. But that's like not the case in Dota. You see the same names again and again and again and again every single year showing up. Certainly new blood players like Abed made their debut here. But I mean,
a new player leaks in every once in a while, but it's kind of it's tough. It's tough to get in because the way you get better at Dota is by playing against better opponents. And the guys at this tournament play against each other all the time throughout the year. And people that don't get to go to these tournaments or play against them in qualifiers don't kind of get that exposure.
It is true that there's just such a focus that you have the opportunity for. I mean, so many people have been talking about the meta of Group B, the team that has all 4, or excuse me, the group that has all 4 of the 1st through 4th places sitting in the winner's bracket. And I mean, do you feel like that's continuing to sort of bake out? Again, Digital Chaos got just knocked out here.
I don't know.
Maybe just coincidence.
Yeah, sometimes it just is, I think.
Why not?
Was it a stretch? Am I going to pull a muscle stretch in that part?
Oh, you're fine.
I think the Group B was the one that had, it was 4 of the invites, if I'm not mistaken, in that one group. And we have, it's IG, Newbie, they're doing well, right? And so some of those...
LFY?
LFY were not...
Yeah, not invited.
No, but they're doing also well. But yeah, that group, it seems like that group was the stronger group, right?
Yeah, and the amazing thing is that in that group, I mean, LFY going 14-2 in that, the big story. And, of course, LGD with their win here. We're going to take a moment to head over to Machine, who's going to have a conversation with Bulba from DC.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by Bulba, a man with such true grit, determination, and passion for Dota that I think a lot of people in the scene try and emulate. And now I have the unfortunate task of kind of walking our way through the your departure here, dude. Yeah, it's cool. So I guess I'm just going to give you the microphone now and see what comes naturally.
I mean, it felt good. I had a rough start to the year after TI6, and I'm really proud of how far my team's come. I'm like kind of sad. I'm like super bittersweet that it ended like this. I knew we had a lot more potential. Just some things went wrong, and it just feels sad. You know, it's like this is always then. It feels like the end of end of everything after you lose TI. That's all we really enjoy. But I know tomorrow I'm probably gonna wake up and talk to my mom and dad and maybe feel a bit better. But I can't get rid of the sting. It's like too much, regardless of what. So it's just super depressing.
And I'm not going to keep him any longer, but I think, if anything, this is just evident of the investment that a lot of these players have in this game. Thank you, Bulba. Thank you for taking that time, dude, and I think we'll hug it out.
Thank you, Machine, and of course, consolations to Bulba. At a tournament like TI, the caliber of all the players is just so high. I mean, looking at the net worth of that game, they were within 2,000 to 3,000 of each other the entire game, and it was that one key team fight that swung it in LGD's favor. And as we've seen before, it can all come down to one fight for the huge upset to happen or for the team with the lead to finally close it out. And with that game, we now know who the top 8 are. We're going to take a moment, though, to go to our most recent winner, the last team to step into the top 8, Casey with LGD.
And we're here with Maybe. Congratulations. Jack's going to be helping us translate. First of all, I want to ask how much of it was on your mind that this was, for the second time today, a bit of a rematch from last year's TI. DC 2-0 last year. This year it was your turn.
就是首先恭喜一下梅比以2-0战胜了 DC。那么这是今天第2场呢，可以算是复仇赛吧。从去年就是去年你们是被 DC 以2-0淘汰的。那么今年能再次面对这对手，你有什么感受？
今年再面对 DC，之前被 DC 淘汰过，但是今年 DC 和去年 DC 就是5个人完全都不一样了，所以就还好吧，就是当做一个正常的对手来对待。
Well, playing against DC again this year, it's obviously like a totally different lineup, 5 different players from last year. So you know, not too much of that. Like we just treat them like any other opponent, and yeah, go into it like that.
Were you worried at all about the Meepo pick in the first game?
就是你有没有担心任何就是他们最后选出来的米波，对吧？这是他的绝活，你们有没有有点担忧，或者当时有没有准备好，还是怎么样？
就还好吧。他选了米波之后。首先，我们观察自己阵容，然后不怕米波，然后也赛前做好了他要选米波的准备，所以就很正常，没什么影响。
It was fine. First, we looked at our lineups and we weren't really afraid of the Meepo pick, and also we had prepared beforehand for the eventuality and the possibility that they would pick Meepo. So it was fine. Nothing, you know, super out of the ordinary.
You almost seem a little bit more businesslike in your approach to TI this year. We know you for being fun-loving. Have you changed your approach based on your experience in TI last year at all?
一般来说，有的时候，就是你其实会是比较放松一点的。而今年就是观察到你非常稳重，也好像更严肃一点。那么，对于你备战贴的时候，你今年是不是有个不同的方向或者不同的备战方式或心态？
随着年纪的增长，然后今年我比去年年纪也长大了，然后所以心智方面应该也成熟了很多。然后在队伍里面担当的东西也多了。
It has to be age. I'm a year older than last year, and because of that, like maturity and just being more serious and mature as well. And the team is a factor in that as well.
That makes sense. We'll be facing OG next. What do you think your strengths are as a team in that matchup? How do you think you might be besting them?
那你们下一轮的对手是 OG。面对这个对手，你觉得你们的一些强势点在哪里？然后如何做准备为他们对战？
我觉得我们面对不管是 OG 还是其他任何来参加 TI 的队吧，我觉得，我们都是一样的，然后其他的对手也都是一样的，因为大家都不想输掉 TI，然后，所以不管对谁，我们也都没有什么优势，没有什么劣势，只要做好自己，赢了就是赢了，然后输了就是输了。
I think we want to see ourselves and other opponents as the same. Like we want to treat everybody on an equal playing field rather than just there being a specific strength or weakness. Like they're an opponent, we have to prepare our best and play our best. And if we manage to reach that point and do our best, we'll win. If not, we'll be beaten. But we have to treat everyone the same.
It's a very calm and confident approach. Congratulations, Maybe Jack. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And we'll send it back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Casey, and congratulations, LGD. I gotta say, there was that calm, cool, collected attitude that we heard. But OG are the sharks of the lower bracket. They are hungry for more people to play against. I mean, do you think that OG has the mental advantage in there? Do you think LGD's mindset is more appropriate?
I don't know. I think it's going to be very even. I think OG wants to win a bit more maybe because of what happened maybe last year and that they won the major. So they really feel that they have the power and, I don't know, strength to actually being able to win the tournament. But LGD is a tough opponent for them.
LGD's had some pretty solid drafts in their games that I've seen them play. OG, I think they've had some pretty easy games. I think their game against Infamous, I think that was a pretty one-sided matchup. And then up against TNC, I'm not sure, wasn't really a big fan of the TNC's direction with their drafts and their strategy. So I don't know how challenged OG has been in this lower bracket just yet, but they are playing well.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the attitudes of these two various teams that they're going to be facing against each other, OG and LGD, PyCat?
Well, I think that OG, they have it feels a bit, even though, as Peter said, that they might have played slightly maybe weaker teams, I'm not sure. LGD played DC just now, and then before they were in the upper bracket, so they also didn't have they didn't play against the bests, or when they did play against earlier in the upper bracket, they kind of lost, and that was a 2-0 as well. So the way I look at it, I think that to me it seems though as if OG kind of they're on the path. Like they kind of found their stride a little bit. I think so.
Yeah, certainly big matches happening in the lower bracket tomorrow that we're very excited about. But of course, the action isn't done yet today. We have Invictus Gaming versus Newbie incoming. Two teams that, as I've said so many times before, were such a delight to watch on the first day. And they'll be going against each other. And to get ourselves geared up for it, we got the chance to talk to Burning.
从我刚开始玩Dota这个游戏开始，我就非常热爱这个游戏。
说的，如果你对于你这个职业认真负责的话，你不光需要在一天8个小时的正常训练中去完成你的训练，你还需要在你的可能打引号的课余时间中做出，比如说对录像的研究。那可能如果加在一起，一天你的工作量大概有个12个小时左右吧，是一点都不过分的。
我经常在想，我这辈子能不能就这样一直打到它？
上手特别快，就是玩什么都很快就能进入角色吧，就他能对游戏有着跟别人不一样的理解。
然后没想到现在就真的做到了这个行业，我真的算是一个梦想实现了吧。我的爸爸是一名普通的煤矿工人。爸妈、父母希望我好好学习吧，考个大学，当个公务员什么之类的。
只有徐子磊一个孩子，他性格很温和，我觉得我对他的管教严厉，对他这方面是有帮助的。就是到初中就是小学5、6年级的时候，到初中了，就迷上游戏了。
就像你不要玩游戏了，就不对学习上发展，你这个没有放弃。
接触Dota以后，开始想做这个职业选手。我开始想成为一名职业选手。
毕竟这个职业，我们做父母的都不理解、不能接受，觉得不是一个正规渠道，可是的。
就说我09年底受到eHome邀请加入eHome，当我第一次拿到冠军的时候，我觉得非常的兴奋，非常的开心，那种我觉得我这辈子都不会忘记那种感觉。然后那一年，我变得自信，我的心态由之前的紧张。包括有一点怯场吧，之后变得很稳定，想要拿更多的冠军，参加更多国际的赛事，证明自己。在 DK 我是第一次和外国人做队友。
那当时我去 DK 的时候，他已经成名了嘛，我对于他来说是一个新人，他改变了我对打职业的这样一个认知吧，大家就像哥们一样。
最后我们那一年的成绩还不错吧。尤其是拿到了 WPC 和 SL9的冠军，虽然最后在 TI 上算是一个比较失败吧。CIG 我是第一次和新人选手组队，但是我每天能感受到他们对 Dota 的热情，每天一起在进步。在 DAC 上我们也是拿到了冠军。但是在 DAC 之后，很多问题暴露出来了吧？大家的心态开始都变得浮躁起来，我们的成绩也就慢慢的变得不理想。去年可以说无缘 TI 是我最大的一个遗憾。当时很长一段时间内，我的心情是非常非常低落的。我最喜欢的比赛肯定是西雅图的 TI 决赛，我觉得这应该也是每个职业选手所追求的吧。对于每一个职业选手都是梦寐以求的比赛。我从08年开始打职业，到今天也是快10年了嘛。夺得 TI 冠军对我来说是我职业最大的肯定吧。我想我坚持这么多年，或者说我坚持到现在这个年纪，一方面是我还热爱这个游戏，一方面是我一直没有拿到那个不朽盾。
坚持就是胜利啊！就是能打，为什么要放弃呢？我觉得他状态非常好，都很支持他。对，
就是也会去坚持，不会放弃，就是想拿到一个 TI 的冠军。所以最后我还是决定跟他一起去完成这个 TI7，跟他的队伍，就 TI7一起干。
如果我赢得 TI， 我的爸爸妈妈会非常的激动，非常开心吧，因为毕竟他们也是看着我拼了这么多年。
儿子现在的对家里帮助很大。
他也是给他的父母买了一栋非常不错的房子，就是奖金越来越高嘛。
他是游戏终于打成功了，所以我现在非常支持。那个世界冠军。
希望他们努力吧，争取站在世界最高的领奖台上，为国争光。
我对这个游戏有感情，而且我没有玩过同类任何的游戏。我很享受这样追逐的过程吧，或者说努力的过程，而且我对这个游戏还是持有激情吧。
Burning an absolute legend, and as he said, he still hasn't gotten the chance to win the Aegis, but his team, Invictus, is in absolutely grand position to do so as they are in the winners semifinals, heading up to face against Newbie. And since all the teams are ready, let us bring out the rest of his team, Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming, a legend in the Dota community. They've been to TI since the very beginning. And going up against them is another team that needs no introduction. It's Team Newbie. Newbie, a team that won the International in 2014. Faith, while playing for IG in 2012, won the International. He is still on Newbie, and he is one of the few remaining players in this tournament who has a chance to win a second TI. An absolutely extraordinary team, including their mid laner SCCC, who we got the chance to take a closer look at.
Mentally, how important has it been for you guys to start succeeding in international tournaments after succeeding domestically but initially struggling outside of China?
我觉得和我们平常打的一些比赛都差不多吧，主要是发挥好自己的实力。
With so many people calling Newbie the strongest team to come out of China heading into TI, do you feel that pressure? Or does it just fuel you to prove to everyone that you really are as good as everyone thinks you are?
中国队伍的话，5支队伍大家都比较强嘛。然后在压力方面的话，我觉得我们自己也是打得比较久了，自己对这些压力方面的话，自己会去调节，所以可能会比平时就是更加注重于这个比赛，希望能获得更好的成绩，但是不会说让自己就是有负面的压力吧，就是会有那种压力转化成动力的那种感觉。
And how is Faith helping you navigate all of that? I mean, he has experience. He knows what it takes to win TI. He won TI2 with IG. So what kind of help is he bringing to the table with that?
我觉得他让我们气氛就是能够变加的更好吧。然后他作为就是我们的 BP 手，然后再就是经常做一些，就是对我们在 BP 方面很有利的一些东西，他都会去做到，包括去就是比如说我们不知道某些队伍就是可能使用什么样的英雄，但是他都会提前做工作，来把这些东西全部都就是掌握吧。
Newbie's known for having a really strong social media presence. Are you still connecting with the fans that way? Do you read a lot of the comments, or is it harder to do now that obviously the focus is on TI?
关注的话，平常会关注一些。对我来说的话，意味着一种 鼓励吧，有人在希望你能够变得更好，变得更强，觉得对自己来说其实是一份很大的动力。
Is it true that when you want to motivate people, you sing or shout a lot?
这个是就是比如说我们正在比赛的时候，可能会就是有这种情况，就是比如说大家就是乘胜追击的时候，一波觉得优势能够打得还可以，就会给大家鼓励一下吧。
Where does that come from? The singing and the shouting. Where do you get that from?
就是本身就是这样的。
Yeah. You've always been like that?
也不是吧，只是在有的时候大家都比较开心的时候，就是调节一下气氛嘛，让大家更活跃一些。当然，就是不光是在就是有优势的时候，包括我们打劣势的时候，其实我们也会有别的方式，就不一定说是唱歌大喊的，就是大家互相鼓励，互相的让每个人对每个人，大家5个队员更有信心吧。
SCCC, an extraordinary mid laner. In fact, at this tournament, he has played 18 games and ran 15 different heroes in mid and has only played, there you see it, Bristleback Medusa has only played those extra heroes 2 times. He's played no mid heroes more than that.
That usually indicates that the team is drafting around something else. I saw that, was that newbie? Yeah, I think it was newbie for Kaka that Kaka played Sanking half of the games that he's playing. So like that is a hero that they really want to prioritize in this series, I think.
Yeah, you usually find one player that's kind of versatile, and then you know that you have that. You can change kind of whatever you want. I'm thinking Fear was kind of that guy for you guys on EG, that he could play a lot of different heroes.
Fear is always very flexible. One thing that I would do as a captain, as a drafter, before a big match like this, I would go in and look at my opponents, and I would identify. I'd go through all their players, and I'd write down every single hero that they had touched, and I would find the player who had only played maybe 3, 4, 5 heroes throughout the entire tournament, and you ban and strategize around him, the guarantee that he's going to play this hero.
Luckily for us, when I played on Alliance, we didn't have that guy, right? That played 3 heroes.
Yeah. Didn't have that guy, did you?
Didn't have that guy.
Did you have that guy?
I did have that guy.
You had that guy.
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah, that was Ake.
I saw
that was
right
Bulldog.
through it.
Come on.
You guys had a bunch of them, man. EGM, Naga every game, Ake, Chen or Ench, maybe a little Skyrath.
Maiden a bit.
Maiden, yeah.
I had 4, come on.
Just jungling. It's true. I mean, I played like 2 heroes when we won TI, so
it's good, though.
It's just do what works.
Yeah. And I mean, how disruptive does that wind up being when you can find that player, target them, and ban out their key heroes?
Depends how good of a player he is. It's like, we see, like, who was it, the LFY Super playing, the same heroes over and over. He finally got pushed out of his comfort zone, and he did just fine.
Yeah.
It took when he played Puck, it took him a second to warm up, but towards the end of the game, he was kicking ass.
Yeah, but some players are like that, right? I mean, Super's been around for a long time. He's played a lot of games, and he seems like that player that even if he gets pushed out of this kind of the zone that LFY are in right now, he's still fine. But some other players might not be as comfortable.
One thing that's really interesting is that there's a lot of mid players that we've been looking to be hugely influential. Of course, Samael comes to mind, Miracle. And they have not actually had the most success in the mid lanes, having huge games here on the main stage. Ana, of course, a name that comes to mind is being a player that was able to succeed on the main stage. But do you think SCCC will be able to really be a huge focus in these games?
I think teams are adjusting to the strength that mid laners have been showing. We see a lot of dual lane mids really preventing either one of the mid laners to get, from getting too far out of control. So the importance of that 1v1 matchup has been dumbed down quite a bit this tournament, in my opinion.
No, for sure. I think it has to be like sort of a result of this added creep, this 5th creep. Just makes it so that the mid lane it's so important because there's one extra creep, you get more levels, you get more gold, and you really need to emphasize on, not giving away that big advantage to the one mid laner. That's why we see a lot of these people. You want to make sure that no one is getting dominated because that's very dangerous.
And it's actually not so bad as well to be 2 there then as well because you actually get quite some experience. So you will hit your level 6 at around like 10 minutes on the supports and earlier on the mid hero. Anyway.
You can always go stack some camps in the jungle as well.
The supports have like the biggest impact on the early game right now, in my opinion. Though it's oftentimes it's the 4, roaming around, backing up the mid hero from. He's almost just like body checking the other 4, right? And then when the other 4 is not there and ready, that's when he's going for a kill on a core. And a lot of times, it's the 5 hero as well in the safe lane, taking pressure from the enemy team's 4 heroes.
And then ready to TP
around.
And save kind of either the off lane or the mid laner.
That dual lane gank, or that 2v2 fight that's about to happen, who's going to bring that third? Who's going to which five is going to TP, or carry's going to TP to the opposite lane? Who's bringing numbers earlier?
The roaming supports have really been the huge story of this TI and their influence. Let's talk a little bit about Invictus Gaming. Baboka and Q, the 4 and 5 players for Invictus. What are their sort of hallmarks and characteristics?
Baboka has been playing a lot of Invis heroes, Ricky, and not so much Bounty at this tournament, but a bit of Monkey King, which provides a bit of vision as well when he jumps around in the trees.
Yeah, Baboka is very, I think, famous kind of for, like, he always does this. He moves around a lot. He's not really that type of player that would sit in a tri-lane. I mean, I feel his style is more to, he roams around the map and he tries to get a lot of kills, and he does get a lot done. Yeah, Courier kills as well.
And the Bounty Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually want to investigate if they ran Ricky yesterday. I don't think that anyone has played Bounty Hunter yet on the main stage, and it always creates a very interesting dynamic to have Invis heroes on the map because there is so much roaming going on both sides, and we've seen many of the position 4 players get picked off on their way between lanes.
IG's been doing a great job of using those invisibility heroes to plant deep wards and just kind of figure out where their opponents are at that moment, and then being able to decide, hey, you know, we're ready to take this team fight, we know where they are, let's go find them, or saying, hey, you know, maybe we're not ready yet, we need to finish this BKB, let's finish our mech, let's get Blink Dagger on our initiator, and then we'll take that fight. And so they've been using, Baboka especially has been almost directing via the chat wheel his team's his team's decision making.
Yeah, he has been using the chat wheel a lot.
It's very efficient.
Also, those Invis heroes, they are extra. They can be really dangerous at tournaments like this. Whenever you forget about them, and then someone brings them out, you're not prepared. You're not ready. You didn't buy this extra sentry or those dusts, and you know you forget about this curve for one moment, it's gone. You know, it can be very dangerous at a high pressure tournament like this.
I'm actually surprised how many couriers that have been sniped, and
yeah,
it's like, we always see a hero sitting there smoked, or he's placing a ward. And
couriers are tough. One of the most stressful parts of the early game, one of the most stressful parts of Dota is the early game.
Yeah.
And you're just like waiting there, and you're like, oh, I hope we don't give up first blood. I hope nothing goes wrong. Like after the first blood gone, it's like there's so much less pressure on everybody.
At one time, I think they also had a courier standing at the tier 2 tower, and maybe it was Baboka, but
it was. I think,
yeah, of course.
Rolling into the tower, he's getting the courier kill, and then just getting out as well.
Yeah, well, the players are ready, and it is time for our very first game of the winners semifinal, where Newbie will be going up against Invictus Gaming. Let's get it underway.
Invictus Gaming versus Newbie. Game 1.
Newbie, one of the most impressive Chinese teams throughout the year. A lot of times we give Chinese teams a little crap for maybe not trying their hardest throughout the year, taking half the year off, but Newbie's been on the grind all year long, trying to be the best. And that way, when TI shows up, they're ready to go.
Yeah, and one player I feel has improved a lot this year is Mugi. He used to be UU9, but he changed his nickname to Mugi, and I feel like he's really stepped up. I think he wasn't as reliable back a while ago, but I feel like he really picked up his pace, and he's one of those carry players that nowadays I feel he's a very solid player.
Yeah, a little bit unknown at the start of the year, but they've went to all these tournaments. They got a ton of practice, and now it's hard to say he's not. Here he is in the winner bracket of TI.
Talk to me a little bit about this very first Death Prophet ban that we're seeing out of Newbie, and also the immediate Lycan ban. These are two heroes that are very, very good at pushing. Talk me through it.
I guess that Newbie just don't want to get pushed down early on and like lose towers. They want to probably get the game until like mid-late and win there when they ban those two heroes.
It is a strange ban. I'm trying to think why they're so afraid of it. I imagine IG has played it quite a bit, but it's not a hero that kind of like invokes.
In that sense, IG's ban makes more sense because, as we said before, Sanking is a hero that Kaka has been playing 50% of his games.
Mm-hmm. I guess it looks like Newbie is this kind of patient team, but they're a little bit scared of getting pushed early. Is my take on it, at least with the Lycan and the DP ban, that they're a bit afraid of IG's early pushing price. I mean, Q is one of those players which you see, he sometimes goes for these type of pushing lineups where you lose really fast. So that could be one reason.
I mean, there was also the comments when Ana was choosing Alchemist that one of the best ways to deal with an Alchemist is to push the towers down early and deny Alchemist safe opportunities to farm. I mean, do you think Newbie is trying to just ban 2 push heroes and continue the theme of removing push focus?
They could even last pick that Alchemist, like you said, for SCC.
I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of this Lich like anymore. He's been
the Lich opener is getting figured out. I think.
People have been like trying. They have been getting to understand how to play against it. Like NS is super good to roam against it, and we've been talking about that as well. That Lich isn't a hero that moves a lot, so they're gonna see like which lane that Lich is on, and which lanes that are strong, and which lanes that are weak. And NS will go to these weak lanes.
What hero do you guys think Baboka might turn to keep track of this Night Stalker in the early game?
Is there any hero who can kind of fight him that early on? I feel there's no Sand King.
Ogre Magi.
Ogre though?
I
don't really.
That was like a almost a joke.
Right. I don't know. Maybe potentially we could see that Monkey King again.
Yeah, just scout him out in the trees.
Those Invis heroes are not. I feel they're not the best up against the Night Stalker. Potentially Earth Spirit or Monkey King.
Yeah, could still go for the Riki. I do like Lich and Invis heroes together. It's really nice to get incredibly deep wards, especially if you decide to put your Lich in the offlane. You can actually ward the pole camps or body block them with the invisible hero quite easily, and that really helps Lich in lane. You know, Lich will pull back the lane with Deny, but it oftentimes does get negated if the enemy team pulls a creep wave into their
that has been one of the problems before when I've seen people run Lich on the offlane, that they don't block these camps because it doesn't matter for them. They're just gonna pull and get even more experience.
You're investing so much in trying to win a lane with Lich, and when you allow that to happen, you're actually losing the lane.
Yeah.
Newbie banning Alchemist and Earth Spirit. Legion Commander, we saw S4 in the previous match do absolute wonders, slaying Outworld Devourer again and again and again.
These two bans are telling me that they definitely want to protect their mid puck. Banning out the Earth Spirit's one of the better heroes, especially for Baboka up against a puck with that instant silence, as well as the Alchemist is a pretty solid mid laner up against puck. You can just go PMS and tank and push the wave and farm all the creeps and get super farmed.
It's interesting you bring up because for so much of the start of this tournament, we talked about, the early puck pick is a very flexible, tricksy one. And it would be interesting to see Newbie just picking puck straight up.
Well, yeah, it's a high priority hero, and that's one of the strengths of it is that it is versatile. So it's, you don't have to be worried about picking up in your first 2 picks. If the enemy team picks a bunch of heroes that are awesome versus puck, maybe you shift him to the offlane and you give SCC another hero that he can dominate on.
Yeah, his name's a rough one for casters, huh?
And here's again, we see this trend with the opponent picks Lich and you pick Crystal Maiden, because Lich can't really move around so much.
Yeah, so you find that farm in the jungle, sort of, and you kind of negate the denied creeps by getting more farm on a support hero.
This is a great example of how the meta develops over TI, over this week while we're here.
Maiden looked like one of the worst heroes coming into TI, but now it's actually been picked a couple of games and actually made sense and been working out well for the teams.
I'm certainly coming around to the idea of Crystal Maiden up against Lich, kind of taking back. I thought about maybe doing some junglers against Lich, but they might just be a little too slow.
They're okay as well, I think.
We got the classic.
They can pressure.
I would love to see some junglers. I love watching Chen and Nench play.
Oh yeah, here is Baboka Monkey King.
He's going to be super tanky running around with ice armor.
And is he going for the Battle Fury build?
Wait, no, they're trying to win this game. He's probably not going to do that. Ursa Warrior, strong laner up against Legion Commander.
Yeah, the one thing about this matchup though is that I feel if this Legion Commander, if he does up for boots earlier on, I think he can kind of sustain, and I'm also curious how it goes if there's a Lich in that lane. Yeah. If the Legion gets Frost Armor, it might not be as easy for this Ursa.
Also, still plenty of options. I'm sure SCC would definitely not mind taking this Ursa to the mid lane if IG decides to pick a melee mid laner.
Newbie kind of lack a little bit of tower damage, I feel. What do you think they're gonna... They have their mid laner last... What?
They could still...
Oh, certainly lacking building damage.
Yeah.
That's always a concern when you have an Ursa on your
team. That's always...
Generally, you want like one of your supports to be a Jakiro or a Rasa that can help supplement your lack of building push.
Are you quite sure that the puck is offlane then, I guess?
I have no idea.
I guess so.
Could go anywhere. They have last pick, right?
Yeah, they need something to sort of tie together. It could be a Prophet, but can be tough against the Legion sometimes.
I mean, would you describe that Newbie's lineup currently just has a lot of power for picking off individual heroes?
Newbie's lineup, I think they have a strong early mid game, or strong early game. After post laning stage, the Ursa is pretty strong in the lanes. Maiden kind of secures the lane for Puck, and then they want to run around and get a lot of kills.
Yes. When Ursa and Puck get their blink, that's going to be go time for Newbie. Incredibly strong mid game, I think, is where
they're going to try to get the Roche like early on and get the Aegis on Ursa and then try to take the game from there.
It's going to be really important for IG to win the laning phase. You know, they invested a lot in this Lich pick with their first pick. It's important that they don't get too behind early, or else the mid game will be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I feel like this Night Stalker's rotations, they're going to be very important in this early game. See if he can get kills. And if he doesn't, he will
Kaka's
fall
been playing
behind.
very well this tournament. However, Baboka, if there's anybody to keep him in check, it's going to be him. Fourth pick Venomancer now for IG.
Yeah, how does he fit in with the rest of these?
More team fight, more vision, which is nice. Being able to plant those plague wards everywhere you go, behind you, to the side, in the trees. That's going to help you keep track of Night Stalker and everybody else when your vision is reduced. It's very easy to walk by the Roche pit and drop a plague ward in there, and you're totally aware of when Roshan spawns and whether or not Ursa's trying to sneak it.
It's also one of those heroes that's it's kind of annoying for Ursa to play against this Venomancer, because if you at any point if you get kind of slowed, galed, if you can't, you kind of can't get out of that slow, and these plague wards, they might cancel your blink dagger.
Pretty annoying for Puck too.
Yeah.
Being a super mobile hero, wanting to constantly blink around.
Even for Night Stalker.
Last ban's coming up here. Newbie with the last pick, potentially banning something that they are worried might complete IG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Newbie really needs some sort of tower hitter, some sort of pusher, since all of these heroes are so good against other heroes, not as much against the objectives. What about Invictus Gaming? What's the real piece missing for them?
It's Burning's here, right? Unless it's a carry Venomancer.
Yeah, it could be Venomancer.
I like Furion a whole lot for Newbie.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about as well. Up against the Lich.
We'll see if it gets banned. Probably likely.
DK could work as well for Newbie, maybe.
Anti-mage ban to ensure that Burning can't get on that AM.
The Burning AM. Let's see. They probably. What do they need? Their team fight's pretty solid. There's not a ton of team fight coming out from Newbie, so they don't have to keep that in check. They're lacking a little building push as well. Venomancer will build right click and have some plague wards helping him out.
Legion eventually kind of skills a little bit into it.
But generally, I think he wants to stay in the back and protect his teammates from initiation, or find a duel for himself. Probably for Burning, maybe. I mean, what's good against Ursa? How do we feel about Sven?
Sven could work. Can be pretty fine, I think.
I mean, looking at Invictus Gaming's lineup, it sounds like it's, again, a somewhat well-rounded.
Ember Spirit band. You said IG well-rounded. It's it's hard to say because lineups are so dependent on your opponent's lineup as well. It's really hard to say. Okay,
sure.
Having heroes that fit all these categories isn't always a good thing. There's some games where you want to lean more towards having more vision, or you want to lean towards having more team fight, and that is totally dependent on what your opponents decide to pick for themselves. And here with the PL, they're picking up a hero with illusions, something Ursa struggles with, something Night Stalker struggles with. Crystal Maiden.
DK might be a hero for Newbie here.
DK. Yeah, let's see. Mid laner, most likely going to be Venomancer for IG.
They can do both, I guess, depending on what Newbie picks. So it's still quite open for IG. But I agree. I think the DK could be very good for Newbie, as well as the Prophet, depending on.
It's hard for IG to kill that DK.
Yeah, they want building push and they want something to deal with illusions.
Yeah. DK does that quite well once he gets to level 12. And even the Breathe Fire, it's pretty strong. PL doesn't do that much in the early game before he gets Diffusal, and later on DK will have Splash to deal with it.
And he can follow up on either of these two silences from Puck or Night Stalker and land a good Dragon Tail onto PL.
And IG don't really have too much burst damage.
No, they really don't.
Yeah, it's actually very slow.
Very long, drawn-out fights from IG, as they're going to be kiting around this Ursa. But they have the tools to do so. Maybe might struggle.
Yes. Sniper.
Yes, this hero is great against Venomancer. You stay incredibly far away. You can shoot down the wards, and you don't have to worry about getting hit by that Poison Nova if you keep your distance.
Yeah, Sniper's only problem this game, I guess, is the Monkey King. But it is very nice. It's nice to play Sniper with Night Stalker. You can kind of position yourself in the back lines with all the vision.
So keep track of these fours and see what kind of presence they have on the early game. I would expect IG to win early, but Newbie will do their best to sustain.
You've heard us gushing about the Chinese Dota scene throughout the entire main event, and it's time for two all-star teams to duke it out in the winners semifinal to discover who will be the first winners finalist at TI7. It's Invictus Gaming versus Newbie.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, this is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got these two teams here in the upper bracket. IG, Newbie, the picks are out. Newbie finishing with the SCCC sniper. I mean, the panel seemed to like it.
Peter was happy. Peter was super happy. He's been waiting for that hero for quite a while, it seems like. I'm pretty in agreement too. I like overall what Newbie's got. They've got a good vision heroes to track down the Monkey King. It's all about the case if the sniper is able to survive in the laning phase, though. I think the Monkey King can actually punish very heavily with the Veno if he steps out of position a lot of the times. So we'll see how they're going to be able to make these two traps work versus each other. IG's has good amount of team fight. Newbie's is lacking a little bit on that department. So as long as they pull out in the lanes, they get those early blinks on the Ursa, the puck, they should be good to go versus what IG's got.
And we saw a few bans targeted towards Burning's hero. At the end of the day, fifth pick, he gets himself the Phantom Lancer. Again, looking towards IG's side, a strong finisher from them as well.
Yeah, they don't really have good ways for the illusions. Of course, once the sniper starts to get online, it can be a problem for him. But Ursa does not deal well versus illusions, just like the panel mentioned. So, as we've usually been talking about, it's a lot on the fours this game again. Kaka being able to match the movements of the Monkey King all over the place. And we'll see what Baboka is able to make happen. Is he going to snipe the courier? That's usually what I like seeing from the Monkey Kings with that mischief, being able to hide behind towers.
I mean, that really is the thing, as we heard. Peter, not a big fan of the Battle Fury Monkey King build. We'll see how Baboka does want to rocket this game. And it's interesting to see this Monkey King here on the main stage, because he's definitely a hero that some teams, they absolutely love. So
Faith gets caught by the Gale. That's a first blood.
That is a first blood indeed. Who's going to be able to take it? We'll see which member of IG says it's his. Burning wants it, Burning gets it. Burning with the first blood.
Good start. That unexpected smoke right away, 5-man smoke.
30 seconds to battle.
So we have KP in the puck offlane, and he's been playing a ton of it. So it's really up to him too to set the pace for his team, because he is their big team fighter, as like we've been mentioning a lot for Newbie, and he's in the offlane. So as long as he doesn't get shut down, it's really important for Newbie. So Kaka gonna have to be moving between that mid and that bottom lane quite a lot, but that's the thing is too, he's playing versus like Lich and Legion Commander. They might even commit like a tri-lane toward top to pressure the Ursa. So Kaka's gonna have to distribute his movements very effectively.
When KP down, he's going to try and see if he can get the rune. He's going to look for it, and he gets it. Nicely done there by KP as Newbie secure 3 of the 4 bounty runes. Offsetting a little bit of the financial damage done from giving up that first blood. We'll see, as you say, these matchups that we're going to have. KP on the bottom lane.
So they did get a D ward, right? Yeah, okay. So the Ursa, they killed the one ward that was blocking the camp, so they're going to at least have the way to pull one of the camps back. But yeah, that one hard camp, as we see, is blocked by the sentry ward still. So stacking the pull and being able to pull it will be one of the resources to get the lane away from where the Lich Legion Commander pull it back constantly. And yeah, as we expected, Kaka starts toward bottom, or toward mid to assist the sniper, and Baboka turns into a courier and tries to start zoning out KP with that Jingo Mastery.
I mean, that's certainly going to be the thing, talking about KP and this reliance on him to pull off big plays in the team fights and look to get things going. For the most part of it, it's quite a safe game for the puck, isn't it? There's not that much catch from IG until they get sort of this Blink Dagger on XXS, an extra few points of the Boundless Strike. KP's going to feel pretty free jumping around wherever he wants to in the fray.
Yeah, I mean, their actual only AoE/stun is Boundless Strike, and that's it. It's Chain Frost, Mini Stun, and then the Duel, which is not really a stun, it's the disable. And it's only a single target.
Mid lane at the moment, SCCC, 6 for 5 against the 4 for 1, so coming out on top, especially in these denies. Making sure that he has the edge in this matchup.
They both have high kill potential on each other. If the Monkey King rotates in or if the Night Stalker move in, a Void plus a couple Shrapnels can easily bring down the Veno. Same thing with if Baboka goes for the Tree Dance and is able to find a movement onto the Sniper, but Sniper should be able to keep the wave back decently. So it should be a pretty favorable matchup for SCCC in this mid lane, since Baboka has to spend his resources bottom, since he doesn't want this puck to get a free start.
And that's certainly happening. KP has only got himself the 1 CS at the moment, whereas Burning is, like SCCC, finding all the farm that he wants at the moment. It's not causing too many issues. Of course, once there's a few levels on KP, this magical burst will become a little more annoying for Burning to have to deal with down on this bottom lane.
Yeah, and they've got the CM aura that we were talking about. This Faith just sitting in the jungle, constantly doing that to match up versus the Lich. Rather than he's helping the Ursa directly, he gets higher levels in the aura for his teammates. Kaka haste it up now mid lane.
Yep, the Gale. SGPC tries to dodge it. It's going to still hold him back. He still has the shrapnel going out, allowing Kaka to chase down, look for OP. OP pops the Fairy Fire, trying to keep himself alive. In fact, Kaka is going to be put off getting the kill. At the same time, mid. But Boka's coming with the rapid. He's got the boundless strike.
Oh, it just doesn't. Oh, it does
that was
down.
close. That was close. He said he knew that poison was still on him, so OP does end up getting the kill himself. That was a close one. And that was absolutely needed, though, that rotation from Baboka. If they lost OP there already, the CS in the mid lane, as we've been saying, going very much in favor of SCCC, having that slight edge, getting those max denies and such, as we see him come back into it. So a crucial rotation there from the Monkey King.
Clutch Fairy Fire. If SCCC had a Fairy Fire there, he may have actually survived too. So that's like a little bit of play of items that come out between the two. But as we mentioned, you know, those roaming forests is the big ones to watch too, where we're going to see the action happening. And now Baboka hits level 3, gets the Primal Spring up, able to start jumping around.
There's definitely potential on this top lane.
But they saw him. They did see him with the ward.
Out, but yeah.
Mugi is aware of this movement coming out.
Only with the CM really to back him up. So, as you say, knows it's there. Will have to play very careful for the time being on that top lane.
This is great for KP, now getting a 1v1 matchup as a puck. Gonna rush the phase boots to just give the constant harassment, and has the aura, as we mentioned. So he'll get a lot freed up, which is, I think, in my opinion, very important for Newbie, because he's, we said, their big team fight hero.
And up top, Kaka makes the rotation. Creates this now tri-lane here on the safe lane of Newbie. Makes it a little easier for Mugi to feel a bit more confident.
Got the first night time setting in, so let's see if Kaka's able to make some rotations work. But Baboka is going to try to keep vision of him and follow those movements as well. Get some wards out during that first night. Very important to track out the Night Stalker's movements. OP playing on the right side.
We saw this
might
before.
Be able to get chased down here. Kaka just throws one harassment.
Yeah, OP with this 2 points in the Gale makes it very hard for Newbie really to chase down there. If he gets the connection on either of Newbie's members, SCCC, it makes it very hard for them to dive him towards the tower.
That's the very important thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's exactly what happened the last time. He clipped SCCC with that Gale and he wasn't able to close the gap for the kill. So.
Kaka, level 3, still.
They're mirroring each other's movements identically.
Yeah, just following Baboka. Both heroes.
OP's pretty far stepped up now. We have the rotations coming in. The first shrapnel gets laid down.
Yeah, there's a CM on the way as well. OP will have reactions coming in form of TP backup, but is there anything they could do? Same. They throw the
stun off the mark.
It's not going to connect onto Kaka or anyone.
Oh, and Baboka's dead too.
They're going to lose him as well. Indeed, Faith's presence there with the Frostbite, setting up for a second kill for Kaka.
Shrapnel is very scary early on.
Yeah, 3 points in it.
21 denies on SCCC too. That's
he's owning this mid lane.
Extremely high, almost a full level advantage over the Venomancer. Now they're getting some damage pressure too on the tower since it's that 5 minute cycle. The siege creep comes in with the Aquila armor bonus too. They can put a good amount of damage too. And OP TP's in, and Kaka's still in the area.
Yeah, they could dive this if they see a chance. Kaka ready to play around with it. OP, he's going to be a lot of trouble potentially. Does this time have Baboka, jumps forward with the Primal Spring, turns towards Faith. The OP will be fine. Faith, almost certainly not so much. He has the Boundless Strike if he needs it, doesn't even require it. As Baboka will punish Faith this time round.
They really wanted to go, but SCCC did not have shrapnel charges yet. So that was a little bit of a over-ambitious play from them coming out.
Right up to top, though. Kaka, they don't get the kill mid, but they immediately move up to the top lane, and Newbie finds something else there instead.
First nighttime already going to be a super success for Kaka. Phase boots finished up. 3 kills already, all 3 involved for him. It's like the panel said, Kaka's really been stepping it up this tournament. His sanking performance has been impeccable, and now with this Night Stalker, he's proving to be very fearsome.
So this bottom lane, Burning, only having to deal with KP, has got pretty much free farm down on this safe lane. Top of the CS, he's hit the 6.
We're gonna have the Soul Ring versus Soul Ring action coming out from KP versus Burning. One of the most new popular items that's kind of been coming out.
Look at this smoke.
Very early smoke coming out from Newbie.
Bringing in Mugi, level 5 on the Earth, so they already want to try and get him involved in the fights. They're looking towards mid. Kaka ready to lead in, but Boka is there on the high ground. He's got the Brownless strike onto the 3. He's going to jump forward, trying to hold them back, but he's almost certainly going to pay his life as the frostbite connects. But Boka's down. Faith will get taken down in response, but already IG, they've lost 2. Burning came in, but he has to doppelganger out of there.
They're continuing. KP makes the rotation over.
Oh, he's down as well. Double kill for Kaka. Newbie just taking full control of this middle lane.
That's perfect what KP just did there, too. He mirrored the movement. He knows Burning, like, as soon as he starts keeping, he's already making the move over.
This should be a free one unless Kaka can juke it out. He is going to, by the looks of it. Flaps himself across the trees. Kaka.
He puts the ward down, so he gets the vision of
and
where
with the
Boka
TP
is.
out, he's going to make it.
Good
Boka,
aggressive deep ward, too.
Didn't have a clue of which way he went. Did not know where to throw out the Boundless strike towards.
Making these quick active moves all over the map is exactly what the panel was mentioning, you know. They have these heroes, they have the CM aura, so they always have mana to make those moves, and the Night Stalker lets it happen naturally, and they're playing versus Lich. So Lich, that hero just cannot make those type of movements until you have Chain Frost. However, now, Q is 6, so he can start TPing into those engagements if they do dive under tower.
As we can see in terms of the net worth difference, despite these movements from Newbie and pressure on the mid lane, overall farming has not taken too much of a hit on the side of IG.
Yep.
KP on this bottom lane, Burning and Baboka in the neighborhood. Baboka ready to pounce. Orb now aggressively used. This is a good chance to go. KP
he jumping
past it there with the mind games, meaning that Baboka is nowhere near now to jump.
He's like,
KP
he was
can get
pinging
out.
KP was pinging behind himself like he thought that someone was actually there, so very good map read there coming out from KP.
KP now does also have backup in the neighborhood as Faith comes down to join him.
Mugi's gone to full jungle resort, finishes up an Iron Talon. Just that top lane is too obnoxious, he can't farm well versus it. At least like this, he's off the map, he's not showing, and he gives his Night Stalker to the lane to get those levels. And Kaka, I might as well give Kaka the levels at this point. He's been making all the right moves. And now they do see XXS trying to make an aggressive move, but he notices too quickly.
Yeah, a little too speedy there with the phase boots. XXS out of danger. Halfway towards the Blink Dagger on this Legion.
We've got the daytime, so it's a little bit of a lull coming out from Newbie's aggression. They have the coil if they want to try to make a play around that one, but ganking Burning is a very tough issue. We'll probably see just TPU reactions. Deep mid though, now the pressure comes after you.
They're trying to make a go, the two of them moving forward. There's XXS, he does have the duel if he can close the gap. Q has the Chain Frost if required, it's not needed. One more blast allows XXS to close in, get the duel, get the damage, and get out of it.
4-hero committal, but they now have the Shrine at least to heal them all the way up. Seemed like Newbie accepted that. Like as soon as the slow happens from the Lich, I didn't see a single reaction coming up from anybody on the side of them. No one on the map even changed what they were doing whatsoever.
Baboka immediately up to top this wave to certainly put him very close to having the level 6 on the Monkey King. And Burning still definitely the one to be the happiest in this laning phase. Top of the net worth, a lot of farm down here. We've obviously seen KP here. We did see Faith come down for a bit of a look in.
Seeing another rotation coming out. DD
got
on
a DD.
XXS.
Duels back off cooldown in a couple of seconds. This is time to go. SCCC, no way he gets out of this. The slows are too much. IG claim another. A second duel succession for XXS in very, very quick time. A couple of minutes, a couple of duels. The damage building up already.
Very quick move as it was coming up, so that was a 50-second move.
Yeah.
That Newbie just not prepared for. It's still daytime. They're waiting for that next night to make their next aggressive move, it seems, because they do have smoke, they have the CM like positioned as well. Maybe now they want to try to go for it soon, since they do have Darkness online as well for the Night Stalker, and they are starting to back up and meeting with each other.
Yeah, very efficient plays indeed from IG, and pretty much as you said, as soon as they hit these level 6s, these ult timings, they start to group up and get that threat working against Newbie across the map.
So they're waiting about 30 more seconds for the night before they make a big move, but they're going to probably smoke up a little bit ahead of it. They do have Darkness as well if the fight starts earlier. So they could try to make a move onto Burning here, and I think that's going to be their option with the Dream Coil.
He certainly is the big target that they want to try and take down.
He's a tough kill though, and it's not really the greatest place. The lane is going to push out a bit though, so maybe that's where they look for the opportunity.
I mean, potentially with the Crippling Fear and the Waning Rift, they have enough silence. They've got the root as well from Faith to control him. But it's all about getting that initiation and Burning already hiding in the trees. Kaka coming across, looking for the flying vision. Will get the first silence there. Have they got the control to bring him down with the ultimate? It's going to be very close, and yes, they have. KP comes in for the finisher. A very clean dive from Newbie, and one that was absolutely required. Interesting to see no response whatsoever, though, from the rest of IG. They just let Burning go there.
Yeah, both teams, just as soon as the aggression happens, they accept it. They're like, yeah, we don't want to go into like a diving thing there. There's 3 heroes there. They only have 1 already positioned. They'd have to do 2 multiple TPs, which come in succession. It's a 1-by-1 kind of, you know, sometimes those feeds can happen.
Go Baboka, eyes towards mid.
Both identically place wards down at the same time.
Okay, and SCCC in his sights. Level 7 as well, so has got that max Primal Spring slow and damage.
They're looking like they want to go on Burning again. They're positioned bottom. The tower's dropping very low. It's trying to get denied up here by Burning. One more hit.
Now that the tower is gone, they know that there's going to be no TP backup, so immediately KP closes in.
But the coil's off, Mark.
Late, and now Burning, he's got the double gap. Oh, he's going for the mind games there. He's doing it. Oh my God, does he actually get out of this as well now? Burning there with the illusion micro and the standstill, hold your breath and hope for the best play.
And Baboka with the chat wheel.
I think he might just make it. He can pick up a TP. Faith is still hunting for him. I mean, Burning though, he's full health.
He's alive.
He's doppelgangering across deeper into the side of Newbie. He's hanging around there. Did not pick up a TP. Just
and top the duel comes out.
And indeed, XXS comes in, won't get the bonus damage, but gets the kill. And Burning, he's going to be fine. At the moment, he's still he's going, in fact, deeper and deeper along the tree line.
Space created.
He's just making sure it's absolutely safe before he comes back out. But that was, I mean, to pull that sort of playoff on the main stage under this sort of pressure, that just goes to show how used Burning is to this sort of high level play. You know, here at TI, he just keeps it cool. He pulls out sweet little moves like that. But this is a lot of time that he's hiding in the trees. We'll see it again here. Immediately, as soon as he sees Mugi come in, he doppels, heads up with the rest of the illusions and freezes, takes one away. And Newbie, they do spam ping upon him.
SCCC was pinging him from across the map.
And now already in the mid lane, Baboka ready to go, lays down the Wukong's command. Balance strike as well into Kaka, not quite enough to hold him in the ult. Now turn around from SCCC, looking for the ultimate. They do drop the Dream Coil onto Baboka. KP should be able to burst him down, and he does. Baboka's gone.
So both offlaners now have Blink Daggers. KP picked one up a little bit afterwards, after XXS. XXS is so massive right now so far in this game. 6,000 net worth, top of the board. We've been seeing this a lot from him playing the Legion Commander. He's been having incredibly good performances. Of course, helps that he has the Lich, but he's still been having very good games on the hero regardless. Early Hood being picked up by OP to deal with the majority of magic damage that Newbie does have for now. Sniper and the Ursa are the big physical ones.
Look at this smoke straight away into the mid lane. XXS comes in with the bling. Have they got the damage to bring him down during the ult? With the move, a bit close. They get the kill. Again, no bonus damage here for XXS, but they don't care. They get that sniper out of the game. SCCC's gone. They'll put some pressure onto the mid tier 1.
Should be able to claim this one pretty easily too. Mugi's still trying to catch up on the Ursa, still being shut down. And with SCCC now being shut down, it's going to be a lot on KP and Kaka to make those moves. Make that room for their sniper, make the room for the Ursa to get online. Once the blink comes down on the Ursa, they can start making more aggressive plays and actually TP reacting to those movements. But thus, so far, IG leading about 1,000 gold lead, about 1,500 experience, so not an immense amount, but it's definitely there.
The Midas pick up as well now. Ready to go on OP. So maintaining that lead, as you say, that they've got already. I mean, in terms of straight farming, unlikely Newbie are able to close this gap. They have to look for these fights. They have to get Mugi stuck in. As you say, they're still waiting for those very much core items, the blink and such, before they try for those plays. But definitely this sort of pace favoring IG's lineup. Burning on that PL. The more space that he gets, the happier he is. Yeah. Diffusal Blade, pretty much done. Now he himself as well can turn around in these fights and become a threat.
Already a Blade Mail on XXS too. The majority of the heroes he gets isolated will get brought down quickly by that Blade Mail. Definitely go for some solo kills. They're spotting Kaka. But still, Newbie trying to recover, waiting for that blink on the Ursa. That's their go time to try to make plays. Because they've got the blink on the puck, but he's just trying to force lanes out as best as possible in the meantime still. But now it's daytime, and they do not have darkness. But yeah, 3 minutes for the night.
Up top, XXS and Baboko ready to go. They will come in immediately with the dual Primal Spring as well, bringing them down low. Can they finish it off? It's going to be close. They can't. Gaga was about finally goes down.
Oh, Faith's ulti.
Massive. The boundless strike as well. Faith getting beat down upon, but the damage from Moog is too much. Turns up there, Faith as well, getting off the ultimate, surviving on this Crystal Maiden.
They knew that play was coming too. That was perfect by Faith. Look at the damage from the CM there. 1624 from that freezing field.
And they, as you say, they were absolutely ready because they saw with that Dire Observer Ward by the large camp towards the side, they saw XXS farming, they saw him move across, they knew that that play was going to happen. And they are more than happy losing the Night Stalker for that trade.
You know, we did talk about how they lack Disable on the side of IG. This freezing field can actually have a huge participation in a lot of these engagements because it's only really the Boundless Strike and the Chain Thrust that can really stop it. You wouldn't really want your Legion Commander to be dueling a Crystal Maiden in a lot of those situations. Unless he can get the early pick-off before it happens. KP going back for the Midas, so they're trying to play that economy game. Since they do know they're playing versus a PL. They want to be able to stay ahead, and it's a puck. Getting that level 25 faster is always a dream. And Newbie, quick rush, clean up with that Blink Dagger.
No chance of IG contesting it. Newbie sees the opening, takes advantage of it. Now IG, though, still trying to make something happen here with this smoke up. Can they get the jump? They'll look towards Kaka. They're diving this tower. We'll see if there's going to be a response. It's coming in, but already burning. Turns out will manage to seal the deal there. Dream Coil dropped down onto the 3 of them on the side of it. Baboko jumping forward. Look where SCCC back up on the tree line. IG, can they still fight it? Chain Frost is out, but it does not connect it with any bounces. Moogie getting nuked down low, but of course has got the Aegis in range. Not available for 15 seconds, so they bring the Aegis out of his hands immediately.
SCCC has no shrapnel charges.
Can they actually turn the Florida focus fire? It's not enough. There comes the ultimate onto Faith from OP. Burning, getting out of there, earned back up. Looks like they should lose the Venom. He's getting blocked up by the creeps, will go down. So that will be OP out, but Faith does end up ticking down to the poison that OP managed to lay out. And all in all, I mean, that was Newbie's fight where they had the Aegis, and IG immediately take it out of their hands and get a couple of kills on top of it as well.
I didn't really see what happened with SCCC. I guess he got like zoned out on the left side of the fight because I was following the puck on the right. He got a 3-man coil. So.
But Baboko, that whole fight, just Primal sprung straight onto the sniper.
Okay, that
made sure that
makes a lot of sense
SCCC couldn't stand his ground on the high ground. Yeah.
That's the one thing that we did say is the Monkey King versus the Sniper matchup, he can always just find that Sniper and get right on top of him, which can cause quite an issue because the Sniper is a lot of the damage inside of that Dream Coil still, other than the puck's force damage with his spells. Baboko is going for a Desolator build, it seems like, this game.
All in all, still incredibly close. Coming up to the 20-minute mark. Those Midas is certainly going to go to work for both sides, as you say, with KP having his own as well. Kaka actually on the hunt. He's on his own, does drop a deep ward down here for the side of Newbie.
They're both stalking each other. This is funny. Kaka has the vision advantage though by a tiny bit here. So Baboko does not know this is happening. Just sapping some experience though.
Very hard really for Kaka to do anything on his own though, even with the medallion.
He doesn't want to get his ward killed. Look, if he goes and makes an aggressive play there, like takes the Centaur or something, that ward gets killed and then that's not worth it whatsoever. Having ward vision is much more valuable than making some little cheeky pressure play. We do see Kaka change the build up. He had Solar Press, oh, bottom, tries to make the Mayhem Baboko, but he's too fast.
Charges his way out of it. Indeed, Noogie quite got enough on his own to hold him down. Kaka's still in the neighborhood though.
He's going for the Aghanims this game, so the vision is very important in this one to find where the Monkey King's hiding and also find the real PL can be extremely useful. So instead of going for Solar, he's rushing up that Aghanims on Night Stalker. And Newbie's now just chilling back, farming. They feel pretty content with what's going on, just waiting for IG to step up. Pace of the game is good for Newbie.
Maelstrom now complete on SCCC, so stepping up the answers for this burning illusion armor on the Phantom Lancer. How's that with the Dragon Lance? And as we can see, you know, again, this is one of those games. Burning, in fact, as this has all gone down, is slightly behind the other cores on the field now. And Midas enough to set OP ahead on this Venomancer, and just the speed that KP's farming up as well with his own second highest. I mean, this is an incredibly rich puck. He's going to be well on his way to the Lincoln Sphere. Just 21 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
Top of the phase and the blink.
Yeah, top 2 net worth. They're distributing their resources a little, like Newbie is distributing mostly on 3 heroes. Night Stalker's farming a little bit, but mostly running around just collecting bounty runes. While we see IG, they have a lot more heroes just straight up farming. Baboka's farming, OP's farming, XSS is farming, and Burning's farming. So it is limiting a little bit of how they can all have their wealth spread out. Baboka now playing a little bit more of just running around and getting vision though for the time being. Just hopping between the trees.
Yeah, just trying to get at least that first Mithril Hammer in hand before he goes for anything too crazy, as he's very close to the 1600 he needs. And once he has that Deso, the Wukong's command in a team fight becomes pretty scary for Newbie.
Yeah.
If they get caught amidst it all.
Dire's bottom
I mean, that
tower
a
is
Deso
under attack.
on Baboka and then the damage from this Diffusal Blade PL certainly adds up.
Yeah, if they can get on top of the sniper, he has no save mechanic just yet. He's building now for the Hurricane Pike, which is extremely needed for him to get away from both those heroes. But the other heroes, not as susceptible to that Monkey King Wukong command, being naturally high armor, the Ursa and the Night Stalker, and Puck able to, of course, just kind of jump away.
Again, a lot of calm between both sides here at this stage. As we mentioned, a lot of them very close to these bigger items. Mugi just finishing off the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, even during like during the nighttime and everything, they're just like, whatever, we're just gonna farm. We're gonna get our Aghanims on our Night Stalker. We're gonna get like the other couple items picked up on our other heroes, and then just play from there. The important one though is definitely the Aghs Night Stalker for Newbie. A lot of these engagements, it's all about who gets the vision. We talk about it so much in Dota. We do it for a reason, because that is what dictates who's gonna win majority of those fights.
I'm going to see towards bottom a bit of smoke movement now for Newbie, looking to break the calm. They get a jump with the Diffusal Blade there. They've got a huge amount of catch. Baboka in the neighborhood at the moment. The smoke will be dispelled. They know he's in the neighborhood. Can he play his way out of this? Primal springs out, and now
and
the edge jumps out of the Dream Coil. Now goes forward again. They had the focus fire upon him, but Baboka, I think he's going to get out again with these jumps.
Oh, he gets a tree cut.
Finally, indeed, they get him, cut him down. But now the reaction comes through from IG. The Chain Frost is out, but KP quick with the blink. Will get out of there, and looks like Newbie will be able to successfully disengage and get that kill as well, despite Baboka making them chase incredibly deep for it.
It almost got scary. He almost got to a distance where they were gonna get turned around on, but KP with that quick blink out, him being the one who made the furthest commitment on the puck, since he knows he has a save mechanic for himself.
Little plays like that certainly do start to edge your side ahead.
Yeah, they're starting to pull a decent amount ahead. It's only 2K, but it's the heroes that do have the net worth, and the 3 most important ones. The CM will naturally get items through like team fights and stuff. She doesn't need to farm too like crazy. She'll get a couple creeps, but she's mostly just the warder.
Now it's IG's turn to make something happen. Smoke up. Undetected as well. No deep wards at the moment from Newbie over at IG's side of the map.
Smoking as soon as it hits daytime, so trying to make that aggressive play onto Mugi.
There's Mugi.
Oh, the blink at the same
with
time.
That blink.
That's a little bit of a fortunate scenario right there.
Absolutely. I mean, that felt like it was at the same frame.
I don't think he got vision for a quick second.
Did the smoke quite dispel when he came forward?
I don't think so. It was very close.
Very close.
That looked like it was just like, oh, I finished the creep and I'm blinking out to be...
I mean, either way, lightning reactions there from Mugi.
Full Lincolns now, finished up on KP. Very hard to get brought down. They actually don't really have... It's just the duel. They have like lands to kind of break.
Oh, we'll see it again here.
So we're going to see the land. Does he get it?
I don't think the smoke... Oh, it did.
Oh, he does get a quick glimpse.
Okay.
Yep.
He was ready. He was
Bam.
out of there. Mugi knew. Played it calm, played it cool.
Ooh.
I mean, IG obviously in turn should now know that that area does have the vision.
So Burning now going for that heart, it looks like. Since we were saying they don't really have great ways of dealing with illusions, he's just trying to buff them up as much as possible. But that doesn't accelerate his farm too much faster. It's just the Diffusal Blade to make him farm. So he will definitely start getting slower, like lower, behind more and more than the Sniper. The Sniper's got Maelstrom to push waves out faster. And Kaka, Aghanims is now finished up on Night Stalker already. So they will be able to take fights on their own accord.
I mean, as you've been saying, definitely out of all the items, that seems to be the biggest one at this stage, to have it pre-30 minutes and against this sort of lineup that IG are playing with.
Yeah, IG's trying to like avoid fights and take these fights whenever Newbie messes up and maybe misses an ultimate. But now with that Night Stalker Aghanim's, it makes it a lot easier for Newbie to pick and choose their fights. BKB finished up now on XXS, so he's going to at least have that way to just beeline into the back line at all times, not have to worry about the Dream Coil or any of the follow-up spells. Smoke now comes out. As soon as that Axe is finished up, we've got 45 seconds till nighttime, but he does have Darkness available if the fight does happen.
And I know they can play with this huge vision advantage.
Did they pick up a GM by chance? No, not yet, okay. But they did see that one ward that was placed right there, because they saw with the sentry while they were smoking past.
And already, IG out of there for Boca as well. TP's out from the tree line, so Newbie unsuccessful with the Darkness usage.
Deso now finished up for Baboka too. Sells the 4-man shield, finishes it up. So his damage is pretty strong in team fights now if he's able to get the Wukongs off in a good place.
Yeah.
Still susceptible to magic damage, the monkey.
Yes.
So very susceptible to it.
And there's certainly a fair bit of that on the side of Newbie, especially with that Maelstrom coming into play as well from SCCC. I'm going to see Kaka fairly deep, just get a ward down. It's going to be a TP in fact, from Burning. Burning quite caught vision there of the Night Stalker, just out of range under the cover of the night around the trees.
Yep. It's just porting up to finish up that heart. Almost 3,000 health up on the PL. But pretty immobile. Doesn't have a Yasha, doesn't have upgraded boots, so 335 movement speed on that Phantom Lancer to make the moves around the map. Gonna be going for probably boots of travel next.
And everyone's certainly getting their big items, so when we do see them clash, they certainly are going to clash incredibly heavily.
This is going to be a really, like that fight that does happen is going to be massive. It's been quite a low period for us.
Baboka will get Dream Coil. Kaka and KP have eyes upon him. He's going to try and turn. They do have the jewel. Baboka finally goes down, but XXS will secure the jewel in return as they take down Kaka. More damage for the Legion. Just the supports being traded off here between both sides.
Probably see the big clash happen around the Roche, right? Yeah, they're already making their move to start it.
I mean, without the Night Stalker and his vision, this, of course, going to be a nice window of opportunity for IG to head into that pit and go for it. KP will be spotted out on the high ground by that newly placed ward by Q.
Yeah, IG doesn't take it super fast, but they're trying to commit for it pretty hard here. Newbie is responding. Shrapnel Star coming out, very obnoxious.
It's going to make it hard. This is, as you said, this is not easy for IG to just walk in and take, to the point where they may even just have to back off. Baboka's back in, but 5 seconds. Kaka's going to be back on the Night Stalker. Mugi
might set
down
up bottom, yeah.
He's looking for it. Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring. Looking for the chase down. Pos the ultimate. Ready to fight Mugi. Mugi just goes for the enrage. The TP out. We talked about the lack of disable. We're seeing it here. Straight out, back to safety.
Super. That's a perfect decision to do that there, rather than trying to man fight.
Definitely something that's going to become an issue. To the point where I wonder if we start seeing any of IG's members maybe pick up a Yule Scepter, just something else to have that interrupt.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we could start seeing this happen over and over again at this stage with this lack of lockdown.
Doesn't look like any of them are. I don't really know who would build it either. That's what I'm trying to think. It's like, you don't want Baboka, of course. You don't want OP. You want him to get bigger scaling items. I guess the Lich eventually, but that one also is kind of moved. Because Lich, like we said, very mobile hero. Can't really get to those type of situations a lot of the time.
So see, IG won't necessarily be able to take Roshan, but with the Plague Ward in, they themselves can make it very hard for Newbie to step in, even though Newbie do have a lot better potential to bringing it down. SCCC very close to having the full-out Miona if he wishes.
Kaka's in very deep. Does see Baboka there.
Does also have the backup of Mugi. They're going to jump in straight away, cut down the tree, and Baboka's gone. 2 TP's coming in. We'll see what they can do. Respond, jump forward. They get the jewel. OP and XXS going in and catching out Mugi. This time, no TP out for the big old bear. The trade will occur. IG again.
Burning was trying to catch Kaka there.
With the preferred trade.
Yep.
Getting Mugi down. And this is, especially in this game where things have slowed down, Mugi can't let those sort of kills, a bit of a bait, get the better of him. He can't afford to dive these towers when IG are going to be more than ready to react.
But that is the thing, though. They are just forcing. IG is just reacting. IG is not making any of the aggressive plays because of their lanes. They're having trouble keeping these lanes pushed out properly versus the side of Newbie. The puck just instantly kills 2 waves. Sniper kills waves super fast now at this point with the Maelstrom. And for IG, it's no one who really just instantly nukes a wave down. It's the Legion Commander who has overwhelming odds, which is okay, but PL takes a couple of seconds to bring it down. Same thing with the Venomancer. So Newbie is just constantly shoving lanes into them, and with that, they get more information off of the map from it.
I mean, this puck, KP is going to be incredibly off the charts. I mean, he's already at the top spot.
Level 21
the levels
too.
as well. This is going to be a very, very quick level 25 at this pace.
But look, he's level 21 on the puck in comparison to a Venomancer who's level 21 with the Midas, who gets a 30% experience gain talent.
And then everyone else is level 18 or below.
Yeah, that's super significant. And he's farming up a storm. 262 CS on the puck. I'd imagine to be one of the highest. I haven't checked in a second. Yeah, top 2.
Look at this though, IG back into the pit. They've got the double damage on XXS this time, helping them speed it up.
And
Newbie.
They've got darkness for the for Kaka to get the vision in there.
Here we go, they are ready to contest there. The shrapnel output already is falling down low. They've got to make a move quick, but there's a dream core, but it's already picked up. Burning will grab the Aegis. Poison Nova comes out, it's massive, but Mugi with the BKB, and the Enrage turning towards OP. The Chain Frost bouncing around, the Priest out there. Burning gets the cheese off, keeps himself alive, turns towards SCCC, but IG, they have lost 3. They will finally lose a second on the side of Newbie, but it looks like they may be able to bring down Burning.
It's Burning versus the world here.
He's got the Aegis. As we say, he's already eaten the cheese. Kaka now out of mana. The illusion's going to work. Medallion upon him. Mugi very, very low. Doppelganger there. Jump back up to the high ground. KP looking to close the gap. Burst Burning down once. Can they kill him a second time? Doesn't look like they can. They're out of mana, so they will back up. But indeed, the whole of IG being brought down around Burning. Aegis out of his hands as well. So Newbie, they don't get the Aegis or the Roche, but they have an incredibly successful fight there.
Yeah, KP gets a beautiful Dream Coil. Gets like 3 heroes there. SCCC just standing in the back lines, dominating them until Burning gets that cheese off and is able to isolate him in the corner.
We'll see it again here. This immediate panic as soon as KP jumped in. As IG, they lose the Lich. He does get the Chain Frost out, which allows them to get Faith. But again, Mugi with this BKB, with the Enrage, meaning this duel from XXS just does not result in the way that he would have hoped.
Yeah, and the really important thing is, too, is the way the Kaka followed up in that fight again. It goes straight and beelines for Baboka right after the Dream Coil Silence comes out, and Baboka dies without getting any spells off. So that's the big game changer there. If Baboka gets Boundless Strike off or is able to close the distance onto the Sniper, gets a Wukong command out, we could see a completely different engagement happening. But again, Kaka and KP stepping it up in the engagement.
They really are. How's the levels on the puck looking after that one? It's got to
23.
have a bit of a bump up, and indeed, yeah, 23 now.
Almost
KP.
about to have a full Shivas too. That's going to be incredibly useful versus the PL and versus the Legion Commander, and just also for the Vision game.
Newbie now starting to create this lead. 5k gold ahead of the side of IG, as it is making a sure and steady trail off away from IG's lineup. Newbie taking the lead in this game. Burning on top of the heart. He's got 2.1k gold. We'll see where he does want to head next with his build. But the farm game and the pace of it all certainly seeming to be favoring that of Newbie. We'll see what IG's move is going to be next to try and slow things down. They will not have that Aegis or cheese, of course, to rely on. I mean, we may see another sort of static position of the game now until Roshan is back up.
Until they get a couple of those big items picked up, right? With the Night Stalkers going for BKB, relatively close to it. I think Newbie's a little bit more relaxed on not making the plays in comparison. And just saw Gem picked up, I'm pretty sure, by Newbie. Yeah, so they're going to be able to put that one on the Night Stalker, clear out all the vision on the side of, from the side of IG. It's always the nice thing. You're playing a 5 support, like a CM. When you have a Night Stalker in your team, it's the dream to buy that gem.
Yeah, you know it's going to be in very safe hands, and indeed just give you so much map control.
So, cool build by Burning. This is a really good choice in my opinion, getting that Blink Dagger. Like we said, the most important thing for him to do is isolate the Sniper. Get on top of him. What allows you to do that? It's a Blink Dagger. So this Sniper still definitely suffers versus those illusions a bit, but now actually finishes up the Mjolnir, so that will help a lot versus Burning from his SCCC. And also gets level 20. This is something that maybe isn't so significant, but that 8 armor can actually really help the Sniper with that collapse from the Monkey King N from the Phantom Lancer.
Absolutely.
Cool choice coming out from SCCC. We
They
usually
are
see
on
the
the
cooldown
hunt here for
reduction.
Kaka here on the sidelines. He's going to go for the TP out. They do have the duel available. In fact, they'll throw the Chain Frost down as well. Make sure there's no chance for the TP away.
Thankfully, he didn't have the gem on him. I believe it was still on the courier. And KP's able to at least claim that bottom tower and surge himself further and further into that top net worth spot. Now going to be building toward those Daggons since he takes them spell amplification talent.
And of course, a great game as well to give Moon Shards to the rest of his cores.
Yeah.
SCCC and Mugi. Sniper, Ursa, two heroes that greatly benefit from that attack speed buff.
And they have Night Stalker with the darkness, so that night vision will, I mean, it won't be massive, but it can play a little bit of a part.
The Shiva's Guard now finished upon KP on the Venomancer.
Very
Bottom
tanky.
lane, KP making a bit of a jump in, burning quick with the Doppelganger to not leave himself vulnerable. IG now looking for the counterplay, actually coming in from the mid lane with this smoke.
Yeah, like we kind of thought, IG's going to be ones trying to make the play first. They also have vision right now on the map, so they want to take advantage of while that's still there. They see Faith in the back.
May want something bigger than just the CM, and indeed Mugi make the jump back. They'll drop the scan in the tree line, but IG doesn't look like they'll find anyone straight away. KP, the only one left down here, as IG will start to sweep a little higher up onto the high ground of Newbie. They get towards the shrine, but
That map awareness by Newbie.
Newbie are absolutely aware of this. Not letting themselves get caught out at all.
Lanes
The smoke wears off, IG find nothing.
Yeah, lanes are starting to push in a bit, so they're aware of this going on. And now the TPs start coming out. This is where they want to play. They have the better heroes to react versus IG's aggression.
Newbie are more than happy to fight if IG want to bring it, but it looks like IG, indeed, if they don't get the surprise jump, they don't just want to walk up and try and get a 5v5. Newbie pounce forward immediately, see if they can get anyone on the retreat. But already IG very, very far back. Both Baboka and Q a little close, but KP and Kaka will head elsewhere. So IG do escape. But as we're seeing a lot of respect from IG for the teamfight potential of Newbie. They know that they can only really get away with a 5v5 if they can get in, if they can take at least one of Newbie's members down at the start.
Yeah, it's just really hard. Just the way that Newbie keeps forcing the lanes out constantly. And with Kaka just running around with that gem, now looking for all those wards, it's going to start taking out the little vision that IG does have. And during all this too, it's, you know, we were talking about XXS having an incredibly good Legion game, having incredibly good games in the recent past that he's been playing it. But this game, with the pace of the game being slowed down so much, he's not a hero that really farms like super fast. Sure, he farms neutrals well, but there's not enough farm for them on the map. So he is falling further and further behind, and Night Stalker is catching up to him. Full BKB finished up on Kaka, so he also can do the same thing that we were talking about with the BKB on the LC. He can just beeline toward that back line, find those supports.
Burning, top of the blink. Let's go the Yasha looking towards the butterfly. BKB now done for SCCC. So, I mean, you talked about it before, you know, Burning wanting to look to jump on this sniper on the back lines now. It's not a guaranteed kill at all. SCCC can certainly outlive it, and he can certainly fight back with the damage that he's putting out with that Mjolnir.
Yeah, every little thing adds up, right? The Mjolnir shield, the BKB magic immunity to not deal with the mana burn, and then, you know, Hurricane Pike plus the 8 armor talent. Every little thing starts to add up versus that Phantom Lancer.
All in all, now an 8k gold lead. It really does seem that overall, this farm time favoring that of Newbie.
Yep. 40-minute mark hits. We've got double runes now starting to spawn. So map control becoming increasingly more important as the game goes on.
KP just casually sitting with 4.2k gold in the bank. Start to work towards that Dagon and scaling it up when he wishes.
Almost level 25 too. Very close. Are there any tomes? Where's the tome? He buys
Nice
one.
buy.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect. So it's going to have level 25 for that GPM to start making him rich.
That's level 25 buck. 40 minutes in, top of the net worth. Absolutely ridiculous. KP. I mean, we said at the start we felt that he would have a pretty free game, and he's shown us that that's exactly been the case.
Well, yeah, we were saying he will and he has to, because it's super important for Newbie to have a good game, and he's absolutely doing that and more.
0-9. Not missing any chance to keep that farm going. Very little time wasted from him as well around the map, even when they've looked for these movements in the early stages.
Yep. Newbie just still very content with chilling back, waiting for that next Rosh. Like you said, we're probably going to have that lull period until that next Roshan spawns. But
how long are we looking at on the Roshan timer? It's pretty close, wasn't it?
About, yeah, a minute and a half or so.
1.5 minutes. Okay, so this could be pretty impactful if Newbie can find a big team fight here to keep the edge. They're smoking up.
Newbie's trying to claim the high ground here. They're going to be able to. XXS is also trying to Shadow Blade in and find an opportunity.
Need the scan going to connect, so...
Oh, Newbie's getting a really good wrap around here.
This
They're
could be a
seeing
perfect
heroes
setup
too.
for KP. We'll see how he finds the jump in. Oh, there's the Shiva's Guard immediately on Topi. The silence is there. That's the Venom gone. Venomancer out of the fight. BKB and Enrage popped by Moogie. He'll move towards Baboka. Baboka tries to get off the Wukong's command, but he gets bashed up. Taken down. That's the second gone. There's going to be a buyback from OP trying to get himself back in the fight. They do indeed take down the sniper. Moogie now about the Enrage going for the TP out. He will make it as they have no cancel. But indeed, that's SCCC down. Faithless World to fall. They did have to buy back on OP. So this crucial moment around that Rosh respawning, I believe SCCC will be back around the same time that Roshan's there.
Yeah, it's 35 seconds for Rosh, and he's going to be dead a little bit longer than it, but 30 seconds, don't know if they'll be able to spot it out right away. They're trying to get their siege, though. They're trying to force something while the Venomancer use their buyback. The sniper's dead.
But look at bottom lane. Newbie straight away going for a bit of a split push. It is just a puck and a Night Stalker, not quite the same amount of punch that IG have, but it's enough to force out a fortification. In fact, force out a reaction. Burning goes back, goes immediately onto Kaka. Kaka with the BKB TP out will make it. No hold to keep him back.
That's perfect though by Newbie. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Threaten themselves to force a reaction so Sniper has time to respawn, and now they'll be able to contest the Rosh when it is up. And the Night Stalker does have a decent amount of damage. He went for the damage talent as well, so being able when those split pushing occasions do happen, you can do some stuff.
We'll see it again at the start. I mean, the perfect way to begin, really, taking out the Venom before he gets out a single spell.
But look at XXS here. Gets silenced up. We're going to keep eyes on him. We see Baboka getting killed over there, but instantly blinks in, 5s SCCC, isolates him, and bam, gets killed pretty much by himself.
Such a big kill to get as well. Bringing down that sniper. And again, we're seeing that these TPs out in the middle of the team fights. It's going to show how Newbie can still get away with those sort of escapes. Now,
Kaka breaks the smoke. Boundless Strike off the mark.
And Kaka's just going to flap his way out of there. They need that Boundless Strike to connect.
And they both know Rosh is up now.
Just going to make the first jump.
Abyssal soon going to be
picked
up by
as
Moogie
well.
And a DD, yep.
Oh, that's tasty. Moogie nearly level 25 as well on this Ursa.
We've got Burning actually went for the Basher. I think he was going for the Butterfly initially, so switched up the build a bit. And going for the Manta as well.
Definitely required.
So he can strike and stand
XXS is coming into this, but hey, they've got vision on it. Straight away with the silence. Now SCCC turning towards him. Moogie jumps forward, but the BKB comes out.
Burning
XXS
commits.
is out of there. Jump forward from Burning.
Oh, Burning gets bashed up.
Moogie just destroys him. Burning disappears in a couple of seconds. KP already jumping in on the back lines. IG's trying to run out of there, but Newbie with the chase down. Moogie has the diffuser blade, takes down Q. That's going to be the gem on the deck. As IG are forced back, and indeed that
should be the Rosh here.
Forward from Burning.
It's really hard to contest this Rosh. I mean, they have an Ursa.
There's no way, unless they want to commit the buybacks.
I don't think there's any way. Ursa now about to be having the Abyssal Blade finished up on top of this Aegis Cheese now too. All the level 25 starting to hit the deck too for Newbie. They have the Ursa and the Puck, almost a Sniper too.
12k gold lead. IG suffering in these last few engagements.
And now double gem too, so losing their gem is going to hinder their map control even more, as it's been majority Newbie favored in a lot of this game.
It's going to come down to how good the high ground defense is here from IG. I mean, when they have their ultimates available, they have got potential. But at the same time, I mean, the way that Newbie's playing, they can just definitely have sort of either Moogie, Kaka, or KP just close the gap onto some of IG's heroes, get right in their faces.
We've got the 3x Plague Wards right now defending that high ground, so it is pretty hard to push, but 45-minute wave. This is the double catapult wave that we do see a lot of teams take advantage of.
XXS is going for this here, but the Enrage is already out. This bear is going to easily take down this leading in the fight. SCCC as well, peeping in for the sidelines. XXS is gone, but Boku comes in with the BKB, the Wukong's come out, turns around the Boundless Strike, getting himself up to the high ground. Is doing a lot of work this ultimate, now forcing Newbie back. Faith goes for the freezing field, but he gets taken down by OP. IG, can they get anything more? Chain Frost out to SCCC, bouncing around the crease as well. Moogie pops the cheese, back up to full health. SCCC turning with the shrapnel, burning, moving forward with the large double gangers forward onto SCCC, looking for the sniper. Can he quite get it? He can. SCCC's downwards, has the Aegis ready for round 2, but the rest of IG being picked up on the backlines. KP jumping forward, looking for Bernie, has one more doppelganger up to the high ground. Ice armor upon him as well. OP looks on the back with the floor, the assassinate from SCCC. Snipes down Burning. Burning will buy back. But even after this long, drawn-out fight, Newbie still keeping the edge above IG. A buyback as well from Q. Burning jumping forward, trying to make something happen again.
Get silenced though.
The match is gone! Burning down for 110 seconds!
The instant silence from Kaka there, that Aghanim's vision allowing him to be able to get that right away onto the PL with no Mantis style, unable to remove it. And that should just be the game here without
That
Burning.
is a lot of time without the PL. Can IG really do anything without Burning? Dream calls out onto 2. Newbie moving in team. They go straight in onto OP. OP, he's gone as well. 2 minutes down on the Veno. Q trying to make his way back to base. Will survive. Newbie will look to make sure they do get the objectives. There is still a tier 2 up on the top lane, but with both of the cores down, they could try and go for the game if they wish. We'll see how safe they want to play it. The Monkey King is back up. XXS, Invis at the moment, looking for the jump with the BKB, goes straight in, he gets the beat again, the arrange is there. Chain Frost comes out though, it's going to do a lot from Q, bouncing around with the Dagon, comes out from KP, Momoka with a Merlin strike, the Wukong's command, takes out one, gets Faith as well, they're holding somehow, KP though, burst down Q on the Lynch, it's only Momoka left, KP and Moogie jump back in onto Momoka, GG is pulled, Newbie take game 1.
Damn well played by Newbie in this game. But they did have a lot of the map control going for them a lot of the ways just because of KP and Kaka. Again, these 2 players have been owning at this tournament.
I mean, he was pretty much the top of the net worth that whole game, and that last fight there, we saw just every time he was on the back line, silencing up these supports, making it very hard for IG to get any of these ultimates out.
Yeah, in 2 of the crucial fights, that's exactly what happened. He runs in, gets the silence on the Monkey King. There's no Wukong's command. They don't have that follow-up for the team fight. And then Moogie also, though, with those split-second reactions in multiple situations, that blink, the 2 enrages there before the duel comes out, everybody on Newbie really playing incredibly well.
Absolutely, and we saw then at the end, even though Burning had a lot of farm in this PL, but 1 silence, 1 bash, and suddenly the amount of single target damage that they could just boost out on the side of Newbie, it was too much for even this PL with heart and such to survive.
This puck just did so much work, and we've been seeing Newbie picking it first too in the majority of their games. This is an exact example why.
And it really did feel like that whole sort of slowdown in the middle of the game, it was favoring Newbie. They climbed themselves ahead, and indeed that last siege down on the bottom, incredibly impressive, keeping their cool, whilst IG did indeed start to fall apart. But that's it for game 1 as Newbie take the lead 1-0. We'll head back to the panel to see what they have to say about this match.
A match with a lot of very slow, gradual edges accumulated by Newbie in an explosive final fight. I mean, honestly, Pycat, I remember you saying, oh my gosh, Burning went back out there. That's the game right there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit strange. I feel like he kind of had the chance to get out of that first death. I think he could have blinked and then he bought back and just kind of went right into it, and then he died and it just ended there.
I mean, if that sort of death with PL didn't happen, do you think that that would have allowed an immediate ability for them to come back into the game?
I think that if he doesn't die in the first place, I think they're kind of fine. He was just about to pick up his Manta, and with that item, I think it makes the fights a lot easier for them. He can get out of this silence from the Puck, he can get out of the silence from Night Stalker, and whenever they find the real peel, he can just Manta dodge out of that and keep fighting. So I think they had a good chance before that.
PL is also a hero that is very good against Sniper, which is the hero that's made a lot of work for Newbie and was also their last pick, right? And it was just a genius pick.
Yeah, Venomancer had very little impact in that game. He was like ulting Crystal Maidens and maybe Night Stalker, but Puck was able to dodge the Nova. Sniper was so far away, he wasn't worried about it.
What did you think about that? The bots Midas?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like he needed to do some more impactful items.
Midas is fine, I think, because he kind of struggles to farm a bit in some of the games, but travels on top of that is a bit.
It's
too much
4K gold, and you get no stat items for it at all. And so he was pretty easy to bring down for them.
That's kind of just what Burning does, though, or has been doing this tournament, and it's led them here. You know, we saw him playing a Lycan the other day. He went bots Midas Maelstrom.
Right.
So the ultimate greedy farming build. That's just kind of where Burning is right now.
But I mean, it was really impressive to see the way that SCCC was able to apply so much pressure throughout the early game. And I really feel like that statistic that we brought up earlier, that in his first 18 games here, he played different heroes in 15 of them. The fact that in that very last pick, they were able to slot in just the perfect mid.
Yep, that last pick coming in the clutch once again, countering up against a majority of the heroes that IG had in place. And
it was just a perfect pick for them. The NS was able to create space and help the sniper out in the fights, and they had a puck in. Like, everyone just defended him like super well.
Yeah.
Faith knows what he's doing in the drafts.
When there's no gap closer, Sniper's king.
Yeah.
And they had PL, which Ake talked about. PL definitely good against Sniper, but when you only have one hero, it's a pretty free game for him to have some worth.
Purge, talk to us a little bit about your thoughts on the game.
Well, it was pretty interesting back and forth. The laning stage was, there's a lot of good things to look at, but I have a couple teamfight clips that I wanted to look at. The first fight that was really impactful was this big Roche fight. The reason being because Sniper just placed a big shrapnel right in the Roche pit. So these guys are taking tons of damage over time, which prevents them from using blink daggers, and also guarantees that as the team fight continues with the puck initiation, that these guys aren't going to get out of there without having to take some damage. So KP's initiation was great. They ended up killing Monkey King for free and almost killed Burning here, but because of the cheese usage and his interesting skill build, or item build actually, and I really want to look at that and talk about it. Very weird. He went for a fast diffusal blade and instantly rush heart. Didn't get treads, didn't get boots of travel, but it gave him a lot of value actually at this early stage of the game, because even though Sniper had Maelstrom, he had so much raw HP and so did his illusions that he still did a good amount of damage. So it was kind of cool to see, despite the great initiation from Newbie, that IG still got that one pretty close. They almost got some advantage here, but ultimately it was about even-ish. Slightly Newbie favored. This initiation was amazing. This is much later in the game. This is where Kaka ran into a smoke of the Legion as well as the Monkey King. Now, the important thing to remember is that Monkey King can stun in a line and he can target the ground only. So that means if he is going to aim for where he expects Kaka to be, the best way for Kaka to actually run is going to be perpendicular, I believe. I haven't taken geometry in a long time. Directly to a line from Boboka. So instantly upon spotting them, he instantly flies in the air, runs this way, and also dodges the blink duel from XSS. If they get that duel on Kaka, he loses the gem, ends up going down, and that probably gives IG the Roche fight. Eventually, Newbie ends up winning a later fight with high ground when they catch XSS. But it was a pretty amazing game overall, and those are some of the cool spots that I really wanted to look at.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the net worth in a lot of those clips, really close for a long period of time in the game, and that does mean that Invictus Gaming will be down 0-1. We've already gotten the chance to see some amazing play from Invictus. Hopefully they can begin to showcase more. Before we get into the next game, we want to take a look at the position 4 player, the legendary Monkey King, Boboka.
So on this team, there's a really interesting combination of veteran players like Q and Burning, combined with some so-called new blood like yourself and XXS and OP. How do you think that combination makes you successful as a team overall?
能教我们一些老选手的一些以前打 Dota 的经验吧，就是比如中后期的控制还有把握。就我基本就是前面带一些节奏，然后有这些自己想法的，然后中后期。 这老 Q 和 Bonnie 都比较有经验嘛，所以就基本听他们的。然后感觉年龄没什么关系。
What are your impressions about what it takes for a team to be successful at TI? This is your first one, but what have you heard from the veteran players on your team, or what have you observed yourself in watching previous TIs as far as the most important thing a team needs to have to be successful here?
我也不太清楚吧，主要是靠气势之类的。我看以前 TI2、TI4、牛逼这些纪录片也是，就团队要互相信任嘛，然后还有气势，感觉就能赢了。只要互相信任，感觉赢的几率就很高。
I hear you like karaoke. What's your go-to karaoke song?
是粤语的，可惜我是水瓶座，还有侧田的命运，就这2首。
Does singing karaoke give you a little bit of a stress release when you're playing Dota, or is it just something you like to do in your spare time?
因为我唱歌感觉不太入耳，感觉只是我个人喜好。
Do you think you'd be a singer if you weren't a professional Dota player?
应该不会，我音准的特别差劲，感觉如果我去当歌手的话，估计我已经饿死在街头了。
Oh no. Well, something you're really good at, though, being the great Monkey King player everybody knows you to be. Do you think we'll see it at TI, or are you more interested in trying other heroes?
我觉得应该会出现吧，因为最近猴子打1号位开瑞是挺厉害的，然后打4跟以前一样，就是少一个以前一个晕锤的效果放大招。我要是有机会的话，阵容只要配得好，我就可以选出来。感觉猴子的英雄最近还挺厉害的。
You did a great job. It was really nice to meet you.
好。
Baboka, of course, the Monkey King in the last game, had so many nearly clutch plays, nearly nice saves, but wasn't quite enough in a lot of those positions.
Yeah, no, he didn't really kind of get them where they needed to be. But I don't know if it's necessarily so much on the Monkey King. I think I would probably attribute it to other things.
The game was quite close. I mean, it could have gone both ways. It was like very even, and the Roche fights were even as well. And they had a good like game plan with the PL as well, because as we said, PL is very good against Sniper. So they had some chances to win the game, but it just didn't work out this time.
Always a real treat to watch these two teams play. I mean, the fact that the two match up so well, so closely with each other. There's a lot of hype around each one individually, particularly Newbie being praised as perhaps the strongest Chinese team here, and we've seen that pretty much all the Chinese teams are ripping their way through the brackets. And I gotta say, going into this next game, I'm curious to get Jack's thoughts, as Jack is the king of all insights related to China, and Machine, who's one of the best question askers in the entire world. Gentlemen, tell us about this match.
Thank you very much, Sean. Yeah, we'll try and keep it brief. There is so much to be talked about, though. I mean, it would be foolish not to get to hear your insight here, Jack, because all translation and no corner makes Jack a dull boy. Let's talk about this one then, nice and briefly. Burning. That profile video, it did highlight just a little bit more about his character behind the, the mask. Of course, I guess the Chinese Dota daddy, one of the oldest players at the tournament. Well, can you provide anything extra on top of that video?
I'm not sure, but I believe that he is the oldest player in this tournament at 29 years old. He's also pretty much unquestionably the most popular Chinese player. This is a guy who, if he had gone the path of other Chinese stars, could years ago have stopped playing professionally and just say focused on streaming. He'd be well off for the rest of his days. But there is that one mountain left to climb. It's TI, and so he's still here competing. He's known as the Emperor in China, so there have been a lot of memes coming around that a few months ago, IG, this team used to run the strategy where OP would play Lina, and he'd often use his Bloodstone charges and suicide to save him. So that became he was Burning's royal guard.
Oh God!
And also ROTK is known as Burning's concubine. He's like one of his closest friends. And ROTK is actually here coaching the team this year. So the team looks better now than they did before, and maybe giving Burning one of his best shots at that elusive TI championship.
These innately sexual Chinese memes. That's right. Well, our meme education is over, but also just a little bit more that's going on in that Chinese scene. I don't want to steal too much time away from that panel because this could be the big one. It's time to see if they get a third. I want to know, just Jack, your opinion. You know these teams. It was so close. The panel said it themselves. Do we get to see a third in the series?
I think we'll get a third game, but Newbie looks strong right now.
They absolutely do. Back to you.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. Of course, Newbie and Invictus Gaming always get the chance to step away in between games. They are set into booths that are soundproof, no electronic devices allowed inside. Just a moment of silence where they can discuss their plans for the next game before coming out to the main stage. And before we head into game number 2, I want to give those teams enough time to recoup. So let's step to more TI7 short film entries. My God, that was really
Wow.
sad. I'm like really sad right now. Oh
These
my
just
God.
keeps getting better and better. Oh, my
Oh,
God. These two
gosh.
were super good.
Yeah, they were. The
Yeah.
first one, man, I feel like I've been there. You know, I've seen that happen before.
For any of you who don't know this experience, sometimes the support buys 2 wards and wants to give one to a teammate, but the teammate starts moving, and the support plants it on the ground right in front of the fountain. And it feels bad every single time.
At least Valve changed that, right? So you can't do that anymore. I think it's been a long time anyone has done that. So
yeah.
No, I managed to pull that off.
Yeah,
very
you can
recently.
definitely still do it.
Yeah. You can hold control when you hit the button to make sure it goes correctly. But if you don't, you can definitely place a ward right in front of the fountain in negative 2 minutes into the game. Feels good.
What does Purge have to say about that?
Purge is a person I would not want to hear his feedback on that move when I do that. Depends on his mood. He might be like, it's not that big of a deal, you'll be fine.
Hey, stuff happens in Dota. It doesn't always go your way, right?
Of course. My favorite is the, hey, can I have some tangos? And you just give them all your tangos. Not even shared tangos.
All 4.
And the whole stack, just drag it right on over. Everyone makes those level of mistakes when they're getting in. And now we see IG and Newbie getting back into the booths, ready for the next game. And we saw the match be really, really close. We saw Newbie edge out, and we even heard Jack say that Newbie is looking really strong right now. What are the specific things that is making Newbie look so good? Obviously performed brilliantly in the groups. They're continuing to perform brilliantly on the main stage.
I think they're keeping their drafts pretty open. I think they utilized the last pick of that draft incredibly well. I thought Sniper was the perfect pick for that scenario, and we saw the kind of impact he had on the game. They secured an early puck pick, which has been an incredibly successful and popular hero here at this tournament, and KPI played it amazingly.
Definitely, I think Faith is one of the strengths. I feel at least his drafting has been very on point most of the time, and we've also seen like all 3 other cores. I feel right now are performing. We saw that Puck he didn't die a single time that game, I think, right? And the other 2 cores also playing very well and playing it safe and kind of. Newbie are fine taking games slow. There's no rush for them. They just.
It did
safe.
feel like one of the calmer games that we've seen for a lot of the starting halves. But I do want to ask about your comment about keeping the drafts open, because we've seen and talked a lot about the idea of position switching, lane switching, keeping drafts and positions open in the early winners round with Team Liquid, with Evil Geniuses, and they really struggled. What is it that's making Newbie function differently than those teams in the winners bracket?
I mean, it might just be how they counter pick with their last picks here. We can just see that getting this like Sniper here, that was like the perfect pick, and
so good.
Another team they might have gone for another hero and that's like didn't really work out. So it's just that, as Parker said, they're playing super well together, and it's also about this that a lot of players have been talking about, the experience from former TI champions or former TI players, and Faith is really bringing that into the team with these new kind of players as well. So it's just a well-rounded team and just really fits well.
I think it shows in their drafts. They have well-rounded team, well-rounded strategy, and well-rounded drafts. I think they hit a lot of checkboxes there, and sure they could have been leaning more so to one side, but they looked at their opponents' heroes and said, this is what we need to win this game, and they executed.
I was truly surprised at how, I don't want to say passive that game was, but it was just very calm. A lot of near engagements, pulling back apart, not pushing waves super aggressively, letting them push some and then pulling back.
Yeah, it was kind of on IG to push it, I think. And Newbie was able to just sit back and be very patient and find the right fights that made sense for them. And Night Stalker, he does that. He gives you that vision advantage in the late game, and you're allowed to take fights when you want. And if IG's not going to go to your high ground and say, hey, it's time to fight us, then you can delay the game as long as you want.
Really amazed at the influence of Night Stalker throughout this entire tournament. At this point, both IG and Newbie have no risk of being eliminated, but if Newbie is able to secure this win in Game 2, then they will be guaranteed top 3 at TI. Let's see if they can do it in Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Newbie.
Invictus Gaming versus Newbie. Game 2.
Very similar bans coming out from Newbie, Death Prophet, and Alchemist, but we see Invictus Gaming banning the Night Stalker right away.
Lycan's in the pool this game. He was taken out last game.
Instead of the Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
IG also has first pick again, so that's going to give Newbie last pick as well.
Sand King is in the pool.
Sticking to their guns, same exact drafts as last game, minus the bans.
Yeah,
right?
at least now when IG is picking Lich, they're banning the NS, which is one of the best roamers. So they're adapting a bit.
I mean, I guess they feel probably that, you know, they feel like the Lich was not the problem the last game. It was something else. And if we just do the same thing again, but we do it a bit better, maybe remove, yeah, like you said, that Night Stalker, then we can just go through with it.
Taking a little bit more time here on the second pick.
Kind of surprises me a bit. I mean, a lot of teams tend to pick their first 2 in almost unison.
Well, the Night Stalker made a lot of sense. It's been a pick that people have turned to, especially against the Lich, time and time again throughout this tournament. So probably trying to theory craft or think about what kind of a replacement hero they can have for Night Stalker in the laning phase.
And their answer is going to be Sand King.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah, a little bit weaker of a roamer, but definitely gets a similar job done.
That means that after this game, he still has 50% games played of Sand King.
That's right. Yeah.
Every other
especially.
game.
Yeah.
It's a Kaka special.
It's a Kaka special.
Also very reliable hero.
And this is also like, this is very open once again with the puck. Like we said, he can go, we've seen it on, it can go off lane, it can go mid. Yeah. So they're just keeping it open, and yeah, they're just gonna kind of wait out.
And even some of the games, they even had in safe lane, I think, and they went aggro try, so it's very open for sure.
Another thing is that we do see once again, it is the Lich first pick, so we are gonna see Newbie on that last pick once again, and we'll see if they can make use of that last pick, same way they did in the previous game.
I'm curious if it's IG or Newbie who's like choosing the second pick or first pick.
I would imagine that Newbie is taking second pick.
I think maybe IG choose first pick the first game then, and then Newbie is sticking to the second pick this game.
Yeah, I think that's most likely the scenario, but it could be a bunch of different things.
Yeah, because Newbie probably feel like that Lich first pick that they're getting, they don't feel like it's worth it for IG. So they're fine giving away the first pick, and they like their last pick. So
yeah. In a game like this, though, with these 4 bans, I imagine they probably would have just picked Puck first pick anyways and been like, okay, just have your Lich.
Yeah.
With the Earth Spirit, Invictus Gaming has a lot of early game threats in terms of Earth Spirit's great ability to roam around and gank.
Yep, a nice silence for Puck. Puck most likely going to build into a Yule Scepter this game to remove that silence if he ever gets into trouble.
I mean, that's something that's been so impressive to watch with pros, that the difference between something with a 0.5 second windup versus something that's instant is, it's almost as though you can't even cast the spell versus a lot of pros. They can just easily dodge away. I mean, even in the back, the fact that Phantom Lancer had the opportunity to dodge the Sniper ultimate. Everyone back there was, oh, what an error.
Definitely true, and Puck players are some of the most mechanically skilled players out there. However, every once in a while, you got to keep them in check. You know, you got to throw a stun that isn't supposed to land, and make sure that they're staying honest.
Right.
The like mind games that goes on during these games are insane. Like, you know that your opponent knows what you're gonna do, so you don't do it. But then they know that. So it's a lot of time when like a lot of these things happens without you knowing it when you're watching the games.
Surely Boboka's not going to go for the courier again.
Yeah, exactly.
we killed him the last 3 times he tried that. Oh no, he's there again. And then you start being worried. You know, maybe he is there looking for the courier.
Yeah, but that's kind of how it works. When you have players like, for example, like Boboka, and I also know like maybe next time, some of these players who really like sniping curse, it becomes something you, as the enemy team, have to think about. You know, and this is something that takes up your time in the beginning of the game. You have to be very aware of that cur. Maybe you even have to invest a hero to go to that mid lane.
During a long time, there was
and ferry things out. And with that, that means that the enemy team, they have, you know, there's free space. There's one hero who has to send this item, so there's a lot going on there.
And there was actually one point of a time where that was actually very common, that the support is going to bring your clarity from the tier 3 tower to your mid hero, like every game.
Hand deliver.
The private courier life of support.
It is demoralizing to lose your courier at the beginning of a game, especially in a major series.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah, pressure's on. You've got a million other things to worry about. All of a sudden, oh my God, the courier.
Yeah.
It's a very easy way to get an advantage early on. Like it just can be huge if your like mid hero doesn't get his flask or the bottle even or boots or like early on.
We see Legion Commander banned out by Newbie. Legion Commander was one of the big high impact heroes on Invictus Gaming's lineup in the previous game.
Lifestealer making an appearance in the bans here for IG. Worried about that Puck, Lifestealer, and Fest Bomb.
Yeah, and probably also because they have these two heroes that have a lot of magical damage. They don't want the Lifestealer to just be able to negate that.
Yep, some of the cores are Juggernaut and Nix are two cores that people like playing up against Earth Spirit because they can self-remove Earth Spirit's ultimate and avoid a ton of damage.
They actually go Drow. I was thinking about it, but then they already have Lich on Invictus Gaming, and Lich is one of the best heroes against Drow because Drow is physical and the lineup is gonna revolve around the physical damage, and then Lich with his Ice Arm is just perfect against it.
Drow will auto-attack something, all of a sudden she's slow, they can close the gap there.
I'm surprised that they picked it so early in the third pick instead of the fourth.
I mean, yeah, they even have last pick this game, so...
Because do you think that they were possibly scared of IG picking Drow?
I don't think so.
Doesn't really look like it, right?
Drow can be nice against Puck, but
that's true.
I don't think there was any hard tells.
Maybe they want to use the fourth pick for something else. Like they want to keep it open in a way so they can counter their.
Could we see a Lycan? Do you think now against this Drow?
Could.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about the Drow plan? Because typically, Drow lineups are a lot of ranged heroes, and you pick the Drow close to the end to kind of secure a strong advantage because Drow gives bonus range damage to everyone on the team. But with this early of a pick, you're talking about leaving it open. I mean, in other words, is that maybe Newbie will abandon a Drow-focused play? And
no, they won't probably. It's like more that they can choose which of the ranged heroes that they want to have. You can pick Medusa, you can pick Sniper again, you can have a lot of these heroes that works in a different situation each.
Would definitely expect 2 more ranged heroes from Newbie. From either most likely Puck could go mid, but they could pick something else. They still could go for that Furion, which has not been picked. But what IG wants to do up against Drow is gap close. They want to get on top of the Drow and either kill her or just reduce the amount of damage she's giving all of her teammates. And IG or Newbie wants to protect her, keep her alive as long as possible in fights, and let her have let her auto attack as many times as she can.
It's a little bit similar to how the Sniper works, with the exception being, I think, when you have a Drow Ranger, you just make your lanes so much stronger that the game plan is a little bit different. The Sniper, he's kind of that guy, you really have to protect him, whereas with the Drow Ranger can kind of stay away for a bit and just let his own team do his thing just because he provides the aura.
Oh, Drow Visage.
This is an old strategy that used to be run a lot before, because when the Drow Ranger pops her precision aura, it actually works on creeps around the map and also Visage familiars.
Yeah, this helps Visage be enabled into becoming a much stronger hero. Drow isn't, Drow is a one-position carry. However, she's kind of a team carry. She boosts up the damage of everybody, not just herself.
It really can't be understated how impactful the Drow Ranger aura is in early game. If you're doing any gank with any...
Throughout the entire game, even.
Yeah.
It's just more and more bonus damage. Myself playing a position 5 support, I love having a Drow on my team because when I go to the jungle and I try and farm or I CS in lane, I've got plus 50 damage and I get every last hit.
Can't miss
I can kill the jungle creeps in a reasonable amount of time, and all of a sudden I've got a lot of gold.
So we see something this is pretty common up against Drow lineups, that you get this Dark Seer with a couple melee heroes and you just want to run at the Drow Ranger with your shells. Because the Drow Ranger has to run away from you, she knows she can't just stay and fight because she will die to the shells.
And he's also very good against her on the lane, to just push in the lane and try to pressure them as much as possible.
Visage doesn't, Visage does next to nothing up against Darkseer in lane. So that's one way to deal with the Drow. You challenge the early game laning phase. Darkseer and Earth Spirit also offer a lot of team fight, which can help you defend your high ground, which is another strategy that people use to beat Drow Ranger. Sometimes if you can just turtle on your high ground and delay long enough for you to get some items that'll help you gap close. You can defeat the Drow Ranger in the mid to late game.
Sometimes you play a 125-minute game and then you lose to a Drow Ranger. So.
Yeah, and Drow, I don't know, it's an interesting hero. It's all about positioning.
Invictus Gaming right now has Bloodseeker, Earth Spirit, and Darkseer, 3 heroes that are really great at closing distances between squishy ranged heroes, but they appear to be lacking someone to push towers well.
They do, and they also sort of, I mean, similar to last game, they didn't have the easiest stun setups.
No, they really like heroes to hit towers.
Yeah, they do.
Wow. I mean, but they are going to be able to bomb in hard on Newbie throughout this game.
They're just gonna have to try to kill maybe 2 or 3 heroes from Newbie and then just go melee and hit the tower. But if Newbie plays it correct, then they're gonna be able to delay the fight and delay the push.
I'm worried about this Ember a little bit in the mid lane. There's a chance that he gets very bullied by this Drow Aura. I'm guessing it's Puck and maybe Senging helping him out.
I think Lich might help him.
Right?
Yeah, I think Lich is going to help out the mid lane in this
sense.
game. Let Earth Spirit and Darkseer go somewhere together and have Bloodseeker solo his lane.
Outworld Devourer is going to be the final pick for Newbie. Invictus Gaming has a lot of melee on their team, a lot of heroes that can bomb in and try to pick off enemies, but not particularly strong tower pushing. So will Newbie be able to delay the game long enough to make their Drow Aura get maximum value? Or will IG be able to close it out soon? It's time for Game 2 of IG versus Newbie.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, we've just seen the 2 lineups, Fog. Very, very clear-cut styles from both sides. As the panel have mentioned, we have this Drow strat, but IG, they've got all the answers in terms of heroes required to get in the face of a Drow strat. They've got this incredibly potent Darkseer Earth Spirit combo, which we've seen from them and many teams in the past. That can be terrifying if the performance and execution is there.
I look at IG's lineup and I see brawling. These guys want to kill heroes. That's about it. Multiple heroes that can use the Ion Shell to get on top of the Drow Ranger and do massive amounts of magic damage. But as for hitting buildings, like the panel mentioned, there is next to nothing.
True.
While Newbie's approach is they have good amount of team fights, very strong lanes with that last pick OD versus the Ember Spirit, and ways to force objectives.
Yeah, and this, I mean, the last pick OD, we saw what Newbie did the other day, didn't we, with SCCC, and it was absolutely phenomenal. They were confident with it then. You can see sort of from their faces in the booth, they seemed like they looked pretty happy with the fact that they finished off this draft with an OD. And it really is, as the panel was saying, and as you sort of mentioned, if they can win the lanes, if they can start to push before these sort of crucial items, maybe these Blink Daggers and such, and maybe an item of survivability for the Ember Spirit comes online, this game could potentially become a bit of a steamroll in favor of Newbie.
Yeah, this game could become quite a blunder. Also, Newbie has incredibly high team fight, and they're on two of their most comfortable players on the 2 most comfortable heroes that they've played throughout the majority of this tournament. Kaka on the Sand King, like the panel said, 50% play rate here at this tournament, and KP on the Puck, been playing it majority of the times, and on top of that, it's with a Drow Aura.
Yeah, definitely in my opinion, on this side of IG, a lot of eyes onto this combo. XXS Darkseer, and of course the one and only Baboka Earth Spirit. If these two can pull off the plays, set things up for the side, it could certainly put a full stop to Newbie's plan this game.
It's a lot of pressure on Baboka and XXS in this game, in my opinion, for their fights. They have to land super crucial vacuum combos with the Baboka stuns because he's their only real disable. They have chains and Baboka stuns, that's it. So it's really up to Baboka and the Darkseer to make big things happen in those fights. Newbie in a very aggressive position, looking for a very early first blood. Baboka walking up.
Yeah, they're going to get it by the looks of it. Indeed, Baboka spotted out straight away as they're there prepared on the high ground, and he's gone. First blood.
Who gets it too?
KP.
Oh, KP gets it too. This is, I was going to point this out before too. So if they put the Lich Ember mid and they have Darkseer Earth Spirit top, this is a Puck with Drow Aura versus a Bloodseeker. This is not easy for the Bloodseeker, even though you can get your sustain. If there's harassment in the other lanes as well, your thirst can build up. But the fact that it's a Puck with Drow Aura and now with First Blood on top, so he's going to have boots to be able to always keep his distance, it's going to be very tough for him.
I mean, that's the thing as well. We saw how well KP played his lane last game, and that was when he didn't have the Drow Aura. So as you say, with that thrown in, that bottom lane, IG have got to be very careful on how well they can control it. In terms of their supports, as the panel mentioned, we can probably expect to see Q hover around the mid lane for the most part of the laning stage, do you feel, to help out?
Definitely. Needs to help the Ember Spirit versus OD. That is already an OD favored matchup. Throw a Drow Aura match on top. Throw SCCC, one of the most best OD players too. That's extremely tough. And Kaka's actually going to start at bottom too. So Bloodseeker is going to be very susceptible to getting pressured and not really getting any last hits in these waves, because he also did not get his bounty rune. So he does not have that poor man shield start for those right clicks. Right away they start the zone.
Yeah, we'll see how well Burning can do under the pressure on this bottom lane. He certainly did deal with the pressure very well last time, but as we saw, for the most part, that was just KP alone. And at least on the PL, he had a sort of escape mechanism on this Bloodseeker. If he doesn't get those last hits, if he doesn't get that regen, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to sustain in this lane.
Yeah, and they don't have their pull open either, so Baboka can't pull the lane back. They do have the side camp in, but KP actually has the advantage, or sorry, Newbie has the advantage being able to pull that Centaur camp now, taking that, and it's going to deny a good chunk of farm there. And if we look at the top lane too, Newbie does have their pull open. Faith right away stacks the pull, starts pulling it back into their favor.
Oh, so it's going to be Kaka actually getting the kill onto Baboka there. The two of them chasing down the Earth Spirit. That's the second kill on the board here for Newbie. And this is not how the IG can afford to have this bottom lane go. We talked about already the struggles of Burning. If he has Baboka, you know, essentially giving that bonus to the enemy dual lane, it's going to only get harder and harder. Mid lane, I mean, we're seeing both Q and OP essentially being bullied back by this SCCC OD.
I think he got 2 mana procs from his Essence Aura there, so a little bit lucky by SCCC, but yeah, skilling the Arcane Orb to harass back rather than going for Astral for last hits. Because he doesn't need to use the Astral for last hits since he has the Drow Aura so much. This at least puts pressure and threatens them from trying to dive him.
Baboka just with the level 1 at the moment, I mean, very hard for him to make any sort of action happen. Bottom lane, Burning again being looked to. He is on his own. Kaka leading him with the Burrow Strike again.
Look at KP's skill build too. They really just want to go for kills.
The orb doesn't connect though. If it did, that would have certainly been a dead Bloodseeker, but at the least it's forcing him back. Mid lane Q does have the invis, looking to set up onto SCCC. Rolling forward, they've got the change, they do have the control. They'll get the kill. Big pick off there for IG, making something happen there in this mid lane.
Not having the defensive Astral to put himself under, of course, with the build that he went for. So good rotation by Baboka. Yeah, KP unfortunately missing that orb bottom is pretty costly. Have to use it to expend a lot of mana to try to go for Burning. And this time he doesn't have the CM Aura. But we'll see him rush Soul Ring. That's the thing now.
In this mid lane, IG definitely doing a good job of securing it for OP.
Yeah.
Gets him involved in that kill, now with a severe lead in terms of CS in this first 3 minutes, double that of SCCC.
To be expected. You know,
Yes,
they're putting the
presence.
focus onto Burning. You look at him, he's only 7 last hits. Still getting experience, but Kaka trying to find opportunity, but Burning very well aware of that.
Yeah, certainly this is the decision from IG. Make sure that OP has a good start and just accept that Burning is going to have to be sacked in this early laning stage.
They're doubling up the wave a bit in the mid lane. They saw Baboka making the rotation in though, and they do have the reaction coming in from Faith.
And with Faith, it nearly has that level 3 as well. Definite potential to turn any sort of play round that IG may look for.
Now they might just match a duel lane, and they leave the Drow Ranger top, and that's where Baboka, like the panel was mentioning, punish those weak lanes. That's what he has to be doing as this Earth Spirit, and as soon as the Visage does leave, they can try to go for these dives, because he can close the distance onto Drow.
And he's got the level 2. If he can get in there with the slow and the stun.
There's no gust either.
This is definitely the potential for setup. He just needs to find the connection and Baboka straight in, and of course he hits it. Gets the slow off, playing around with him, making sure to get maximum use of the time to just hover around the Drow, get that Iron Shell damage in, and IG with a good read of the map, as you say, and making great use of it.
Yeah, perfect move. Spotting the rotation again now with that aggressive ward placed by Baboka during the rotation. So he sees Faith moving back top, and we'll see him probably put his pressure elsewhere. Maybe take an Ion Shell and TP somewhere, or just go claim bounty runes. Burning, getting no last hits. This is just, it's accepted now at this point. He knows it.
Certainly should be a little bit of a worry as well for IG. We saw how much KP could achieve last game with the start that he had, and he is definitely on track to have a similar one this game. Picks up the treads, 5 minutes in, second highest on CS. Mid lane, Kaka with the wrap around, straight in onto the Lich. OP's there with a 2-man change to hold them back. Q.
One more hit.
Himself away. No, he can't indeed. SCCC moves in, gets the kill. At the same time, though, bottom lane, Baboka moved in, had the control, and a kill that Burning is going to be over the moon with, finally being able to bring down KP and get a bit more space for this Bloodseeker.
yeah, getting the Ion Shell on himself to have that extra damage, they wouldn't have been able to clean up KP otherwise. And you saw him skill the Geomantic Grip at level 3 on the Earth Spirit for that silence. It's the only way they can really go for those setups on the puck. This silence can play a big factor in this game versus the puck and both the OD. OD does not like to build BKB too early on. This could be one of the games we do see it, since there's a heavy amount of magical from IG though. But more than likely just the standard Hurricane Pike build first.
Yeah, and middle lane, CS-wise for SCCC, 25 against the 37, so OP still with this definite lead.
Yeah, still doing super well though. Level 5, he's got a clear-cut level advantage there, and the fact that he's still farming versus that type of dual lane is impressive. Baboka takes the haste turn, makes the way bottom. Bloodseeker's almost 6, they have the blood right too, so if they get the connections, they could maybe go for KP, but still a hard kill.
Look at this from Newbie. Smoke up, Kaka with the Tranquils. Can certainly look to try and close the gap.
Before Ember hits 6, they do still have kill threshold, but it's not in the greatest spot right now.
And it is a tricky one with that Flame Guard and such. Not the easiest of kills for Newbie to try and go for, and at the same time, look where Baboka is. He's there, ready behind them, level 4 on this Earth Spirit.
Well, they're going to make the play
first. They got ones to the go indeed. They look straight towards SCCC. Silence after the root with the Boulder Smash as well on target. That's SCCC gone. Kaka comes in with a 2-man Burrow Strike, but it doesn't look like they actually have the damage to bring down the members of IG. They throw out the Soul Surge, but with the Flame Guard up on OP, he's fine. And Baboka grabs himself the double kill. Baboka again in the right position at the right time. Beautifully positioned there on the high ground. 4 kills so far in this Earth Spirit. We've seen him do it in the past, and here in this game too, where IG need to step it up. He's certainly having the impact that his team require in these lanes.
Those are the kind of rotations. It's like the split-second decision. Newbie decides like, okay, we're going to start making our way back toward top, and as soon as that happens, Baboka of course doesn't see that, but it's like a little bit of that luck scenario. They both make the move at it's very similar times, but Newbie was starting to press their way elsewhere. They do get the kill.
Zone complete as well on this Earth Spirit. Baboka having it very early on.
Level 4, successful rotations all around. 4, 2, and 1, all 5 kills. Now Kaka's playing just directly behind SCCC.
I mean, this mid lane is very scary. Look, Matt's TP's coming out, reaction in fact from both of them. Of course, KP coming in as well with the Dragon.
Chain Frost though.
Baboka pulling low, moving forward, OP trying to go for SCCC, but they're out of mana. Ghost comes out from Mugi, on to 2, and this time Newbie, they take 2, they take 3.
They literally bring everyone.
And it pays off absolutely massively there. KP and Mugi making sure that they could turn around what, for the most part, has been absolute chaos in this mid lane. IG throwing everything down it. And Newbie finally shutting it down, stemming the bleeding, and getting SCCC back and involved in some great action.
You don't see your Drow Ranger TP that often, but when they know that this triple aggression is coming out from IG, it's worth it. Picking up huge kills there. And now continuing their movement, trying to put pressure onto Burning with Kaka's rotation.
They do have the Rupture, they do have Baboka. Kaka, he's going to be gone upon straight away. He'll go, try and hide in the Sandstorm, but of course with the silence from the Geomagnetic Grip and the Blood Ride, no escape for Kaka.
Does get the stun up before he dies. Burning looks like he's going to drop it.
In fact, look who's in. It's Mugi on the Drow. He's come all the way down to this point. They try and kick Burning away. It's not going to be enough as Burning and Baboka do go down as well. SCCC, Mugi, KP. I mean, these guys now, they've had enough of this early aggression from IG. They're from the mid lane to the bottom lane. The same time, up on the top, Faith was on his own trying to pick up some solo XP. OP and XXS will punish it. But this is Newbie getting incredibly active with all 3 of their cores very early on because of the way that IG's playing. They're adapting to it brilliantly.
Yeah, exact. Adaptation is the word I was going to use. They went to mid, get that great move. They have the Shrine up. They Shrine, clear an Ancient, and then go bottom and try to pressure Burning, and they get it successfully.
Burning will be here to keep them off this bottom lane. Does have to be careful. I mean, KP's got the Dream Coil back up. It's level 8 on this Drow. Mugi's certainly packing a punch. OP and XXS on the hunt. For Kaka up top. Kaka's got the vision there with the ward though, knows their exact position. Bottom lane, Baboka coming in again. They have Rupture back up on Burning. They're going to look to try and make a play immediately there with the silence, keeping this puck in control underneath the cover of the Blood Bright. And that, again, an easy pick off for IG. No reaction this time from Newbie. They can't react like they have been every time.
Baboka Earth Spirit, man.
Really, so I mean, we said at the start, this is the guy that you've got to look to sort of secure these lanes early on.
Yeah.
Sure, he's died a few times, but he absolutely has made a huge impact, setting up kills for both Burning and, of course, getting the action on for OP in that mid lane as well.
Next couple moments, we'll probably see IG playing more around the Darkseer. Not around him exactly, but like with the benefiting of the Ion Shell, because they have the level 6 on the Ember Spirit, and they can always use that to enable him harder. Blade Mail is going to be the choice for OP.
Interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense if they want to just run in at them and stop Newbie reacting as they are. An early Blade Mail is going to do wonders on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's super good. It gives you everything you really want versus a Drow and an OD lineup. It gives you Int versus the OD, and it gives you Armor versus the Drow Ranger, and of course the reflecting damage.
So Kaka coming forward in the silence there, straight away from Baboka, rolling forward, but Kaka already off to the side. Baboka won't be able to fully control the Sand King. Kaka gets himself away.
Ogi's looking to make another rotation come out. Dragonlance finished up. KP positioned on the side for
a
the
Dream Coil and a move forward from Mugi could certainly do it.
Baboka knows though. Baboka's already making the move down
needs
bottom.
to get down here quick, and he will indeed. There's the boulder smash onto 2 and the silence into the blood right holds them back. Burning can now move in, close the gap onto Mugi. Mugi tries to cut him away, but Mugi's gone. Baboka.
He's everywhere. He's reading all of the movements.
He really is. Top lane to bottom lane, Baboka is really out. He's putting the work in here in this game too. Involved in 8 of the 9 kills that IG have done so far.
Like we said, he's the one. Him and the Darkseer have the big heavy weight on their backs to let the early game work well for IG. This is now level 6. Oh, Faith, or level 7 actually. So Faith has found a decent amount of farm and levels across the map during all these rotations.
And Mugi been moving around quite a bit now. The Dragon Lance treads now looking towards having that Shadow Blade done.
That kind of move to their bottom might deter Newbie from making too many aggressive plays without more numbers. Like two heroes, now they're going to probably not do it with just 2. They're probably going to bring 3 or 4 even to try to go for those kills.
KP very close to having that Blink Dagger done. And they need everything that they can get to try and get the jump onto Baboka, or by all means avoid his initiation. You know, one silence could definitely set up for Newbie to bring down that Earth Spirit, but not if he gets the jump like he has been.
We've got Mech now finished up for XXS. Smoke coming out from them. Smoke also bottom from Newbie. They're going to be going for burning. This one should be easier to get if they can get the coil though.
I mean, he's heading back. We'll see if any reaction comes in. I mean, Newbie not wanting to dive too deep onto this tier 1 burning, keeping himself hidden behind the tower. IG position around that mid tier 1. See if anyone comes in from the side of Newbie to hold off as OP starts to force the lane in.
Both teams very patient.
Looks like neither is going to bite. So OP now, with the Blade Mail complete, has an Arcane Rune in the bottom as well, so he'll feel very content with taking a fight if it comes to him. Kaka heads towards mid. Now OP trying to find the chains, moves in with the Blade Mail. Kaka quick with the Burrow Strike back, and now S-Triple C. TP's into mid, forces IG back. For now, Baboka though in the tree line, ready to roll in from the side. Has the Iron Shell upon him. Newbie have to be careful how they defend this, especially with just the 2 members they have here at the moment.
Yeah, and IG has the full mech, so that makes it a lot scarier for Newbie to fight into.
Kaka, he's looking for it again with the Burrow Strike out. Baboka tries for the grip. They will get the connection with the chains. Gus comes out onto 2. Mugi holding them back. S-Triple-C straight in with the Sanities, but then the Chain Frost bouncing the vacuum of well. It's perfect. S-Triple-C's gone. The Magnetage from Baboka as he moves in onto the second core, trying to close the gap onto Mugi. Keeps it going. He's still got a couple more rocks to drop down. Boulder Smash. He shoots. He scores. Baboka takes down Mugi on the back lines of it. Kaka tried to come in with the epicenter, but OP still with the Blade Mail and the Flame Guard up, ready to close the gap onto the Sand King. Kaka Burrow strikes forward, but he can't create the distance that he needs to get out. As IG take 3. Look right there, they look for the birds and they get them as well. A cheeky couple of 100 bonus for burning.
This is starting to be a bit scary for Newbie with their Drow Ranger lineup. Ideally, you want to be having the advantage in the early game, but IG with that mech just being able to run at them with their heroes. Like we said, the gap closing is there for them, and they're making it work. Burning starting to get involved in more and more kills. 3 and 1, even though being placed in a very unfortunate matchup bottom. S-Triple-C tried to go for the Sanity's Eclipse to them right at the start, so they wouldn't have the mana after that engagement, but they have sick charges. They have enough to be able to take the fight.
You see it here again. I mean, it almost looks like, you know, Mugi and S-Triple-C focusing have a chance, but indeed the stick charges, S-Triple-C taking down, and then Baboka, just beautiful rock control. Mugi, he's pretty much as good as dead here as Baboka just chases him down. Baboka, as you can see on the camera, playing it cool, kicks out the rock. Easy pick off as he rips Newbie apart from each other.
5, 4, and 6 on our Spirit.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Absolutely creating the chaos that IG's lineup needs to do against this draft of Newbie.
they claimed the first tower in the game versus a Drow lineup with like the panel set and like we were talking about. There's like little to no actual objective takers on the side of IG. It just comes naturally through the brawl. You have to get kills into towers, not just direct tower pushing. Newbie does claim one at the same time pretty much though, but waiting for familiars to be back online from Newbie before they want to try to take any fights. And then also, I think Kaka's Blink Dagger is really significant on top of KP, because then they have the combo. That's pretty much how the strengths are. It's IG wants to be playing mostly around the Ember Spirit and the Darkseer, with of course, you know, Baboka making plays like a madman, and Newbie wants to be playing mostly around the pocket.
Q doing alright on levels as well. Level 10 still very poor, of course, on the Lich, bottom of the net worth. But yeah, same levels at the moment on Q as there is on KP's Puck, so just goes to show. And some of IG supports are heavily benefiting off these last few fights.
Yeah. And the panel said it too, it's like in these fights when IG is grouped up and just running at Newbie, they have the ice armor too, so the damage is, the physical damage is
Lane trying to fight. I mean, Kaka takes a chain frost to the face. Off the stick charge, OP, he's going to get taken down. KP just jumps forward with the orb. They may even get more here. They're trying to go into Baboka, rolls forward, silence, the stun onto 2, the magnetize as well. SCCC, they're going to back up with the vacuum. The wall's there, IG, they take one. They're almost certainly going to get SCCC as well as he puts himself in the Astral, but he's gone. Again, Baboka. Even in these situations where Newbie, they kill OP, Baboka just rolls straight in up to the high ground, lands the combo, the backups there from XXS. This Spirit, I mean, Newbie just can't seem to do anything when Baboka's alive.
He's landing perfect setups every single time, and it always seems like XXS is there to back him up too, with like a vacuum or with the Ion Shell as well, to enable it to become even better. Burning, getting closer and closer toward that relic for the Radiance. So this was with the precision order that time from the Visage, but here we see the roll in, the kick during the roll, so he gets the perfect stun and silence follow-up. Perfectly executed.
And there's just no way you as Newbie get out. As you say, it's going to be down to BKBs, but that's still a while away for these heroes. And as you say, on the OD, not necessarily the one you want to be building straight up, but SCCC is almost certainly going to have to get it eventually. He's obviously going for the Dragon Lance, the Hurricane Pike first, which will help a little bit in terms of positioning, trying to avoid that combo.
The big ones is definitely the double blinks though. That's how they need to be able to take those fights. The Puck and the Sanking need to be in synergy together to get the follow-up counter initiation if Baboka does go for those plays. Because so far it's really the Baboka show a lot of the time so far in this game. 13 of the 14 kills.
Veil now done on OP, so going to add extra potential to Baboka's combo.
KP spotting out OP. OP throws a defensive remnant though, a secondary defensive remnant.
Not too much that KP can do on his own. I mean, you can try and have a play around. You just have the Dream Coil. We'll start feeding around at each other. IG though, the rest of them going for the smoke, wrap around towards the mid lane. Mugi in the neighborhood. We'll see how deep Baboka wants to go. Mugi already actually backing up to the high ground. Looks like he's aware that something's happening here. A lot of members off the map. The scan
catches.
Yeah, hits as well. And their suspicions are confirmed.
Now he has full Shadow Blade picked up, so if they don't have reveal, but they do. Baboka already has dust, so he's prepared for that before it was finished up. But he'll be able to get himself into some positioning for the Shadow Blade in some of those situations. And maybe he can even just go for the ganks. Maybe that's what he wants to try to be. Go for the ganks with the Puck and the Sanking on that Ember Spirit.
Understandable as well from SCCC. Actually, after getting the 4-star, he takes the Hurricane Pike out of the quick buy. Straight for the
BKB. Yeah, I think it's needed for them to kind of like chew their way back into this game. Link Sanking, BKB OD, and BKB Drow Ranger.
Burning about 600 away from that full Radiance. Something else to throw into the chaos of these fights that these heroes on Newbie are certainly going to struggle to deal with.
KP's just been cutting the bottom wave for, I think it's been like a minute and a half now or something. He just keeps clearing that one out instantly.
And see how these blinks come into play. They've got it on Kaka. We're waiting for the big reveal of him on the Sand King. Epicenter at the ready, of course. What sort of setup can they get?
They don't have
question.
They didn't go for like pipe early or anything. He went for the guarding grooves, of course. We'll probably see him. We could see him go for pipe after. It's the Sanking and the Puck are always pretty threatening. But Newbie look like they're trying to make an aggressive play here with those Blink Daggers finished up. As we were talking about, that's their one of their timing windows before the BKBs come out.
They've got to be so clean with this, or at least catch the Earth Spirit on the back. If they don't get Baboka in the start of this, and he's in the neighborhood. He is definitely going to be able to turn things around.
They see Mugi farming with their aggressive ward right now. Maybe IG is just going to be able to sneak in and get Mugi during this, while his team is also smoking. Let's see who matches up who. Who's going to get the high ground advantage? Newbie right now has it.
They're coming around on the back. IG up by the shrine of Newbie. They have the high ground advantage here as they sort of take over Newbie's half of the map. And Newbie.
Birding has no TP to get into this fight too if it does happen.
Well, that's the, both birds gone immediately. That's the Familiars down. It does have the resummon available.
Both teams looking to fight, but neither able to find it.
And IG straight back to pushing down this mid lane here. It's Triple C with the club still. A while away from that BKB. Roll forward from Baboka, seeing if he can catch that OD. OP very close to having the boost of travel, so he'll be able to maintain a bit of better control of these side lanes, which for the time being, Newbie, they are focusing and now starting to group up as a Drow lineup. They push down bottom, they take the tier 2 tower. With the Familiars moving forward, we'll see if they want to try and pressure onto the tier 3. The creep's already up there. They're keeping KP and Kaka down at the moment now.
Precision or a catapult. Look at how much damage they get on that tier 3 bottom in a couple hits. Over 60 damage per hit. Now the precision aura does wear off.
Response there from Burning though, looking to clean it up. It's going to mean that he's not around for this fight, and IG, they are still certainly looking for action inside Newbie's jungle, but Newbie doing a very good job at avoiding IG at this stage.
Very deep aggressive wards coming out from IG. They're looking to just take fights, take engagements.
And you can see that bottom, Kaka and KP maybe even thinking about going in on Burning. They've got the epicenter and the Dream Coil.
They've got the birds as well on the side too.
At the moment just staying hidden in the trees.
Burning knows something's up. He doesn't. They have very good wards right now on the side of IG. So when he doesn't see anybody under those wards, doesn't see the Drow farming, doesn't see OD farming, all that's showing is a Visage on the map. There's something going on. But now he's starting to step up. Kaka channeling.
He's going for it. The EP's coming out. He's going to try and close the gap. Will get the Burrow strike. In come the Familiars and KP, but it's not enough. And now mass TP reactions come in. The Rupture's down to Kaka. He'll try for the TP out, but the Chain Frost mini stun is there.
And KP in the back.
And indeed, OP straight in on the back lines with the chains. They'll clean up one of the birds as well. And just trying to force the issue a little bit too much there from Newbie. They've got to stay patient. As IG, as we've seen time and time again, they can respond to these sort of plays. I mean, even if they made the full connection, it could be questionable if the damage would be quite there. I mean, this is Bloodseeker 1700 HP, has that Radiance as well.
They would have had to get it pretty much like much further away from the base and have to get both of them on top of him right away for all the damage, because Bloodseeker has been, you know, quiet this game. He's not really too active after the laning phase, after those kills. He's just been farming away. It's level 16, and Bloodseeker is one of those heroes, one of the Agis with very high strength gain, 2.7 per level, and that level 10 talent of the 225 HP, so he does get very durable.
And it just seems a bit of a turnaround in terms of what we saw in Game 1. You know, Game 1, Newbie very much having a draft that benefited from this sort of slowdown, slow in pace, and this time around IG, they're the ones that are going to come out top with the Iron Shell, with the Ember, the Bloodseeker. They're going to be farming a lot quicker than that of Newbie. As Newbie with this Drow lineup, they were looking to take, as you say, objectives, and what we're coming to 24 minutes in, they've only taken the tier 1 and the tier 2 down bottom. There's still 2 tier 1 towers that this Drow lineup has failed to push down and take.
Yeah, and the perfection that you want as a Drow lineup is you get the early tier 1s, and then you can make your way into Roche as a 5-man unit, and you get that Aegis, and then, yeah, that deathfall kind of happens. IG's not allowing it. They're keeping this pressure going. And this time around, it's, you know, we mentioned KP in the last game so much about how crazy of an impact he had. He's not going. He doesn't have Midas this time around. He needs to have the Yule Scepter from all the, you know, the chains from the Ember Spirit and the amount of silences they have from the Bloodseeker and Earth Spirit. He needs more survivability. Top scan actually catches Boogie.
Yeah, he finds it straight away. The Yule's catch is there. That scan into Baboka heading straight into the tree line, resulting in a free kill onto Mugi.
And some drum rolls.
Very nicely done there by Baboka. I mean, it's always hard to tell who made the call to make that scan happen.
We'll give him the credit.
We'll give him the credit. He deserves it anyway.
Yeah, he's been absolutely a monster this game.
Success. Kaka's around, but Kaka quick with the blink away. And interesting as well, actually, as we're seeing the Darks here. This game X Success, he's looking to go straight for the Halberd after the blink, knowing that if they can stay ahead like this, if they can disarm some of these big heroes, and talk about big heroes, Baboka mid lane, he's just playing around with SCCC. He'll go for the TP out. Will he make it? No. The vacuum's there. Rupture's out as well. Turn around, drop the Sanity He's looking to try and find the Earth Spirit. KP with the Dream Core, bringing Baboka down level. Baboka survives. SCCC just finishes it off, but he pays with his own life. Again, Baboka doing everything, even when he goes down, setting up for glory for his team. KP will jump away. Does get the blink off, but it's another fight, another trade favoring that of IG, getting this SCCC down on the OD once again.
Yeah, Nubi's still on recovery, complete recovery mode. They need that BKB to be able to take the fights versus IG. They're getting closer and closer on both heroes though, about 1,500 away from Mugi and also 400 gold away on OD. Once they've got both of those two, they can start taking the fights versus this mass magic damage lineup, but there still is the factor that Burning has just been absolutely free farming during all of this, getting a couple kills here and there too to accelerate him forward. I mean, when he gets a BKB too, he can just kind of run into them, unless he wants to go, it looks like an S and Y, I believe, just to have that movement speed, more scaling potential. Doesn't really feel like he needs the BKB just yet, because they're the ones making the aggressive moves.
Nubi have to be incredibly careful how they come out in the lanes. I mean, you're seeing mid lane Kaka trying to farm it up.
So many gap closes so many gap closes from IG, and they're even itemizing even more so. Blink Dagger on the Dark Sphere like you saw before. OP picks up a Blink Dagger on the Ember too. So just trying to get into those backlines on top of the Drow Ranger.
I'll take your tribute.
Baboka eyeing up Kaka. Kaka does have Mugi relatively close. We'll see if Mugi comes across. Looks like Mugi's already out of there. He says, sorry, mate. There's no saving you. He'll try for the TP out. The familiar stuns are going to give him some.
Oh, he gets it. Oh, he dies in the base.
The damage is too much indeed from the Magnetize. Baboka gets it. The resummon will be there as well, just to make sure that they can't farm up the familiars. Gust a little too late on OP, as he's quick with the Remnant out.
Dire's bottom tower has been denied.
That's the tower down as well. Mugi will get the deny as Victus Gaming maintain their lead. As you say, things certainly can change when the BKBs come out, and we must not write off the fact that Nubi, if they do win a team fight, this lineup, it's going to take Roshan. It's going to take towers.
Yeah. They pick up a Gem too. They're feeling the pressure. That's for certain. Gem now finished up on Faith, so they want to be able to take out those wards because they're playing just completely reactionary. They're playing very defensive as they need to be until that magic community starts coming out on their big heroes.
And now as well, we see consistently using the familiars to get the vision that they require, trying to position them in between both sides to make it increasingly harder for IG to find that jump that they've been getting away with so many times this game so far. KP, have to be careful, Baboka's on the hunt. KP's already out though.
So IG picks up their own gem too, to take out the small vision that Nubi has. They feel like Nubi's evading a little bit too many of their movements. But all in the meanwhile, like we said, Burning, just farming, full S and Y finished, BKB's queued up, already level 19. Gets very scary once Bloodseeker starts to get those high levels. That level 25 is no joke. If he wants to go for the Blood Ray cooldown, it can be very strong. Even the lifesteal though in this one could prove to be incredibly good for the man fight, or for like him just getting in the face of the Drow and just standing toe to toe. Smoke now coming out. They've got everything. Their whole arsenal is prepared. Nubi though, 1 BKB finished, 2 BKBs finished, and they've got a pipe as well on Faith.
That's really nice.
That could be go time for them as well. This one's going to be about high ground and who gets the big initiation.
I mean, if they can allow it, you know, SCCC on this OD, you get a lot done in these fights.
Yeah.
If he starts to rack up that in and drop the sanities, a lot of heroes are susceptible, especially the cores on IG's lineup.
As long as they can get the good lockdown for him to do so. They need the puck and the Sand King to be alive and get a couple heroes inside of the coil and the burrow for them to stack up that int on the OD and for the Drow Ranger to start getting those hits off. But now it's actually IG making their way into the pit. They do have Blood Rage that they can throw onto the Roche after they break the Lincolns.
You know that it's going on with the familiars, of course. And the first stun will start to slow IG down, and IG are actually put off immediately by the fact that they know that Nubi is aware of what's going on. Nubi are heading over under the cover of smoke.
That's probably the hardest place for IG to fight, inside the Roche pit, just because of the sheer AoE ultimates that Nubi does have in comparison.
Still playing around them.
They're trying to make
a stuns.
Play on these familiars, it looks like. IG is aware though.
Nubi on the low ground. They themselves actually sneaking into Roshan. XXS leading forward, Mugi with the Shadow Blade.
This time they'll get the familiars though. Got to resummon.
As you say, very unlikely that they'll go back into the pit when they know that Newbie's on the prowl.
This time Faith's spending a lot of, as expected, he's playing the Visage, so he's being the more of the farmer. While last time it was, of course, Kaka on the Night Stalker. Since it's a Drow Visage lineup, he wants to be the one prioritizing that farm. Sanking only really needs like Blink and Yules or 4-Staff / BKB to do his damage.
Things certainly continuing to slow down again, this sort of similar point at game 1. But Burning absolutely leading the charge at 1,000 gold. BKB will be complete for him.
Yeah, both teams just trying to shove each other's lanes into each other and take a better fight, but they're both smoking pretty much at the same times and kind of avoiding each other in those situations. Because the 5v5 fight is still very threatening from Newbie. That's the thing is, it's only a 4K lead for IG. That can get completely changed in one small engagement. So Burning almost got the BKB now finished up. That could be where they try to make a fight around. That match community will be super useful versus the puck and Sanking.
Definitely once that Solar Crest is there on Faith. Newbie, if they can get a look at onto Roshan, they'll be able to take it down incredibly quick. Well, actually, mid lane KP, they're jaunting forward to the Illusory Orb, gets punished immediately with a boulder smash and the drag back from the vacuum. Existing if we can find more. Roll for from Baboka, jump forward as well from OP. Kaka holds back the Darkseer for some time with the Burrow Strike, but now he himself in trouble, stunned up by the boulder smash. Newbie, they're going to lose 2 here. 2 down, both without buyback. IG to look towards Roche, and that indeed does seem to be the plan. Straight into the pit, Burning goes.
No buybacks, yeah, there's free Roche for them this time. That was what KP just jaunted forward, huh? Yeah. Wanted to clear the quick wave out and didn't expect them to be there, I guess. Yeah.
Instant punish from IG. Not letting anything slip past them this game.
Yep, no medallion, but like we said, the Blood Rage on the Roche makes it incredibly fast for them to bring it down.
And with the Frost Armor, of course, on themselves, relatively safe.
Yeah.
And we have it, so Aegis into the hands of Burning. Newbie still very much on the back foot this game. 22-11 as IG hold this lead. Trying to push this series to that game 3. Baboka very close to having the blink. We've already seen how much he can do without it. Only imagine what he gets done with it. Newbie at this point just sticking together as 5. They can't afford to get caught out as they have been.
Yeah, they're really expecting IG to make all these first moves. Especially now with that Aegis, they don't want to make an aggressive one themselves.
There's the blink. Complete now for Baboka. Of course, the real test is going to be when IG come to pushing up to the high ground. Obviously in comparison and in contrast to Newbie's lineup, they themselves not the best lineup for taking down towers. Even though I say that, and they've done a lot more than this Drow strat in terms of removing towers from the map.
Yeah, they've been having a lot more of the map control because of that, so it's letting them farm just a bit more, and that's why they're pulling further and further ahead. So those 2 tier 1s still being up on the side of IG. Newbie's map is much smaller.
Now the smoke play. No wards from Newbie over on IG's half of the map there, so Newbie will not be too aware of this.
Full halberd and a plate mail finished on XXS.
Could be the one to get jumped on and indeed immediately. Baboka sees him straight away, going in with the combo.
No mercy.
Absolutely none whatsoever. Yeah, we'll see how much they can get done with this window. As we said, IG's lineup not under too much pressure at all to go for any incredibly rash plays, but they're going to move down the mid anyway. See if they can force anything out from Newbie. Rob John SCCC already, keeping him at bay. Burning starting to hit into the tier 3. Jump forward, there's the vacuum, there's the combo as well with the chain frost. Oh my goodness, SCCC and Faith wiped out of the game immediately.
No buyback on SCCC either.
There'll be a buyback from Faith. Mugi popped the Shadow Blade to dodge the slight chains combo. But IG taking SCCC down for a full minute will get away with at least the melee ranks in this middle lane. They'll stick around for the ranged as well. And as we saw there, you cannot allow IG to jump on you like that. The combo, the execution is exactly at the level that IG have been required to bring out against Newbie this game.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, but Baboka having a almost flawless game, to be honest. 8 and 14, so 22 of the 25 kills with him. And XXS as well. You just take a look at their scores, like 4-0 and 15 on the Darks here, involved in the majority as well. They're just having great teamwork coming out from these guys.
Dire are scanning.
Warm racks down.
Newbie's feeling very pressured. I think they have to almost smoke up and take a fight with their BKBs because they've had them for quite a while now. They have to do something with them. IG's just splitting them up and then getting the jump on them every single time. They have to change the pace.
Up to 3k gold on Mugi. He may want to try and get his hands on his next big item, but as you say, the more that they postpone it, the harder it's going to get. And indeed, straight up, the call's being made as the team.
Still a minute and a half on the Aegis, too. That's the problem. This could be very tough for Newbie to take the fight versus.
Look at Baboka's positioning already. Up there on the cliff. No way that they could come around here. IG starting to take control of Newbie's half of the map. Newbie's only real safe place being this one more that they have out and their own high ground. IG ready to take the next tier 2. Open up the potential for getting the mega creeps. Taking down some more lane of barracks.
Getting as much as they can out of that Aegis. And Newbie unable to find opportunities with that smoke. They just split up and all try to farm. But now IG's going to threaten that high ground, force reactions back. Newbie's on position here. They may try to go right away. That's one of the things we do like to see when teams are a bit behind. They try to make the jump right away, but maybe waiting for that Aegis.
And there's the Familiar's gone just like that. And Faith still 25 seconds for the resummon.
Aegis has 30 seconds, 27 seconds left on it.
There's the jump forward from Kaka. Boros tries to lead in, OP tries for the change combo, doesn't find the connection. Silence onto Burning, but he'll be surged out of there.
They forced everyone back. Time to reset, farm up. Aegis is going to be ticking out, and they're perfectly fine with this. 13k lead. The map is closing more and more for Newbie.
Absolutely not a position you would want to be in at all as a Drow lineup.
Yeah, and you look at the, I mean, even looking at that experience, you just look at their levels. It's like 13 on Sand King, 15 on Visage, 17 on Puck, and then all the rest of IG's heroes start to come in. And like they were showing on the graph as well, the observers, they showed it's been rarely any opportunities for Newbie to get any kills. It's been 1 kill in the last 20 minutes. Actually in the last 20 minutes, just 2 towers and 1 kill.
What can they do? I mean, they're trying to close in on that MKB for Mugi. 1500 away from having it complete.
But his damage is already super minimal. That Frost armor, the Ice armor from the Lich has been putting in work throughout the slow amount of teamfights that they've been able to take. And XSS building up a Shiva's too, a Halberd. He's got 41 armor on him. Very hard for Newbie to take those engagements.
And of course, the way that this Drow's had to build meant that the overall effect of the Drow is very minimal. No agi items really at all, on his big ones at least. Shadowblade, BKB, MKB, not doing much at all. I mean, still, it's a 60 plus damage. It's a good passive, it's a good aura, but definitely not at the full potential that the Newbie's lineup may have hoped to because of the items that this Drow's been forced into.
Yeah, not the ideal Drow scenario at all. Like we said, the tier 1s ideally want to be dropped early on and going for that Roche so they can group up. IG has the high ground here. They do get a ward placed though by Newbie.
I'm going to spot out XXS. Actually straight with the jump in, Boros strike, trying to go Burning, pulls the BKB, there's the blood right in the back of it, Baboka goes forward, they're moving in on SCCC, pulls the BKB, trying to get out, but Burning going forward, does get stunned, held back for the time being, but SCCC is so damn low and he's out of it. Down for 70 seconds, Faith moved in upon as well as Burning picks up the double kill. Kaka does get the end off, but he's dragged back into the combo, triple kill for Burning. As Newbie are crumbling here, GG is called, it's all too much for this Drow lineup, as IG turn up with the perfect in-your-face lineup, and it absolutely gets the job done, and there's no doubt about it. Full hats off to Baboka. This man,
amazing.
This Earth Spirit on the main stage here at TI blew everyone away.
Little to no mistakes coming out from him, punishing every single lane. Goes top, he sees as soon as the Visage rotates, kills top. They move away from mid, they go kill mid again. Move away from bottom, kills bottom. He literally killed all 3 lanes within the span of 4 minutes in multiple situations. And then in between the lull period, he was still finding pickoffs everywhere. Just hats off to Baboka. That was an incredible performance.
I think you look at that, and I think if you're any sort of team that tries a Drow strat against this, you can't let Baboka have the Earth Spirit. It just pulls it apart entirely. Immaculate play from IG all round. I mean, we're going to this game 3 round the corner. I mean, how are we going to expect to look towards this? Is Newbie going to say, we cannot deal with the Baboka Earth Spirit, take that out? I mean, it's so hard, surely, drafting between these two sides.
They're going to have to make some adjustments, for sure. This was a very well-rounded kind of draft from IG, just lacking a little bit of building damage, but they're brawling. The way that they used the Darkseer, the Earth Spirit, and then the other two enabled with the Ion Shell was just perfect. Maybe showing the Drow Ranger was a little bit of a mistake by Newbie. You know, the third pick Drow, it was allowed IG to set up how to punish it. So maybe they'll look at, like PPD was saying on the panel, choosing those cores a little bit later on.
And Burning Bloodseeker, of course. Yeah, you know, the freest game of his life.
Yeah,
even apart from the start, you know, we saw he did get pressured.
Yeah.
But the recovery game was incredibly strong for him. Getting a good timing on the Radiance, the SNY BKB, and suddenly, as we saw, Newbie could do nothing to stop the momentum that IG had going for them. But there we have it. As it stands, the series tied 1-1. We'll pass back to the analysts. Day 9, what do you guys think?
That was awesome. Often there's a strategy where it's not what can they do, but what do they have to do? And Invictus Gaming really needed to get strong pickoffs, good gold gain early, and it was so cool to see how aggressive they were. It took them a little while to begin stepping into action, though, and I was worried that Newbie was just going to be able to calmly farm safely.
I just don't really like the Drow pick into this Lich and Earth Spirit early on. I think they might as well just have first pick Drow, because they pick her into two heroes that they showed that like she's bad against. Like Lich gives armor, as we spoke about before. The Earth Spirit can get into the Drow Ranger, so it's, I don't know. I think Newbie is probably the better team, but they just have to pick something that's...
It seemed like IG was going to pick those heroes regardless.
Yeah.
But then Newbie said, okay, we'll pick Drow into that, and IG was like, great.
Yeah, I'm playing the Drow Ranger into both the Lich and the Darkseer, and then on top of that Ember. It's like a...
And the Bloodseeker
I don't
as
know,
well.
what do you do as this Drow Ranger? You're like in this position where you can't run because they're going to chase you down because you're slow, but you also can't fight because they have armor and shells. So, I don't know. It's a tough.
Yeah, one of the most interesting moments in that draft was the third pick, the Bloodseeker. If you recall, almost the entire reserve time was used then. They were down to about 20, 25 seconds. They went straight from 2 minutes all the way down. And then the last few picks had to happen very, very quickly. So it really felt like that was the big deciding moment where they shifted everything far more towards gank-heavy style.
I mean, I think Newbie kind of showed what they wanted to do with that Drow pick, so IG took their time to try to figure out how they wanted to counter it, and Bloodseeker was probably then like one of the picks that they prepared for, or prepared to pick, and...
He also went the Radiance build, which is going to make his opponents miss when they're affected by that aura, which is great against Drow, because the majority of the damage from the Drow lineup is coming from those right clicks.
That is a great point. And now we actually are tied 1-1 with these two powerhouse teams in winner's bracket. They're both guaranteed top 6 right now, and whoever wins will be advancing on to the winner's bracket final, where they will be guaranteed top 3. So this winds up being a very important match for their runs through this tournament. As we've already seen, there's teams that lost in the winner's bracket and were promptly and swiftly eliminated in the lowers, because there is fierce competition pretty much everywhere. And I want to ask a little bit about, in terms of the drafting strategy that we saw out of Newbie in that game. After they third picked Drow, was there any alternative set of picks that you think they could have chosen in order to bolster this Drow focus? Or should they have... it seems a little weird to abandon it.
Personally, I didn't really like the OD pick that much, the last one. I think they needed to pick something that was a little bit faster. Like, I think when they had a matchup of Puck against Ember mid with the Sanking of like backing him up, I thought that was pretty okay. And then get some kind of offlane hero that's kind of fast. I don't know, Weaver's not the best against Ember. It can work with the Drow Aura, of course. But just something that's a little bit faster so that they can kind of snowball the lanes, make sure that this Ember doesn't come online, because it is a hero that's fairly weak in lane. And if he doesn't get off to a somewhat decent start, he can be kind of slowed down too much, so he can't get effective.
It's tough. Drow lineups are really built around physical damage, and it's hard to switch off of that. I think maybe picking some hero that offer them a little bit more magical damage to avoid having to deal with the Lich armor all the time.
They also picked like the Visage, and he's not good against Darkseer in the lane. We can see that they got kind of bullied out the Drow and Visage against a solo Darkseer, so it's a very like weak lane. So they could probably have picked another hero, as Pika said, for that role as well, and not only the OD pick.
Because, Peter, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that Darkseer is not as active of a hero in lane. It's a little difficult to bully as strongly. Do you like Darkseer pick in this specific position, and if so, why?
I think it worked well with Baboka playing fantastic on the Earth Spirit. You know, Fog was raging about him, and for good reason. He was everywhere. You know, those ion shells help him, you know, kind of bridge the gap of having enough damage to kill a hero or not. I'm not a huge fan of Darkseer, and I get how it's nice against Drow Ranger because you can surge and avoid that Frost Arrow slow. But they just overall they played really well. They played really patient, which is what I liked. They knew they didn't have great building damage. They knew they couldn't force high ground, so they just planted good wards, kept control of the map, and whenever newbie left their base, they were ready to jump on him.
And I am curious about the fact that they were so patient. I don't know if this is just my inexperience as a player speaking, but it seems like as early as possible versus that sort of lineup, you want to begin getting kills, begin gaining momentum, because if you're too passive, newbie's going to slowly run away in the late game. Is that just an incorrect analysis, or was it just that they had right timing when they kicked into gear?
I think they just had the right timing. You can't really do it too early as well. I think you need to get your core items and just play from that. And
I think the level 7 on both Darkseer and kind of Ember, I think that's kind of your cue usually. It can also be when Darkseer gets a mech, but just getting that level 4 Iron Shell, getting it on Ember or getting it on Earth Spirit, it just makes you so strong. You go in and you have, with the Ember, he has like 200 damage per second on these two combined, and same with the Earth Spirit, he can just get on top of you and he deals a lot of damage all of a sudden.
KPI on the puck had like a really different game than that first one.
Right.
Dealing with Ember Spirit and Snare, Earth Spirit, Baboka was all over him with the silences.
Yeah.
He he was dying quite a lot, and then Bloodseeker, like Baboka and Burning were chaining their silences incredibly well.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a much tougher puck game this time around, I think.
Yeah.
It was also really impressive to see how often Kaka has been able to escape in other matches, and then in this particular one, he was chain silenced and shut out relatively easily. And at this point, with Invictus Gaming and Newbie 1-1, both teams are going to recoup in the booths and return back out to the main stage. And while they're doing so, let's take another look at some of the TI7 short film finalists.
Oh, the people you'll meet in a Dota 2 game. You'll find some will be sweet, but most will be lame. But like it or not, these men are your friends. Well, maybe not friends, more means to an end. The first one's a person you'll already know, and despite what you call him, we'll call him the Pro. He'll call himself Dendi or maybe Sumail, and then he'll take mid and he'll feed without fail. Then there's the Downer who'll say with a groan,
"Our picks are all shitty. We're gonna get owned."
The Narrator, who's one you'll extremely dislike, you can tell who he is because he has open mic. And then there's the Bot. He won't say a whole lot. He'll random last pick and then head off to lane, and you'll never hear anything from him again. The rest are as follows: the Rager, the Ringer, the Feeder, the Pleader, the well-played Spam Pinger, the Troll and the Trolled, with both spamming N, the one guy who says he will only pick Chen, the DJs, the Mutes, the Position 5 Medics, and the Mid-Wisp that says that he saw it on Reddit. But now comes a time where I have to admit that in the last minute I've tricked you a bit. The people you'll meet can't be summed up in sort by a kindly old voice in a Dota 2 short. You are the Rager, but sometimes you're not. On a bad day, you just might be the Bot. Remember this lesson you already knew. Every time you jump into a matchmaking queue, remember, it's always been true that all of these people are human, like you.
How many blades am I holding out? 1. Screw it. I'm going to 5 blades.
Kung hindi kita nakasalubong, malamang bit-bit ko yan hanggang doon sa kabilang bundok. Ikaw, mukhang mabigat yung dala mo ah. Wala. Mga lumang gamit lang? Oo. Ibigay mo na sa akin para mapakinabangan ko pa.
Parang mabigat ata ang dala mo ah. Baka pwede mong bawasan. Damot mo ah!
Ew!
Hot damn, people are talented. I mean, these are some of the first videos that we've seen that weren't in-engine in Dota and were just amazing.
Yeah, that was really cool.
All I do is just sit up here and talk about stuff, but look at that. Holy shit.
It's just a different kind of talent, man. Don't beat yourself up. You're great.
That's a great point, PPD. I'm amazing. I love the dead silence that followed. Thanks, guys. It's good to have exactly one of your support.
You're amazing.
It was a pause for the
Game 3 about to get underway between Invictus Gaming and Newbie, and honestly, I was so thrilled about the play from Invictus Gaming last game. The 4 melee characters, heroes, being aggressive, bombing in constantly throughout the game. A lot of versatility being shown out of Invictus.
I think we're going to see a quite similar start of the draft this game as well. I think they're going to open up with almost the same picks, but then try to fill it in with something else.
Yeah, I'm curious to see also who gets the second pick, if Newbie are going to stick with that second pick. And yeah, if they... I feel also the opening was kind of fine, then they kind of messed it up maybe with the draw pick.
See maybe if they will go for the Lich again.
Yeah, they might.
I think they will. I don't see any reason. I mean, we talked about those first 2 picks, Lich or Spirit. I think they would do that every single game if those were opportunities for them, especially up against a puck.
How scary is it to do a really similar draft twice in a row? I mean, incidentally, we wind up not seeing it very much, but do you think the teams generally want to steer towards that, or do you think the unpredictability is more important for them?
It happens from time to time. Like, people will pick heroes and they'll be like, well, you know, I don't think I should have lost that last game with this exact draft. So
yeah, I mean, you've done that quite a bit in the past, right?
If I win a game and I go into the next game and the opponent is doing the exact same thing, I'll follow suit for a little bit. Like,
yeah.
I'll do the same first 2 or 3 picks, but generally some variation after you win is important. The other team, you know, they are going to have a plan for what happened last game. So you need to mix it up.
From the losing side, do you feel the same?
Usually it's a bit easier for the side that lost to like switch it up a bit. Maybe you can switch the lanes, or you can buy some different items. You can focus on different heroes, but it's also a bit different from team to team. There are some teams who are confident in the draft that they just did, so they want to pick the same again, and other just wants to try something new.
Sometimes when you lose, you feel like maybe the draft wasn't the biggest thing, so you feel like, you know, like we had this game, you know, we made some mistakes that we shouldn't, you know, they're not supposed to be there. Maybe you change something up, but you kind of feel like, I mean, like we saw them, they picked the Lich in the first game, they didn't win, but they still stick with the Lich because they still think that the Lich is good. And so some teams like doing that. They stick with their guns.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see the themes that are coursing through each of these teams. And in terms of what we've been seeing out of Invictus and Newbie, obviously they're in, you know, winter semifinals. Are there ways in which you see them standing above the other teams?
Well, we'll know more after the next match later today. But I think that these two teams, especially Newbie, I think Newbie's really, really good. I think that last game was a little bit unfortunate. I do think the Drow pick was really out there. I don't think it was, I actually kind of think it was a pretty bad pick. I think that they'll have their heads together a little more this game and maybe play a little safer and not third pick their one position hero.
It's one of the few games that we've seen out of Newbie where at some point in the game it kind of felt like they were out of momentum. They're just out of steam. It didn't look like they were going to have a lot of good fights. Every single one just was a landslide after about, 30 minutes.
IG definitely had the team fight advantage. Newbie was kind of trapped in their base, and eventually you got to leave the base. You can't just sit there forever.
Yeah, you were saying basically that they need to farm their BKBs. If they want to have a chance, split and farm their BKBs. Don't take these 5v5s versus the shells and mech, and just try to get it later, because in late game you can kind of split them up a bit and not fight against their team fight, but you have a lot of tower damage.
Well, at this point, it is the final deciding match between Invictus Gaming and Newbie. Whoever wins this is guaranteed top 3 at TI7.
Invictus Gaming versus Newbie. Game 3.
That is a lot of the line, on the line for both teams here.
Yeah, I mean,
one game for top 3.
In terms of the prize pool, of course, very excited that thanks to the Battle Pass levels, the prize pool has passed 24 million. Now, at this point, they're guaranteed top 6, which is just over $1 million. But if you get into top 3, you immediately catapult to 2.5 million.
We see that Lich finally being respected by Newbie, taking that out. Sanking is in the pool, Night Stalker's in the pool.
Maybe they will pick Drow again, banning Lich.
And there's perhaps something still that's sticking out. Newbie first bans Death Prophet 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the logic is behind it.
Has IG picked it a lot before, or is it something that maybe they just know from before? Because obviously
these guys know each other, right?
Yeah, exactly. They have been playing a lot before, so even though maybe IG hasn't shown a lot of TP before, I don't know. So they could have played it in scrims. And
Chinese teams also talk, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty well-known thing, I think, amongst the top pros. The teams will talk to each other about scrims.
There it is.
Pretty frequently. Sorry, I'm a little upset about it.
Well, Lycan coming right out from Invictus Gaming. We've seen Lycan be a very popular hero at this tournament for his excellent ability to push lanes down.
Yeah, and also one thing is that usually you don't want to pick this hero like too early, but when there's this Night Stalker and Sanking, they don't want to pick, if either team picks the Sanking or the Night Stalker right there, it allows the next team, if they don't pick this Lycan, they would allow Newbie to get the Night Stalker with the Lycan. So, and also, that's if they pick the Sanking. And if they can't just pick the Night Stalker either, because then it enables Lycan and Sanking as well for Newbie, so they have to take the Lycan for themselves.
That's a great point, and to be specific, Night Stalker, his ultimate makes the game immediately go to nighttime, and Lycan gets benefits at nighttime, so obvious synergy on the same team, but also if the opponent has the Night Stalker, so would not be surprised to see Invictus Gaming pick up the Night Stalker, as Lycan and Night Stalker as a duo has been one of, actually perhaps the most commonly picked pair of heroes.
And Bloodseeker is a very common pick to pick against Lycan. When Lycan ultis, you can ulti him with Bloodseeker, and Lycan can't really run around in the fights, which is what he really wants to do when he ultis.
There's that Lycan Night Stalker you're talking about, PJ.
Yep. is there. And I think the Darkseer might actually be a hero this game again. It looks like it could be quite strong for both sides.
It's okay for a newbie, I guess, but if IG picks it, then Bloodseeker is quite a good matchup against Darkseer, right? Because he can stay on the lane, so then they can actually leave him solo and focus on the other lanes.
Interesting that newbie seems to have looked at what IG did last game and said, "That's a great idea. We should get these heroes."
Yeah, sort of deny picks, right? I think they just really like that Bloodseeker versus Lycan matchup. And
It used to be better though, when people used to go for this kind of right-click build with the Mom and the Armlet. Now people are going for this book and utilizing the wolves a little bit more.
Yeah, that's
true. So some of it is, I guess, taken away because you will still have those books running at you with the wolves.
Ult in them all.
Basically, what this means is that Bloodseeker or Lycan cannot depend on his ultimate form to be like doing damage throughout the game. So I think definitely going the Necro book is the way to go. That way, you know, when he does get ulted, he can still have an impact in team fights as the one position. Newbie could prepare something to help deal with those Necro books.
Yeah, what do you think? Is Witch Doctor, is that an option, or do you have something else in mind?
Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden.
Wyvern has been one of those options that people like going against. Here's the build book.
Wyvern, yeah.
Wyvern sounds better than I think both Witch Doctor and Maiden can fall off quite fast, and it's not really reliable against it.
Both those two might struggle up against the roaming Night Stalker in the early game.
Now, Invictus Gaming has banned out Terrorblade, and I'm not really sure how to think about that ban.
Well, it's a hero that allows you to group up and push. You know, you can meta and spawn illusions, and you can go hit towers, and it allows your team to group up and take objectives, which Lycan and Night Stalker aren't super great with dealing with because they don't offer a lot of team fight. Also, Lycan is a melee hero, so if Terrorblade ever gets low and Lycan's around, you can just sunder him.
Yeah, I think Terrorblade is one of those carries that matches up really well against the Lycan, just because he goes for these illusion, he has very high armor, base armor, and he has that sunder. So Lycan always has to run up to you. You kind of force this Lycan into building a Linken's. That's really awkward for Lycan. That's something he definitely doesn't want to do.
He doesn't need Terrorblade doesn't need mana late game.
No.
He can also have his illusions just kill the Necro book. So like auto attack it, stop auto attacking with your main hero, let the illusions finish it off without taking that return damage.
Yeah, I'm curious if Newbie are going to go for some sort of illusion-based hero still. There's the CK still in the pool. If you would want to go that route, I'd suggest you do it.
We've seen
the
a lot
last
of,
pick though.
Yeah. I think SCCC would probably play the Bloodseeker mid. I think that's what they've done in most games. It's still possible for Mugi to play Sven, which is still in the pool, up against the Lycan.
Yeah, that is also a good pick, as Packet was asking for. The good picks against Lycan, because he can just cleave everything.
Yeah, we saw EG play a lot of Lycan this tournament, and they made a priority of banning Sven whenever they had Lycan.
They probably want to wait, though, so they don't have to commit the Bloodseeker to be mid.
Yeah, so we had first pick on IG again this game. Newbie taking second pick and last pick once again.
Yeah, expecting both teams to kind of now maybe go with their 5 position supports. You don't want to reveal too much right now.
Yes,
you don't
definitely
have to.
And we talked about them third picking that Bloodseeker last game up against the third pick Drow. Generally, you can, at least I have felt safe picking my core or my carry after I see the enemy team's carry, because generally you want to have a good matchup between those two in the late game.
Yeah, and it's also, I guess there's two ways of doing it. You either pick it after the enemy's carry, or you pick it after you see their offlaner, because that can also be one way of dealing with it.
It's definitely a tell, yeah. Hey, look, you know, this offlaner, we can solo a carry here against this offlaner, and he'll do well on lane and hopefully have an impact in the late game.
What do you make of this Tide?
He's quite decent against Lycan on the lane, but he can't really bull him out. So both is gonna farm, I guess. If
Tide's
they're 1v1.
Tide's a strange pick. He's actually kind of known as one of the counters to Night Stalker, because he'll probably go mana boots into an early mech and potentially some Guardian Greaves, and then it can enable his team to walk down a lane and not have to worry about the split push problems that Night Stalker presents.
Monkey King coming out again for Invictus Gaming, the Baboka special. And of course, Tide Hunter, just insane with Ravage and team fights.
This makes me kind of think that the Monkey King is maybe a
position 1, right?
Yeah, well, 1 or 2, right? It could be either, even 3. I don't know if they've ever run that.
He talked about it in his interview, right? Baboka. He said like, oh, like, they kind of liked it as they liked it as 1 and 2, and he was like, but I can play it as well.
But it's more likely that Baboka will play the Night Stalker.
all these heroes can do a lot of different things. I mean, it's not too long ago that we saw Nightstalker being run as a 3, and even a couple years ago, Nightstalker got ran as a 2 a couple times in the mid lane.
Hey man, tier 1, Nightstalker, safe lane?
Well before my time.
And I mean, at this point, you've talked a little bit about leaving possibilities open. It's relatively clear that Earth Spirit is going to be roaming Tidehunter in the off lane, Dazzle is the hard support. Bloodseeker could go mid or could go hard carry.
Yeah, we got Dazzle hiding behind the Tidehunter over here. Some nice sustain, good armor. I think they're really gearing up to 5-man here, and I kind of like the Winter Wyvern. He's a great D pusher, and he offers a little bit of team fight from that hard 5 position.
Is that also to just save the person that gets
ruptured?
Ruptured, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely prevent any physical damage from coming in.
Yeah, Newbie don't really have the best burst damage. They have this Earth Spirits who can, deal damage over time, and the Bloodseeker with his Rupture can slowly kill a hero, but they don't have the best burst right now.
Yeah.
Can any heroes for Invictus be reasonably run mid at this point?
I think Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey King, we've seen him a couple times.
I think he's okay. Even against, generally Bloodseeker excels against other melee heroes. Because he can trade right clicks so much better.
I'm curious if he actually can trade with Monkey King though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Monkey King is like a pseudo melee hero, and he stacks with whatever that third spell is called.
Yeah, similarly to
Jingu Mastery.
Right?
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you say?
The Mastery.
Jingu Mastery. Yeah.
Jingu Mastery. Yeah. And he trades better than anybody at that point once the life game kicks in.
Lina being banned out by Newbie.
Yeah, most likely.
Guess they want to run the Bloodseeker mid then?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Lina destroys Bloodseeker mid. Or he can.
Yeah, he should, right?
It's very player dependent, I think, but a good Lina would beat up on a good Bloodseeker, I think.
Certainly looking at Invictus, Nightstalker and Monkey King, always great at roaming, getting picks. Invictus Gaming seems like it lacks a mid. Obviously, Monkey King could be mid, but
I would assume a ranged hero here, probably for that mid lane.
And same for Newbie, very much so.
What are you thinking? Some Invoker, or is it too slow?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a little more control.
Right.
Wow, Tinker.
Oh.
Tinker Lycan. Okay, trying to delay. Yeah, late game, I would definitely give this game to IG. However, can Tinker and Winter Wyvern D-push enough to keep Newbie from going high ground?
Newbie needs some sort of catch for this Tinker. Right now, they don't really have the best ways of finding him. Earth Spirit can roll off the map and scout for that guy if you have vision of him, but...
How do you feel about Storm Spirit? Is Nightstalker sounds too much of a problem?
Then they have to put the Bloodseeker safe lane, but that's still possible.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think that could be fine. The supports will be pretty free to go kind of do what they want. The Dazzle can help out in the offlane potentially or mid.
And this is the benefits of having the last pick. They get to counter this Tinker, and as we said, they can choose to put the Bloodseeker mid or safe lane, so they can actually choose.
Didn't IG used to like almost first pick this Tinker? Like not too long
it's
ago?
one of OP's, I think, like it used to be one of his really go-to heroes.
There we go.
There it is.
Storm Spirit, one of the hardest counters to Tinker. Able to find him when he's hiding in the trees, casting those March of Machines.
Oh, interesting. An XXS on the Nightstalker. Perhaps going to see him in the offlane.
Called it.
He's been a real all-star. With that, the draft is now complete, and Game 3 is ready to get underway as Invictus Gaming heads in against Newbies. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, this final match of the series, who's going to take it? Who's going to stay in this upper bracket and make themselves one step closer to this grand finals here at TI? These two drafts, again, something a little different again. The finishers from both sides, grabbing up their mid laners. IG with the OP Tinker, Newbie with the SCCC Storm Spirit.
Throwbacks. I haven't seen an OP Tinker in quite a bit. So looking at Newbie's draft, the Tidehunter, I've seen them actually drafted a couple times. They did it once in the group stages and then once before that, and I don't remember which one, I think it was MDL. They tend to actually pair it with like a hero that can push really hard, like the Shadow Shaman, so then they can get that group up mechanic. This time they don't really have that, but they have the Dazzle, and they have good core matchups is the big thing that I'm looking at here. Bloodseeker, extremely good versus Lycan. Storm, very good to finding the Tinker. That being said though, IG has comfort heroes, and they have very strong aggression in that laning phase. This Tinker with Monkey King rotations can heavily punish this Storm. So we'll see how Newbie decides to lane this one up.
I mean, what do you think about Newbie's start to the draft day? Grabbing the Earth Spirit, taking the Bloodseeker away? I mean, they saw what IG did with it last game, and Newbie, of course, definitely a team that can utilize these two heroes to the maximum as well.
Yeah, for sure. They like the way it worked, and they have a very good Earth Spirit player themselves too. So why not? It's a hero that's looking to be very dominant in a lot of these games, just of what he provides. Makes moves around the map so fast, a lot faster than majority of heroes. Monkey King's one of those that can kind of match the speed at which he crosses the map with the rotations.
A game that certainly feels, out of all the three that we've had, the hardest to call off the back of the drafts.
Yeah.
As both teams with a lot of potential, a lot of outs, no sort of clean cut, you know, this must be achieved to win the game. This is, you know.
IG's got to stall the game, though. That's one thing.
Okay.
You know, they have the Wyvern, they have the Tinker to stall the game out for late stages, but that being said, Newbie has great heroes to deal with that. The Tidehunter, the Ravage can be very relevant once there's only like a Lycan who can really buy a BKB in this matchup, in this situation. So he's going to be that one, and the Storm Spirit is incredibly good at catching the Tinker. The best hero.
I mean, they've got a lot of catch for this Tinker.
Yeah.
Ravage,
Earth Spirit's also super good too.
Earth Spirit,
Yeah.
Vision from the Dazzle ult in the tree line, a lot of ways of hunting him down.
30 seconds.
We'll see how well OP can pull it off. As mentioned, definitely one of his strongest heroes. Ones that we've not seen come through too many games recently, but definitely one that Newbie should be aware of his potential on the mechanical man.
I'm wondering how much KP is going to be able to get out of this bottom lane. I think Dazzle should probably start down there, since it's going to be like the Monkey King, who's very low armor, so Tidehunter can do pretty well with a secondary hero to match up. Force experience. They can just do some dual lanes, Wyvern and Earth Spirit and Dazzle just move in between the two lanes, the bottom and mid and the top and mid, just to be sure that they can secure the Storm Spirit's farms. It's the same kind of thing that we always say, you know, matching the forest movements, the Monkey King and the Earth Spirit this time will be the ones to watch. And it's a core Night Stalker, so we don't see this too often. I saw Kezu played a couple times on Secret. He had some very good games on it. We'll see what XXS is able to pull off of it. That's a very different scenario when you're paired up with that Lycan, with a double Howl benefit plus darkness. Nighttime is the time for IG to fight.
Of course, once again, this mid lane going to be incredibly crucial, you know, for both sides. OP needing to make sure he gets a good timing on that boosted travel. Bottom lane, but
they get the Gush level 1.
In, he's being gone upon, and he'll try for the TP out. He's not going to make it. First blood for Newbie. I mean, Baboka has to be so careful with those sort of plays. Monkey King with a pretty much, zero armor, level 1. He
not expecting
that.
Like, there's no way you expect that, right? This guy just turned and Gush you with a Poison Touch. It's perfect by KP and by Faith. Starting that dual aggro lane, they're going to be able to put a good amount of pressure and force the rotations from the Wyvern right away. So actually, I was kind of like forgetting because we haven't seen it too many times, but Q is on one of his signature heroes. I love Q when he's been playing this Wyvern. It's one of the ones that they played a lot when they were on C-Deck during TI5.
And as you say, they definitely need Q as well as Baboka down here. As we've seen, a level 1 Monkey King in this lane can do very little against the Tide and the Dazzle.
Yeah, and the beauty of when they put this pressure on it is the Bloodseeker. They want to be able to do as much damage as possible for that thirst.
Make a go again, but immediately with the Gut, forcing back Baboka. Now they turn towards Q. And KP not phased at all by the harassment that these two supports are trying to throw his way. Very hard for IG to actually finish off a kill, even onto the Dazzle on the back lines of it all. Now he's got that level 2.
And the fact that they, Newbie, again, as we've seen from majority of their games, and majority of the times there's the dual pressuring, they block the pull. So there's not a great way for IG to pull the lane back. And since Newbie's Dire, you know, the Dire lane meets at a better position for KP to get more. And now Faith starts making the movements around, even stacks the Ancients to be efficient on that next rotation to help SCC mid.
And mid lane at the moment, certainly slight edge for OP. He's getting a few denies. Yeah, with Faith's presence now in the mid lane. Could look to try and turn things around a little bit. SCC feeling a bit more confident with their haste rune. Kaka up on the high ground as well. Does have level 2 on the Earth Spirit. Could try to look to set up.
They have to wait for him to like step down in the river pretty far.
Yeah. Especially with Q coming in from behind. He's up level 2.
Faith could be in some trouble here.
Going to try and make the go. If they get the burst off, it's going to be incredibly close. At the least holding them back. Still got Kaka on the side. He's very much ready to try and make something happen.
So yeah, this is the great thing about the Bloodseeker safe lane, which a lot of teams like to do, is your supports can move it wherever they want. They can secure it right at the start, like level 1, level 2, but then afterwards, putting pressure on other lanes is usually better, just to make sure that Bloodseeker gets full solo experience and the thirst starts kicking in. Kaka wants to be able to find rotations, but there's not really great ways to do it, so back to top lane to pull. And Baboka gets the Jingu, stacks up. He's got the Jingu Mastery right now to his own KP for the time being.
It didn't quite have that level 2 though. Will now have it up. And that's certainly making it a little harder for KP to lane when he's on his own. If he doesn't have the backup from that Dazzle, he certainly does have to be careful. Faith actually with a bit of an interesting wraparound here, coming right around on the mid lane, gets the poison touch, the boulder smash, flies through onto both of them with Kaka, rolling forward, looking for Q. Boundless Strike comes out now, the potential turnaround. They do lose the Wyvern, but it's in fact IG coming out on top as OP gets a double kill, and this is absolutely huge for the Tinker, getting kills like that in the first 4 minutes of gameplay.
Baboka still having the Jingu Mastery stacks when he TPs in, so getting that extra damage on that Boundless Strike is very relevant there. 615 damage plus the Laser Rocket, just enough to push them both over the edge.
And massive for a Tinker to get those sort of kills early on. It's Triple C out of the lane for the time being as well, so OP. Still early days, but definitely looking to set out to be the start that he needs to get that good timing on the bots.
Yeah, it's already quite a Tinker favored matchup, but with those rotations in, he's pulling quite far ahead of SCCC as we kind of expected. Oh, they've actually got one of the new couriers. You see that? It's actually pretty adorable. I'll be going back.
Saxon Casey escorting the items up and down the mid. Now top lane, in fact, Q.
Burning.
It's got to go down bottom indeed. Burning being made, yeah, immune there with the cold embrace. In fact, Burning, is he going to be okay? Will be kicked further away from his teammates. Burning does have the Sal.
Stun. He's actually going to be able to TP out here.
Yeah, they do not have the damage to hold him in place, and he is gone. It's a long TP, but it's a safe one. Nice reaction there from Q, and he'll only go back to the tower as well. Has the Salve ready. Burning stays in lane.
It's nighttime already. XXS already level 4 looking to get involved. They do get the scan successful though, as SCCC starts to back up.
But again, even if this isn't a successful attempt on SCCC's life, it's time where he's forced out of the lane. OP absolutely soaring ahead. 31 CS against the 18 of the Storm Spirit. This mid lane Tinker, he could be on track to getting out of control this game. They have not been able to shut him down at all in this early lane.
Yeah, and neither Burning too. You know, they got the nice kill with KP and with Faith on the Monkey King, but they're not shutting down Burning whatsoever. He's completely free farming down bottom. Even though they keep walking up and doing this damage to him, he's got the 3 points of feral influence. But now, with the rotation in,
I mean, look at this, yeah.
But it's nighttime.
They're going to get kills almost certainly. Kaka will turn with the boulder smash, but the Boundless Strike comes out. Kaka's down. Q sniping him there from long range with the Wyvern.
Oh, and Mugi actually TP's down too, thinking that the fight would last a little bit longer so he could get some spells off, but unable to get involved now. KP makes the way toward top to get those levels, and they're going to maybe have Mugi put the pressure since that matchup of Bloodseeker versus Lycan now, honestly, Bloodseeker 6 is very good.
Burning certainly having to be careful. You see a TP in once again from Kaka down towards the bottom shrine, looking to join forces again with Mugi and Faith.
This first nighttime is probably one of the more scary ones. Of course, as the game builds on, Hal gets stronger, but Q actually gets ruptured up.
Should be fine though. Out. Gets under the tower, has the cold embrace. Blood Right will bring him rather low, but now TP's coming through with the boulder smash. Okay, they'll look to dive, they will get it. OP comes in, won't have quite have enough damage on his own really, unless with the march actually, bringing Mugi down low, trying to close this gap.
Very close.
But yeah, with the three of them still there, Faith, with a multitude of options still available to keep his team alive. Meaning that IG can't chase down for that, so nice little play there from Newbie. Not necessarily the burning kill that they were after, but a kill nonetheless.
A kill, forced reaction, and it lives SCCC to get some experience in the mid lane. XXS putting some pressure on now, not using the Crippling Spear just yet. SCCC is able to jump away, but
XXS the rocket! It's going to be close, but Boka comes in with a Boundless Strike. He's been silenced up, he can't zip away, and he's gone. Again, more involvement for OP. As XXS and Baboka help him set up for something tasty in that middle lane.
It's that first nighttime. Got to make as much happen with it, with the Howl and with the Night Stalker. Burning now, ruptured again.
He's on his own. I don't think there's going to be any TP support this time. He is going to try and man up. He's got the regen, the feral boss. There's the kick with the rupture upon him. Sweet little combo there for Newbie to bring him down. IG are coming in with the wraparound though. Baboka and XXS. Maybe seeing if they can get revenge. It's a hard one for just the two of them to go for, and indeed Kaka and Mugi keeping the distance. SCCC down here as well, just in case IG did look for that fight. But finally, Newbie getting that pick off they needed, shutting down Burning a little bit.
And during all this, it leaves KP top, who wasn't getting the craziest amount of last hits bottom, but now absolutely free farming. Going to be building toward that mech, it does look like. And level 6 is online for that Ravage if they want to take some fights around it, but he wants to still just farm for a bit. And now it is daytime though, so 4 minutes where Newbie has some breathing room.
Definitely still, I feel the biggest issue is the Tinker.
Yeah.
I remember just time and time again in the past, so many games where teams went up against IG and Tinker, it would be first ban material. It seems like it's, maybe just not gotten through that much here at TI, but there's definitely been lands before where a lot of teams are absolutely terrified of OP's Tinker.
He is one of the best on it.
I'm just sort of getting deja vu when he has this sort of a start. He could get absolutely out of control top lane. They found KP. XXS Baboka will go in, he'll pop the Ravage. I don't know if it's enough to save him. Already 3 stacks of Jingu up on him, and they'll dive down with the Boundless Strike, burst him out. TP will be cancelled, of course, by Newbie. No chance of doing anything against these 3 up on this top lane. As they get another pick off.
Fully defensive Ravage. Mugi still parked bottom, not letting Burning get free farm under the tower. Burning's just going to the jungle. But yeah, like you said, OP, he has had those games on the Tinker, but we do have to remember, they have very good heroes to find him still. The Storm Spirit is the best one. Bloodseeker's not like the best, but he's okay, and then Earth Spirit's also very high up there. So it is a very farm Tinker, but there are things that they can deal with it. As long as it doesn't get too out of hand with this Night Stalker rotations. Top lane.
Up top again, KP. Getting pressured, Baboka's going to jump in there. They are forcing out some of these TP reactions. Kaka to come through on the Earth Spirit. So IG do hold back, but now they're ready to go. Burning's there as well with the ultimate. They're going to go straight in onto KP. KP is almost certainly going to be gone here. Kaka just has to leave, roll out, and look to escape. Burning will chase him a little bit, but a little too deep there behind that tier 2. So a second death in quick succession on KP on this top lane. IG taking control of this top lane. They're pushing onto the tier 1. SCCC does have an invis, also a regen rune bottled. Kaka back in the neighborhood. Maybe they can try and do something to hold IG off with this push. The silence is there. Moving in, they'll get Q at least. Can't quite get the cold embrace out. Do they get anything more already? Baboka out in the tree line, TP's away, and the rest of IG will escape. So maybe not to catch anything more, but they do stop the tier 1 tower push. Get IG away from that top lane.
IG's being pretty smart about how they just avoid the Bloodseeker. They recognize that he's by far the strongest hero on Newbie's lineup right now, so trying to punish any other ways that they can.
Board's now out, 10-minute boosted travel here on the Tinker.
Yeah. And they're going to have, Rough actually comes out top. This is a pretty deep
dive.
one, though.
Yeah, no way that Mugi gets away with this one. He is not moving in on that.
So with Tinker, with Lycan, they have the nice synergy between the Invis Wolves when Burning does get them online. Of course, we've been seeing those come out much later, usually around like the level 10 or level 13, depending on if you go for the 3 or 4 points in Feral Impulse.
See what Mugi's game plan is here. Certainly, as we saw, getting the farm, Mugi needing to find that Radiance. Actual smoke up from SCCC and Faith. Maybe they can make something happen down bottom. At the moment, only Baboka showing on this Monkey King.
Darkness gets used. Earth Spirit starts backing up the tower. Some fear there. Baboka might be the one who gets picked off.
Got good vision around him as well with this ward. They know it's a pretty clean jump in. Baboka cannot get himself out, or can he? He's trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Does get the Boundless Strike out now. OP comes in. Quick sell, shallow grave though from Faith. Immediate with the TP out.
Oh, the creep finishes off.
Oh, the range creep doing it there for IG. Indeed does get it, despite Faith's best attempt to escape.
Small mistake. Kills the Invis-Rune right in front of KP.
Again, more action for OP to be involved in. 1500 towards that blink. Again, this time.
He was very far up top now.
It looks to be a little more successful indeed. He's very far out. Newbie will find the pickoff. See if they can get anything else. Baboka is there. Level 6 at the moment on the Monkey King.
Newbie's got very strong team fight now, though. Ravage is online, Magnetize is ready too, and the match of IG's team fight is not there.
Baboka and OP, they can blow up here as the Primal Spring will be off the mark. Jumping again, just trying to give vision upon Mugi. He'll look to try and chop down Baboka from the tree line. He just throws out the Boundless. Didn't quite get the initial jump with the Spring that he hoped to set up for a kill. As Newbie will survive. KP and Faith forcing out this middle lane. Mech very nearly done here on KP. 100 or so away from the recipe.
You can start forcing some towers off that Important to get early towers versus Tinker, because then Tinker can't, get all that free farm from the jungle. It's going to be going for that blink first, as we usually do see on the Tinker. Pretty close to that.
Yeah, this is perfect timing for OP. 13 minutes and nearly having blink and boots of travel. More than enough for this Tinker.
Perfect scan coming out from Newbie. They actually catch the rotation from IG.
See how deep XXS wants to dive under the tower. At the moment, Kaka is there hiding in the tree line, but Boca can scout him out.
They have 2 heroes to get that flying vision coming through.
Not quite got the vision yet on that Spirit, so close. I think he spotted him out with that last jump. He's
there we go.
From there, they found him. He'll try and get himself out of there with the roll away. Boundless Strike told him in position, but OP and the gang jump forward. TP out, not successful. As OP picks up another killing spree now, this Tinker tier 1 tower taken as well.
They actually have 3 heroes that can fly and scout through the trees. The Monkey King's jumping through, the Wyvern using his flight, and as well as the Night Stalker. So hiding in those trees is a hard option.
OP with the haste, but Boca as well. Hunting through their own jungle, SCCC is there. Still rather hard for this side to lock down. SCCC can feel very free with his movements, unless they get the silence. Success. Not quite going to get it, though. SCCC quick with the reaction.
Sees them rotating in with that ward that they have on the river. Starting to get his farm on, though. Level 13 already on the Storm. Tied up with the Tinker. Just about 1,000 net worth, though. Tied up in levels, that is.
Still. Just the 15-minute mark coming up, 8 for 7 at the moment. Newbie immediately looking to smoke up. Ravage is there. Wanting to utilize KP and the gang there, making a beeline straight for XXS on this bottom lane. He is all alone, does not have a TP, so XXS...
He's looking pretty dead here.
See if he can play his way out of it, but it certainly looks to be unlikely. The rupture's upon him. Newbie closing in. Silence. He'll try and turn a fight, but with a boulder smash holding him in the blood right, it'll be a quick, easy kill for Newbie there off the back of the smoke.
And that's killing spree going for Mugi too, so pushes him closer and closer toward that Radiance, which will be very nice versus Lycan, because like the panel said, this is a game where Lycan wants to go book. You pretty much kind of need to versus Rupture, and having that extra Radiance miss rate can be super useful versus those books and those summons. Q, at the top, as we see, this is what a lot of Winter Wyverns and Aoi used to do a lot when he would be playing those lane pushing supports. Just goes top, constantly throws the lane in with Splinter Blast or whatever hero it may be.
As you say, we definitely can expect to see Newbie turn the pressure up once that Bloodstone's on SCCC.
Yeah, Bloodstone and Radiance will be big timers. They've got the mech though, and now you see KP farming I think this is a quad Ancient stack with Mugi here. The big injection of gold going their way. Mugi actually gets the majority of these last hits. He will have the Relic, so I wonder if they're going to prioritize giving them to him. Oh no, they actually give it to KP. Okay. So they want his hood instead. It seems to be more important for them. And there's also another massive Ancient stack too. So Newbie is really playing the economy war in this one. I mean, they're playing versus Tinker, so they understand they need to be keeping very far ahead in order to be able to press that high ground eventually. OP getting the first part of that Aghanims.
IG maybe wanting to smoke up, but Boca has one ready to pop.
They've got Darkness. They've got the level 4 Wolves online too to scout if Burning wants to throw them ahead so they can try to get those jumps with vision.
Let's see what they can find. As you say, the Wolves leading the way into the jungle.
They are spotted though. Faith did see those Wolves coming up with the Sentry Ward and they scan right away. So they do see that smoke movement kind of happening with that Wolf reveal.
See if Boca can still get the jump in. KP's in the neighborhood, has got Ravage.
Not the hero you want to go on.
Absolutely not. Any fight close to this tower will result in Newbie being able to respond if they so wish. IG at least will take this tier 1 tower in the mid lane down.
Yep.
The tower, more money into the pocket of Burning, pushing him closer towards that level 3 Necro. One recipe to go as he hits the amount for the level 2.
Big slowdown in the last 3 or 4 minutes. Everyone just content with trying to get their next items online. The Hood on Tide, Radiance's, well, Relic is picked up on the Bloodseeker, Bloodstone is about to be done on Storm, so big item timings for Newbie coming out here. Well, IG doesn't have anything as massive coming out that close. It's the Book 3 is the only real one. But it's still
And the openings.
He's halfway.
Yeah, for sure. He's still got a bit of time to go. But
a little more than halfway, actually.
Kaka? Let's be a little careful here again. If XXS can close the gap.
Regen rune for SCCC with the Bloodstone being delivered. Maybe they'll try to make plays around that. It depends if they want to play with the Ravage or do they want to wait for the Bloodseeker Radiance. How do they gauge what's more important? I think the DD rune and the Regen Storm might want them to just force down this low tower. It's only 100 HP, so easy pickings for them. SCCC picks it up. Burning, scouting them out with the Wolves, but there is a Sentry Ward there, so they're able to notice that one, and they're going to start clearing that Ancient stack. Team Ancients.
Kaka, and
SCCC
he goes in him immediately. SCCC in the midst of it all. The Boulder Smash in the silence coming out to 2. They'll look towards Baboka first. Already on the sidelines though, OP starting to spam out the rockets. KP with the Ravage connects onto 3. Baboka safe for the timing by the Cold Embrace, but it's not enough. Baboka, he's finally down. They'll get the first kill. Now KP's being turned towards by XXS. Burning, popping the ultimate. He's a little too low to dive. So Newbie will keep themselves all alive here. Only Baboka to fall, but definitely a great fight for Newbie. They get the Bloodstone charge.
He just jumps in.
He's ready to go. Bloodstone's there. He wants those charges.
Yeah, he actually got his regen burnt as he went in, though. I thought he was trying to like jump in and then force him to use a bunch of spells and jump back and try to regen up and go in, but unfortunately loses that regen. But they do get at least Baboka, who doesn't actually have his ulti skilled up yet, so they don't really want to take a fight too much on IG, at least with that talisman. They just want to be going for those pickoffs and pressure. For now. Aghanims, 480 gold away on the Tinker. That's another big one that actually enables them to take fights, because like we said, they're in the draft and all that. Newbie's team fight is stronger. It's all about the Tinker getting those items in order to enable them.
It stepped out a little too far, Kaka.
On the mark. And Bloodstone charge.
That's very, very nice for SCCC. Already up to the 14. Picking these up very quickly. Great success. Has to be careful still. Newbie in the neighborhood. But yeah, this Axe Tinker is really going to change a lot in these fights. SCCC and of course Mugi, very unlikely to build any sort of True Strike or BKB at this stage. So that laser going to cause a lot of issues for these two. They try and run around the fight. If they don't control the Tinker, but as we've said, there's a lot of ways that Newbie can look to try and prioritize getting OP out of these fights.
They just don't have a way to find him is the first thing. They need some way to get the vision on him. So I think getting those like Guardian Greaves, the pipe on Tidehunter, and then trying to go for like a Blink Dagger, I think could be really nice to get into the back line. But during this now, IG, they use their Book 3, they're going for that Roche. They have the sustain with the Cold Embrace too. Newbie does not have Ravage online. All they have is Magnetized. Looks like they're trying to go for it though. Radiance is online for Mugi too.
Right as well, but Burning still is outside of the radius of the Blood Right, so he should get away with this. They're heading towards it. Baboka though drops the ultimate straight away. The Boundless Strike as well connects onto 3, holds Newbie back. So Burning gets the space to finish off Roche, grab the Aegis, and you're nothing that Newbie can do to put a stop to that one. IG getting the objective.
Aghanim's finished up too, so fighting is very hard into that Tinker with that vision advantage that IG will mostly have in the engagements. With the, with the Wolves, as well as the Monkey King jumping around and the Night Stalker nighttime.
Smoke to be picked up on the side of Newbie. We'll see if they want to go for any sort of play. It will be into the Aegis. But they do have that Ravage. They have their ultimates.
They're drawing the line, it looks like they're telling SCCC to push out and they're going to smoke near him, expecting IG to make a move and they're going to catch them during that. That's exactly what it looks like it's going to be happening.
Mugi.
The Wolves are actually burning right now by Radiance.
Yeah, they don't realize what's going on, but still, SCCC jumps in to get the silence off to do. Immediately trying to go for success. They get themselves out of the Blood Right. Mugi trying to finish off the Night Stalker. They'll get one now. They'll turn towards more Burning, trying to get Kaka, but the Ravage comes out. KP holds it back. There's the Winter's Curse. KP beating deep into Mugi. Mugi kept alive though. The Grave!
The Grave is perfect!
Faith keeps him alive. Baboka's going to look to try and finish him off, but no, Faith managed to bring down Baboka. Newbie, they lose Kaka, but the rest of them kept alive there by some immaculate play from Faith.
So not only just the Grave there, but his Weave. The Weave ended up adding up so much when Mugi had an incredible amount of armor just to take that increased damage there from everybody. Very well executed fight by Newbie.
Absolutely, Faith just keeping his cool. We'll see it again here. I mean, SCCC, this man, he wants to rumble straight in each and every time as soon as there's an opportunity to jump forward. Getting XSS out of the fight is huge. SCCC knows there's no chance of being silenced. KP not holding back with the Ravage. And then look at this. So close to Mugi being brought down, but Faith at the last moment there with the Grave gets it. And as you say, with the weave already on Baboka, Baboka tried to jump chase him down, but the Dazzle had enough physical to bring him out. And Newbie staying strong amidst that fight. And of course, great news for SCCC. The Bloodstone charges continue to rise up to 17 now. As he's starting to close in on having the Orchid complete as well.
This is what we were talking about, the core matchups, right? The Bloodseeker versus the Lycan, he gets ruptured. He's very scared to do stuff in the fight. The Storm can access into the back to find that Wyvern, find that Tinker.
Oh, look at this though, Faith could be in trouble. He's being gone upon. Kaka trying to save it. The Boulder Smash does it.
Hits three.
Hits three. He will still be chased down. Faith has the chance to get the Grave off. Turns around with the 4-man weave. Faith is going to be chased down though. They will dive up. They will find the kill. We'll see if Newbie can do anything with the armor of IG ticking down low.
Every time the Ravage is expended, IG needs to just make those kind of plays. Just get full out aggressive, take objectives with that Lycan. And that's what they're doing.
And understandably, Newbie without that Dazzle, not having the confidence to do anything about that push. Tier 2 gone. Mugi, see if he finds anything. At the moment, IG still all up on the top jungle. OP still very much with the lead in farm this game. 1300 on the Tinker. Going for the BKB.
That's one way.
Short.
It's one way to deal with the Storm Spirit. You have to rush an early BKB. It hurts you a bit, of course, because you never want to have that on a Tinker, but you need it in these type of games. You see Mugi going for the Manta style next into the BKB, I would assume, to deal with that laser, to deal with everything that the Tinker does dish out.
Let's see what the plan is. They've got the smoke again. If Newbie want to try and go for another attempt to the catch.
Also have the Orchid too. That can be very nice to stop the Winter Wyvern from getting the curse off or the Cold Embrace. Q now does have a Glimmer Cape though, so do they actually have any reveal on? I mean, they do have Sentry Wards, but no type of dust, and it's only on the Dazzle. So they have to make sure they do have that reveal and burning. During all this, has his Wolves clicked onto SCCC, so they see exactly what
he's going in. He sees Baboka revealing himself, and straight away SCCC finds him in the tree line. Baboka cannot afford to poke his head out like that. If SCCC is anywhere near, with the amount of Bloodstone charges he has,
they're building up.
Easily close that gap.
Yeah, it's 18 charges. They knew he was there too. The Wolf was literally standing on him for that entire time. Baboka just trying to push the waves out as much as possible and getting punished.
This is sort of turning out to the game that I was hoping it was going to be. Both mid laners just absolutely performing. SCCC versus OP, this Tinker versus Storm, both at the top of the net worth. As we saw there, an opportunity that you cannot even try and tease underneath the nose of SCCC. He will be straight on top of it.
Big discrepancy is that, the Tidehunter is getting, good farm, good team fighter, while Night Stalker starts to fall behind. That's what happens when it's played as a core. Either you're getting lots of kills and you keep your momentum going, or it does start to stop and slow down. They do have to find Faith now, though.
I mean, Faith, that's the one that they're happy taking out at the start of it. Immediately with OP coming in, they'll burst down the Dazzle. They will want to try and find something more. They do get the slow onto KP, ready to try and chase him down. KP does have Ravage. There it comes out on his death. Blood Right is going to connect on.
Can't connect on everyone.
And that's going to set up for SCCC. Can't going to come immediately in. Wukong Samal comes out for the side of Baboka, but there's the Boulder Smash holding back the Monkey King. Newbie have lost 2 though. IG on the way out, looking to disengage. Off the back of what was a very nice little combo there from Newbie. Didn't quite find the kills that they may have hoped for. They got burning, nothing more. But we saw there, I mean, if that Ravage and Blood Right didn't come out, that could have got a lot messier for Newbie. So they do force IG back.
Mugi needs to get a BKB. I don't think Manta's even the right one before that. And, okay, yeah, he switches it up.
He's listening to you, Fogt.
He tried to walk into that fight, ate 2 rockets and a lasers, or maybe just 2 rockets, and he was already too low after running into Monkey King ult. So in order for him to get into those fights, definitely needs that. But the combo there, the Ravage with the Blood Right is super threatening if they're able to get that one successfully versus IG. So next item of choice for the Tinker will be the Shivas. And there's something else I'd like to point out too, because OP does it every single game, and I see a lot of Tinkers actually stray away, is he gets the armor at level 10 and he also gets the health. The health is more common, but the armor one people don't really gauge on. But in this game, there's a Storm Spirit, so you know you're going to probably get jumped on in a lot of these situations. So that bonus armor is very relevant in these games. 8 int is it can be good, but it's only 8. Like 6 armor when you're actually getting like gone on is much more important. And he always does this. Almost always.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if we don't see Newbie try and look for the fight until they have these three BKBs. Or so the 2 BKBs at least that they're working on. Yeah. See Mugi. They absolutely need them.
Yeah, the laser is way too much of an issue. The rockets as well, it's too much damage. And there's an arcane rune on the Tinker too. So that can be really devastating for the next fight if he's able to stay away from everything.
And of course, on the other side of things, IG, they certainly will wanting to be fighting before those BKBs come out.
Yeah. Right now it's no Ravage for 20 seconds too, so they're trying to capitalize on that. Knowing that they still have some downtime, but now Bloodseeker does have that BKB finished up.
Baboka has got the Wukong's command back online. That second point in it as well. That boosted armor certainly can make the difference.
This could be scary right now for IG. Fresh BKB finished up. If there was
Baboka's got good vision of them here. Out of the rockets, the lasers onto 4. Mugi pops the BKB. Looking towards burning. The blood rocket next burning. He's stuck. The rupture's there. The boulder smash as well. SCC moving forward. There's the Ravage. KP holding them in place. They take down burning. Baboka on the back line is looking to get the Wukong's command out. Will bring down Faith. OP immediately TPing out of this one. He'll get himself back to safety. But SCC, he's in with KP. Looking for Baboka. The silence connects. Cold embrace for Q buying some time, but it's not enough. The damage from the Blood Bright goes through. Gets the double kill for Mugi. Again, OP's back in with the laser spam, trying to force Newbie back. It's doing enough. Newbie forced back up to the high ground.
That arcane rune, but the Tidehunter gets in perfect position for the Ravage. And they isolate Burning. He's unable to do pretty much anything in the fight. That's the issue, is with that rupture. He gets ruptured, he cannot do anything.
And again, we're seeing the difference that BKB on Mugi makes. He's certainly able to stick around in the fight. I believe gets out at least a couple of Blood Brights through the duration. The silence does the work. These Bloodstone charges, they are constantly going up and up and up for SCC. And yeah, we'll see it again here.
There's a very good positioning too. IG or Baboka on that high ground getting the 4-man laser on the start, but yeah, it's Burning who's just unable to do anything in these fights. This gets brought down very quickly.
And we saw there as well a bit of an interesting interaction that will certainly work against IG's lineup. When they're throwing out that laser and then the Winter's Curse, everyone's missing. So suddenly it does nothing. It holds them in position, but the synergy is working against IG.
Yeah, they don't really have...
No damage is done.
It's if they curse the Bloodseeker hitting somebody, then the physical damage is there. But yeah, of course, if the laser's there, it doesn't count. But anyone else, if the Bloodseeker gets cursed on him, they don't really have like physical heroes. It's the Storm is the only one who's really doing the right click.
Double damage.
DD on X success. He as well going for BKBs. BKBs almost expected all around this game.
Yep.
Baboka still looking towards his own.
SCC is getting out of control with the Bloodstone charges though. 21 with BKB, and you look at Burning's net worth too. He has been stagnated for quite a while because of what happens in the team fights. He never is able to survive, never able to really do anything because he just gets ruptured. It's a very hard interaction to deal with as a Lycan.
Again, Roshan is back up. Both teams with definite interest in taking it, and in fact, Burning's heading into the pit. Straight in.
He's able to kill it at a relative pace. He probably will have to expend the book though if he wants to do that. They do have, I believe, the Solar Crest? No, okay, just Medallion on the Baboka to help that speed up too.
And Ravage literally just came back online for KP.
Oh, and Newbie's making the move in. They don't have Blink yet on KP, but they're defensively weaving up. They're making this go.
They're ready to run in and go. SCC zips in immediately, looking for Birdie. Pops the BKB, grabs Birdie back. The Mortal Smash as well. Birdie getting bursted down low. The cold embrace is there for Q. The Ravage takes him out though. That's Burning down for 50 seconds.
Oh my
They've lost 3 as Newbie just move in.
These BKBs, as soon as both heroes become immune to magic, they just run in, instantly target Burning, rupture him up, fight one right from there.
It's getting absolutely crazy. And 19 to 13, 8k gold lead now for Newbie.
And it's Aegis and Cheese on a Storm Spirit who already has 24 Bloodstone charges. The best Aegis carrier in Dota with all of this on his arsenal now. It's getting scarier and scarier for IG. It's becoming the Tinker versus the world. Burning is completely getting shut down. XXS is an offlane Night Stalker, unable to have that kind of impact that we can see from a lot of offlaners.
I mean, who needs the blink on KP where you just have SCC zipping in, finding Burning, and despite Q's best efforts with the cold embrace, there's just too much magical flying through. They still burst him down. Straight into the pit, no messing around.
Full-blown defensive weave, plus Guardian Greaves, plus Pipe. They're actually so resistant to all the damage that's coming out.
Look at
like
that.
the Wukong's command gets completely countered by weave, even though it doesn't do a crazy amount of damage anyway. As Triple C throwing his arms in there. He's having a great game. He only died that one time in the mid lane, and ever since then it's been
and he's nearly got an
him
Aghanim.
crushing it.
He's got it.
Yeah, he's got it finished.
Aghanims is out here for the Storm Spirit.
Oh, we love this. He was one of the ones that I want to say almost like kind of debuted it when we saw that like 3 or 4 man pull in several different tournaments that he did have.
I mean, this is going to be so hard for IG to deal with. I mean, we saw there, if SCCC can continue to make those sort of initiations, how do you deal with this Ag Storm Spirit, nearly level 25 as well? Getting absolutely out of control.
They're smoking up, but that ward, that nice little cute ward by IG actually sees them smoke. So now they're all going to get back to their base, and it's just going to be a little bit of wasted time for Newbie. While XSS continues pushing out top, since he's like, okay, if they're going to smoke from bottom and make their way all the way top, it's a heavy committal for just a Night Stalker at this point. They are picking him out, though. SCCC does have a lot of mana to work with, so if they actually can get relatively close to him, he can probably zip from that mid lane and get pretty close.
There's a DD here as well. You want to grab their hands on it, and SCCC says, yes, please. He can close the gap, he gets the kill, and he's straight up, there he goes, finds Baboka.
Yeah, Kaka started to make the way up there to find anyone who's positioned, because they saw everybody else kind of bail to their base, hoping that they catch one, and they do. They get Baboka.
Another tower taken as well for Newbie as they move in on the bottom lane.
It's getting very hard for them to deal with what Newbie's got. With all that heavy team fight, IG's just really struggling to fight versus these 2 BKBs.
And we know how well a stacked Tinker can hold the high ground, but the thing is, we've seen, Newbie, they have ways of jumping up. When it gets to pushing up to the high ground, there's nothing to really stop SCCC from just going straight in, catching out OP, and then if he takes that Tinker away from IG's lineup, the push becomes relatively easy.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one right now, really. He's 18,000 net worth, and next on his team is 10,000, and it's the Lycan who's countered completely by the Bloodseeker Rupture. And now it's KP does have the Blink Dagger finished up on the Tidehunter, so he can just blink in and get the fight going. Blink in Ravage, catch 1 or 2. And the fight will be very difficult for IG to take with just that 1 BKB on Tinker and burning nowhere near anything of the sort, building up toward an AC next.
Here we have it, Newbie. So they want to force the issue. I mean, at the same time, they are going to be feeling very comfortable with their position.
Oh yeah, the Piss, this is perfect. They know burning is completely shut down. They're like, I mean, this is their game to lose. They're in an extremely comfortable position, and it's really hard for IG to really come back. It's going to have to come through mistakes.
SCCC as well, as we saw with the level 25, of course, taking the extra duration on the Vortex to really maximize on his potential with his Aghanims. I mean, essentially, they've got a couple of Ravages now.
Yeah.
Newbie's lineup.
The Blood Right is no joke either versus majority of IG's lineups. Like we said, just the Tinker as the Magic community, and now it's 90% of the map control is Newbie's way. Getting very deep aggressive wards down, just farming up the whole map. But Boka's trying to find anything on the map. Look where he's farming. He's farming a medium camp, trying to put down some wards, do whatever he can to get that farm.
He's been working on this BKB for so long.
Yeah.
Very, very far behind the majority of the cores on IG's lineup in comparison to Newbie. Dire, they will scan it. They know he's there. They're coming out hunting up in the tree line. Should be fine though, and indeed, will get himself just far enough away so that Newbie can't quite spot him out.
Yeah, they're suffocating IG completely though. The map is all of Newbie's now. Aegis does get reclaimed, but there's still the cheese, I believe, or did they actually end up using that one?
I think they give it to Mugi.
They did give it to Mugi, okay.
As we said, no real reason to rush it, as CCC playing it safe. He's finished off a Lincoln Sphere now as well, so with the Lincolns...
Pretty much 6-slotted almost.
He is absolutely good to go.
Can change the boots for something later on.
Eventually get that Bloodthorn as well,
yeah,
which would be nice. What is the plan here for IG? They're most certainly getting to the territory where they're hoping that Newbie make a massive blunder on the attempt to go up to high ground.
It's so hard for them right now. OP's trying to farm this Hex, which could be the one thing that they have to deal with SCCC, but SCCC has already got the Lincolns finished out to block at least the initial Hex surprise that's going to be coming out. So they have to just, they have to hope for overextensions and let the Tinker laser rockets start building up. Burning still been doing a good job with his wolves, just scouting out wherever Newbie is, but it's still too hard for them to take fights around all that vision.
As she said, it's just so incredibly poor at this stage of the game, the Lycan.
Yeah.
Kaka's Earth Spirit nearly catching up to Burning at this stage.
It's getting harder and harder. The difference is becoming more and more massive. Last 10 minutes, it's been all Newbie. Almost 20,000 gold lead.
Oh, I like his thinking. Baboka queuing up the rapier. I mean, definitely at this stage is the item to go for.
Oh, he might be able to get a courier snipe here, though.
Oh, well,
there it is.
A couple of wards
One,
gone.
two.
He's like on the hunt, though. Does Baboka get away with this one for free? I mean, SCCC has already made one big zip.
It's on the prowl. Oh, turns into a tango on the high ground.
Looks like he'll be okay. SCCC is going to stop hunting. I hope he goes for it. I hope he gets it. The Rapier Monkey King has a lot of potential. He's still a long way away from it, though. I mean, he's staying there. He's got a TP.
So they also, so Newbie also has a 30,000 experience lead. He's not going to get a Rapier Owen. He's going to go here.
Is he all right? Is he still in the booth, Baboka?
I mean, they can't leave their base. They're completely trapped. Versus the Storm Spirit with 25 Bloodstone charges, they have no map control whatsoever. They're getting vision with the wolves and stuff, but they can't really make anything of it. They're going for, this is what we call the Desperation Smoke. But it's also with the Hex first picked up, so that's the surprise Hex.
True.
Can they actually find the Storm Spirit and pick him off instantly? It's going to be hard.
I mean, it would be
getting
such
closer
a
toward the
massive
area.
kill if they can. Wolves are on and they have the vision, SCCC.
They want it, but everybody's in the area. The Dazzle's
got
in
to
the
pop
back
that
too.
Lincolns. Pops down the first remnant. There's the Lincolns pop. OP does get in with a Hex. BKB pops as well. OP trying to do it. KP comes in with a Ravage. OP, he's got a TP out of there. Realizes it's time for him to get out there. The zip forward.
Two-man pull.
Two-man Vortex brings them back into the combo of the Earth Spirit. That's going to be 2 down. Immediate buyback from Q. XXS popping the BKB, trying to get himself out of there, but SCCC zips forward. Takes down another double kill for the Storm Spirit. Q's there with the Winter's Curse. Will hold them back. Provides time for Burning to get out of there at least, but Q, he's going to be taken down a second time. Triple kill for SCCC.
God, like 29 Bloodstone charges now, 71.9 mana
Drum
per
roll
second.
and applause. SCCC's loving it.
Newbie's feeling super confident now.
And absolutely every reason to be feeling that way. Jump forward from KP. Push on to Burning. SCCC ready to zip into the base, looking for the action. Does get hexed up. Boulder smashes down to Burning. Can they keep Burning alive? There's the laser. Burning to back up. OP spam enough to keep Newbie away from finishing off the kill onto the Lycan.
Objectives. Hit the buildings.
And for the fortification, as we talked about, OP's Tinker, it can do so much in terms of slowing down these pushes. They just need to jump on him once, though. They'll get the tier 3, but they won't get the barracks.
They're still playing, they're very confident in the game with the way that they're acting and everything with the chat wheel spam, but they're still playing it very smart. This is such an important game. 25k gold lead. We're gonna take a look at this fight.
I mean, they made the best attempt to go, OP straight in with the BKB.
Just gets instantly ruptured, and he has to get out of the fight. And
he
from
knows
there,
that he can't stick around.
From there, it's just way too hard. Beautiful pull though by SCCC, but it's still so hard. Even if they are able to somehow lock down SCCC and get like burst damage on him, the Dazzle's just chilling in the back, ready for the grave every single time.
Certainly a cute little call from Q to get that buyback in. I think if he didn't come in with that play, Burning almost certainly would have been dead.
Yeah.
So offering up that fact that he goes down twice to keep Burning in the game. Little things like that can keep IG holding on, but they indeed are so far behind. 42 minutes coming up, 26,000 net worth lead as SCCC just continues to go crazier and crazier in this final game of the series.
Yeah, and now they even have the Lotus Orb on Kaka to deal with the Hex. I mean, you have to remove that one always. Full Bloodthorn now finished too on SCCC.
That's insane.
The advantage is becoming impossible for IG to deal with it, and Baboka's just running around as a tree in the enemy jungle. I mean, he's just trying to he's trying to find some farm, cut waves wherever he can, but every time he shows, he'll get jumped by the Storm Spirit. And everybody else on IG is literally just trapped in the base. They can't go anywhere.
He has to be careful. There is that newbie ward there as well. If he comes towards that other camp.
So they actually buy the Tome, give it a Mugi, and Mugi's now level 25 for that. 100% uptime on Bloodright, 5-second cooldown, 6-second silent duration. And Kaka's on the prowl. He's looking for Baboka somewhere. He's just trying to roll through trees constantly.
I think they did see him underneath
They
that
did,
wall.
right?
Yeah.
They did for a second.
Kind of leaving him be for now. Just maintaining control around the Roche pit. IG.
I don't know what IG can do in this game. I really don't know how they can take any of this, because now with Aegis and Cheese, it's going to be impossible for them to touch Newbie.
They can certainly stall a little bit, as we've seen with the March spam and such from Tinker. But Newbie,
How do they kill anyone? They can stall, but they can't. They can kill maybe the supports, but these guys have so many beefy frontliners that it's pretty much impossible.
Aegis back in the hands of SCCC. Mugi has the cheese. Starting to cap out as well. And we've got Cheesebot still on the Earth Spirit as well.
Yeah.
2 cheeses here for the side of Newbie. They'll look to taking the shrines.
OP's trying to continue at least some of the split push to at least force some reaction.
I mean, it's so scary and hard for him to do so.
Yeah.
SCCC being anywhere close to being in the neighborhood will make the play upon him.
Nobody's being so patient though. They're still just like, okay, let's clean out the shrines, make sure our lanes are pushed out properly, and then we can try to make that move. But still, just trying to clear out the vision, keep that suffocation going, get that massive advantage, almost 30k gold lead, getting closer and closer to the 40,000 experience lead.
Baboka has got that demon edge. He's getting there slowly but surely.
He knows the win condition.
Needs that rapier. Will he get the chance to finish it off? I mean, at this pace, with Newbie, as you say, playing as safe as they are, it could just about happen.
He might get it, but he is very susceptible to dying, Owen.
Yeah, it would be a question how long he's able to keep it in his own hands once he has it.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Oh, Kaka actually spots Baboka, and SCCC makes the jump across the map.
And there is no escape for that man. Straight down, another charge into the Bloodstone.
30 now.
Storm.
Oh, and a regen. How convenient. So now it's 45 minutes in. We have the first double catapult wave starting to come out. Maybe Newbie will time their push with this one. As it looks like they're doing so. Boogie going bottom to deal with that push coming out. Top isn't really in the best situation. But SCCC jumps up there and he finishes that up. Wants all these 3 waves to push in heavily with this massive double wave that comes out at the 45-minute mark. IG just still unable to leave the base with 3 or 4 of their heroes. Burning now finally gets a way to get some farm toward bottom. Gets his Ogre Club, finished up the AC, so he's trying to build toward that BKB.
I mean, they just can't do anything at all at this stage, IG. Until that, maybe when the BKB's there and Burning, if he gets super lucky with the crits under his ultimate form.
Still super unlikely. Just so much heal, so much sustain, and they can just rupture him, right? It is just so hard for them in this game.
The darkness is summoned by XXS. Newbie. When are they going to try and push up?
They've got Agent Cheese. They might just go try to force it soon.
He's starting to play around with it now. First Lotus Orb up on the Storm. Gonna bounce back out of the Wyvern. Baboka looking to hold them back with a Boundless Strike. Lasers starting to be spammed out. They're forced out the fortification. SCCC zips forward. Again, the lasers and the rockets slowly but surely forcing Newbie slightly back. They won't quite get the melee racks. But again, as we can see, very little damage as a whole being taken by the side of Newbie. They're back in.
They are going to be able to claim it. Yeah, even throwing the BKB usage. Just to make sure they get that rack finished up. 34k lead. Now they're going to push out that bottom wave.
An incredible lead.
IG's looking to try to get some pickups though on the back of this while they're retreating, but nope. Newbie's way too quick to get out.
Yeah, the chances of that happening incredibly slim at this stage. SCCC may even just find Baboka into the banana, brings him in. SCCC, another charge as he takes down Baboka. He really wants that rapier, but he's not getting it at this stage. The head shakes, the wows coming out from Newbie.
They know they've got this one. They're feeling super
They're
confident.
they're just enjoying the moment.
Yeah. Moon Shard now being consumed by SCCC. IG just trying their best to try to delay it, but delaying the inevitable for sure. SWC tries to make the commitment in.
Lincoln has been popped, does get Hex up, and KP in with the full-back ravage, the Bouncer Smash comes out and still OP pops the BKB, trying to keep them back. OP TPing back to base as Mugi's going for him.
Oh, now clean him up. There's no buyback either.
Tinker's out for 80 seconds, Burning being forced back. As IG back towards the base, Winter's Curse does come out onto the Titan, but GG is called. Newbie take the series, they'll be moving on. And with a very, very convincing game 3 there. SCCC on the Storm. Again, these final picks of the drafts doing everything for the team. There was just no way they could control this guy. We saw them put pressure on him at the start. In the mid lane, it just wasn't enough. I think since he got the Bloodstone, he didn't die again, did he? He only died the once again.
Yeah, he only died there in the lane. Beautiful performance by Newbie. The Bloodseeker just constantly rupturing, Burning in the fights. Burning literally could not do anything in this game. It was pretty much all up to OP and the rest of them to try to make space for him, but it's just too hard. The core matchups, as we mentioned, from Newbie were way too strong, and they played very well around it. They pressured Burning in the laning phase a bit with the Tidehunter, with the Dazzle, and afterwards they just started accruing more and more of an advantage, and that big Roche fight just lets them. You see the true power of their heroes just being able to jump in, kill like everybody with the Ravage, as well as the Earth Spirit Magnetize.
I mean, yeah, Newbie, this series just looking absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that was a really good draft and just great execution.
I mean, the one game that they fell down on, of course, being the Drow strat.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that we see a lot of teams sometimes pull out. Maybe they're getting a little ahead of themselves, feel that they have the edge in terms of performance. And IG, very impressively, of course, shut them down in that one. But overall, the level of play from these players, and as you say, coming into this last game, and as we saw in the first game, the drafting as well, incredibly on point, and it just didn't leave IG any routes to get themselves out of it. OP on the Tinker, he was in a great place, but maybe they were kind of putting too much emphasis on him with that final pick. You know, as I said, I was excited to see what he could do, but just the whole team around him, it wasn't there to achieve anything.
And it was not the last pick as the Tinker, so it gave Newbie that opportunity to get the Storm Spirit, which is the best counter versus the Tinker. IG actually banned the Ember, because Ember is also one of those great options to punish a Tinker, so it's very understandable as to why they would do that, but Newbie, this time around, saving their core hero for that last pick is very crucial, just changing up the way that they were drafting.
Absolutely, and I would not be surprised if we see teams being very noting about the SCCC Storm in future drafts. You've got to be careful if you let that man get his hands on it, as he will blow you away. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Newbie will move on in the upper bracket, knocking IG down 2-1, ends the series. But for now, back to the panel to hear what they have to say about that incredible finisher from Newbie.
Thank you, Odie. Incredible is the word. Absolutely outrageous. Newbie are indomitable and are in the upper bracket finals. A full 3-game series takes them there. And now introductions are in order. I can see smiles creeping onto your faces at home, and mine too when I found out my panel. Introductions, let's do it. Joining me first of course, it is none other than Mr. Sumail. You even brought a blazer.
Yeah.
You came prepared, I respect that. So of course, in his first year of competitive Dota, he went on and won a TI at the age of 16. After that, of course, FN Jesus on the end. We've seen what he was capable of. I think it was a top 6 at TI5.
You're right.
And then, of course, we've got Blitz. So, moving on. Let's do some analysis. Oh, sorry. Wait, was it Nexon?
Yeah, there was a Nexon championship there. I mean, respect it.
I will respect it, dude. But we should actually respect Newbie and actually do some analysis, just very, albeit, might have to be a bit brief. Sumail, they just started talking about Storm Spirit. You're no stranger to the hero. Does SCC's Spirit want to fear?
I think the Storm game was pretty nice, that game, because they didn't have any lockdown on IG at all. So, yeah, it was just a pretty much free Storm game, I think.
So what makes it free? Just there's no pressure on him?
Yeah, there's like, the lane is not an issue for Storm, like, which is a bigger part of like how to shut down the hero, basically. Like, you have to put a lot of early game pressure on the hero if you like give him the good start.
So there's no kryptonite to that?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, we saw him rock and roll it. Outside of that, I think, I heard a lot of people still not convinced by the Wyvern. Now, we've seen Wyvern across the majority of TI. They saw it drafted here, Blitz. What do you make of this hero and its place in the draft?
I think that people are drafting it as a lane pusher from afar, as well as the fact that it counters a lot of these physical damage dealing cores, but at the same time, it does feel a little bit slow.
FNG, what do you make of all this then? You're the Spirit from SCCC, my favorite name of all the names.
I mean, the whole draft for Newbie was pretty good.
Yeah.
They got Dazzle for saves, they got Tidehunter for team fights, Earth Spirit roaming hero, Bloodseeker for lane dominance, and then Storm Spirit. Really good hero. They don't have any lockdowns. They have Tide in the team. So basically, if you jump on Storm still, Tide gonna counter-initiate and you're gonna win team fight. So it's basically gonna be easy game for a newbie if they don't make big mistakes, and they didn't.
And with that all said, I do think we could get a little bit of a more in-depth breakdown, and no one better for the job than Purge. Kevin, you're back in your usual spot. What have you got for us this time?
Well, I wanted to talk about Monkey King. He's kind of an interesting hero right now. He's been nerfed in a lot of ways, and IG played him in a bit of an interesting way. He grabbed the Bounty Rune right at the start of the game, gets an Orb of Venom to combo with his Boots of Speed. Now, one of the big nerfs that came to the hero was that he has very low armor, and he was probably expecting to maybe be able to bully the Tidehunter a little bit, but unfortunately for him, there was a Dazzle there. Does a lot of physical damage, which gives Boboko a really tough time, especially when the Tidehunter pulls out Gush, which also lowers armor. So what happens sometimes for Monkey King is you can get into this really bad position where your hero doesn't actually accomplish that much offensively, and it puts you in a bad spot. Luckily, though, Boboko's a fantastic player. He later ends up picking up some bonus damage with Jingu Mastery and turning that into a double kill towards the mid lane shortly after zoning the Tidehunter here. Those kinds of heads-up plays can work out really well, but in a lot of cases, you won't be able to actually secure those kills or get those double initiations. So later on in the game, he was very vulnerable to heroes like Storm Spirit. Ember Spirit can easily kill trees. I'm just not super sold on the hero right now myself. I think Boboko is a fantastic player, but it definitely shows that in some cases, the hero has really limited teamfight contribution. I mean, in this case, he actually does end up hiding here and interrupting the smoke gank, but past that, he is always aiming for backline, things like that, but he's very easy to kill once targeted. So not sold on him. I think he's one of the reasons that IG had a lot of trouble with this game, and hopefully we see some more buffs maybe.
Perfect. Well, there you go. You did a bit of the Monkey King as well. It seemed like Boboko was saying it might crop up. I'm a big fan of it. The nerfs did hit him hard, though. And from one side of the coin, we get to go and venture to the other. This time, it is time for a very happy KP, and Casey's standing by.
Here we go, KP. How's the adrenaline feeling right now that you know you're guaranteed top 3?
Oh, I don't know. It just feels amazing. I don't know. I have no words. Like, it just feels good. Like, the last time I was here, I came 12th. So, yeah, it's a big jump. So, I don't know. I
always feel bad making you guys sit here with me because you come straight out of the pods. We grab you, we say, sit down, pick up a microphone, and tell us how you feel. You still have the weight of these 3 games on you. So, how are you able to stay kind of in it for all 3? Because those are some long matches.
To be honest, I don't think any of us were exhausted or anything. Mm-hmm. It's more maybe like a bit nerve-wracking. I don't know. I just felt my teammates played really well, and I didn't do too much. I guess like I got carried kind of.
You did.
Yeah.
You did a lot.
I just feel like our team just played well together, I'd say.
You did really well in the first game. Weren't able to come through in the second game. So what kinds of lessons did you learn then that enabled you to come back so strong in game 3? To
be honest, we kind of knew what heroes exactly they were going to pick because we've scrimmed with them a lot and we've picked Drow a lot as well. We knew the Darkseer was going to come. We knew the Bloodseeker was going to come. I guess we just had too many things to ban when we were playing Drow, like Alchemist, things like that. So yeah, I guess we just learned like a lot of things from the drafting. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You've said in the past that this is a particularly good patch for you as a team. Why do you think that is, and how has that proven itself to be true?
I think this patch is a patch where you can play anything. I'm sure everyone knows. For us, especially, I think we're not really like the other Chinese teams in the fact that we are really versatile. We can play a lot of different heroes. So I guess that's one of the pluses for us. Yeah.
And how is your confidence level going up against LFY versus VP? Is it the same? Is it different?
I think to be honest, by now we're like really confident. We never would have thought that we would have gotten 3rd, at least. So yeah, I think we're just really confident right now. We're just gonna like just go at the games like without thinking about anything, like no thinking about like being scared or anything. We're just gonna go.
Just do what you know how to do.
Yeah.
And do it well.
Yeah.
Congratulations, KP.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Back
Thank
to you
Casey.
guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Then you've got KP with a big smile on his face. Surprised himself that they have made it into top 3. Now, Newbie, a team that, of course, you are familiar with. I was wanting to know, what does it feel like to play against Newbie? They said that they have a bit of a different approach to the game than the other Chinese teams.
I think all of us on the team, we think like of Newbie as a Western team, more of less of like Chinese team because the way they play, the way they use the map, and like mostly like individual players, they're like really talented. I think, as you said, like they can play a lot of things that other Chinese teams don't do, and we have like kind of similar game style.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like that kind of
like a clash of both styles, or the same style.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Now, I am going to be picking your brains. I realize we are blitzing through this, but that's because we have so much to talk about this next game. So, FNG, I'm going to leave the final thoughts with you on this one. Newbie, Victor's upper bracket, top 3. Are you as surprised as KP was?
To be honest, no. I think Newbie is kind of stronger than IG, but still it's like 50-50 because 2 teams, 1 region, and it's hard to predict who is going to win.
Sure.
But Newbie was stronger, especially in Z best of 3, but there is kind of chance that IG can beat still Newbie in next best of 3 or so.
Yeah, it does seem so unpredictable at this point in time. In fact, we know Dota, anything can be picked, any result can, raise eyebrows, and I'm sure Blitz, you are someone in that list. You were equally surprised. I mean, Newbie, when we were talking about the group stages, you said everyone had eyes on them from the practice.
Oh, for sure. I feel like, especially with their results recently, they were able to win a lot of lands. They won the cup in Taiwan as well as beating us in Galaxy battles. It's really no surprise that they're as strong as they are. The biggest takeaway is that it doesn't seem like they have the nerves that they did last year. It feels like this extra year of growth has been really good for the players. Going to another TI, yes, they did poorly in the previous one, but I think doing poorly at a TI kind of resets your focus and tells yourself like, okay, we know what to take away from that. We've learned from our mistakes. Let's go into this a little bit more fresh.
Okay. Well, I mean, our nerves actually are applicable in our next little bit. Not only were the players nervous walking onto stage, but I'm sure the Dota filmmaking community are going to be nervous as we once again show another piece of art. That's it. There have been so many submissions. They have been fantastic. All different plethora of different mediums to deliver some Dota cinema. And let's have another look at another one.
There was an idea to bring together a group of remarkable heroes to fight the battles between the ancients, because they don't like each other very much. You call this a group of remarkable heroes? The dire ancient must fall, and we will give our lives to defend ours.
So that's it, huh? What, some sort of defenders of the ancient?
We're all the hero of our own story.
There's only one way we get through this. Working together. I might not know everything about this complex game, but I do know what is worth fighting for.
What are we fighting for?
MMR.
What have you done, you noob?
Yes, I'm aware that I used the shrine. It was an accident. It was a misclick.
Now you're really in trouble. I should have known you'd be here, Zeus. I'll be having a few words with Poseidon about your behavior. I'm under attack! Who's coming for dinner?
And all that does is provide us with a reminder that gaming communities are awesome. Not only are they filling stadiums, not only are they asking for autographs, not only are they creating beautiful pieces of work, they're also going ahead and doing battle in a very creative way. And I mean, which one's everyone's favorite? I mean, I'm trying to think what mine was. I liked the battle, like the Omni Knight, Last Man Standing kind of thing. Blitz, have you seen any of the, which one stood out to you?
I think Dr. Zeus
was
my
cool.
personal
Yeah,
favorite.
yeah.
I thought that was the most creative overall, and I was like instantly when I saw it, and I just enjoyed it a lot.
What about you, Samuel?
I like the Juggernaut one.
Where he gets the Arcana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's pretty cool, I think. It's like a lot of effort put in that one.
It's funny you should mention Arcana, actually, because it might be that time, gentlemen. It might be that time, because I don't know if anyone else is aware at home, but it was ridiculously close. Like, you know, they're close every year, right, FNG? They're pretty close.
I mean, every vote is count, you know? It's like, was like 50%, 0.0005. And basically everyone who will vote, he will make the final call. So you have to vote, guys. You have to vote.
You really do have to vote. And actually, you know what? We have a special treat for you because we can show you just how close it was. Two fan favorite heroes have been put side by side, and you'll get to have a little look at this one now. Now, just to remind everyone of what it was between, let's see if we can show it to you on screen with this treat. Oh. That's right. 57 million votes. Close to 58. I can hear groans from the crowd. Look at this. Let's go. Let's put it under the microscope. Let's get closer.
Let's go, Pooch, my boy. Go. Yeah.
0.008%. Pudge and Rubik.
Oh no, I'm not.
No,
we're not high-fiving. We're not high-fiving.
Pooch.
No, we're not.
Just to put it into perspective, over 57 million votes. And it is decided by 8,711 votes.
Nice, I'm happy.
Well, I'm sure you are. You're your friend of Dendy's, right?
No.
What happened?
There it is. There it is.
I mean, I am the best Pooch of the Pooch.
You're a Pudge gang?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be first to get your hands on that then.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is that reveal done. I'm sure they're going to shoot the messenger, and I'm going to be in trouble as I try and work my way around the key arena after that one. But that is the case. That is how it works. And now we can turn our attention to the next game. Forgetting about Pudge and his Arcana for a moment, now we can kind of turn to, well, a big one. It is the other upper bracket game. We have to see who is going to be meeting Newbie in that upper bracket. And the teams are crazy. Yes, indeed. It is none other than LGD Forever Young and Virtus Pro who will be doing battle. You can see them on your screens now. Flying the Western flag, VP on the other side, LGDFY. A 2-0 win versus TNC to get them there. And I think the first question has to be, who stands out more to you? Virtus Pro came into this tournament with high expectations.
I think VP have been doing like super good this entire year, whereas like LFI just came out of nowhere, right? And they tend to like not do so good on the main stage. I mean, their first game was not that difficult. I can say that. I think like TNC is not a great opponent. Like you're not scared of them really on the main stage. But I think for VP, like they made 2 majors final. They made top 4 before that, so or not top 4, I guess top 8. But yeah, I think VP is the better team here.
Okay, well, let's bring out the team that surprised us all. 13-0 in the group stage, nearly undefeated. It is none other than LGD Forever Young. We learned all about their nicknames with Jack not too long ago, but now they stand just one game, one best of 3 away from top 3. Scary, scary stuff walking into that booth, knowing that your fate will be sealed over the course of the next potential 3 games of Dota. And now it's my pleasure to introduce fan favorites and still standing, still in the upper bracket, representing the CIS, it's Virtus Pro. A name there that's often put near yours, Samael. No one in that mid lane. Do you consider him somewhat of a nemesis? Is he top of your headhunter list?
I think he's pretty good, but like it's awkward for me to say because this new patch has been like really weird for me because it's more stuff like mid related, and supports are trying to help him. So I don't really have a single like mid there like really stands out at this point, because it's never 1v1. It's like 1v3.
Yeah.
And they can't stop me 1v1. So
it's not a 1v1. I think that's a perfect summary of where Dota currently does stand. And actually, we get to go ahead and put VP under the microscope somewhat. It's time to learn even more about Virtus Pro before they do battle.
Командная игра очень важна сейчас. Это не тот вид спорта, мне кажется, где достаточно быть просто таким хладнокровным профессионалом, просто приходить делать свое дело. Летом 2016-го, после того, как мы сыграли квалификации на International в составе Веги, мы проиграли, и я принял решение для себя, что хочу пробовать что-то новое. Приступил к поиску игроков для состава Virtus.pro.
Леха выбрал по каким-то своим предпочтениям, по скиллу, по человеческим качествам и набрал состав.
Сначала, конечно, у нас не все получалось. Мы много проигрывали, кланваров тренировались, перетирались друг к другу. Но уже буквально через пару недель мы начали показывать первые хорошие результаты и выиграли почти все онлайн-квалификации, на которых играли в то время.
На самом деле, после победы на 6-м саммите у нас были смешанные чувства. Мы вроде бы выиграли турнир, но мы понимали, что нам нужно больше, мы хотим больше.
Получилось, что в Киеве чуть-чуть мы не дожали.
Нет такого, что вот, мы проиграли, потому что вот такой-то человек сделал там не то, сделал плохо. Нет, мы проигрываем, потому что мы, как команда, мы допустили какую-то ошибку.
А в игре иногда бывает, ну, нервы там и в этом роде.
В игре, конечно, у нас часто бывают конфликты, без этого никуда. Это тренировочный процесс, нужно разбирать все спорные моменты. И в игре мы можем друг на друга покричать и повыяснять отношения, но когда игра заканчивается, мы отлично ладим друг с другом. Мне кажется, это реально важно. То есть чувствовать друг друга, взаимопонимание в игре, это должно подкрепляться дружескими отношениями вне игры.
Я думаю, дружба в команде влияет на успех на 100%. Я этого не встречал в предыдущем своем составе. Сейчас же это больше дружба, больше семья, и ты приходишь на тренировку или на игру, и ты понимаешь, сейчас будет здорово, сейчас я проведу прекрасные 40 минут времени со своими друзьями, с которыми мне весело.
Я думаю, что это очень помогает нам сплочиться как команде. Если мы достигаем таких результатов, как топ-2 на мажоре, это значит помогает.
Сейчас, спустя столько времени, я могу сказать, что эта команда — это именно те люди, с которыми я хотел бы играть, с которыми я буду играть, и, надеюсь, у нас это все продлится еще немало времени.
Я очень рад, что мне выпала такая возможность собрать именно этот состав, и в то же время знаю, что все впереди еще у нас.
У каждого всегда одно, каждый хочет в топ-1. Тут сложно сказать, это International, у всех это мечта, никто не скажет, что я хочу в International на топ-8. Это мечта каждого дотера, каждый хочет в первое.
Для меня основная цель на International 2017 — поднять этот Аегис и больше сделать это не для себя, а для своих тиммейтов. Я просто знаю, насколько это важно для Лёши, и мне просто хочется, чтобы он это сделал. Больше, чем сделаю это я.
The highs are the highest, the lows the lowest. This is esports, this is Dota 2, and you can see just how much that hunger that has been struck into Virtus Pro wanting to lift that trophy above their heads. On the stage they stand now. FNG, you've previously worn a Virtus Pro shirt. How was that video watching for you?
I mean, I'm really happy for them. It's like, I have no bad blood between me and Lin, despite the fact that I kicked him and stuff.
Sure.
Right now, you know, it's kind of weird, but I'm happy for him from leaving for me, because now he got a super good team, super good family, and he got friends. As he said, he happy playing with them, and I'm happy for him that he, left for me, but still. And, CS expectation right now is like top 1 for sure. And Virtus.pro are our champions.
Blitz, they talk about the dream in that. They say it's every Dota player's dream. Do you believe that sometimes can, obscure players, that can sometimes hinder them in the pursuit of that dream?
Oh, for sure. I know that a lot of players, when they overthink TI or they get a little bit nervous, it tends to just hinder their performance. I remember that you and me had a talk outside about a few days ago where we said, what is it that separates somebody that's does incredibly well at a TI versus somebody who doesn't? And you said it was confidence. It's not that everybody that I suddenly get better. It's that a lot of players get worse under the moment and under the pressure.
But you can't teach confidence, Sumail.
You just have to it has to be natural. You can't force it, or it cannot be random.
So do you think, you're obviously often regarded as someone who has that confidence. You have it, within your soul, within your core. Is there anything that you believe you're doing to hold that confidence, or is it just something that you've always had?
I think I came to the game at a very young age, and at that point, I don't think you think about what people are going to think about you in that way, and you just basically do whatever you want, right? So it helps you play better and do better and just not care, and which has a big impact on TI, because everyone is more scared of losing than excited to win the TI. So that puts a lot of pressure, and yeah.
And that is something that we will hear echo through the halls of Key Arena every single time. Playing not to lose, not playing to win. I mean, is this something that on the Russian stream that's been discussed as well? That this idea of playing not to lose?
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro came here and they always told we are the champions. We are not came here to play, we came here to win.
Yeah.
So it's basically they're doing right now it.
They absolutely are, and I think, we saw evidence of that in Kiev as well for them. You saw that they kind of got that experience, they got that lowest low, and now they're looking to try and go ahead and one-up them all. Expectations then for this one, Virtus.pro versus LFY. I want to first start with the Chinese team. We haven't touched too much on them, Blitz, and I want to know just what do you make of LFY's group stage run? We said, look, we weren't expecting it, sure, but now they've done it versus TNC, and it does seem the general consensus is this is their first real upper bracket threat.
Oh, for sure. It doesn't really matter what you do in the groups. If you immediately flame out, you get caught. And the big thing too is if you reveal too much in groups or you get a little bit too overconfident, you notice VP for the last 2 days, all they've been doing, they've been focusing on LFY, trying to figure them out. And LFY, they no longer have this underdog advantage where nobody really knows where they're coming from, what they're going to do. Now you've had some data, you have some time to kind of focus on them. It becomes a lot more complicated, the task, but there are a lot of parallels between these two teams as well. You've obviously got Monet, who's 17 years old or something, and you've got Ramses on the other side, similar young age. I'm really excited to see how they perform on that sort of stage.
It is crazy. I mean, you were just saying the younger you are, the more confident you can be. Well, we have two youngsters facing off against each other in 2 teams of 5, and it is my great pleasure to kick this one off.
LFY versus Virtus.pro. Game 1.
It's the fun part, gentlemen. Get your thinking caps on, because it is draft time. Blitz, you have been in that coaching role as of late. It's the most recent shirt you've been wearing. Let's talk draft, and let's get our heads around this one. Currently, does seem like we've got a bye-bye Wisp, bye-bye Night Stalker, Lich, and Mr. Magi taken away as well.
Yeah. Something I wanted to ask FNG especially was, why do you feel that especially the Chinese teams have been running this Lich versus it seems like the other scenes are neglecting it a little bit?
To be honest, I think Lich is kind of good here, but teams doesn't know that you can just pick Ench or Chen. Maybe they doesn't play it, but Chen and Ench is great counter to Lich, and basically if you draft Ench or Chen, you will win easily. Lich, but still some teams is not comfortable of picking it, and basically they just ban same for VP, despite the fact that they are playing Ench and Chen. I think Solo told me this is just annoying hero for them, and they just don't want to think about it and try to counter-draft it and stuff. They're gonna just ban it, and it's fine for them.
It's probably a comfort thing as well for LFY, right? Just because they've been doing so well with it, you take it away rather than just trying to attempt to deal with it. And segueing onto that, Sumail, LFY have chosen DP second. it's a little bit weird to just immediately pick your core role, but I noticed especially that both LGD and LFY squads, they're really comfortable picking their cores a lot early on. Like, do you see any weaknesses in this?
I think it's a pretty big flaw in draft, in my opinion, that you show your position like ASAP, unless they want to put offlane DP or something and like just trick them and put something else mid. But I don't like the cores first two that much unless it's like super broken, which might be because like super, he's like a really average player, but when he's on his heroes and he's feeling it, he's like he does pretty well. So I think if he wanted DP and he's like I'm just gonna do well, then I think it's a fine pick.
Okay, keep your eyes on that. You've got DDC, of course, on your screens currently as well. We're seeing him fill that position 5. So they've got Void and Sand King. These two have been like kind of staples of patch upon patch at this point in time. I mean, is there a real kind of safety net? Do you think? Would you describe these as safe, Sumail, just seeing a Sand King and a Void?
Yes, then again, Sand King is like a multi-role hero, right?
Yeah.
And Void, he can be also a multi-role. So, like the big thing about Void is he's always good in patch because of his ultimate and how like his laning works. He's a really safe off-laner to put in. Like you can just throw him out there. He might get something, he might not get something, but he won't feed, and then he has a big impact with his ultimate all game. Same with Sand King. All he needs is a blink, and once he's off the map, he's like super scary here to play against.
I'm intrigued to know just what on earth has possessed people to not only ban Magi, ban Sniper and ban Chen.
I think Sniper is pretty good against Death Prophet because Death Prophet can easily go into Sniper. You have to buy Blink or something, and it's pretty annoying. Also, Sniper is a great laner against DP because Shrapnel is destroys DP. Movement speed of DP is really low. So that's why they banned it. And really good ban Chen because VP they like to run Chen with Sand King. It's like they're the best combo.
Yep. I mean, we saw what VP, or rather we saw what Lil could do, didn't we, Blitz, with when he's given those extra creeps.
Yeah, and especially something that you brought up that we also noticed on Planet Odd throughout the year. We were wondering, how do we make this Chen hero work? Because obviously Misery has a really good Chen, and we noticed just stealing data from people. We said, Sand King is the hero that enables this, because especially if you're in the off lane, you can shove this lane in and you can create these dives that happen, and you can immediately take that safe lane tower and just put so much pressure on the map.
Yeah, and basically you just take a little corner of the map, of enemy map, and just outfarm them. You don't need to rush sometimes onto high ground, because sometimes people just pick Kotls, Wyvern and stuff, and you can just go high ground, and you just farm and win the game by farm. It's a whole map.
You see DP actually does show that we've seen no one on it as well. This time he's going to be laning against it potentially. When the Warlock? I don't think we've seen too much of the Warlock in the draft so far in TI7.
I don't really understand the pick, to be honest. I think they're just overdoing the team fight a lot. And maybe it's fine, who knows, but I just don't like it that much for now.
What would you have rather seen in its place?
More of like a lane securer for safe lane.
Okay.
I guess he's kind of a lane securer, but I think there's like focusing too much on like team fight, like they picked Darkseid too.
Somebody once did tell me though that at a TI, at other events you can get away with split push, but at TI you always have to show up to fight. There's going to be a point in the game where you have to get into a 5-on-5 fight to break spirits. What do you think about that?
Wait, are you suggesting there's a TI meta?
I think there is.
I think there is, because like the flashy players, they are not scared to play the map like fearlessly, like if they're in like some small tournament. But if they're at TI, they're gonna like think about it. If I get ganked, what's gonna happen? Like so much on the line, so everything changes.
You second guess yourself.
Yeah, so then everything just like revolves around team fights and who has the better team fight, because you want to be like grouped up, and you just like you're so scared of losing, and you just want to be grouped up and just take fights and stuff.
Yeah. It's all, I mean, we say it, I'm not going to say it's all a mental game, but there is so much going on outside of the hands on the keyboard and mouse.
I think, yeah, in TI, especially at TI, like it's 90% mental game, and if you're prepared for it, like it's super easy to win TI, because every team, like just their performance rate like drops down drastically. Like it's actually insane how worse everyone gets at TI.
Yeah, of course. You were in this position, FNG, where you were the underdog going into that game against Secret, and you were telling me that you didn't really have anything to lose. You thought we can just play for fun, and that kind of just removed the pressure from you.
I mean, after first game, when we drafted really bad heroes, we decided like, okay, draft our heroes, and for some reason Secret left that hero for us, like Visage, Draw and stuff, and we won the game, and was like, what happened? We just played good Dota.
But this is the question, right? The attitude you must have had in that was,
we lost.
Nothing to lose.
We lost.
We've lost already. Let's have some fun, right? And as soon as the fun is re-injected back into the game, suddenly, you know, success is attached to it.
Yeah, kinda.
Looking forward to seeing. So basically, we've learned a lot throughout this panel, but one of them is just don't choke, have fun. Games are for fun at the end of the day. Also 24 million, but we'll talk about that later. Fun.
I'm really surprised that Shaker is not picked and not banned.
Yeah. Batrider gone last, Ember as well.
Because it's really like meta hero, and I believe both teams has a good players on it.
So, Blitz, if I asked you to summarize the styles of which we're going to be seeing from the VP and LFY, how would you do so?
I mean, LFY have to play a very split push game and gather up whenever their DP ult is up. It's really hard for them, though, to deal with a lot of VP's heroes. Like, I don't know if they have enough lane shove. Like, if you look at their heroes, the only hero that can really split the map is Morph. And even then, he needs a lot of items to do so. So far, even though Virtus Pro might have invested a lot in a team fight, I think they can shove the lanes easier, and therefore it's easier for them to make plays.
10 seconds remaining.
I think LFI is going for like super early game, because I think they can pressure way more than Virtus Pro can. And once they hit their timings, I think it's really hard for them to deal with the Morph lane, because they have real bad heroes versus Morphing, other than Void, I think. So if this Void doesn't get too much, he has to be safe lane in this case, because if he doesn't get that much, I think he's going to be in a bad spot. I mean, I guess they have
So you're suggesting that it's kind of put a bit of a time limit on the game?
I think so, because I think Dar skill or L5 scales way better than Radiant does.
Okay.
What do you take as the mid hero then? If you're in this position right now and you have the entire map ahead of you, and that's why they decided to save this pick for last. You see 5 different heroes. What do you decide that you want to carry this game?
I think Invoker can work because the LFI does not have like many natural BKB buyers, and I think Invoker shines in those scenarios, and they have like a lot of team fight to like help Invoker and like a lot of setup for him to like be online as soon as possible.
Getting to hear inside your head is a real adventure, especially when this is the draft. This is for no one. This is going in his hands. 38 seconds, and they are not rushing this one. FNG, anything to add to the pile of where no one's going to be taking this one?
OD.
Oh, we've seen a lot of OD from him in the past. That's like would you call that comfortable for no one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even for Virtus Pro overall,
yeah.
It's like OD can easily win the game by himself, but still he needs a lot of help here because Earth Spirit and DP pretty strong lane.
They're going right down to the last second with this one.
I think it's not the ideal OD game to pick Ursa.
Ursa.
CIS Ursa.
CIS Ursa. Well, we've got it locked in. The draft is there. Do we feel like there is a clear draft favored here? Then I'll start with you, Blitz, just to be quick.
I think that VP should be able to Roshan at a pretty reasonable pace. I feel like Ursa was a little bit out of left field, but I think they can push the map a little bit further than LFY can. So I'm going to go with VP for game 1.
Okay, VP for game 1.
VP.
VP. What a surprise. And 1 for LFY as well. All right, then. Key Arena, let's make some noise as we welcome our casters and celebrate the start of another battle. This time it's LFY versus Virtus Pro. Let's raise the decibel levels. It's your casters.
I could definitely help with a decibel rating. We are going to go up already. Virtus Pro have taken out one LGD team, but now they face up against the Forever Young team, the team who looked amazing through group stage, 2-0 through the quarterfinals. What's in store for us this game, Sind?
Oh, there's a lot of things to talk about. This is a matchup I was looking forward to a lot. It's probably my favorite game of the day. Virtus Pro looked really scary against LGD, and LFY has been my tournament favorite after we saw the groups play out. Just the way they played, they really were extremely impressive. So what I was thinking going into this matchup was, okay, how did VP beat LGD? They played really fast, really aggressive, took advantage of the slow build-up time that LGD had as a team, and I thought maybe VP are going to bring the same to the table here. LFY is a team that has a tendency of losing their lanes a bit and then playing a strong mid game. And maybe VP would just come rushing at them in the laning stage. It looks like that's some of the idea they have here with this Darkseer plus melee cores, that they just want to fight, like we saw IG do earlier in one of the games against Newbie. And LFY have more of their standard stuff here. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting game. I think it's a hard one to call. Sumail rightfully pointed out, this is an incredible Morphling game. So Virtus Pro are maybe on a bit of a clock.
Yeah, and that's where they look to see the timing of the Ursa. But you were talking about, like, you rush them in the laning phase. Virtus Pro, as well as FY, have these heroes that kind of maybe want to wait a little bit longer. So maybe the battle will be happening a little bit later, but Virtus Pro can help step that up by running this aggressive kind of lane. Afu very wisely moving away. He has an observer and a sentry he's looking to try and plant out. But Ramses, Lil, and Solo are all grouping up around this top. And it looks like they are going to come over to try and contest up LFY's rune. If the Morphling is a great game for him, shut down his lane. 3 heroes will come up to contest it, and they will be successful at doing it. So 3 bounty runes go the way of Virtus Pro at the start.
Something to note, by the way, that happened during the draft was that Virtus Pro, for the longest time possible, as it looked, had no one on the Darkseer and Pasha on the Void. And it may have tricked LFY a little bit and given them a little less time to prepare, and then they swapped later on and, of course, put Pasha on his signature Darkseer. Since Pasha plays both heroes, maybe they would have believed that, okay, maybe no one also plays Darkseer. We haven't really seen it run. Maybe they would put it mid against Death Prophet. Not the case. It is the standard Void mid for no one that he has played before in this tournament. And as for Super, he's playing on one of his absolute best heroes, Death Prophet.
This seems like such a hard lane for either team to gank up. No one's got Time Walk to get away. Super, he'll need his level 2 for it, but the Spirit Siphon can be there for the Death Prophet. So difficult to gank, but it's not stopping Lil from being more of a nuisance. Both teams, the panel talking about this earlier in the day, how many couriers have we actually seen actually sniped out? We got a lane camera up right now to check out all the lanes, but at this rate, at the very start, you may as well have courier cams both going at the same time. But Lil rotating in towards mid, he won't find Super.
Hello.
He'll give up the fight. The second he shows himself, the courier will leave the base. Is coming with the salve.
A little bit of harass here, but Super's not going to be too phased by this.
Oh, wow. Actually, top lane, Tidehunter, you're really low. Ramses, where's that rolling boulder forward? Space, it's not created enough. Solo, it'll actually be the kill for him. Ramses still wants to damage into Afu. Solo doesn't actually have the range anymore to stand underneath that tier 1 tower, but Virtus Pro getting up in the face of LFY's safe lane successfully.
I'd say this is one of Ramsey's best heroes, and perhaps relative to like the rest of the competitive field, his standout hero is the Ursa. It's become a Virtus Pro classic to run, and whenever they identify that there's a very good lane matchup for Ramses, they're not scared of picking up this Ursa. And that is one of the absolute best heroes you can have in lane against Tidehunter. This lane sucks, man. It's really, really weak LFY safe lane, and as mentioned before, maybe that's the way you approach this team, is that you try to beat them out very hard in lane, and then in addition to that, in this game, VP have doubled down on teamfight, so they can also like progress from that laning stage into beating LFY at their game later, which in my opinion has been the standout playstyle for LFY, is these teamfights past minute 15 where they just play incredibly around each other. But if there's enough teamfight on the enemy team, it's not that easy.
And regeneration room for no one. His sustain in the mid lane's fantastic against Super. And you're talking about this aggressive lane, like VP can start the rotations. Is there a way that LFY can move earlier? We've currently committed DDC with Monet on this bottom lane to try and battle against Pasha, but they're not really intimidating him much. It seems to be more of just a straight up farm lane. Is this really the way LFY's lane should work out?
I don't really think they have that many heroes that are good against Darkseer early on. He's going to have a good game here, Pasha. And LFY are probably just thinking more about how do we enable our Morphling and DP as much as possible, and then Tide will be a sacrifice in this game. They can't have all 3 lanes go well with the heroes that they're facing, so they got to take what they can get. Top lane again now, Ramses.
Yeah, look at him open up. Afu creates a little bit of space with a rock kick, but it's so hard to walk away that Upheaval is making it impossible. Ramses' damage output is lower thanks to the anchor smash, but Lil does not care when Burrow Strike is available. 2-0 start to Virtus Pro, exactly where they wanted to be with 1K up lead.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult for Inflame to have a game here. I'm curious if they just decide at some point, you know what, we don't even bother. Like, leave this lane dead and try to focus on somewhere else. But that's kind of part of the genius of this mid lane Faceless Void, is that that's a really bad hero for Earth Spirit to try to gank. Sure, they can try to connect it with the DP Sounds, but there's no way they're going to kill this guy.
And then you want to run the Darkseer. Pasha just sits back behind the tower and spams out Iron Shells defensively, wasting more time.
It's very difficult for LFY to find openings, so I think they're just going to need to try to farm as much as they can DDC, trying to snipe some creeps there. He got one. I'll take the bounty rune at least, and also see that the bottom rune is invisibility. This could be an opening perhaps, but again, where does he go? Maybe he takes this one and TP's top and they try to connect. Nope, it's actually Earthspirit TPing back to base.
It's like, if they could pressure mid, but like they can't really even do that until they have a silence available, and that's not something Super wants to really skill up. He's gone for a 2-0-3, and more than likely wants to have Exorcism at 6.
Well, we're going to see what he chooses to do. We have seen Silent skill fairly early in some situations.
Maybe they go bottom lane. That is where they're headed, but Lil
That's
maybe
their
feeling
best
this
chance.
rotation already, moving over. Pasha getting aggressive onto Monet. Pasha still keeping that burn going. DDC reveals himself to pick up and throw down with the waveform. They have the damage output. Lil will get the Burrow Strike as Morphling. Strength morphs up and has 4 one-charges to live. So he will be fine.
Nice bait from Monet. It's one of those moments as the Darkseer, you're like, how stupid is he? Is he really doing this? Like, I'm having a great time trading with this guy. I have Iron Shell on myself, and Lil is coming in. That's why this worked so well, was that Lil actually wanted to go for the kill down there, so they really wanted to bait themselves. And it's about who were the better baiters, and that was LFY in this instance. They get that kill.
Yep. That helps them just repair a little bit of the gold advantage that Virtus.pro's picked up. It's now taken the aggression off the Tidehunter. So more space for that off lane. Or I should say safe lane of LFY.
There's going to be some swap around here. They'll pit the Ursa against Morphling. That is also, I would say, a pretty good lane matchup for the Ursa until Morphling is very strong, but that's not the case at all yet.
They can also feel confident about their other lanes. The fact that no one's running the mid means you've got a Chronosphere very early on. So if LFY want to pressure bottom lane, if they want to pressure Ramses, it won't take that much to bring in the Faceless Void, and vice versa. You can't. How can you kill the mid when you got Chronosphere and a level 3 Time Walk available? It really is not possible. But Afu, he'll start with a kick onto Ramses, pick up Telekinesis, no TP support coming in just yet. Now it's on the way. It's the Faceless Void we're talking about, the leap forward, a 3-man Chrono, but he's already lost Ramses. Support's not there. Warlock is on his way, trying to focus onto DDC, and let's get something, but no one is a 1-on-3 matchup. Solo will come in, gives the Shadow Word, as well as the slow upheaval is down. So Monet doesn't want to use waveform. Lil's coming in with Lil and Lil, looking for DDC. They'll surround him on 3 sides. The kick comes forward, only connects on the illusion. Solo moving forward as well. Needs to keep his distance. Now it's Lil, who's very low. The Sand King will fall. DDC trying to run back to the tower. The illusions are going to break off the attack. They're coming down towards Afu, but Monet's not done just yet. Going after no one. He's got the Shadow Word for regeneration, but this SK illusion, it finds Afu, but still on 40 HP. That is enough to stay alive as the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, the Fairy Fire stays alive because of that on that Earth Spirit. It's an item we don't really see used that much anymore, but it has its moments just like that one. Earth Spirit is one of the better heroes to use Fairy Fire because it very naturally commits in and wants to trade for as long as possible. And then just at the end of that, when he was about to die, he does have that ace up his sleeve to get out of there. Very nice plays here overall from LFY, forcing that rotation from Void, getting a 0 impact Chrono. They got half a tower mid with Death Prophet ultimate at the same time, and they freed up their Tidehunter up top, who is now going to be able to play some Dota soon. We'll be looking forward to that. Gets a Soul Ring, so farming is now secured for him.
And also his level 6, the other big team fight controller. You can talk about the Faceless Void having the Chronosphere for no one. He needs a follow-up. The other counterpart to kind of make VP's combination work a little bit better is levels onto Solo. He's on this bottom lane now, sitting down here with Ramses, but both of them don't have that level 6. You don't have Enrage, you don't have the Rock Drop.
It will be coming in due time. The hero of VP to always look out for in these games. I think Pasha is a... Oh, wait a second, bottom lane?
Yeah, they're pushing him back behind the tower. Solo's still nearby, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with.
I wanna keep an eye on Pasha in this game as well. I think he is outstanding on Darkseer, and the reason Virtus.pro plays so well with this hero is they're very, very good at combining their spell casting in all of their games. And Darkseer is one of those heroes that really allows your lineup to really gravitate toward one point and take a very, very nice fight together. So I've seen this hero banned against Virtus.pro for the last few months in most of their games, and they're very happy to grab it for Pasha in this situation. Getting good levels and good farm on this hero is generally a good indication that Virtus.pro are in a position to, at the very least, take fights later. The question is if they can win them, but they'll definitely be able to take them whenever they want.
And you see LFY's reaction with their vision. You're talking about VP taking a great fight. It's the vision game from LFY. The Observe Ward that's sitting on the radiant high ground side of mid lane. It saw the rotation of Lil running under that haste rune. Same with the Observe Ward just south of that bottom rune area. LFY are able to read where VP's movements are, and they're giving them no option to fight. And if there is an option to fight, LFY will come in with the numbers. And they're doing it again. Super, the numbers are here. Bottom lane, Exorcism is up. Super is looking for some good damage towards the tower. Doing it with the Morphling is one way to do it. And Solo's not ready to fight this. He's got level 2 upheaval. He can at least slow down LFY. Super, he's backing out now. There's the upheaval. A little bit of a slow. Bar's trying to go to work. Ramsey just going to try and slice and dice, but Lil, so much damage from Monet. Waving forward, Ramsey, he's too injured. The Chronosphere, he'll create space. Shadow Word on the Ramsey. He's getting his life back right now, but Chronosphere has been expended, and VP have no other choice but to run away. Monet has himself a waveform, but VP have already left the bottom tier 1 tower, and they don't want a bar of this.
This tower is difficult to defend. I think this is case in point. Also, in addition to that, you know, the Ravage is available. Darkseer, I was saying, is going to allow them to fight whenever they want. This is still maybe a little bit too early. You want to have Vacuum and the point wall, so they still need a little bit of build-up time. I didn't think we were going to see them attempt to take a fight this early on, and LFY are taking full advantage of this little spike they have. So for Virtus Pro, the challenge here is buy enough time to get Darkseer's levels, get that mechanism up and running, and get Warlock level 6, and then this kind of fight is one they're definitely going to be able to take. But VP supports. This is pretty unusual for them. Both of them are only sitting on level 4 here at 10 minutes. There will be a Tome, of course. Guessing it goes to solo, arguably more important than getting the levels on the Sand King.
They need that rock. If you are gonna play it around the Darkseer, you're gonna need that rock. It's also when Ramses wants to try and push forward. We can look towards Roshan as a primary thing. They are running the Ursa Warrior, so it goes hand in hand. It'll be a priority target for Virtus Pro. But so far, it's LFY who are adding the force. They're coming down to the mid lane. Only a half HP tower with a catapult wave, and even DDC having the end of a double damage rune. Okay, a little bit harder than getting close solo. Is just sitting with the level 2 up. He will hit the tower. Well, finally.
If you've never played this game before and you're wondering what that red ring on the ground is, it's annoying. That's what it is. It's really annoying.
The new name of the ability.
Yeah.
I would say it's upheaval, but it's more up something else.
It's currently sitting on level 2 annoying. And there goes the tower to LFY.
Yep.
Keeping the pressure on. And very good read on this game from them so far. I think they're playing.
Oh, rolling boulder. It goes forward. They're kicking solo back at quick silence. He's still got the Shadow Word on top of himself, but the pickup from Rubik. DDC gonna pull him in and drop him down. You have Exorcism off cooldown in 5 seconds time. You still have Tidehunter Ravage. And with no chrono for 13 seconds, LFY could have forced the issue, but instead, they'll back out.
There's so much space being created for the Morphling this way as well. The hero is not particularly strong in lane against a lot of matchups, but LFY managed to secure him the farm in the off lane first, and then they've been moving him around, and they've been playing around him for kills. He's 2-0-2. Oftentimes we see Morphling be involved in absolutely nothing for the first 20 minutes, but this is something I think LFY is very, very good at, is using every player in the game. They have some games where it's impossible, like where the hero is just too weak, but if they have any sort of strength, they try to draw as much as possible out of every player. And now they're just going to claim themselves another tower. VP actually might want to try this time around.
There's that first TP coming in, Faces Void. He is waiting. It's actually Ramses coming in first. 3 swipes into Monet, 1 chance will repair all of that damage. And now, here's your Chronosphere, catching 3, Super on the edge of it, the Burrow Strike forward, the rock will drop, and the Fatal Bonds connecting up LFY, 3 heroes caught inside of it, they're already killed off the Rubik, Monet, they're trying to run out, but again, it is unfair advantage when the slow is just making it impossible to run away. Tidehunter crippled and brought down the top lane, LFY lose 3, and Virtus Pro, they now turn their attention towards Roshan, but Monet, he's walking in front of the pit. But VP will still be fine. They're going to keep going at this.
That's that first team fight for Virtus Pro that was so important to be successful, and they pull it off very nicely there with a freight chrono into Golem.
Well, he's in the neighborhood. Monet's there. They're going to pick up from DDC. They'll drop him down. Roshan almost down, is down now. Ramses has the Aegis, the Immortal, but do you want this fight? You don't have Rock available, so really the answer is no. A Burrow Strike, which was stolen from DDC, cancels the TP out from Pasha. He'll end up dying. He has the mech and the headdress, but still short of the mech. Sorry, he has the buckler and the headdress. Needs a little bit more.
Another 700 to go, but this was two very good minutes for Virtus Pro. They end up having a couple casualties there, but I think they're happy overall, getting the team fight first and then the Aegis. Sitting with that on Ursa, closing in on Blink Dagger is going to allow them to play the style that they really like. I think Ramses as a player has a lot of faith in his team. He trusts them a lot when he's given the Aegis, not scared of just going in extremely aggressively and burning that Aegis to set up his teammates. So Blink Dagger will definitely be preparing Virtus Pro for their next fight. Now he has about 3 minutes to get that realistically to have the fight with the Aegis as well, and that's just a 200 GPM, should be absolutely no problem for him to get that in time to use it with the Aegis.
Yeah, and they're actually giving him all of the jungle, they'll give him the Ancients as well. So there is the space for him to find that. And they are starting to pump out more and more damage for Virtus Pro. Double Mask of Madness. It's a little bit more of a riskier thing to do, but you got a Faceless Void and an Ursa who are holding onto these 2 items. And LFY, well, maybe they can stop Ramses. That Observer was watching him watching him regenerate up all of the mana. They'll know he's farming, and that's what they're here to stop. The smoke can break on Arfu. They realize Ramses will be to the north, and Ramses, can he get himself away? The kick comes through. You commit the excess of TP supports coming in as the faces void. There's no Chrono, there's no Rock just yet, and is this a call to let Ursa die? Aegis Immortal is gone. Pasha's nearby. Lil coming over from the left side. Burrow strikes off the Esperus. There's no quick kick, and the upheaval slowing down Super. Exorcism is still only halfway through its duration. Ty comes in as well. They rolling boulder forward. Solo forced to run away now. The Magnetizer turned on. Faces void still here. Chronosphere is up. The Burrow strike from Lil may as well be a Ravage onto Lil and Super, keeping them out of this fight. Now the Ravage will pop. Faces void. Silence up and can't do anything. He'll fall before the Chrono is able to be expended. 40 seconds on the sideline with no buyback. And they burn the Aegis Immortal. A perfect fight for LFY.
Yeah, they didn't want to give Ramses the chance to get prepared with the Blink Dagger. Just immediately, you'll see very few teams in this tournament do this. The Aegis just went the other way. They're like, we don't care. You know, see him on a ward. They see that the Shrine gets used, which is very good information for them to take the fight in this area. VP can't really retreat up to the Shrine and get an advantage. So LFY, by coming from the high ground around this camp that the Ursa is farming, already have the natural positioning advantage. And then when VP try to respond, they're just not ready yet.
Yeah, we can see that fight once more. This is when it was really kicking off in the mid lane. That silence, the follow-up Ravage, there was just nothing the Faceless Void can do.
So I'm imagining VP will try to go back the other way. Just now they have all of their spells ready now. Finally, Darkseer levels up the wall at level 11. They have Chrono, they have the Chaotic Offering prepared as well. Lil still 300 short of the Blink Dagger and doesn't have Epicenter skilled yet, so maybe that's something we're waiting for, but he showed himself for a moment.
So smart from Lil, he understood he was going to be attacked, and this is LFY who have understood the item timings of Virtus Pro, their farm position they should be in, and who they have to pressure. It's the double Blink Daggers they're trying to stop. The one from Ursa, that one's already up, but now it's Lil, 100 gold away from completing it.
They're just playing very, very aggressively with what they have. Even the Morphling is joining for these moves, and now he's going to go top. That was the end of that. He still has a Replicant hanging around if they want to make a move somewhere. It's actually moving in toward mid.
Is that other timer?
To bait Ramses. They actually got a Chrono in.
No one! He's literally hit nothing! It was a Replicant bait! And LFY, they have just dodged a huge thing. The Morphling was probably headed up north to try and dodge the combination of Virtus Pro. They had Chronosphere, they had the Chaotic Offering. They were looking for a fight. They wanted to pinpoint it around that tier 1 tower. And LFY, with one thing that was only made of water, have drowned the hopes of VP for that fight at least.
Yeah, he just bought them 2 minutes. That's the easiest way of looking at
that.
Oh
no, this is cruel. This is Mercy on replay.
Why are we getting a slow-mo of this? Just really slow-mo so you can really tell how he's hitting that illusion.
Yeah, you know that open wound that you can just pour salt into? That's basically what just happened there.
Oh, man. That's rough. Oh. But what you need to do as Virtus Pro right now is that you need to realize, all right, mistakes happen. Don't get tilted basically from a move like this. It is frustrating. They were ready to fight, as you said. They wanted to take this opportunity. Now you need to not get into this mode of, all right, we still have to fight. We still have to fight. Yep. Your lineup is fine in 2 minutes as well. It's not the end of the world. You missed a core kill that could have been interesting and maybe given you a tower, but the same opportunity or a similar one will present itself soon, and that's what they need to get ready for. The Sand King Blink is now complete. He has the Epicenter available as well. We'll be getting his level 4 Burrow Strike, so peak timing for Virtus Pro's absolutely monstrous team fight is coming now. Yeah. The question is if they can land it into LFY's lineup.
It is one of those things too, the panel was talking about. The fact that VP have maybe gone a little bit over in for the team fight means they've always got something else up their sleeve. So Faceless Void misses the Chronosphere, but a Darkseer Vac into a big Burrow Strike is not something we're uncommon with during this TI. We've seen it many, many times. Then you got the Warlock Rock, and there's so much damage output which is still in the bank for Virtus Pro. Chronosphere or not, miss one of the abilities, as long as 2 or 3 of them connect, LFY can have a really, really hard time having the fight. For now, they're not going to be obliging Virtus Pro. LFY will be able to take that bottom tower. Exorcism is triggered. They are not going to fight into this. They want pick first or have that ulti down.
That is, mid lane. They find Ramses. There's a Replicant.
Yeah, this one, it now turns into the real Monet. They actually wind up. And Ursa, the damage was quick, but not quick enough when DDC is there to hold him with a telekinesis.
And I think maybe we haven't talked enough about the weaknesses of Virtus.pro's lineup. So they have excellent teamfight, of course, but they're not that good at hitting buildings, and that means Ursa gets himself into awkward positions like this, trying to pressure lanes. And in addition to that, their skirmish power is very, very, like, it's Sand King centric. Until the Sand King had his Blink Dagger, it's difficult for Virtus.pro to find kills with like 2 heroes most of the time, unless they want to commit big ultimates. That's why they're looking for these big team fights. And LFY can just position themselves in a way where Morphling is pushing a lane. How are you going to kill Morphling with this lineup, like the Virtus.pro lineup? You need to commit 3 or 4 ultimates and be a lot of heroes there at the same time.
Oh. You are on the wrong side of the river. I know you had a mission while you were here. It's going to keep a little lane with a back from Pasha, pulling up for back in to the unbelievable slow of the upheaval. And he didn't even get an Observer Ward down, so he was just having a bit of a wander around, having a poke.
And in that's Rage. Oh, it's just farming ancients. Yeah. So in addition to this ability of the Morphling to just split apart the map and make it difficult for Virtus.pro to find the fight, when they finally get something they want to fight, they always need to have Tidehunter in the back of their minds. I think this pick from LFY in this game, apart from the laning where he has a struggle against Ursa, is maybe a bit of a stroke of genius. Just the idea of, well, the enemy team has teamfight. We get one team fighter who is just as much counter-initiate as he is initiate, so we can set the terms of the fight. If they want to go into our DP, they need to worry constantly that this Tidehunter can just flank with his mech and his Ravage and turn the fight around. Yep. So the conditions for VP to set up a good fight become a lot harder to find. And then there's just that clock. The Morphling is ticking all the time, so VP have to be getting a little bit stressed out, I think, about this map.
Now you're actually seeing their item builds, and maybe this is their way to deal with a Tidehunter. Tidehunter doesn't really have that big a mana pool. 225 mana for both Ravage as well as the mech out of a 776 mana pool. You're getting 2 Diffusal Blades being built. One on the Faceless Void, the other is on the Ursa. In fact, they're almost mirroring their builds apart from the fact that Void doesn't have a Blink Dagger just yet. It's
also an absolutely key item for their heroes to be able to stand a chance of killing Morphling. If they can burn his mana, he can't get the Morph off, and then a hero like Void will probably go both Diffusal and Manta here. It actually looks like no one has the BKB queued up, but I think he wants a Manta as well, so he can Chrono the Morphling and burn all that mana really fast. But for now, it's not going to be a possibility.
Roshan's up.
Yep. That is the next objective for sure for Virtus.pro. And I think LFY want to fight for it. They're not going to give this one for free, I believe.
Ramsey is jumping in. Right now, the Earth Spirit Replicant is sitting at the front of the pit. It's not seeing inside, but thanks to that Observer Ward from the Dire side, it sees the entire smoke of Virtus.pro. So LFY have all the information behind the lines. So they put Tide front lines, make sure he's visible. They are a little bit more grouped up and bringing Ancients along with them.
I got that!
Bashes on the Earth, so the Chronosphere is down. They'll split the fight up, and already the blinking from the Tidehunter. Rosan, it was snatched. The Aegis Immortal into the hands of Monet. It's a huge, huge fight for LFY. If they can hold on to it, the epicenter, it's coming from Lil, combining with the Rock and the Fatal Bonds. But where is your follow-up damage? No one is already running away from this fight. The Rock created space and ends up being a 2-for-1 trade-off, but the Aegis Immortal is still in the hands of Monet.
Thanks, Roshan. Says Monet. I hope we get a replay of that. That's one of those heartbreaking moments for Ramses. Just like, you know what? Game doesn't like me today. Like, what are you going to do? He actually uses Enrage. He needs one more hit on the Roche, and then he gets bashed. I think we're going to see it here. So, there we go. 2
and
hits
Monet just
now he gets stunned. Very nicely played by Monet as well, getting that adaptive strike off to steal the Aegis and Cheese. He got both. And Ramses gets killed off as well. Committing that Enrage to try to finish off the Roshan means he has nothing defensive left in the tank. And VP combining all of those ultimates. What did they find? Did they find 2 support kills?
Yep.
I think that was it.
But the 2 support kills were done because of the Chronosphere that came from no one. He split the fight out, but the rest of LFY already got themselves into the perfect position. Now they're going for more. It's Solo, the man that created that space, who will have to sacrifice his life in the mid-river.
E-Blade is 200 gold away now for Monet. And there are targets in this game that die in that shotgun. He can one-shot the Warlock, unless he buys himself up a cloak, I think. The Sand King is very susceptible as well. They do have a couple of raindrops running. Maybe he can't take them from 100 to 0, but combining with any ally, I think they could kill any hero on the map. This is dangerous. Lil is trying to cut the wave mid. He might regret this. Has to blink away here. Got silenced, but didn't take damage.
It's there in time, actually dodging the kick. So Lil will fall while that was going on. Faceless Void just got soloed up the E-Blade. First pop was Monet picking off the mid of Virtus.pro. This has escalated very quickly for LFY. The Roshan, the only thing that keeps the Golden experience a little bit intact after that was the fact that they did, Virtus Pro, get the kill onto Roshan, even if they didn't have the Aegis of the Immortal. And then everyone just backed up and started farming.
This situation that just happened reminded me of something I gave LFY a lot of praise for during the group stage, was that I think this team, better than anyone else in this tournament, are very good at allocating their resources correctly. They're sending the correct amount of heroes to the skirmishes or team fights that they need. When they pushed the tier 1 top earlier, Earth Spirit was still bottom. They felt like, we don't need this guy, we get more out of the map by keeping him somewhere else. This time, we send Morphling top, he will combat this Void while we go for the Sand King at the same time. And then when you play effectively around the map like that, you build a serious advantage in terms of numbers in a lot of situations, and you can just outmaneuver your opponents. LFY are playing really, really well this game. This tower's gone, and then we'll see what's next on the menu. Maybe they get the tier 2 mid as well. I mean, why not? They have the Aegis and Cheese on Mark. Who's going to stop this guy?
It's the last out of tower. And more towers they take outside the base, the more VP is restricted in the space they can farm. They're already falling well behind that highest net worth at 14.6k is the Morphling. The nearest on the Radiant side, look towards the Ursa, just shy the 11k, and then Warlock. Okay. Okay. It wasn't a straight up one kill with a double blast shotgun. He had to waveform it as well, but the job is done. Warlock is down for 23 seconds, and that's a window of opportunity. LFY want to jar open.
And they will keep Inflame far away on the right here. So he has Blink and Mech on Tide, and the only thing that's important to him is that he doesn't get Chrono. All right, maybe he doesn't care.
Jump straight in.
Hey, you know, why not?
This is just too juicy. They're like, no one wants to go, but without the Warlock Fatal Bonds, they won't have enough damage split across LFY to kill them off. And I think it's something VP definitely understand. They're all grouped up. They want the Chrono before it's the time. Now the time is there, but you just lost the SK. Killed off. The Chrono is nice. Here comes your Raven. It creates more space back again. They hold him in position. The back rock, but GG is called from no one. They don't even let the fight end. It is done and dusted. LFY taking game 1 against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a flashback to a lot of the games we saw in the group stage.
Yeah.
I think, so what Virtus Pro want to do against this team is beat them in lanes, and they try to set up the lanes that they felt like they could win, but they never really build a big advantage, and then LFY make some better moves, better rotations, and very quickly, just a couple of key moments give them a huge advantage. And, you know, a lot of other teams in this situation might not call GG like VP did, but I'm with them. I think this game is over. Yep. Might as well not, you know, let it get to you too much. You have a best of 3, go to next game, revise your ideas a bit, and prepare for the second one. It's also winner bracket. There is a second life if everything goes wrong for them.
Yeah, this is actually the point where LFY has to be careful too. Virtus Pro, they can be dangerous when they're down and out, but they've still got that extra game up their sleeve. Potentially they can fight back against LFY, but LFY showing that spark, that flair, that safety that came from their group stage performance. The reason why everyone was saying that LFY, the ones that belong in that grand final, they already managed to 2-out TNC. They're on track to do the same thing, maybe against Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro, they'll recover, they'll think about it, and maybe they are the team to do it. Maybe they are the team that can find that aggressive kind of strategy, the thing that can just shake LFY a little bit. TNC found a little bit of it, even if though it was a 2-0 result, it wasn't a very clean game for LFY. Can VP find that same flair?
I think the part of their idea that is correct is the heavy lane focus and the focus on putting pressure on LFY. Don't play slow, try to play fast and find kills, but in this game they overcompensate on teamfight. I think Samael hit the nail on the head on the panel there. It's like, this is too much, man. This is too much of the same thing. And LFY played a skirmish game instead. I think LFY or VP, a little more skirmish focus, less teamfight focus, and just look at that fast-paced early game.
Well, let's see what they come up with. Game 1 does go the way of LFY. Game 2 is anyone's.
Nail on the head. Yes, indeed. LFY do hammer that nail home. First of the series under their belt, and the chance I could hear them from over here. So that's a testament to the fandom that's going on in the arena. For now, though, I'm joined by, once again, Samael, Blitz, and none other than previous Virtus Pro player, FN Jesus. How do you feel about FN Jesus? I feel like it just rolls off the
just FNG, please.
Fine.
Nice.
Okay, gentlemen, there is a lot to be discussed here, because I think the first question I'm throwing in your way, Samael, is a discussion everyone was starting to have, which was just, Virtus Pro's early game, are they early game reliant? It's something we always talk about, like good start strong. What did you make of this one?
I think most of the teams who are individually talented, they rely a lot on their early game because if they make mistakes, they lose their confidence and they are just thinking about, during the mid game, they're just thinking about like, we could have done this better and everything would have been like way easier for us from that. And like VP is a really individually skilled team. And I think that's one of the biggest advantage, I think, the early game, because if they get it, like they go real good from that. Because the CIS teams are known to like just run at you, and they're really good at it. But I think this game, they focus way more on team fights, which is kind of their like strength, but not really. Because I think it's like messed up. They got too
kind of confused. Maybe even in the draft itself. Now, I'll go over to you, FNG, because the discussion that a lot of people were having was that just they didn't have enough damage. I mean, you had kind of that Void looking a little lost in mid. Ursa as well. You said it was signature VP Ursa.
I mean, the problem is they put no one's on Void, and I don't think that's a good idea because, I mean, he's good at this hero, but he's not comfortable enough, and I don't think that this fits Virtus Pro playstyle because he just sits at mid lane farm, and then he can kill anyone because he needs another hero. No one's just like to rush at people, have dominance, have a lot of farm, and just kill people.
Yeah.
And Void, that's not the hero.
And we talk about comfort. This was something we talked about in the pre-match. We said, Sumail said it himself, being comfortable is important at TI, being confident and comfortable. And there is no one more confident and comfortable at that telestrator than Purge. Kevin, what have you got for us this time?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the lane setup that ended up providing that beautiful game we just watched. Now, like you guys said, there was a Void in the mid lane, kind of a weird matchup. Surprisingly, no one was able to keep his farm towards the top of the charts, which I thought was very impressive. But the interesting matchup, I believe, was actually the Ursa versus Tidehunter one. This is the last pick that VP went with, very common pick for them. But what it gave them was a much better laning stage, more so than before. Now, the really cool thing that Ramses did here is right before his Fury Swipe counter that he had previously stacked up was gone from Tidehunter, he strolls right in and gets a third one there, which allows him to get this overwhelming damage. So he was able to abuse the hero to get some good lane advantage. That went well. The rest of the lanes for VP went pretty darn well. But the problem really started coming when the Chronospheres misfired. There was a couple in team fights that produced decent outcomes, but not amazing. And obviously the big chrono on the Morphling Replicate gives LFY another big advantage. If you run a carry like Faceless Void or a hero like Faceless Void in the mid lane, you need to get kills with these team fight ultimates, because if you don't, it gives your opponents these big advantages where they can actually do things. And in the meantime, we're about 22 minutes in the game. LFY has about 2k gold advantage. It's good, but not completely overwhelming. But really it comes down to how close these team fights are. Now, the crucial moment was Monet here stunning and pushing the Ursa back at the same moment that he moved in to grab the Aegis. And because he did that, it pretty much guarantees that VP is going to lose this fight. I mean, there was a good Chronosphere that hits the backline as well, but in the meantime, Super is able to zone the other backline, and unfortunately, because Solo got pushed so far back, he's not able to affect the fight in the perfect way, and just always felt like VP was constantly on the back foot in the team fights.
Perfect stuff once again. Purge, master of his craft. Now we get to kind of talk a little bit about why LFY were so masterful in their first game. Thanks very much, dude. Appreciate it. I think the biggest discussion I want to have, and Blitz, we haven't heard from you yet, is actually more about what's happening to that sixth man. We saw that shot of the team, right? You saw Virtus Pro having that breakdown between the series, and Artstyle was someone that was talking an awful lot. If you're in a position like that, if you've got the boys from Planet Odd hanging out with you, what words are exchanged?
I don't know why you're looking at me like that, Sumail.
Curious.
I would say that it's not a big deal. You have to remember that it all boils down. You can reset yourself and say, it's a best of one. It's not the worst thing in the world that you lost this game. You can make the adjustments, and that's what the coach is there for, right? You make the key adjustments that allow you to pick yourself up, because in that series, I think, when you do that Ursa last pick, whatever your last pick is, especially if you save it as a core, you have to be thinking yourself as a captain, or as a coach, you're thinking to yourself, that hero has to win us the game. Like, this hero has to bring the entire draft together. And we had some good suggestions. We had OD, we had Invoker. I was like, these heroes can win the game no matter what happens. But then they picked Ursa, and I'm sure Artstyle was also very confused. He's like, why is that an Ursa pick? They have no damage. They can't really properly abuse this Chronosphere. And so it's about him saying, okay, guys, you were probably a little bit too heavy on one side. Let's dial it back a little bit. Let's make sure that if our last pick is a core, that it's going to be a little bit more effective than that.
Okay, now just kind of, this is where I'm going to ask to pick your brain a little bit more on an intricate level. You said to me about 7 or 8 minutes into it when we were watching, just you can tell that no one was uncomfortable on Void. Now, what were you picking up that I wasn't?
I think I mean, I wasn't like really looking at the game or anything, but it just like I saw that he's playing Void for some reason, and I don't think that's a good sign, because if your mid player is like as aggressive as no one, and like these players, they just want to be able to like get enough farm, then they can like keep getting these solo pickoffs. But as a Void, he doesn't have enough damage, and he can't do that, which makes his game very difficult to play. Because all the mid players want to do is like they just want to go in and like get kills and just create a space. But in this game, like he couldn't do it at all. I think like which got him like kind of tilted, because like even though he wasted Chrono, if he was focused fully, like he could see that his smoke didn't pop before he Chronoed the replicate.
Like very small details that can go ahead and define a game, and indeed that game has been won by LFY. Before we turn our attention to Game 2 of the series, and as this battle for upper bracket success continues, we're going to take a look at some more of these fantastic submissions for the film contest.
This way! I'll shake them to their cores.
Nice. The battle begins.
I will commit this to memory.
I stalk no more.
Cool.
Never will you see my face. What?
Flurry of rewards awaits you.
Can't you see I'm under attack?
Ice, take you.
Chaos!
Juggernaut. Ice is not always nice.
Thanks. I'm under attack!
No! What happened? Thought you'd never ask. This is my chance. Can't feel a thing.
No! I can't bear to look. Face your doom.
I'm under attack! Victory!
Just as I envisaged.
Absolutely fantastic. If that didn't put a smile on your face, perhaps our continued discussion about this game will. But fantastic submissions once again. I really like the Ogre there, trying to get the other head to stop looking at the bounty rune. Big fan of that. In fact, actually, the worst segue I've ever had. I actually want to talk about Mr. Solo, talking about Magi, banned against him previously. What do you think about this kind of the power that one man has had on that draft and what he's capable of on Ogre? I mean, most people consider Ogre quite a, well...
I think if you want to VP win, you just always think about no one's get farm, and in order to get that, you just pick Ogre Magi, first pick, and then you just bite whole draft, enemy draft to kinda like kill Ogre and stuff, but he's just Ogre. 8 armor, a lot of HP regen, and he can play without boost for 15 minutes. He doesn't care, he's Ogre. Buff your ally and go forward.
You were kind of smiling, Samel, when we were talking about solos, Madja. You said it's fun to watch. What did you mean by that?
I mean, every time Solo's on Ogre, like you just like whenever you're watching the team, it's like really fun experience to actually watch him play that, because he would buy tangos, he would buy self, and he just runs around without boots, has 4 wards in his inventory, and it's just running around. It's like pretty funny.
Yeah.
And the way he plays it, it's like he makes the hero look really good, and I think it works real good for them, because that's a hero he can easily enable no one with, and I think they have to enable no one in order for them to win the game, because he's their best player, in my opinion.
And there you go. Does enable his other players to succeed. Solo, one of the more seasoned veterans. We're going to be talking to him now, actually. In fact, Casey sat down and had a chat with Solo. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say ahead of this big game.
The first question is just to ask you, as an experienced player, what it's like captaining a younger team.
Usually it is hard for me because they're very impulsive. When we bootcamp before tournament, it is really hard because you are always together and you always listen to how they rage and tilt when playing pubs. And when we discuss something about clan wars, scrims, when we trying to solve our problems, it is usually hard. But when we come to the tournament, they're big professionals, and it becomes much more easy.
You were the favorites going into the Kiev Major, and there was a big upset with OG. Now that you've had some time to think about it, what happened? They were really good. Fly is very strong captain. Their drafts were good against us. I think we are afraid only 2 teams. One of them is OG. They have very specific style, and this style is really good against us. So it is always hard matchup for us to play against OG. Are you more ready now to face that style of play? Yeah, I think we are more ready. So after Kiev, you came back and took first place in June at Summit, and you did it using 5 different heroes almost every single time, except for in the grand finals. Why did you decide to do that? Was it to practice playing different heroes? Was it to prove something? We didn't plan it. It was like we played the first best of 3, and we realized that we picked 15 different heroes. It wasn't on purpose. I said to my team, like, do you want to continue to play different heroes? And everyone were good with it, and we just did it. You play for a very historical organization that has a lot of resources, a lot of solid coaching behind it. Because of that, do you feel any extra pressure to play well and to play well consistently? No, I don't feel any pressure. Only thing I care about is how my teammates feel about it, because it's more important for me what they think. Organization is, they trust us a lot, so they always say before tournament, just go and do what you can. Did you end up going back and watching True Sight, which followed you and OG, and did you learn anything from watching it back? When I was watching True Sight, I was thinking about how many moments when we swear, like I was watching a film. Every game was more intense. It was interesting for me, how do they think about what hero to pick, what we will pick, what they should pick. And when I was watching the 5th game, I've noticed that all our ideas were working, and they were real, and they were impressed about our Alchemist pick, and they even thought that we outdraft them. It was very interesting for me. What are you most looking forward to at TI this year? I want to play TI final this year. Who do you want to face in the final? Probably EG. Why? We already lost to them 5 BO3s, I think, and we always close to win them, but they don't let us to do it. So I want to beat them.
Getting to hear from Solo there on your screens. A whole lot of respect to the opponents, OG, EG at the tip of his tongue, and now it's actually LFY that do hold that threat above them. 1-0 up, best of 3, and it's Virtus Pro's chance to respond. Now the question begins. what do you change? They've had the chat. It's our turn to have some degree of a discussion surrounding it. The draft is not far away. Virtus Pro, they want to get to that grand final stage. That's their goal. What in your mind, what would you contribute to that discussion?
I think after losing game 1 like that, you should just go back to your strength and play around it, and just like don't even think about what happened game 1. I think what they should be focusing is how they want to play game 2 and how they want to go with their lanes in game 2, and just pick strong laners.
FNG, it's a lot easier said than done, forgetting about the first game.
Indeed, but still, I think VP made some kind of mistakes in the draft, but still, it was kind of okay game for them. They just need to think about it once again, forget about it, reset your emotions, like fucking man said, and still just play the game. I mean, the thing is, they didn't pick any good combo for Void. I don't think this is good.
I mean, the discussion about to kind of justify Void was that his ult still does stuff. You know, his ult is still going to contribute. Blitz,
yeah,
but do you think there needs to be something? Oh, sorry, yeah.
I mean, what's going to happen if Void just use Chronosphere? Nothing. He's just going to fight.
Yeah.
If he didn't kill hero, he's alive. That's it.
Yeah, I guess it's not going to be killing people in that Chronosphere.
No, they definitely overdid it. As soon as I saw the lineup, I really liked it at first because I thought to myself, no matter what happens in the game, they're going to be able to win team fights. And then I saw that Sumo was completely right because this Ursa can't really do anything. So my idea was they go for Roshan and then they could get some map control. You saw they instantly lost the Aegis. It led to absolutely nothing. They got stomped in the fight. Even with every ultimate going off, it felt like it didn't matter whatsoever. And on top of that, maybe if you have this Invoker hero or this OD hero, you can do something with that Chrono. You don't have to all in on just getting a Chrono, getting this Void, this good laning phase, because yeah, sure, you've got Ursa against Tidehunter, but did you really have to have that 1v1 matchup? You can have something a little bit worse, maybe make your mid hero a little bit weaker in the laning phase, but you can be a little bit stronger in the mid and late game.
In the way I see it, like what we did and how I can say it from my perspective is that we as a team just focus mainly on lanes and not thinking about the game, what should be good in the game, and we just focus mainly on lanes. And it just, if that doesn't go well for you, the game is really hard to play from that point of. So I think they made the same mistake.
Is that, is that the patch that's made it less like that, or is that simply just the way the game's gone?
I think it's a little bit of everything, because this year Dota has changed so much, so I don't think any team has a great understanding of how this patch works, and none of them is really good at it. So it's just the team has a better idea, not even the best, just have some better idea. I think they're gonna win the tournament. That's how TI goes every time.
Yeah, whoever has the firmest grasp on how this patch works. I mean, everyone here at the International is world-class Dota. However, it's how you've understood exactly how this game, this iteration of Dota 2 is going to be played. And already we've seen LFY have got some degree of an edge. We'll see what they have in the draft. The discussion around comfort, it's something we keep talking about, and you've just listed already. You've said they have to go back, make people comfortable. No one a name that's at the tip of the tongue. FNG, eyes on you. What do you put VP on to get comfortable? How do we get them lounging, the same way in which you were, as you were the underdog over it a couple of TIs ago?
I think at least they need to start with not Lil Hero, because I don't like when they pick early Lil Hero, or at least Sand King and then Chain or Enchantress.
Yeah.
Because if Lil plays the hero which picks first, he can't make a lot of space for the team, but he's placemaker in the team earlier. And same goes for Solo. I like him playing Disruptor, maybe Ogre or something like that, because Warlock is kind of off the meta right now, and he's not doing a lot in terms of laning or team fights, because people just run at you, they're really tanky, and you just don't have enough damage.
Blitz, anything to add?
No, for sure. And you saw what LFY's plan was. We talked about how they're going to pick that early super mid hero, and he doesn't care that he's going to get whatever matchup he has in this mid lane. He doesn't really care about. He knows that he's not going to be the focus of the draft. The problem with VP is no one has to be the focus of their draft. Like you said, you think he's the best player. If you've got the best player in this game or in this 5v5, then you should be giving him the most impactful hero.
Do you think that puts more pressure on the typical player when you know that we're kind of drafting around you? We are going to be drafting because of what you want, because of your desires.
I think it puts a lot of pressure, to be honest, because all you're thinking about, your team sacrifice their position just so you have a better game, and they're trying to make your game better. But if you don't deliver, you feel really bad, and it's just an awful feeling.
It is. Well, we'll talk more about that because the draft is about to begin. We're time to find out, maybe we've got some answers to the questions we've already set up here on the desk. It's time to kick off Game 2.
LFY versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
It's been said that games can be won during the draft, and now it begins. Virtus.pro 0-1 down as they look to try and fight for survival in the upper bracket. LFY, a team that already dominated in the group stage, looking to replicate that success here in the upper bracket, and already we jump on in. Guys, once again we wave goodbye to Solo's Magi. I'm sorry, Samael, you don't get to see it this time.
I mean, it's just too good.
Too good, obviously. Too good. Actually, it's looking rather familiar. Oh.
All right, I like that one. I remember before TF5, we used to like scrim these Russian teams, and the only time we lost to them, and they had Disruptor, because we actually had no idea what to do with that. It's Spirit Breaker and Disruptor, and they just run at you, and it's actually insane. It's super hard to play.
So you're just kind of panicking as it runs?
I mean, yeah, we lost so many games to that. Then at one point, we just started banning it, and we never lost a game to them again.
Oh, okay, inside info. That Disruptor has got Samael quaking in his boots. FNG, you asked for it. You said, you're talking comfort, this was one of the heroes at the tip of your tongue.
The thing is, Disruptor is really good catch hero, and they can just pick right now. And Chen, they don't, they will not like play around map. They're just gonna push the towers, get team fights and stuff, and they can just pick a good hero like Sven, Nyx, Morphling, whatever they want, to Ramses to win the game or to no one to win the game. Basically, they right now can do whatever they want.
They have freedom, Sanking as well, as it looks like things are changing. Nature's Prophet. Now, Blitz, I was actually asking quite a few people in the green room a little earlier on in the tournament. I couldn't quite understand Nature's Prophet's role in the kind of the current metagame, what he was up to. How would you explain it to perhaps newer viewers what Nature's Prophet's going to be providing?
I mean, the biggest thing is the fact that no matter what happens, you're always going to give your team the statistical edge because you can just teleport in. A 3-on-3 fight suddenly turns into a 4-on-3. Anytime you go for a mid gank, if it doesn't immediately succeed, you can TP in with that Nature's Prophet. And the biggest thing is because you can always shove in lanes, you can create pressure on the other side of the map. For example, with Nature's Prophet, you TP to the opposite side of the map where you think action will happen. You shove in that lane, and regardless of how that fight goes, you've already got a lane shoved in. They've got to immediately deal with it at all times. This is a hero that just has presence on the map all the time. And I think the reason they pick it here is because they're Disruptor on the other side. And Disruptor, what it's really known for, FNG, is it's such a garbage laner.
Yeah, indeed, and
garbage.
It's like you can stay 2-on-1, like 3-on-1, but you can't stay against 2-on-2, especially against Furen, because he just rushed Trins into you and you're done.
Just having a quick look at how those bans go. I can't quite see them from a distance. It looks like it's going to be another Death Prophet taken away, as well as Dazzle. Looks like kind of VP have got a pretty firm idea of what they want to be taking away. You know, this is the same from them, simply the draft changing what the heroes will be picked. And so this is where I kind of start asking, why? Why is it that we're seeing this? Sanking is probably one of the most picked heroes we've seen at TI7. Is it just because it's a burrow strike?
I think the hero just provides too much, like overall. Like he's a strong laner if you put him with a certain hero in the lane, and he's a multi-role hero again, and then when he's off the map, he has insta stun, which is like really good dispatch, because if you want to smoke and you see something, you want to insta stun him, and you want to get the kill and you want to get out. And also he's a huge team fight, and then he's lane shove too. Like he can just shove the lanes in and just blink out and TP, and like he's really hard to catch. So I think the hero just has everything on paper, but I don't know, it's kind of weird, complicated.
And he can farm jungle as well when he's off the map.
Yeah.
Does it all. Does absolutely everything you desire.
That's why I was a little surprised that LFY favors Earth Spirit so much, just because in the groups, this hero felt super underwhelming. I don't know what your experience was playing with and against it, but it feels like it's a little bit more mediocre in that regard. Like, it's okay at everything. It's got a silence and a stun, but it's not really instant.
I think it's more about what the player's feeling like, and thing with Earth Spirit is, like, he doesn't really need a blink to, like, pull these ganks off. Sand King, however, like, relies on blink a lot. And if somehow he has a bad game, like, that's his downside. If he has a bad game, his blink gets delayed, and your team's relying on your blink a lot, that's when the game gets really hard. That's what happened to us yesterday.
People were having a lot of, people were very surprised to see Earth Spirit's kind of success rate dropping dramatically here at TI. It has not been particularly successful hero. Of course, stats don't necessarily mean everything. We all know that. And a Necro has been drafted. FNG seeing a Necro join the ranks of Sanking and Disruptor.
Yeah, the thing is, Necro is a good laner against Furen. He just can stay. If you get him a little bit of help at the start of the game, he will just stay here alone and get a lot of farm.
I think it's kind of rough lane for Necro, to be honest, versus Furion.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, because Furen can deny a lot of creeps, but later he's fine.
So, I mean, you're just talking about early game. We've already highlighted early game is priority.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. AA comes back into the fray. Ooh, I'm a poet, and I didn't know it.
I mean, AA is just such a strong hero, especially right now. I was thinking to myself, like, what's the hero that feels like it has a lot of impact that a lot of people didn't pick coming into this tournament? But if you think of just a lot of the different heroes that we've been seeing that are just hard to kill, the Bristlebacks, the Necros of this patch, AA just deals with them so well.
Yep, but Necrolite can be bite. It's like Pasha can play it, go off lane, and they just can pick Sven or something. Maybe no one's gonna meet on Necrolite.
I like that Lycan pick a lot. I think it's really good against all three heroes LFI has, because he's a laner who can sustain against like this damage and stuff. Like even if they pressure him, like his EA is pretty good against those dual lanes aggressive, and he can just like sit there and still be like effective with his howl. So I think that was a really good pick there.
Yeah. Something too is it's a Roshan hero, and I noticed that VP especially, they always want one vehicle to be able to Roshan so that they can play around this like 15-20 minute timing in the mid game and just get really aggressive on the map.
Yeah, VP doesn't like to take early towers. Like they are the only team who didn't take any towers before 10 minutes. It's like really surprising, but still.
Wait, that stat still stands?
Yep.
Whoa.
And about what Blitz said, they like to get early Roshan, but you need a medallion for that for sure. And I don't think that Disruptor either or Senkin gonna get it. So that's the problem.
Looks like Void's gonna be on the different side this time.
Yep, they need lockdown for Lycan because he's just gonna rush you at a 6 round movement speed, and you have to get something for that.
I think VP can use a puck ban here. Looks super good for LFI. I think like the hero who can jump Necro and burst him, like help him burst him. He has a silence, and with the AA, I think he can do it. And also he's like fast-paced hero with Furion and AA, so he can do a lot of stuff on the map. I think it's one of the better super... I mean, the hero just broken, to be honest, and I don't even know how he made it like to last phase, but I think if LFI gets puck, this game's pretty solid for them.
So this is basically what you're telling me is if you see this draft for your team, you're asking for puck.
Yeah, I am. I mean, they probably banned it first phase.
Yeah. They banned Brute, LFI. I believe LFI played with Furion and Puck against TNC. And it was a solid game for Inflame and Super. After they lost in fight at the bottom, they just skipped, and TNC couldn't finish the game. So basically, that's a good strategy, as Samuel said.
I am seriously nerding out right now. Like, I think people would pay good dollar for this lesson in Dota. I'm just sitting here and letting 3 Dota brains talk about this draft.
And that's Pugna.
And that is Pugna. So surprisingly successful in the group stage.
Yeah, it started 6-0, but then it started to cool down a little bit. But
yeah.
The big thing here is, I mean, you have Pugna, but they definitely have enough ways to deal with the ward, especially if the Lycan just runs at him. If they get a BKB, it really feels like Virtus Pro is going to have a pretty easy time here.
I don't think Pugna was a good pick there, because that hero is really like exploitable. Like he can be ran over real easily, and I don't think LFI has anything to like secure him from that happening. Like that stuff can happen very easily. Like all they need is Sand King and some strong mid laner. Maybe Potom can work here, or anything basically. Like Pugna is a really squishy area.
So just can you expand upon that a little bit? Why is Pugna so open, like vulnerable to being exploited?
I don't know. He doesn't really have escape, and
so he's just going to be kind of standing still.
Yeah, it's just.
It's not puck.
I've been there one too many times, and it's not a good feeling.
No. That mobility, not necessarily a strong suit. And so VP are given the last chance.
The 5-man, though, is really strong from LFI. It's going to be really hard to take those fights, especially if they lead in with Chrono.
I mean, LFI just puts them on the timer themselves, just to rush something and try to win early or maybe mid-game with that Pugna pick.
I don't think their late game is that bad, to be honest. It just depends how lanes go. Like, whoever wins the lane this game, like, is probably going to win the game, because it's really hard for the team to make a comeback.
Yeah.
Pick Viper.
Necrolite offline. Viper mid.
Viper coming in from no one.
I mean, you were correct. You said that there's a very good chance that this Necro, it's pretty open, that it could go for this offlane.
This is going to be exciting, boys. A third could be on the cards. Virtus Pro are the ones that have complete control of this one. And I can hear the crowd already anxious in anticipation. The draft is done. We know how this one's going down. And to guide you through the action, the voice that will be filling this very arena in just a moment's time is Toby Wan and Cinder.
It is an interesting position to be in. LFY going for a similar draft to Virtus Pro, looking for that early lane advantage into pressure push. Virtus Pro, however, look like they have a lot better rounded lineup this time around in game 2.
I don't know, man.
You're on the other side of the fence in this?
I'm looking at this draft and I just see this AA being an absolutely outstanding pick. I think, first of all, when you pick Necrophos, this is one of the counter picks that you try to get rid of when you want to go for Necrophos. And then in addition to that, they pick Lycan afterwards, which is like a two-sided matchup in the sense that Lycan is very good at running at A and killing it, but at the same time, a big part of Lycan is the Howl, and you can't use it if the target is being hit by Ice Blast. So I think Ice Blast has a really high impact in this game, and you know what? They got a Chrono to set it up. So they can guarantee these Ice Blasts to land. I think this game, more so than the first one, is going to be really, really fast, and it's going to be very indicative. Like the first 15 minutes, if Virtus Pro lose the first 15 minutes, like Sumail said, if their lanes don't go well, I think this game can fall apart. LFY can look at really quick barracks with their lineup, and on the other side, you look at Virtus Pro, who have both the Lycan Wolves and the Viper and the Necrophos to try to push down towers. So both teams really have the lineups that can knock down the towers in this game. Maybe this will be the first time VP get one sub 10. I could definitely see it happen at least.
Yeah, it could. Either that or they just focus primarily on their lanes. It's interesting to also watch the fact that VP, even with the early Necro pickup, you talked about the Ancient Apparition being fantastic against most of the VP lineup. Necro can just turn into being this great controller to work with Lil to make it a very difficult offlane of Virtus Pro to deal with once more. We've seen this before. Then no one with a Viper in mid. Difficult to kill off. Are they actually? Okay, GG. Game. Sorry. Solo takes first blood.
There you go.
There's sap all over the ground.
That's great. I want to talk a little more Pugna though.
Let's do it, man.
This is a hero that I think it's not a coincidence that it had the high win rate that it did. It has received a lot of buffs and.
Monet, you're going to do this? They've gone for the chilling touch. The bonus damage is there. Lil's holding his Burrow Strike, gets both of them, and the Bounty Rune as well. LFY, however, were contesting the bottom, so they got a Bounty Rune of their own into the hands of Nature's Prophet. And back to your thoughts on the Pugna.
Yeah, so it's definitely true that Pugna's elusiveness is pretty low. But the hero has received a lot of buffs. It's 335 base movement speed. The spells have been improved a lot, especially the Crepify now is now an incredible spell, and it used to be pretty bad, to be honest. And for the playstyle of LFY, I think this is a great pick in this game because they want to use this Nature's Prophet to split push and at the same time also just connect on these towers and take a fast fight. And the Nether Ward against a hero like Necrophos and the Disruptor, for example, have really high mana costs on their spells. If anything, this to me is a good Pugna game, and I'm gonna be curious to see if Virtus Pro can find the tools to lock him down.
Well, for the moment, they're going to let Pugna just have the lane, and it's up to no one and Super to battle it out there. But the other lanes to look at is down the bottom lane. Ramses, who's going to go for the Lycan first, put up a Feral Impulse, working with Solo on one of his signature heroes, that Disruptor. A very difficult hero to escape from, and especially if you're Nature's Prophet, that glimpse is going to cause him all sorts of problems to come into the fight or out. Fu wants to come into it. Initiating into Solo, coming around the back of Ramses, but the Howl turns on, a little extra peek, and the harassment will continue from all sides.
These off-lane dual lanes with Nature's Prophet have been very popular and successful. We've seen LFY have success with it. I think we've seen even teams that have been knocked out of the tournament. I think Evil Genius is one of the things that they did very well in their games, was using these Nature's Prophet off-lane dual lanes to get a great advantage early on. It is a very strong laning hero, and when combined with the correct rotating support, can put a lot of pressure on that safe lane. And we're seeing that VP can't necessarily get too many pulls off because of this Nature's, or rather this Earth Spirit movement, but so far so good for them. The mid lane is going fine, the safe lane is going fine, and Pasha has managed to pull the creep wave all the way in between his tier 1, tier 2.
Fudu really didn't want a part of that. Solo doesn't have the glimpse. Nature's Prophet was TPing over with a double damage rune. Arfu dropping low. Solo, he's going after this. He doesn't have boots. He doesn't have movement speed, so Arfu turns around Solo with the Observer Ward. Gets the vision around the tree line. He'll take the kill. He'll reveal the fact the Observer Ward is down, but the bonus gold will make that worthwhile.
Afu very quickly getting over and getting his bounty.
Lil into the mid, Burrow Strike's available, no one's already there. Super's in trouble, he doesn't have his support is currently de-warding with the creep wave. Solo will move in, still with the double damage rune. They make sure no one gets the last hit. Lil having to bail out after taking too much damage from the tower. But Virtus Pro, again, a good start with the kill count. But LFY still have a lot to work with as well.
That was a very good sequence from VP, getting that kill and then Earth Spirit running over for that bounty rune on the right side, opened up for the rotation in toward mid. So they're playing very fast. This is what I was hoping for VP that they would do in the first game as well, like look for these picks early on with their support rotations, and both Solo and Lil have been successful, and the CS now looking very great for VP as well. This is a very big lead for them actually at this point. Getting great farm in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, not only the 2 kills, they're sitting about 1,700 net worth in front of LFY. This top lane's been working well for Pasha, not really harassed out of the lane by DDC or Monet. In fact, while that fight was happening on bottom and then rotating in towards mid, Monet was doing a lot of chip damage. Pasha was doing a lot of chip damage into both Monet as well as DDC. So he's getting more out of the lane as well. But it's the fact that Viper is getting so much farm.
Bottom lane.
There's something about it, the kick into Solo. Ramsey's nearby, the glimpse, just trying to drag back the Nature's Prophet out of range, but the damage is done and Solo will fall.
This is the strongest hero on LFY's side right now, this Nature's Prophet. They will want to activate him as much as possible, give him a kill or 2 in lane so that he can get a fast level 6 and TP around and look for this pressure. They do have a little bit of lack of stuns, I would say, LFY, to activate this Furion too easily early on.
I would check out top lane right now. Monet having to time walk himself away. Lil was trying to move in with the boots just to attack Pasha. Actually ended up in a 2-on-1 fight and has forced both the Ancient Apparition as well as the Faceless Void off the lane for a short period of time.
I think LFY want to try to do something in mid here with the Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet TP, but Solo cuts him off.
Body blocks him up, means he doesn't have the glimpse, it's still on cooldown for 13 seconds, but body block all the way through. When Viper rotates over, he doesn't have the movement speed to escape, and no one will claim his second kill of this second game.
Solo is really in the right place at the right time so far in this game. That was a great read from him that Earth Spirit would be coming in. Also had the ward to see the rotation, of course, but he was there just when Earth Spirit wanted to go on that, and combined with the Nature's Prophet probably for a Viper kill, he ends up getting that other support. And again,
they're coming for the
high pace from VP, straight on to the next move.
Observer ward behind, they'll understand LFY if they bring in reinforcements, but this Nature's Prophet's out way too far. No mana for a TP. They won't need much to get this kill. Virtus Pro up again, but top lane Pasha underneath his own tier 1 tower, tries to get back, cannot get there in time. Lil is TPing forward. He's looking towards DDC as the one hero he can probably kill off, but rolling ball forward, Afu will block it, and without the mana for Lil, he'll have to back away. But then again, the kick is coming in. Viper will start his TP. Now Monet with no time walk. Lil's been able to survive, but that TP is taking an eternity. Pasha will arrive finally.
Did DDC just die to the tower? Pasha just got a kill, man.
Yeah, he did.
Nice.
Yeah, he did.
That was interesting.
Maybe our second observer who can be looking around can find a copy of that and we can explain the mystery of the death.
And this mid lane is going very well for no one now. Just that bit of help in the beginning is giving Viper a huge edge, and LFY have to try to do something about it. No one sitting on level 7 to the 5 of Super. He's going to use the Nether Ward now. The rotation is coming in.
No one's up way too far underneath that tower. Afu going to look for the kick. Combining it with the Cobra Fire, they just drain him out. A Viper Strike, maybe with a 1 charge or a 6 charge, it's enough to live, but he just can't move far enough away. Wrath of Nature bouncing through to help out, but it is a 1-for-1 trade-off. Earth Spirit still did die.
Looked like he might actually survive there with the Howl. And we're going to see.
All right, so this
he died to the creep wave. Oh.
Great.
All right,
well, that was really underwhelming.
I think Pasha was...
Well, no. Wrong corner, wrong alley. Okay, well, it's just into invis, Super. He does have to grab a fight, drain once more. This time Lil will get the space. Like what happened in mid.
They might want to glimpse and try for this kill. I don't think they have enough in the tank. If Ramses was level 6, that's a kill on the Nature's Prophet, but doesn't have the shapeshift just yet. But this Howl is important, and I think AA getting 6 is going to be very big for LFY, so that they can counteract this Howl when they go for the plays. You see, when you get this amount of influx of health on a hero like Viper, who has a lot of EHP with the resistances, it's not just this 200 health he's getting, it's a lot more when it's Viper. Because of all that resistance, it adds up a lot more for him than other heroes. He still died, but almost got away from that 3-man gank earlier.
Well, everything simmers down for the moment. Lil is up on top lane, searching at Monet, who is still trying to get to his level 6. You got Necro Scythe up and running, but because they've had to keep the Ancient Apparition, the Faceless Void so close, you don't have Chronosphere available for the fight just yet. They're still going to try and find one LFY, smoking up Super and Afu just behind the tier 1 tower in the mid. They know it's safe because of the dewarding they did previously, and Lil is walking straight into them. The Crepify is up, getting Burrow Strike into Roshan. Oh. He attempted it, but that was way too short. It's like he got pushed back out by the cliffside.
That's one of those panic moments. You have very little time to react. Get your cursor to the right place. Just stuns right outside the Roche pit. I think he could have maybe denied himself to Roche, but there's no way he's going to survive that moment at least.
LFY is putting pressure now up on the top lane. Netherward behind the trees. They sprout up on the Necrophus. Does he have enough life to survive and maybe even get a Scyther before death? Not going to happen. He's down. And here comes your Burrow Strike. Faceless Void. Still no Chronosphere. He's level 5. Time Dilation can at least help control the team fight. While LFY in the trees are coming out the victors. Solus have much more to give. They just keep blasting into the trees. Super with a double kill. DDC. Is it really going to happen again? Dying to the creep wave. It's not going to happen. He's got 13 HP. Escaping out. No more support from Virtus Pro. No one remained farming in the mid. Did not have a TP scroll. And Lil's able to survive.
This is what the Pugnet plus Nature's Prophet can do together. These tower dives and collapsing where you put down the Nether Ward, you TP Prophet in behind and spawn all the treants. It's very difficult for VP to counterplay when they need to TP in heroes. It just takes too long. And Pasha actually died to the Nether Ward. They're trying to cast the Reaper's Scythe. The moment he's dead, I feel like this fight is so almost impossible. He's really trying to stay alive there. Cast the Scythe, dies. Assistance coming in, but VP, they don't have the damage yet in their lineup. Their supports are really low level, 3 and 4. And Ramsey's dead dog.
Really not a fight they wanted to take, and the dog unable to control Soul. It's just like, yeah, how are we meant to stop this?
Oh, he's actually, oh, never mind. He's a little bit surrounded on the bottom.
Yeah, he's got trees above, trees below, and trees to the side. Some of these trees are alive. Solo, break it. Finally free.
That's funny. All right, he got out.
Yes, freedom was granted.
Got a lot of practice in the escape room. All right. So
everything's pretty even across the board. And this 1K, the difference in golden experience is really not that much. We're 10 minutes into the game, fair trades coming out of both sides for the team fights.
It really isn't, considering that no towers have fallen and that VP have this big CS advantage on the Viper. That means that the fights of LFY have just gone way better in the last few minutes. The one top, obviously the big one. But also the kill they got on the Viper earlier in mid.
Yeah.
I think a lot of pressure on VP right now to get their level 6s on the supports. The Static Storm is going to be crucial to prevent this spell casting from LFY that is winning them the fights. And they have to play around their Viper. I think Lycan needs time. He's not a strong hero right now. He can assist his team with that Howl, maybe come in for a late shapeshift and maybe run down one support. But he can't man-fight this Chronosphere. He's just going to die in a Chrono Ice Blast and a little bit of right-click. With his current health, he's not tanky enough, I think, to take these fights yet.
LFY once more coming to be aggressive. They are looking.
Yeah, that scan is going to make Ramses retreat under the tower and probably be just fine here. Question is if they're going to collapse fully on this tower.
They're coming. Lil and Solo. Now, there is Static Storm is available for the Disruptor. He's only just cracked his level 6. LFY may not be ready for this, and Super, that Burrow Strike from Lil has hit the money, but the silence! Afu! He is on the ball, the rockin' ball! Well, that fight ain't happening, and they brought no one in for this. They really wanted this. Now Nature's Prophet TPs towards the mid. LFY finding the hole, and the only thing to happen is that SK has to TP in towards mid to try and defend this, but no Sandstorm available. Maybe the fight can be baited in. He sprouted up. Lil looks pretty juicy, but Pasha coming in from the side. Reaper side is available. Here comes your Ice Blast. The side, it will decapitate. The Nature's Prophet, but revenge is there for Super. Viper has made his way over the glimpse, cancelling up the TP. Pugna falling as well. Virtus Pro, the attack onto the Courier. It won't be enough. The Courier will survive. There's a lot on it, in fact. In fact, he even missed uphill to boot. The mid tower has to be denied.
Very, very aggressive play there from the Nature's Prophet, out and completely alone. Setting up the Sprout to try to hit the Ice Blast, but that kill was not happening. VP were ready that time. Now we're going to see a replay of this bottom very fast. The moment the smoke breaks, they realize that VP are coming in, and this instant silence from Afu, super clutch. And you know, the panel were talking about why is Earth Spirit rated so highly. I think it's the player, at least for LFY. To me, Afu is contesting for the best player in the world on this hero. I think his Earth Spirit over the last couple of months has been simply outstanding. I think when he played, what was his previous team? Was it Warriors Gaming Unity, I think? I think he was standout with Earth Spirit as well in his last team. And something is telling me that at least. Just mechanically gifted on this hero, simply. So if you have a player like that, I think you can just first pick it with a lot of confidence. We saw it earlier today as well by Bobuka, picked up for IG with similar logic.
It's the strength coming from these forced positions in the Chinese scene. They're just getting stronger and stronger. Their movements are better and better. And well, Virtus.pro, they'll have to be mindful of it. Keep your distance away from the very good Earth Spirit. They're trying to force another bait fight if it's possible. Harsh has been sitting on the top lane, adding pressure to the tier 1 tower, but LFY are not obliging. They instead move to the bottom lane, bringing him the rest of the support. Super in behind, the Nature's Prophet trees at the front, and Virtus.pro is a hard tower to defend as it is, and they are going to make no attempt to do it. No one is here. Lycan is still trying to catch up on his farm. He does finish up the level 1 Necro book. This is one small advantage now that Ramses has, and the rest of VP trying to beat down the tier 1 tower on the top. They are a little bit slower in this early phase of the game at racing for towers.
I think it's totally fine for them to trade. It's actually, once the tower starts dropping low, this level 4 Nether Toxin of Viper makes very quick work of it. So it looks like they're going to give the tower to Pasha in this instance. He's working toward that. Is that a Rod of Atos?
It's a Rod of Atos. Yeah. He's already finished up the 4 stuff, so the Atos is next.
Great item against Faceless Void. It's going to be very annoying for him to deal with. And as long as VP can trade like this and get their levels up in the Sand King and get his Blink Dagger and keep the farm going, it does seem like there's going to be this phase when LFY's lineup falls off a little bit in the mid game, and then come very late game, they're going to be strong again when Nature's Prophet and Void are very farmed especially. But if VP start finding the timings now around 15 to 25 minutes, I think their lineup might have an edge if they get the jump. So that's what they're looking for.
They're coming for the fight. Now the tier 2 tower, the Creep Wave has reached it from Virtus.pro, but there's not a lot of pressure being applied and everyone else has gone missing off the map. Hence LFY fell back from the top lane, but the over-aggressive Prophet, Lil will catch him out. They glimpse him back in, already on the wall. They are waiting to see what he does, and there's not much he can do. The Scythe, once again, his head is cleaved from the shoulders. But like all good heroes, you know they're going to come back in the next life once again.
It's a big rotation. That's my main gripe with this play. It's a good kill to get. It's nice that they get it, but they have 5-man rotating for 1 hero in the offlane.
They're coming to fight again.
That's again something that I feel like LFY are just better at.
LFY, Lil's got to get out of here right now. Or turn for the burst right. The Chronosphere will catch him, and Ramses sees his friend and runs away. Or no, he's running in. Dogform is out. The Wolves are behind him. Necrobooks will trigger. He's at least trying to get some kind of revenge on the DDC, but getting hit by the Ice Blast, not what he wants to have happen. They'll glimpse back the Faceless Void into the storm of Solo. No way to escape. They get a call for a support. Clean up the Nether Ward, and LFY will retreat for now.
This is a really nice synergy between these two heroes that you're going to see a lot of this entire game probably. Ramsey's going for the level 4 Wolves as well to complement this. You have a hero like Lycan who can move really fast and get vision in the fight, and then if the enemy team's
Solo,
away, you get the glimpse.
Scattered out. He could have actually made life harder for Arfu if we just saw him a second earlier. He wants to get the glimpse off, but now he understands he's dead. He'll glimpse back the AA. But Arfu and AA will team up together to still kill off Solo. Aggressive ward planted down, and they'll understand is there to block up the camp. They actually planted down 2 sentry wards to find that 1 obs.
Very close game so far.
Actually 3. They put down 3 sentry wards around that tier 1 tower. A 300 gold advantage for what was, or disadvantage for 100 gold back from the ward.
If it's a fresh ward, I think it's worth it.
It was fresh, very fresh.
And that's easily worth it in my opinion. Map control is very valuable, as ever. So yeah, the game is looking really even right now. The progression that I think is very important for Virtus.pro is that the Lycan is getting toward that Nectar 3, the Sand King Blink is about 800 away. Then you look over to LFY, another Atos in this game will be built by the Nature's Prophet, pretty unusual, but he wants to get it so that they can control this Lycan through. They don't have to rely 100% on the Chronosphere or the Earth Spirit stun, which is very difficult to land on such a fast hero.
I'm seeing it being problematic though. Like, no one's still the biggest hero on the map. Lycan is a problem, but no one with the Howl buff up, cracked over the 2k HP. He's now got the full Hurricane Pike coming in as well. And all he's got to do is sit there in the fights, keep pumping out damage, and LFY will have more and more problems. Unless DDC can hit him with the Ice Blast. And even then.
That is definitely the big thing here for them, is that the Viper is getting so tanky, but it can be a bit deceptive when you're playing against both Decrepify and Ice Vortex. The amplification of spell damage from LFY can easily pierce this corrosive skin of no one, so he still needs to build more tank items. He's currently sitting on 2k health, which is a lot, but he's going to need to get beefier than this. It still feels like if he gets Chrono, they will take him from 100 to 0 in that Chrono with their hero combination right now.
LFY just ran a 4-man conga line underneath the Observer Ward. So Virtus Pro, understand the party is coming to them on top. LFY, in fact, is TPing up the Prophet too. So all 5 heroes balling up together. The panel touched about it during the draft. Is LFY ready to actually come in and have this ball of death against Virtus Pro?
I don't think they're in a good enough position here to just flat out say, come at us, but they're going to do it anyway.
Yep, Nether Ward in front of the tower. Solo's in the neighborhood, just watching for the moment. Viper's adding pressure towards the bottom lane. Lil's getting his space in mid. He's 25 gold short of the Blink Dagger. This may be enough where Virtus Pro don't want to fight just because they cannot get him in range. The Nether Ward's going down the Wolves. The wall is up nicely. Super trapped inside this one with no one arriving for the Viper strike. Super will fall. They sight him as well. 65 seconds on the sideline. Everyone else from LFY is trying to get back out. Lil getting caught on his rotation. Still was able to buy up the Blink Dagger before death, so no money lost on his front. All critical item timing delayed.
Support for a core. The core gets scythed. They defend their tower. That's a clear win for VP here, getting that Blink Dagger in the meantime as well. So
they almost lost their bottom tier 1 tower as well. It's on 44 HP. Might be looking at another denial. In fact, yeah, we are. R3 will have to get rid of it.
But this game looks a lot better for VP than the last one. A lot better.
Well,
now, we have to
the combinations don't seem all in this game as opposed to the last one.
We still have to remember that this is a position that I've seen LFY in so many games, and they just have a tendency to win team fights later on. So the one concern I have for VP is that this time around, you know, we were saying they had too much team fight last game. I think this time they have a nice balance between team fight and skirmish. And they have heroes that can definitely find the kills. But they need to be very careful that they don't get caught out by these combos that LFY can make. They can make Chrono into Ice Blast. We've seen some outstanding Earth Spirit plays earlier today, catching 2 or 3 heroes in the stuns. VP's lineup, as tanky as it looks right now, is definitely killable for LFY, and we're going to see a big moment come out here, I think.
Solo's trying to battle for the ward vision. There's an observer up for LFY, watching the front of the pit. That was a fresh ward down. The rest of VP want to go into the pit.
This wolf scouting is so important.
That's why they're putting down the sentry walls, trying to get rid of him, get rid of the other observer from the Radiant side. As Virtus Pro, okay, that wasn't part of the plan, losing their crew on the way in. Pugna, the Death Ward is actually in the best position, it really is dead. Solo just killed himself, the burst strike from Lil. Mike creates space, Ancient Apparition as well as Monet. Out of the fight for the moment, the Rod of Atos, keeping Pasha in position. Monet thinking about the Chronosphere, he's right next to Aegis Prophet, and they do it on the Necrophos with the Ice Blast coming in. Say goodbye to Pasha. Roshan is still alive. As LFY, do they actually want this or not? They're losing their Observer Ward still. These Wolves are getting rid of them.
Yeah, the silver lining for VP is that this LFY lineup is straight garbage at killing Rosh right now, so they're not going to get it at least. But they defend the Roshan themselves and get 2 good kills. Excellent flank play. Very nice to see LFY's ability to move in from multiple angles. Even with the Wolves scouting, Solo still got caught off guard by the Pugna coming from the south and just pretty much single-handedly blowing him up with his spell combo.
VP are coming back again. They're not done yet.
No Chrono.
They want to fight. Yeah, no Chrono for 82 seconds. Also, low mana. Not a lot to really fight with, so that's why they instead go to the split push. Aegis Prophet keeps the pressure on the bottom lane. Ice Blast is on its way in once more. Right on top of Roshan. Ramses and no one affected by this.
Afu might try for a snipe here. Lil needs to have a good angle. They don't know where Afu is.
The Wolves are coming out to look. Thanks to all the observers that got deep water, there's nothing for LFY. Here comes Afu, but Lil catches him. He tried a rolling boulder in. No one will give him a little extra damage from inside the pit. Aegis Immortal in the hands of Ramses, already TPing out. Afu will fall as the push. He'll tick, he'll boom.
Man, this is a lot of tower damage being done bottom though. I still think this was worth it for Virtus Pro. I still think they need to claim this Roshan while they can. Chrono on cooldown is a big deal.
It gives Ramsey something to fight with too, but that's if he stays alive. The Ice Blast is coming in. Decrepit Fire's on him. He'll get hit by everything and then drained out. Rod of Atos, nowhere to run. Isn't enough to shatter. He's frostbitten, but he will not shatter. Ramsey stays alive. Solo needs vision at the moment. They're looking in the trees, but the runaway is directly down the lane from LFY.
So they do force multiple TPs back, but don't get that kill that they really wanted with that Ice Blast. If they could have removed the Aegis there, they kind of reset the state of the game. But currently, Virtus Pro with that extra life advantage might be looking to try to siege a bit here. I still think it's scary for them to siege. They can also use this Aegis to just gain some farm and try to get some pickoffs on the map. Having that extra safety for Ramses now with his Diffusal Blade, he gets a lot stronger for skirmishes, especially killing off that Pugna now will be really easy for him. And it does look like the play call is,
it's attack.
Let's kill something.
Yep. Ice Blast is coming in just to push out the wave. It's going to connect onto Lil. A little sandstorm out quickly, maybe wondering if he was visible. The Dire Scan will miss that target, but Ramses, yep, have they got enough though? Time Walk just came back off cooldown. Super's nearby. The glimpse back into the storm. He can't break free to Decrepify his own, so they can't attack straight into Monet. But the side! 70-second window.
Damn, that's big. He doesn't have buyback.
Look at Ramses. He's already hunting for another kill straight around the back of the tower. Moving on to DDC. They don't want to stop now. He gets his vision. He has lost the dog form, however, but DDC trapped in the trees. The Vortex slowing Ramses down so much. His upheaval of a different kind. The Wolves get the vision once more and Diffusal Blade charge. He's down to 5, but supports arrive from no one. A quick Ice Blast, but DDC ticking, but no boom. On to 25 HP. Still alive like it. Stunned up under the tower. He needs to get away, but the Rod of Atos is so controlling him. It was Nature's Prophet in through the rear. They'll burn the Aegis Immortal. Ancient Apparition is not part of this fight. No one finally breaks free of the trees. The wall is up, and Nature's Prophet, he came in to break the Aegis, but will sacrifice his life to do so. Virtus Pro bringing down the Nature's Prophet.
So much aggression coming out from them. Ramses actually using 3 Diffusal Blade charges to try to kill that AA. He didn't manage, though, that buff to Ice Vortex in the recent patch that gives himself bonus move speed as well, actually allowing him to create the distance there to get away. But nevertheless, great fight for VP overall. This should transition into some pressure on the mid-tier 2 tower. I don't know if they feel confident to just brute force this with a couple of cooldowns that they do have, but looks like they're going to try to at least chip away at it. And LFY aren't having it coming. They're going to go right away.
They've got Chronosphere, leap in. Who does he get? Everybody splits. Delta-wise from Virtus Pro. The stun is on no one. Pasha, can he help out? No, he can't. That's a very dead Viper.
And that's not the end of it. Now Monet can try to get in and get a Chrono here.
There's a 4-staff. It gets Pasha a little bit further away. Quick Rod of Atos holding Monet in position. The Wolves keeping the distance. The vision everywhere else. But Prophet, they're able to get the Sprout up. Pasha caught out. Monet, he commits the Chronosphere up. They have more than enough damage to bring down the Necrolite. And that's 2 heroes without buyback at LFY now, looking to have a little bit of a push of their own.
These teams are playing so fast. You feel like you get to set up on that tower.
Fast as well, the double stun, but where's the follow-up? The Rod of Atos is on the Lycan. He's going to get a dog farm. The wall is up as well as the storm. You've locked the Nature's Prophet, combining it with the epicenter. They need more damage, they just don't have it. Necrolite, it's the push once more. Ice Blast, get out of there, Lil! You're frozen up and drained to death!
They went in for it.
You do have a little bit of a problem. They just profit to Decrepify it up. It's the Necrobooks that are chasing him down, and they can't do the work. Even with the Wolves, they can turn their attention towards Monet, so at least there's some level of micro to come from Ramses to help out. But the mid-tower, it still goes the way of LFY. A TP out from Solo. It's like he's trying to glimpse somebody else back, and he's found somebody. He's found DDC. The wall is up. He'll hold him there for the moment, but friends are too far away. No one has a Hurricane Pike, so Solo, keep the vision up. Now the glimpse, they'll do the Rod of Atos instead from the Necro. They want revenge. The side is not enough damage, but the glimpse will pull in DDC. Ending a 3-kill streak in favor of no one. And more heroes dead on the sideline without a buyback, but still a very costly one.
Crucial statics on there from Solo to save Ramses. That would have been a very big kill. They do end up getting Lil at the end here with a nice Sprout into kick combo here, an Ice Blast. This is something, both of these teams are very, very good at spell casting. Like, they're combining their abilities. It's very clear that the communication is fast and concise about what needs to be done. And LFY are getting a little bit better of a grip here. Solo doesn't look too satisfied with that fight, understandably so. And this guy's a bit happy.
They just lost a courier again. It was just moving out in the mid lane, but Nature's Prophet on it. Even with the Observer Ward, there isn't any. He's using the Treants to scout for vision to find the courier and then TPing forward to snipe it. Not an easy task.
So let's try to keep track of items, because I think it's been a while since we've looked at it. There's now the pipe completed on Necropost. There's a BKB on Viper, big item in this game. It's a great item against Pugna in particular. On the opposite side, we've got the Blink Dagger on Earthspirit. The Aghanim Scepter plus Lens has been completed by Pugna, so reaching that really strong spike for the hero, and Nature's Prophet now with an Orchid. Really, really good item, especially against Necrophos and the Disruptor. So a lot of new play potential is available, and I think it comes down to who finds the favorable smoke. Both teams have burned a lot this game, probably only one remaining for either side.
For now, Virtus Pro
you
just
go
doing
for
the
the
normal
tower.
push. They're just taking a tier 2. LFY are adding pressure to the bottom lane, hence they are not here to defend the tower. And Ramses can move. In fact, he'll TP down to the bottom lane. That tier 3 tower's at 366 HP, and he needs to defend it.
Yeah.
While the rest of the heroes, Lil, thinking about top as they see the trees move in from the upper part. He'll understand that it isn't just a lane he can easily push. Especially when that Orchid is up, and he may not know it's there.
He doesn't know that for sure.
But there's no detection on Nature's Prophet, so Inflame won't find his target.
Actually, he might have known. He could have seen him on the wave earlier at bottom, I think. So yeah. Lil plays it safe, gets out, clears up the treants, and this scan from the Dire is going to find absolutely...
They coming for a gank? A double TP out to the Shrine? Oh, they're just here. Okay, they're bringing numbers for the deep ward mission. But the sentry's too far on the left. They were looking for the observer ward on top of the Shrine or the hill, but it was a little bit further to the east.
It looks like VP's heroes are connecting as well, so looking to find a fight somewhere around LFY's jungle. LFY have actually blocked their own camp with... No, they have. Never mind.
It's the tier 2 tower. It's the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane they're looking at the moment.
VP are pretty blind from the back, though. They don't have good coverage if LFY go for a full wraparound, but I don't think they have the time to even set that up.
If they're on top of the tier 2 tower, they'll at least see the attack coming in from the left, or they'll see the attack coming in from the Shrine. Thanks to the observer wall, they've still got 35 seconds left on it behind. And LFY, again, this is another tier 2 tower where LFY will not defend it.
Yeah.
And what do they really get in return? Like, they know Virtus Pro are not going to push high ground. They're not going into Chrono. They're not crazy. So they're just happy to let the towers go and wait for the better opportunity.
Yeah, I wonder what key item they're looking toward. It
may be a key person. Roshan could potentially spawn in 2 seconds' time. Yep. So we'll get the counter now, and it will be...
1 minute.
It's 1 minute.
They might be delaying for the BKB on Monet. It's going to help them a lot to have this guaranteed Chronosphere. There's no real counterplay from VP to this BKB. The only piercing spell they have is the Viper ulti and the Necro ulti, and you don't want to throw those into BKB Lincoln. So he can guarantee his team that setup as long as he has vision to go in. And vision is something both teams are doing a very good job at keeping up. Now, even an Indus rune here for Monet could be setting up an interesting fight for them. VP are somewhat scattered right now. And Monet is just going to break it. Whatever, man. I want my BKB.
He needs the extra cash. He's got the Ogre Club as well as a Mithril Hammer sitting in his stats for the moment, but needs the rest of the recipe. VP in the meantime are looking for initiation. Yes, you have the Orchid over on Nature's Prophet. It's not going to control Lil at least. He's picked up a Eul Scepter, so another control ability available for Virtus Pro when they want to jump in, when they want to inflict that damage. Roshan has spawned up. LFY are aware of this as the Treants are being attacked by Roshan. Neutral CS now up by 1.
No one is really far away from his team. He has the Shrine to TP on, but somebody feels like he has to be on defense duty at bottom. This Nature's Prophet is going to try to keep someone busy so that the rest of the team can set up, and this seems to be the play call here from LFY. Keep the Furion down there, get information, and then based on that information make a move. BKB on Void still 200 away. The BKB on Pugna has been completed, and you look over to VP's lineup. What's really their damage through BKB? Viper can hit for a little bit, but doesn't have damage items just yet. They only really have the Lycan. So during these BKBs for both teams, the heroes are going to be very sustainable.
It's probably the reason too why Viper's going for the Butterfly, just trying to increase those raw stats. Lil, oh, he's found somebody. Inflame, caught out in the bottom lane. Quick glimpse, gonna pull him back in. They still have the silence if it's required. Well, then again, the Rod of Atos holds him there. Lil makes more space again. This time it's with his Eul Scepter. The TP out won't happen. Burrow strikes a verbal. Inflame will fall. And a critical time for this, as Roshan is up. LFY have to be cautious.
Full minute on that respawn will allow VP to get good control of the map. He does have buyback, which VP obviously don't know. Oh, Monet in.
Lincoln Sphere gets triggered. Nope.
Oh, Ramses misclicked.
Oh, here's the glimpse, though. Pulls him all the way back. Solo has the Storm available, but Monet triggers at the BKB, focusing onto the disruptor while Ramses focusing on Arfu on the back lines. They've already killed off Solo. Look for the next target. Ramses BKB Diffuser Blade after DDC. Decrepifying is up, and they're draining a little bit more life back into him. Monet losing that Lincoln Sphere, but the control damage is on the like. Burrow strike from Lil. Space is created. The Scythe will kill off the faces. Void while Ramses being drained out. The Wrath of Nature. It'll bounce about to inflame. No one's TP forward. They found the Nature's Prophet. Rod of Atos will hold him back, but Lil with the burst strike, Lil with the control, and no one with the kill. 4 heroes from LFY. Now manure for the ground. 3 of them do not have buyback. It's only the Earth Spirit. It's only the supports to defend. If VP know this, they can just go mid.
Yeah, that was even a dieback from the Nature's Prophet, so effectively kind of a 5-kill team fight there. Fortunate bash, but they're playing very well around each other. Great force staff from Pasha, great stun save from Lil. And Ramses eventually does get killed by the Wrath of Nature, but damage has already been done. Ramses is
He knows how big that is. They're going for more. They're inside the base. They push forward. They found the Ancient Apparition. Ice Blast. It can connect for now, but it's still 4 heroes down for LFY. Considering there's no buybacks, VP are probably cottoning onto the fact they don't actually exist for LFY. Bring down the tier 3 tower. Do they have enough to pick up a piece of Rax as well? They're looking towards the melee. They're going to give it a shot. Super is back to World of Living. He'll put down the wall to start with. Lil's nearby, and they've already done the job, Virtus Pro. They have taken the full mid lane of Rax, and now will retreat. Any casualties? Void's coming back, but he's got no way to catch up to them. They get out scot-free.
And Ramses is already hitting the shrine. VP getting a lot.
They're looking to Roshan now. They've got the Necro books up and running. They've just taken out the shrine. The fact they all get hit by Wrath of Nature probably flags the fact that Observer Ward was still there, but they killed him thanks to the vision from the Necro books. But this Roshan, not much LFY can do about it, but they are smoking up.
They have to.
Rono is there. They're coming out to contest this. A quick scan up from the Radiant. Roshan is only at 50% HP. LFY might make it, but Lil, he'll cut off the smoke. A quick blink away. VP falling out the pit. They'll smoke themselves. They want the movement speed to get back out of this if possible, and don't fall into the trap of LFY. They don't know the status just yet. The glimpse, maybe. They find Nature's Prophet. He jumped onto the back lines while you've got Ramses. BK beat up and the perfect wall onto Monet and Super. They had to burn that BKB. He'll get a double chrono back. Solo as well as Ramses. They're caught inside of it. Now no one with his BKB trying to beat down Super, was giving life back over to Monet. He's not going to time walk forward. He's got friends who need help. Super drained the life out of Pasha. Has he got enough? Pasha now. It's a life drain on drain. No one gets the kill. And Pasha turns for the fight. No matter for a sight, but it's no one who is just an absolute beast. Killing off DDC. Monet is on the wrong side of the tracks. Afu's also retreating. But remember what we came for. Roshan was the objective. VP are going back for objective-based gaming.
They have more than enough in the tank here as well. Viper looks like he wasn't even touched the whole fight. Full HP on him. Pasha has a little bit of mana to give here to heal up Ramses, and this will be another big advantage. Afu is thinking about it. He will not be able to do this.
It would be great. It's crazy. Afu, what are you doing?
All right, he actually got out of that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He managed to roll just far enough to get up the cliffside and get away.
This opening is so important. This Disruptor pick from VP has done a lot of work in this game. Whenever LFY try to go for these flank plays where they gather information from one side and then pincer from the other, this Disruptor killing off that Nature's Prophet in the beginning of the fight is really what sets the tone for it. It became a really close fight in the end, but that little bit lacking for LFY. VP take another commanding fight. 12,000 gold lead, Aegis and Cheese. The Aegis sitting on the Viper. They gave the Cheese to Lycan, who survived by the skin of his teeth.
We're climbing Everest right now. Either that or Virtus Pro are building it. Now move towards the top lane and attack the tier 2 tower. Sustain got even better with Greaves arriving for Pasha after the fight. They're gonna go harder at this.
Looks like they will be aiming to just end the game right here. 15 seconds for Necronomicon. They could wait for that if they want to, but
they wait for that.
Keep the pressure up so Furion doesn't get to reach their base. And here we go, Viper. Who's going to kill Viper?
You got Ice Blast up in a second. Now LFY will have their combination.
All right, 100 damage. Good, good. And it's healed.
That Rod of Atos is continuously used to trigger the Lincoln Sphere of Faceless Void, making him paranoid to use the BKB. Viper is going to Hurricane Pike himself out the Sprout. Just a wall for vision and zoning. And they're doing it just from the low ground. That's all this is. A new ward planted in, but very quickly de-warded out.
VP needs to look toward bottom now.
Oh yeah, Nature's Prophet, that's a decent wave. Oh, actually, he TP'd in. Lil's going to be here. He'll Burrow Strike forward. Just try and take care of the creep wave for now. 4 staffs in. Going to get the Yule Scepter. Necrolite TPing over towards the Shrine, but Lil, you're in too deep. You don't have a Yule Scepter. You're hooking it up and will probably die. He at least can make this problem here a little bit longer. No way. Really? He'll hide inside the Sandstorm on the bottom while the rest of LFY, they're chasing after Viper. No one is a huge kill if they can get it. A 12-2-6 Viper, but he's actually got the movement speed and he's got the friends. They've got Solo. Wall goes up, the kick able to get the stun out, and really VP understand this is a fight not worth taking.
It seems at this point that this is the only way LFY can win a fight, is to force one of VP's heroes to go defend bottom, and the moment that happens, they instantly just run at the rest of the team trying to set up this 5-on-4. Now, Nature's Prophet didn't see Sand King TPing in originally because he didn't get the fast Orchid off into the kill attempt, but he still kept VP on their feet, forced the rotation, and at least buys enough time to defend that tower. Aegis and Cheese are still available, however, and VP could try again. Now with a full heart on the Viper, no one has 4,000 health. 20 armor.
But it's almost 4.3k when the Howl is up.
Yeah.
The Necro Books, they are the ones that are getting the Howl buff. They're looking for the kill onto the bottom Shrine. Very difficult for LFY to contest this just because all they end up killing is Necro Books. If they even are able to do that, the Necros come back in. And now Fu's staring him down. He's going to kick him, buy some space for Monet, but the timeout, no, Monet will actually mop up both of them in time.
And this could be a big item coming out here. Slowly but surely, Afu has finished off the Aghanim Scepter on Earth Spirit. So now they can try to kill this 5,000 HP Viper under the Tier 4s instead. That might work.
That would be an
worth a try. I don't think there's anything else LFY can do here. They're not in a position to push bottom. This time Nature's Prophet is not close enough, so he has to come back to fight. VP,
they're trying to rack in any damage they can. So Viper says hello. Quick Hurricane Pie count. 4.3k to get through. Burrow Strike, Rod of Atos onto the Pugner. Now Monet comes in. Lincoln Sphere of his is triggered. Not going to commit the BKB just yet, but Super's dying too quickly. No one knows he needs one more attack, but Super's got the range. Retreat back out. They're trying to reset the position here, Virtus Pro, and not fall into Monet's Chronosphere. They cannot let that happen. And also, LFY don't want to commit onto an Aegis the Immortal Viper. It's too much to go on. So yeah, you can cold feed him up, but he'll stand his ground. Continue to chip away. Monet finally coming in, finding some time locks. They're getting rooted to the ground. Thanks to Viper is dropping low, and here's the Epi with the walls on come over the Ice Blast with the faces boy Chrono! Virtus Pro! They have just shattered the mirror! That's a lot of bad luck for them, but will it continue? No one's back to the world of the living. Monet wants more. They can Rod of Atos over on no one. Afu standing his ground. He's got help. Disruptor glimpsing back Monet, but Prophet inflating the perfect TP forward and the Sprout holding Lycan in position. He Quelling Blade cuts his way through, but slowed down by the Crepper fight. The rolling boulder, they're looking for more. They don't just want Ramses, they'll probably still take him. The Raw can't give enough life. No one battling against Afu. The rolling boulder gets him back down the hillside, and he has to run. It is a huge, tanky no one. But right now, it is a 1-on-5 scenario. Lil will come back, try and create some space with the Burrow Strike. No one's BKB won't protect him, but at least he gets the Burrow Strike onto the Earth Spirit. Now they go for more. They're draining out Lil. He committed for pretty heavily for this one. The Viper needs to be able to survive. No one continues to run. Even couriers are popping in the middle of all this. The Decrepify Ice Blast. No more regeneration. Super suck the Viper dry. That's a lot of toxic things to actually consume. Nature's Prophet died, but there goes the 8-kill streak. They give the life back to Nature's Prophet so he'll survive. The bottom lane is being pressured. LFY have an opening, but their tier 4 towers were under siege. Nature's Prophet had to go back to defend that, so they won't take the tier 3 at least.
The bane of so many Virtus Pro games is this high grounding. They got the mid easily, but this top fight went horribly wrong for them. Just this patience from LFY. They're not committing key cooldowns. Slowly but steadily, this BKB is perfect from Monet. If he doesn't get that off and get stunned there, this is a different story. Instead, effectively baited in the whole VP team. 3 kills in that chrono. Ramses is in the middle of nowhere trying to kill supports in the back. And the fight is already done here, and they can't get out of there. There's no escape strategy for VP.
And VP really do understand just how much they gave away in that fight. Yes, they open up the top racks for attack, but LFY are dragging their way back into this game. It was 13k gold advantage in favor of Virtus Pro. This is now pulled down to 3,000. The experience dips even faster.
There's your Mount Everest, Toby. You wanted
right
it.
Now.
You wanted Mount Everest. Now it's truly a mount. It also has the other side of it coming down again.
The fall, the part of the climb you don't really want to think about.
These last 10 minutes have actually been crazy. Like VP, first of all, building that big advantage over the span of 3 minutes, and LFY taking it back after VP had all of those advantages now.
Yep.
It feels like a completely even game again, even though LFY are lane down and have a tier 3 gone in the top lane. They have so much momentum going their way and so many big items on the way because of all these kills they got. This is worrying, and Sumil was saying, you know, is this a matter of if VP get late enough, do they just win late game? And he was like, I think this LFY lineup is pretty good late game. I'm with it, man. This void is getting really big. And Pugna, don't underestimate Pugna core when it's this farm. Super is dealing sick damage every fight with Life Drain. And the Nature's Prophet, of course, starting to rack up damage. 4,500 gold in the bank. What's he gonna buy next? Could finish a Bloodthorn. Could finish maybe, I don't know if there's any point in getting a Silver Edge here, maybe get a Hex.
The only concern I currently have with LFY though is the fact that
the Viper, maybe?
Pushing up the hill is the bigger problem for me. Like, every fight that's been happening so far is happening in LFY space. VP coming towards them, giving the choke points for the Chronospheres to work. What happens when Virtus Pro are the ones on the defense, when they can potentially buy back a hero and bring him back into the fight? What happens if you hit a Scythe? Obviously, LFY's dream scenario, get a fight with VP outside the base. Roshan, a big place to actually do that. We're going to have his spawn time up in actually now. It's instant spawn time for Roshan.
Wow.
This game just wants us to keep fighting. But if they get the fight LFY, they can push into the VP base. Without it, I can foresee a couple of problems coming their way with the VP defense.
Furion does have a Silver Edge now, so he can break the Viper passive.
They need to kill him straight away. Blink, Bar Strike. They actually use the Yule Scepter to break it. Now Monet gets the BKB off the side, holds him in position. Where's that Chronosphere? It connects onto Lycan. The Ice Blast is coming forward as well, but Monet dying very quickly. Lycan will die, but for the cause, after a rolling boulder down, he's found Lil further down inside the river. The Magnetize. Lil will end up ticking out 2 heroes without buyback. No one wants to stand his ground, but currently he's on the low part. In the river, the wet feet, if only he had feet. Pasha pushed back up the hill. They blocked him in with the ice feet. No one being drained out. Pasha's trying to help him out. A run of Atos to keep Super in position. No one's retrieving on bottom lane. It is where Inflame has caused the damage. Picking up the melee racks. Still mid. They're going to turn around and fight Pasha once more. Super. The Nether Ward is down. They're trying to get rid of that. He drained the life back out of Pasha. And now they turn for the fight. The Ice Blast is really good from DDC. But will it be enough? Super. The Immortal.
No way he gets out of this, man. There's no way.
To the trees. He has his BT's available. Decrepify and TP. Where's the stun? Where's the control? You have nothing! Super is away. The bottom rack is taken. And LFY, not only have they now gained the advantage in golden experience, but they've leveled up the rack's advantage. The mid for the bottom lane.
It's just these clutch moments. This smoke from VP breaking and not getting that kill on Void because of the Force Staff. Yeah, this is the end of the fight. This fight was like a minute long. Super rooted up. He does get a Decrepify off again, and VP are running away. Cold feet on Pasha, and no one's like, I'm gonna kill this AA. Oh wait, Pugna was still alive, and Decrep TP. No scythe available, 15-second cooldown, and he actually does get out of that play.
What's written on the back of their shirts? LGD are invincible. It's seeming rather appropriate at the moment. LFY keep pushing forward. The superstars of the group stage. They are 1 win away from getting in to that winner's bracket final and facing up against Newbie. But Virtus Pro, they are not out of this yet. They are fighting. They are crawling their way forward. They just are looking for an opportunity, and they're heading towards the top for exactly that.
They need to get a better jump. They need to get a jump that actually matters. That time they threw away cooldowns into a Void that already BKB'd, and then, you know, that fight is not going to favor you.
Nature's Prophet's so close, but they don't see him. The Radiant Scan was just a little bit further up the lane from where he was, so they didn't commit to the attack.
Yeah, man, Flame is progressing so much. He finished that Silver Edge, now he has 5,500 gold again. So has the Silver Edge to break off Viper's passive, and now he's going to probably build a damage item to go with it. That means if they catch this Viper in the chrono,
LFY could be in this situation before Monet! The double chrono! Ice Blast is on the money! No one hit by that! They're drained out Ramses! No one will BKB and try and stand his ground! He's got the help from Pasha as well as comes Lil, but they don't want to fight this. They're down a man, they're down a Hal, and Pasha. Here comes the jump. Lil will bring in a perfect burrow strike. He had to do it too early. The epicenter has no effect. Maybe the soul is there from Solo with the storm down. They brought down at least the Earth Spirit, but buyback is there from Inflame. He's onto the back lines. The drain is too heavy onto the Viper. Solo still trying to play around this. They don't see him. They're going to break him with the Silver Edge. No one's in trouble. No one is down on the sidelines. You'll lose a Necro too. Viper has buyback available, however. He might be able to help defend, but the Creepwave's pushing in through the bottom. Solo doesn't have his Storm, doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter, and there's LFY knocking on the front door, ready to destroy the home of Virtus Pro.
Look at this Nether Blast damage, by the way.
Oh, not again, no one. Pushes back to the safety of the tier 4 towers. Monet beating in to that Rax. It's hurting so hard. One pop and that melee Rax just dies. You're talking about the Nether Blast damage. That mid-Rax is already gone. LFY looking towards the top. Necro has buyback available. Lycan is back up in 2 seconds' time. And LFY, they need to retreat. They've already claimed so much. Lycan, Ramses, he's TPing in behind the line. Shapeshifter's up as well as BKB. LFY want to get out. DDC's
that's a big kill. He doesn't have buyback if he gets him.
Profit. He's trying to TP out in time, but there's no stun from Ramses. He doesn't have a basher. He was looking for the Assault Cuirass. Super. The Glimpse will stop his TP. That's a big one. That's a huge one, and Ramses will pass swipe him down. 6-4, 6 gold comes to the 6-6-6 Ramses, and they look towards Roshan. Faceless Void still in the neighborhood. Chronosphere comes off cooldown in 2 seconds time. LFY can contest this point.
Yeah, they do have buyback on the Pugnant. Boots of Travel aren't cooldown, however, and the Nature's Prophet just TP top. Actually, he has no TP cooldown, so, you know,
all right,
he can easily connect.
How ballsy do you want to be?
That's
the
a good Ice Blast
will hit on all 4 heroes, revealing the fact that Roshan's being done. Monet turning his attention. The Necro books are coming out. He'll have to beat the crap out of him to start with. Roshan down to 5k. VP, they need this. They need the Aegis as well as the cheese if they can have any chance against LFY being 2 racks down against him. And it looks like for the moment, rolling boulder, Afu, he jumps in. Where's the Aegis? He snatches it. Afu, you thief in the night. Afu wants to keep running. The side will put him down, but it only takes the Aegis, the Immortal. VP, TP home. They needed that Aegis. They needed that for the fight, and they've lost it.
I can't believe some of the things happening in this game. This is like unbelievable play.
Going in further. Stone the bird. The Viper is throwing backwards. Monet looking for the time lock. Jump up. Almost working me in the Chronosphere. Burst right from Lil. Trying to create space. They're standing over on the Faceless Void. Using him up as well. Do they want to keep fighting here, LFY? For the moment, Afu does time and time again. He wants to aggressively bowling forward. But Virtus Pro, they're coming back home. Back to the safety of their mother's arms.
VP,
all
they got for this hard work was a cheese.
Oh, that kick!
And Afu even prepared. Afu was confident. He prepared 2 slots in his inventory. He wanted both of them. He got one, and then he got out. If he had gotten the cheese there, that would have been a side kill, and they would have had an Aegis to work with, but he gets exactly what he needs there. Incredible play from him.
And now we have Lycan. He has the cheese, so at least Ramses coming into the next fight, if he can find a little bit more gold, will buy out to pick up the Assault Cuirass. They're short of buybacks very heavily on Virtus Pro, on cooldown for both the Necro and the Viper, and short of the money for the Disruptor as well as the Lycan. But Disruptor, look at Solo buy out for this. You're not going to have 4 stuff, not going to have anything like this. He went for the Aghanim Scepter, Tranquil Boots, as well as Windlace. Solo understands the next team fight is what's going to make or break this game. Mainly break the back of Virtus Pro and send them into the lower bracket if LFY can win it.
He has to try to get a Static Storm in the Void before he gets Chrono off. If he can Static Storm and field him before he gets 4-staffed away, that could be the start of a very big fight for them, but it's very, very difficult.
Well, Monet's been so aggressive. He's been so aggressive, he may just jump into it, not realizing what he's up against. Hit that BKB button, have no response.
There was a moment earlier when VP tried to do the exact same thing before the BKB, and there was an instant 4-staff from DDC, so if LFY keep their positioning correct, they can definitely save him, but I think it's the play you've got to go for. You have to try to catch the Void to prevent that Chronosphere.
Ramses is losing his Necro books. He's only just triggered these. He needs to keep them alive 60 seconds. Without those, he'll need them for the fight. As LFY are posturing, you do have that quick TP back from Nature's Prophet, but he's got no cooldown on TP, so farming the jungle while waiting for the push in Flame. Efficiency galore from the Holla Prophet.
That's the issue here for VP, is that they're camping inside their base and they can't really get out. They're There's really good aggressive wards from LFY. The Spherion with 0 TP cooldown can just keep pushing out the waves and farm as much as he wants. He looks like he wants to join his team top. The siege begins. This Nether Blast deals bajillion damage at a bajillion range.
And that ain't that's no assault. That's no, like, we're not blowing this out of proportion.
Have a
Here
look
comes
at this.
Super. Hit.
Look at that. What's that? 300 damage?
300 damage to the melee racks. Prophet's TPing in towards the bottom lane. He's allowed the Wrath of Nature to keep the pressure up.
He broke Super's Linkens, but no follow-up.
Oh, it's so hard to commit.
It's just TPing to all the bounty rooms. Oh, another one.
Bounty for me.
Oh, here comes the fight.
The push down. The push necro in. Oh, no. That's it. The tournament's locked in too many. 4 heroes. It's sweet, sweet as sugar. Virtus Pro are gone, and LFY will advance to the winners bracket final. It has been one hell of a dream. Undefeated in the upper bracket. Pushing VP down to lower bracket round 4, but what play, what style, what grace, what refinement.
This looks like a championship team to me, Toby, right now. I've seen quite a few of their games now in this tournament. It's like a team that can, first of all, come back from this deficit. A team that can consistently just win games. Like, that's, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is, can you win the games? And you put them in really hard situations. They have to combine and use their spells perfectly or find these small opportunities. They find them. They do it every time. It's a scary team, man. You gotta give props to VP. This was a really good game for them. They built a big advantage. They were in a great position to win it, but they were missing that X factor that this LFY team just seems to have. When push comes to shove, this team delivers, and they're my favorites right now. Tomorrow's, or is it tomorrow or the day after? It's the day after, I think they're playing Newbie. Whenever it is, that's going to be one hell of a game, but LFY right now look so good.
Yeah,
so good.
They are looking sexy as hell. Of course, Virtus Pro to put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah.
They're no mugs with the heroes, but maybe that just goes to show just how far LFY is above everyone. You ask, like, who do you want to face up in the final? Everyone will say, please don't give me LFY. Don't let LFY drop into the lower bracket. It's already hard enough down there as it is. If Virtus Pro actually achieved that today, Liquid Empire, OG, everyone will be scared to death of that lower bracket. They're already scared enough. We're going to go gray at this point of this tournament, but LFY, superb play, stylish players. Definitely deserve a grand final slot.
Yeah, well, they need to get through the winners bracket final first.
Yep.
That's one step at a time, even for them. But I still think when you look at this game and how it worked out, this was one of the hardest games LFY had that they won. So I think VP are still showing good form, even though they lost this game, and they can take that with them into that lower bracket when they meet their next opponent.
Well, good luck for VP, but LFY are your victors of the winners bracket semi-final, advancing through to the winners bracket final. More Dota from them in the future, but it is beautiful and I cannot wait.
There was doubt surrounding them in the group stage. There was doubt surrounding them into the main stage. And now, perhaps some of that doubt is starting to fade because LFY passed their biggest test yet of TI. Virtus Pro thrust into the lower bracket, and they will be having a domestic duel in that upper bracket. It'll be Newbie to take on LFY to see if they can do what the others couldn't. I am joined by the ever-lovely Sumail, who still hasn't given me that T-shirt. I am going to get it eventually. I think I'd have to get it in a slightly bigger size. Blitz as well, and of course, I've got the lovely FNG on the end there. I think I'll start with you, actually, dude. On the end, Virtus Pro thrown to the lowers. But I imagine it's just going to be credit towards LFY as opposed to criticism towards VP.
I mean, to be honest, VP didn't play the base game because I don't like their draft, to be honest, because they have 3 cores, 2 of them are really slow, Necrophos and Viper. They can do much on the map, and they don't have any teamfight potential. As we see, Void and Parat just do a lot in teamfights, and basically VP doesn't have any saves from that, and that's the problem. They went into late game, and as Samuel said, LFY late game is not bad, and they just won a game.
They won the game indeed, and we want to make sure we can capture all of the smiles as we have a winner standing by with Casey. Let's check in with them now.
DDC, bro. That was amazing. I was all set to start asking you about the big fight that started happening in the 41st minute. I thought, oh, this is the turning point. This is great. Then Afu steals the Aegis. Can you walk us through what happened in the last 10 minutes of our lives here?
兄弟，这一场
Sorry, Jack.
这一场很棒，很精彩。他本人想问你，就是守高地那一步，他先想问的是后来更精彩的一个、更亮眼的一个发挥，那就是偷盾了。就描述一下从你的角度是怎么看的？
那时候我们当时使了古法，然后局势非常的劣势，然后阿福提议说他要不抢盾，然后我们都同意了，然后就接下来就是精彩的表演了。
At the time, Pugno was dead and still reviving, so things, weren't looking too good for us. And then Afu said, "Hey guys, you mind if I try to steal the Aegis?" We all agreed to it, and then he went for it. And then, what follows is the excitement that you saw.
Follow-up question: Was it really that polite? Like, "Hey fellas, mind if I steal the Aegis?"
就是问的时候是这么礼貌吗？他是这样表达，就是兄弟们可不可以去试试偷盾还是怎么样？
问的时候就感觉是一去不回的感觉，就是有这种。
When he asked the time, it was a feeling of he was going to go and not come back.
Oh, okay. I'm going in. You have been at every TI. You're captaining this team. How has your experience over the last few years being here on this main stage, how has that contributed to your leadership of this team and doing so well? I mean, you guys have been dominant ever since group stage.
就是你当然是每一届 TI 都来当过选手，那么这么多年积累下的经验对你支持就担任那个 BP 手和队长的角色有些什么样的启发？
主要是这个队的话，主要是我们5个人都一起讨论战术啊，然后打法啊，然后劣势了我们都不太急，所以我觉得我这个队就是真的很厉害，希望可以所以拿到很好的成绩吧。
I think the key to this team is that we'll all discuss everything together, and no matter what the game situation is, we'll keep our calm, keep our cool, and I hope that we can get really good results, end up with a great finish.
Newbie is next. I know that you're used to playing them quite a bit. So how do you think the two teams match up against each other?
那当然，你们下一轮对手是牛逼，那么可能就在国内训练或者在国内就是你们一直交锋和较量的时间就是机会比较多一点。那么平常一下你们打牛逼，
应该是谁状态好谁会赢吧，因为大家都很熟悉，就这样。
We're very familiar with each other, so I just think whoever's in better form or condition or fighting shape at the time should be able to take it.
Well, congratulations. Can I please give you a high five? That was amazing. I've never heard people lose their minds like that in quite some time. So congratulations, very well earned, and we wish you the best of luck. Back to you guys.
I love it, Casey. Getting to hear a little bit of insight as to what's going on when you're planning on stealing the Aegis on the main stage at the International when you're one game away from the upper bracket final. That's the kind of play I can imagine, you're going to go for as well, Samal?
Yeah, I would go for that.
A bit cheeky?
Yeah, a bit cheeky.
I like that the communication was just, do you mind if I go for it? Is that the kind of thing that's going down in your kind of comms?
I don't think I would say that. I would just go in and don't care.
I'm going in and I may not come back.
I mean, that is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. And that's the brilliance of Jack to help provide us some of that insight. But we do want to break this down a little bit. And you kind of started a thread you didn't get to finish. You were suggesting that you weren't necessarily satisfied with what Virtus.pro brought into the game again.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I want to mention that LFI seems to pretty confident about the game, but Virtus.pro, they seemed kind of nervous or something, because I don't feel that was the Virtus.pro game, They just tried to outplay LFI and play in LFI game, but not in their game. That's the problem.
Not playing their own style. I always find this really hard. It seems like something that we can't quantify or explain, but perhaps this could be an opportunity to kind of see what you can do with this, Blitz. You are a master of explanations. Styles. We're talking about Virtus.pro's style. We talk about LFY's style. What's going on in terms of VP not playing as they should?
I feel like LFI is just kind of a smothering team. They put the clock on you even when there shouldn't be. You feel like you have to make this high ground move up at top. We thought that VP could also go late game, but LFY kind of put the clock on them. They force this really awkward engagement where they have the Aegis and they feel like they have to go for the high ground up at the tier 3 top. Meanwhile, while that's happening, the Nature's Prophet had pushed in bottom, so by the next time that the fight had taken place, he had just taken Rax by himself. And this team is just so patient. They wait for their openings, they make crazy flashy plays. They feel like they're playing with absolutely no fear at all, just so much confidence. How many times do you make a play like that at Roche where he's just like, guys, I'm going in, doesn't matter, let's see what happens? That's so awesome for me to watch.
Awesome to watch. What was it like for you, Sumail? What do you make of this game as a package deal? LFY are now 4-0 across TI versus Virtus.pro.
I think the LFI draft was very well-rounded. I didn't really like the Pugna pick, but I guess it worked out for them.
Sure.
The way VP messed up was in like they need Pasha to play some hero who's like initiator, like jump and big team fight, and he was just playing Necrolite. I don't think he's like confident at all in that hero. That's the way I felt. And no one was playing Viper. I guess it's like his type of hero, but he doesn't scale that well, and he doesn't put the pressure that much, like other than laning phase. So I think they are just like not really figuring themselves out, like what should be good for them, and like just struggling to find their way.
So I think the question is, trying to find identity. You made it clear that that's kind of something you were struggling with. VP perhaps the same, having a bit of an identity crisis here in Seattle. What were you saying, Blitz?
Oh, it was just that that was the point that you brought up, right? In your games against Secret, it felt like in the first game you didn't really pick what you wanted to, and then later on as you went, you said, we should just play what we're going to play. But and that's something that Sumail brought up as well. They're not picking comfort heroes for their players. These are heroes that they're not necessarily known to do well with. They're picking a Void mid. They're doing something like the Necrolite off lane. They're not picking to their strengths, and I feel like that's where it's failing them right now. They're losing sense of their identity.
I mean, maybe Necrophos offlane was kind of good idea, but you need to pick mid lane and bot lane super good heroes because, you kind of baited Necrophos and stuff. But Viper and Lycan, they can't win against Pugna and Void. We just go full late game, he places Corona, and you can escape that. You just die, and that's it.
The confidence is just overwhelming from LFY. Now, in terms of teams that can take them on, I mean, the list is getting infinitely shorter now. They're going to be playing against Newbie. I think we just have to kind of start reflecting now about what we've learned from Virtus.pro. Not only have they lost a bit of identity, but also, what are we seeing that coming in towards that lower bracket? There's some big names in there. I mean, the likes of Empire are still fighting strong. The likes of Liquid are there. OG. I mean, Virtus.pro have still got some heavy tasks ahead of them, Sumail. Who do you think is the biggest one? Who's the biggest name for them to fear in that lower bracket?
I think Liquid might be the bigger one, but I don't really know. They're like, OG is super strong. Like, they have won 2 majors, and like they finally won their first BO3 in TI.
Oh, that's true, yeah. History.
By Natil, so they might just go on a spree now, Yeah.
So I know it's kind of a bit, not necessarily bad taste, but I'm interested. Now that you don't necessarily get to lift the Aegis, who do you believe will?
I want SEC to do it, but I don't want Fate to the first two-time TI winner.
Oh, so you're trapped in a box.
Yeah, I am. So I think I'll just root for my boys Liquid.
Yeah, go for Liquid, just so that record can be someone else's. All right, Blitz, kind of the same kind of question towards you, but more so just kind of eyes towards tomorrow. We're going to be seeing, of course, all of those games. We're going to be seeing more from the likes of Liquid and Empire. We're going to be seeing OG versus LGD. I mean, who are your eyes drawn to in that lower bracket?
I think Liquid versus Empire is going to be such a big match for me to watch because we always debate who's this team that's going to just be this train that can't be really stopped. At Boston Major, it was Adfinum, this team that nobody saw coming that just ran through the bracket.
Yeah.
At previous TIs, we had CDEC. We had, last year, we had the DC squad, obviously. It's just this team that doesn't have any fear. They don't really play like they have something to lose. They're just playing for fun, and Empire could really easily upset that Liquid squad if they're not careful.
I think before we get too sidetracked into tomorrow, I think fun is the word I'm going to pull out of that sentence because one last time today, it is time to look at some of those fantastic community films.
All pick.
Make your offering. Zeus is here.
Let's see what you're made of!
A spare rib. Who needs a big brain when you've got teeth like mine? Tacky! Well, that was interesting. Hope this works. Guys?
Dire's courier has been
I don't like where this is going.
Radiant victory.
much powder did you pack into that one?
Most of it.
I do not envy the person that has to go ahead and decide a winner. That is going to be decided tomorrow, and the prize, of course, will be distributed to them as well. So many people,